We all have someone we love, like the favorite lyric in our favorite song. You can't imagine life without them. Cancer screening tests can help keep the person you love around longer by detecting changes before cancer develops, or catch it early when it may be easier to treat. And many tests are available for free or covered by insurance. It's time to sound like a broken record. Tell all your friends and family, I love you. Get screened. Visit cancer.org/getscreened to learn more.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
This is what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The tough season for the Arizona Cardinals continued Sunday when they lost 37-14 to the Cincinnati Bengals. The loss was the team's 8th in a row and drops the Cardinals to 3-13 overall. Arizona will try to end the season on a positive note when they play the Rams Sunday at 2:25 p.m. Speaking of positives, something good did come from Sunday's loss, as Trey McBride not only set the Cardinals team record for most catches in a season, but also set a new NFL record for most catches by any tight end in a season. McBride's 119 grabs also currently have him number one in the entire NFL for catches this season. The Phoenix Suns are back at it after a successful two-game sweep over the Pelicans this weekend. They play the Wizards tonight with tip-off at 5 p.m. in Washington, and you can hear the game on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The Suns will once again be shorthanded, however, as Grayson Allen and Jalen Green remain out with injuries, while Mark Williams will serve a one-game suspension due to his fight with Jose Alvarado on Saturday. This report is brought to you by your Valley Chevy dealers. 'Tis the season for great offers going on now at your Valley Chevy dealers during the Red Tag Sales event. Stop by your Valley Chevy dealers today.
Good morning. Time to get up and go to work.
The power-packed morning zoo. Are you kidding me?
Fire. It's the greatest radio show ever.
Fire. Good morning and welcome.
The world.
Dan Bickley.
When America needs real advice about real life, they turn to Dan
Vince Marotta.
And that's crushed. Deep right center field. And Vinny has a 2-home run, 6 RBI night in the first 4 innings.
Jared Carlin.
This is a ferret. That's a ferret. Ferret. That's a ferret.
And Sammy Sepulka.
Sammy, you're not going to sing for us, are you?
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Marotta Mornings.
Shout out to Dan Bickley, my boy, him and Mr. Vince. Okay.
Time to go to work. Time to go to work.
Good morning. Happy Monday, Valley sports fans. How is everybody doing today? Welcome to what will not be a Victory Monday, unfortunately. We don't have those anymore. Why would I think we'd ever have one of those, Jarrett?
Not since week 2.
Yeah, it's been a while. Fortunately, yesterday's game was the last Sunday of the 2025 calendar year. We are flying with a different crew this week. We will not have Sammy Sepulka. He's out this week. Mitch Vareldis is in for Vinny today and tomorrow.
First time ever.
Yeah, that's right. Then we've got Luke Lipinski.
Oh, boy.
You ever heard of that guy?
Oh, God. But that's just for one day. But that is an interesting thing. Stay tuned on Wednesday. Luke will be co-hosting this show. But until then, you could be happy and turn the volume up and listen to Mitch.
Right. And not worry about narcoleptic seizures and all that kind of stuff.
But this is the last week of the winter weirdness.
Okay, let me say this about the winter weirdness. You, being a non-Gentile, you took off the week of Christmas.
Of Christmas.
Right. Let me tell you.
There's only 3 shows, so I figured that was
But let me tell you how awful it was to have to work the Friday after Christmas. I, going into it, didn't think it was going to be a big deal. But when Christmas got here and it got to about 1:30 and you realize, oh, I have to stop drinking. I have to stop having fun.
You don't have to.
I have to start prepping. It
Very
was
weird.
a bad deal, Jarrett. It was a bad deal.
That is maybe the weirdest time to have off, the Wednesday and Thursday back to work on Friday.
Yeah.
Well, we get to do something similar. We get the Thursday off this week and then back to work again on Friday.
That's weird. Just one day off this week. That's even weirder.
Yeah.
We should have New Year's Eve off.
But it's New Year's, and I'm coming from it from the father with kids perspective, right?
I hate this. I love the holiday season starting essentially from Halloween until Christmas.
Yeah.
Even though I don't celebrate Christmas. This is the depressing time. January and February, especially when you don't have an NFL playoff team.
What? We don't have an NFL playoff team?
When did that happen?
When did that happen? We've known about that for quite some time.
1988. That's when that happened.
Well, Mitch, it's good to have you in. We're going to have you in
Thank you.
3 days this week. Looking forward to it. We're going to have some fun. Jarrett back from vacation. What did you do on vacation, by the way, Jarrett?
Went up to Flagstaff with my family. Very fun. Although it didn't snow. It was 60 degrees.
Oh, no.
So, but
Apparently
we did a lot of
snowing anywhere. I went to Colorado for a couple of days.
All right.
It was also in the 60s. No snow. No precipitation.
The Midwest, I got obviously family in the Midwest. They told me it was so stupid warm yesterday. In fact, to prove the point, yesterday in Missouri, the state of Missouri, it was 72 degrees in the morning. It was 16 degrees last night. They had a 56-degree temperature shift in one day.
That's apocalyptic.
It is apocalyptic. They had 45-mile-an-hour winds, and it just brought in this cold front. Isn't that crazy? And you saw the warm weather in Cincinnati yesterday?
From hot to cold that quickly sounds like my wife on my wedding night.
Oh! Start the show, Ferret.
The Splash. The stories making waves in the sports world. The Splash.
Cannonball coming.
The Splash. Brought to you by Presidential Pools, Arizona's #1 pool builder. See why at presidentialpools.com.
All right, since it is not a Victory Monday, that means we will be talking about another loss for the Arizona Cardinals, their 13th loss of the season, this time sleepwalking through a 37-14 loss in Cincinnati against the lowly Bengals. Will this be the game that ends the reign of this coaching staff? We have got a lot to get into today, from the quarterback to the coaching staff to the number 4 overall pick to their current draft order. All of it will be covered today. And probably not very kindly.
As kindly as we can.
As kindly as we can.
What are they at now? 8 losses in a row, and this is the 5th time in that stretch that they've been blown out in very dramatic and emphatic fashion.
Yeah.
It's not a fun watch anymore when they're down 13-0 before the offense can finally get something
Doesn't
on the
it
board.
seem like that is just a recurring theme, that every game they're down 14-0 within minutes or 13-0 within minutes?
Now, I'm a dumb dummy.
Uh-huh.
But with
cut you off there.
As opposed to a scared coward, but go ahead.
with all the tiebreakers, could they get the #1 pick?
I don't. Well,
I think the Raiders' strength of schedule is worse, and we can thank the Chiefs for that for once. That their strength of schedule will be worse than the Cardinals.
Yeah, I hadn't even thought about that.
Yeah.
A lot of people think it's kind of BS given the fact that the Titans actually beat the Cardinals, right?
Yeah.
So why are they ahead of Arizona in the draft order?
Not anymore, though. The Titans won.
They were.
They were, yeah. It's the Giants and the Raiders.
It's the Raiders, the Giants, the Jets, the Titans, and then the Cardinals. That's the order right now.
The difference in strength of schedule between the Titans and the Cardinals is .004. 0.004.
Now, coincidentally, that's what the Cardinals' offense averaged per play.
Yes, it is. All right, the NFC West is set up for a great crescendo. Seahawks are going to battle the 49ers for the division title, and that is because, not the division title, folks, the #1 seed in the NFC. Seahawks beat the Panthers 27-10 yesterday, and a wild game last night. The 49ers take out the Bears 42-38. That was a crazy football game.
So disappointed that this one doesn't get to be the Sunday showcase at night, and instead we're subjected to Ravens and Steelers, and whether or not the Steelers will go 9-8 again under Mike Tomlin. But I'm fascinated by the Saturday slate. You've got crappy NFC South division winner, and then whoever's the best team in the entire NFC. It should be a fun one.
Yeah. Well, you'd mentioned the Steelers and the Ravens. They are now going to play for the NFC North title. Aaron Rodgers yucking it up yesterday, Jarrett. Did you see the game he put on the field in Cleveland?
What a hump.
What a hump. Wow.
Throwing it at Denzel Ward, not a smart strategy.
Well, and not only that, all this conversation about all they were concerned about was with Myles Garrett not getting a sack. And Aaron Rodgers playing hot potato with the football. Weird game from the Pittsburgh Steelers. So now it's going to come down to the Ravens and the Steelers for the NFC North, as you mentioned on Saturday night.
They apparently do this a lot. I was skimming through a Ringer article this morning from Steven Ruiz, and he was pointing out that the Steelers just have a habit of losing these kinds of games this late in the year. Here's the stat. Steelers are winless in their past 5 games against teams that enter 8 or more games below 500. So in 2020, they lose to the Bengals at 2-10-1. In 21, they tied the Lions, who were 0-8 at the time. In 2023, they lost to the Cardinals, who were 2-10 at the time. Again to the Patriots, who were 2-10.
Wow.
And then yesterday to the Browns, who were 3-12.
Wow. They have a big time struggle punching down. No doubt about it. In the world of college football over the weekend, Kyle Whittingham, the new head coach at Michigan, that's a really good hire for Michigan. For all the weirdness that they've dealt with, that's a lot of football coach they just landed.
The best joke about that I heard is that when you tell your grandparents that you want Kenny Dillingham for Christmas and they're hard of hearing.
And they're hard of hearing.
Kenny Dillingham turns into Kyle Whittingham.
Instead of Kenny Dillingham. Fresno State beat Miami in the Snoop Dogg Arizona Bowl. Another great crowd down in Tucson, Jarrett.
Oh, don't want to miss a game like that.
All right, and then we got a couple of football games this week. The Sun Devils play on New Year's Eve. When do the Wildcats play?
I think the same time.
Are they on the 2nd?
Who the hell knows? It is ridiculous.
Come on, man, it's your guy, Brent Brennan.
I like him now. Don't you remember? This college football postseason is so ridiculous.
How ridiculous is it?
Why is there so much time between the playoff games? I forgot all about them.
You don't even know when your alma mater is playing.
They have to play on New Year's Eve and New Year's Day, Jarrett.
So why did they play the first round so early then?
Because then it's on a Saturday, Jarrett.
All right, finally, we'll also get into the Phoenix Suns. They won a couple of games in New Orleans over the weekend. Workmanlike, they're 18-13. They're playing the Wizards tonight, as Jared told you in the update, without Mark Williams, who got into a fight with Jose Alvarado over the weekend.
Really?
Wow.
It swung at his head, actually. But he didn't start it, so he only got one.
No, he didn't start it. All right, so those are the topics we are talking and covering today. Obviously, when we get back, we'll give you our big picture thoughts on another loss for the Arizona Cardinals. Mitch Farrell is in for Vinny. I'm Dan Bickley. You're listening to Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Arizona Cardinals football.
Flacco takes a knee. The game's over. Cincinnati wins it 37-14. Cardinals are now 3-13. The Bengals improved to 6-10.
Kind of the game came down to me was third down. You know, both sides, they did a better job than we did.
Crushed in Cincy. Arizona sports hosts react to 8 Cardinals losses in a row on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports 98.7.
Guys, if you have low T, it's time to get your edge back. Start testosterone therapy at Red Mountain Weight Loss and get a month of GLP-1 weight loss medication absolutely free. That is a $299 value. Paul Calvisi here. Just because you're getting older doesn't mean you have to feel older. Prescription testosterone restores your get up and go, so you're going to feel like you're 20 again. You gain more muscle with less effort in the gym. You're going to think better, sleep better. Your love life will be better, because don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. It's a game changer. And if you're looking to lose weight, there's nothing like the combo of testosterone and a GLP-1 medication. It'll burn that belly fat and get you ripped. This month, get free GLP-1 medication, a $299 value when you start testosterone therapy only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Book your video appointment today. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone, keyword Red Mountain.
Enter to be the next Arizona sports fan of the game, presented by Redbird Farms Chicken. Win tickets to a Cardinals home game, be featured on the Jumbotron, and receive a $100 grocery gift card. Text Redbird to 620-620 to enter to win today.
Message and data rates may apply. We're here with wide receiver Michael Wilson. Hey, Michael, what is that great ride you pulled up in?
Man, it's my Honda from Arrowhead Honda. Just like on the field, I know the importance of reliability and performance and trust my ride to Arrowhead Honda. Whether you're looking for a rugged SUV or a sleek sedan, Arrowhead Honda has you covered.
Head down to Arrowhead Honda today and score big with unbeatable deals and top-notch service.
Be sure to tell them number 14, Michael Wilson, sent you. Go Red.
Upgrading your windows and doors isn't just about comfort. It's about lowering energy costs all year long. That's why Valley homeowners trust the Window and Door Store and our exclusive Seal and Shield installation. We don't just replace windows. We seal, secure, and protect your home from heat, dust, and water leaks for life. Precision craftsmanship, a lifetime labor warranty, and over 1,200 5-star reviews say it all. Call 480-562-3902 now for your free in-home consultation or book anytime at thewindowdoorstore.com.
FIFA World Cup 2026 is coming soon, but your opportunity to be there starts now through an exclusive offer with an eligible Bank of America Visa credit card. For a limited time, become a new customized Cash Rewards or unlimited Cash Rewards Visa credit card holder, and you will be eligible for a chance to purchase FIFA World Cup 2026 tickets. Learn more at BofA.com/cardFWC26. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America, proud to be the official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026. Bank of America N.A. in partnership with Visa. Terms apply. Awards reserved.
Hi, I'm Michael from the Warren Treaty. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. Only Novo Nordisk makes FDA-approved Ozempic. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5 milligram, 1 milligram, and 2 milligrams.
It's where every slam dunk dream and memory of your favorite game is stored. Your brain shapes you, defines you, makes you you. Yet as many athletes know, a brain or spine condition can change that. That's why Barrow pushes the boundaries of neuroscience medicine and what's possible. Consistently ranked among the best in the country, Barrow fights to help patients hold on to their dreams, memories, and themselves. Right here in Arizona. Barrow Neurological Institute, minding what matters most. Visit barrowneuro.org to learn more.
Whether picking up a prescription, getting help navigating the healthcare system, or checking in at home, CVS Health is there to make care easier and more connected. Our future is brighter together. Learn more at cvshealth.com/Investor Day.
Big Red Monday.
Hey, this is Kyler Murray. You're listening to Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Big Red Monday with Bickley and Murata.
Welcome back. Happy Monday, everybody. Dan Bickley, Mitch Vereldes in for Vinny. Big shout out to all our listeners in the city of Phoenix on this Monday morning. What up, Phoenix?
Phoenix.
And the Arizona Cardinals, Mitch, are now 3-13, one more loss, and they have one more game to play. They will officially go down as the worst Cardinals team in history, which may not sound fair to this group because at times they look very competitive. And we're talking about an organization that is among the worst historically in the history of North American sports. So to call any team in the Arizona Cardinals history the worst of all time is quite a mouthful, but you know what they say, you are what your record says you are.
I mean, sometimes these things happen. There was the Suns game against the Thunder from, what was it, a couple of weeks ago? It's the worst loss in Suns franchise history, but we don't look at the Suns that way. We don't view the Suns like that. This Cardinals team, I don't know if we're necessarily going to remember it as, God, this was the worst Cardinals team. Like, is it fair to say this isn't the worst Cardinals team ever assembled, right? There have been significantly worse rosters put together.
Significantly.
I just think that the process that they went about this offseason, it's reaped what they have sown, right? Putting together all of this assets on defense and not contributing all that much to the offensive side of things, having faith that that would just do on its own. It clearly did not, and the defense has regressed massively, and this team just can't stay healthy. That's recipe for disaster.
No doubt about it. So now when you talk about some of the highlights out of yesterday, one of the things about the Cardinals is the zombie football element is clearly alive in Arizona. You're talking now about an offense that could only score 14 points. That includes a late garbage time touchdown against a defense that is widely considered really, really bad. Now, some people might make an argument that the Bengals defense is making a late season push. They're still garbage.
Yeah.
And we're talking about a team that generally yields over 30 points per game. And so the offense couldn't do anything. The defense couldn't do anything. They got down big early, and it just looked like many of these games of recent vintage have looked. And so what's really weird about this is that those first 5 losses after the 2-0 start was by what? Combined 13 points, 14 points, one of those two?
Not by many.
Not by many. During this losing streak, this 8-game losing streak, they've allowed, I believe, 280 points. So they have gone from a team that lost a lot of close games to now a team that is getting blown out on the weekly.
And that's sort of like how they are trending to looking like one of the worst teams in Cardinals history. Because at different points in this season, the defense played really well, but the offense was struggling. And then the first few Jacoby Brissett games, the offense looked really well, but the defense started to struggle. Now games like yesterday where the offense and defense both look terrible, they just look like a terrible team.
Yeah, without a doubt. So the big takeaways from yesterday and the big talking points that we're going to be on all week long, obviously. Number one, the coaching staff. Where is this whole thing going? What is Michael Bidwell going to decide about his coaching staff and his general manager? There's a belief that the general manager is safe. I think it's just a conventional belief, right? Do you disagree with that?
I feel like this offseason should have been the one where they take the leap and they seemingly use the resources at the one area because they had so much faith in the offense. And that alone should be reason enough for like a hefty conversation about this. And other than Paris, like what of the Cardinals draft picks have really amounted to the type of success that we've been expecting of a 6th overall, a 4th overall, and a 16th overall pick? Or even if you want to group Darius into this conversation, a 27th overall.
Yeah. No, listen, Monty Ossenford has got a lot of explaining to do with the lack of results he's gotten from his draft classes. I believe the number is 28 draft picks in 3 years. So you've had a good chunk of
plenty of shots at the dartboard.
At it. Yeah, at the dartboard. And nothing is really hitting. And one of the biggest ones is Marvin Harrison Jr., who basically he was a non-factor yesterday.
That heel injury is apparently worse than either any of us could have realized, and apparently even he realized. I wonder if he even plays next week at this point, since he can't make it through a game. There was a moment where, and I guess this is just what it's become with Marv, at least this year. There's a moment in the game where I'm watching, and then I'm texting a couple of friends. We're watching the game together. I'm like, wait a minute, where's Marv? Did he get hurt? I had no idea that he had gotten hurt. He had become that invisible that I had no idea when he even leaves the field.
It's a great point.
And just think about it combined with Darius Robinson, those first-round picks essentially between injury and ineffectiveness have had 2 lost years their first 2 years.
Yeah, but Mitch brings up a great point, though. In the NFL, when you got a player that is rolling hot, like Trey McBride most of the season, your eyes immediately lock into him on almost every play. It's just the way your brains are trained. And when you get a player who disappears, it's one of those things, oh, wait a minute. How many snaps did he play? Well, I don't recall seeing him. I've had that feeling way too much about Darius Robinson, way too much about Marvin Harrison Jr. Now, I hope you're right. I hope it's just that heel issue. And if that's the case, I'm sure he's probably bubble wrapped for the Week 18 game against the Rams.
I mean, you got to do anything to protect him at this point. If you have any sort of faith left that he can become anything to the level that he was promised to be as the best receiver of that class, especially when you're seeing, and Malik Neighbors didn't play much this year because of the ACL tear, but he had a 1,000-yard season his first year. Rome Odunze was rolling out hot at the start of this season. Even Brian Thomas later in the round had a 1,000-yard season last year and is at least part of a Jaguars team that is up to 12 wins now on the season. It's just frustrating.
Look, there's a case to be made that maybe you look into trading Marvin Harrison Jr. this offseason before people figure out he can't play.
I saw that, but you're so thin at wide receiver. Then you go into next season with the same problem. It's just Michael Wilson instead of Marvin Harrison.
I know, but Michael Wilson and Marvin Harrison Jr. on the field together doesn't seem to work for anybody.
No. Barely even works for Trey McBride.
But yes, so there's that, and then there's the Jacoby Brissett conversation piece. A lot of people yesterday, see, I told you he sucks. Nobody said this guy was Patrick Mahomes. Come on now. What we have all said consistently, with maybe the exception of that game against, what was it? What game? Was it the Dallas game? I don't know.
The Dallas game was the only one he's won.
It might have been the Dallas game where maybe I thought this guy could be the next kind of Carson Palmer reclamation project. But all along, all Jacoby Brissett has been was a bridge and an example of what the Cardinals truly need at quarterback. A guy that stands in the pocket and delivers, which Kyler Murray no longer was doing.
We've often said that, the future of the Cardinals is not Jacoby Brissett. It's a better version of Jacoby Brissett.
That's it.
Because it's that type of quarterback, just, a better version of it.
Then you mentioned the injuries. They are not to be diminished, but they cannot be used as an alibi. They cannot stand front and center with what this football team is not accomplishing. If you want proof, take a look at the 49ers. If you want proof, take a look at what that kid for the Saints did yesterday with a match lineup around him.
He's been down his top 2 running backs, so no Kamara, no Devin Neal, who they had some really great performances out. He still has Chris Olave, which is probably the most surprising thing to me given all the Saints injuries that they've had. I think the 49ers is the more glaring example, though, because that one's right in the division. That had a prime time spot last night in particular where literally nobody could play defense for whatever reason. And then you're just reminded of how talented that offense is with when Brock Purdy is on. They've won every single game since he's returned from that injury. Christian McCaffrey has been remarkably healthy all year long. They find ways
George Kittle and all their receivers have been out for different parts of the year.
They've found ways to win all year, and it never gets talked about it in comparison to the Cardinals, because the Cardinals have been losing all of these games with all these injuries while the Niners are winning them. And I think at that point it comes down to what are these guys being told from the coaches and what are these guys being told from the leaders that are left in the room, right? I would think with Calais on the defensive side of things, there would be a little more tightened screws with some of these guys instead of the mental errors that we're seeing.
I totally do agree with that, and you probably saw the bit on the sideline yesterday when Darius Robinson was very sincerely seeking out coaching from Calais Campbell. Technique-related kind of stuff. So you do like to see that, but there's been far too little of it. All right, so of all the storylines we mentioned about the Cardinals, the thing that might have been bothering Cardinal fans the most was getting punked by another offensive lineman. We'll tell you about that on the other side. The Monday Morning Huddle. Stick around. Mitch Verelda's in for Vinny. I'm Dan Bickley. You're listening to Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Suns have the ball in a 3-point lead with 50 seconds left. Brooks hits Booker, a lob down low. Williams will jam it home on the alley-oop. Devin Booker hits Mark Williams. That's the bookmark.
Suns in the nation's capital to face the Wizards. Pre-game at 4 this afternoon. 5 o'clock tip on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Advanced Window Products. Nobody wakes up in the morning and says, hey, I got a great idea. Let's go window shopping today. Let's go replace all of our windows. But if you've been in your home for about 15 years, maybe even more, chances are you need new windows, and I got a great opportunity for you to invest in your home, improve the aesthetics of your home, and lower your energy bills at the same time. My friends at Advanced Window Products staging their end-of-the-year sale where there is still time for you to get $2,500 off any purchase of 10 or more windows. I took advantage of this exact same offer. Cannot say enough good things about the results, this company, and my experience from installation to cleanup. The whole process was immaculate. Advanced Window Products, a local window and door manufacturing company with 40 years of experience. They sell directly to the public. There are no middleman markups. They've got their own factory right here in the Valley, which means they'll build your windows, they'll install your windows, then they guarantee them for life. For more information, call 480-764-2110 or online at advancedwindows.com.
Burns and Gambo are back at DraftKings Sportsbook at TPC Scottsdale on Friday, January 9th for a live broadcast from 2 till 6 p.m. for the fantasy football finale. Come hang out, talk football, and while you're there, you'll have a shot at winning tickets to the WM Phoenix Open. DraftKings Sportsbook, your ultimate destination for postseason football. Catch every bowl game, playoff game, or even the national championship all in one place. Join us Friday, January 9th at DraftKings Sportsbook inside TPC Scottsdale. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-NEXT-STEP.
Cardinals fans, football is back, and Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks has your game days covered. Whether you're posted up at home or cheering with your crew at Four Peaks 8th Street Pub in Tempe, Kilt Lifter is the ultimate game day companion. Arizona's favorite award-winning amber ale, bold, smooth, and brewed for Sundays. This season, lift your game with Kilt Lifter.
Sun Devil men's basketball is heating up, and now you can build a ticket plan on your terms. With the Sun Devils mini plan, you choose any 6 home games you want, including the biggest Big 12 matchups of the year, Kansas and Arizona. Lock in the rivalries, circle the heavy hitters, or stack your schedule with weekends that work for you. 6 games, your choice, your vibes, your Sun Devils. Grab your mini plan today at sundeviltickets.com. That's sundeviltickets.com.
Hi, I'm Dustin, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. I know finding a dream engagement ring can be overwhelming, but don't worry, we got you. As director of diamond sourcing, it's my job to make sure every single diamond at Shane Company is truly the best of the best. Our team travels the world to see diamonds up close, in person. We handpick each one for its unique fire, brilliance, and scintillation. Diamond buying is an art. Of course, we look at cut, color, clarity, and carat, known as the 4 C's. But that's not all. We also look at how each diamond looks on a hand, where it will be worn, how it makes you feel, and if it's worthy of a Shane Company customer. That type of expertise only comes from working for a company that's been a family business since 1929. We also think about your budget. We only pick the best in each grade in all shapes and sizes. Your diamond is guaranteed to be the most beautiful because a friend wants you to pick from only the best. Drop by your store or shaneco.com and see for yourself. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
The year is almost over, but you can still unwrap huge savings at Freeway Chevrolet. Right now, get up to $11,000 off new 2025 Silverado 1500 Crew Cabs. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Up to $11,000 off select new 2025 Silverado 1500 Crew Cab models from dealer inventory. Excludes trail box. Not available with special financing, lease, and some other offers. Restrictions apply. Take new retail delivery by January 2nd, 2026.
This is what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The tough season for the Arizona Cardinals continued Sunday when they lost 37-14 to the Cincinnati Bengals. The loss was the team's 8th in a row and drops the Cards to 3-13 overall. Arizona will try to end the season on a positive note when they play the Rams Sunday at 2:25 p.m. Speaking of positives, something good did come from Sunday's loss, as Trey McBride not only set the Cardinals team record for most catches in a season, but also set a new NFL record for most catches by a tight end in a season. McBride's 119 grabs also currently have him number 1 in the entire NFL for catches this year. The Phoenix Suns are back at it after a successful 2-game sweep over the Pelicans this weekend. They play the Wizards tonight with tip-off at 5 p.m. in Washington. You can hear the game on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The Suns will once again be shorthanded, however, as Grayson Allen and Jalen Green remain out with injuries, while Mark Williams will serve a 1-game suspension due to his fight with Jose Alvarado on Saturday. This report is brought to you by your Valley Chevy dealers. 'Tis the season for great offers going on now at your Valley Chevy dealers during the Red Tag Sales event. Stop by your Valley Chevy dealers today.
Monday Morning Huddle. With Bickley and Murata. Brought to you by Freeway Chevrolet.
Snap to Burrow, quick throw to the left flat, caught by Chase at the 15, slips a tackle 10, spins away from another at the 5, and dives for the goal line and in. Touchdown Cincinnati. Burrow takes. Perine gets the carry running right. He's into the end zone easily. Touchdown Cincinnati to make it 13-0. 2 seconds into the second quarter. Snap to Brissett, drops straight back to throw. Firing near side, wide open Wilson, caught at the 20, turns upfield to the 10, stays in bounds at the 5, and then he stepped out. No, he did not. Official says touchdown. McPherson is ready, a 56-yard try to extend the lead for Cincinnati. Snap, ball down, McPherson's kick is up. It has the leg, and it's good. 3 receivers right, 2 to the left. Empty set for Burrow, who's got the ball, drops the throw, fires to the right, caught for a touchdown easily by Jamar Chase. Burrow takes the shotgun snap, hands it off to Brown straight ahead. And Brown is down to the goal line and in for another Bengal touchdown. It is 29-7. Burrow takes the snap, hands it off to Brown, running right, walk-in touchdown Cincinnati. Brissett takes the snap, drops back to throw, fires to the right, and it is pulled in by McBride. He's tackled at the 41. Trey McBride has set a new NFL record for catches by a tight end in a single year. That is 117 on the season for McBride. Snap to Brissett. 5-step drop, steps up, gets hit, gets the pass away, left side into the end zone, and it is caught for a touchdown by Trey McBride, having arguably the greatest single season in NFL history by a tight end. Flacco takes a knee, the game's over. Cincinnati wins it 37-14. Cardinals are now 3-13. The Bengals improved to 6-10. So one more game for the Cardinals against the LA Rams.
All right, that's the voice of Dave Pasch taking you through our Monday morning huddle. And you know when Dave Pasch is a little bit disgusted? You can hear it in his voice. He's into the end zone easily.
Untouched.
Caught by a touchdown easily by Jamar Chase. Walk-in touchdown, Cincinnati. That's all you need to know.
Anybody named Chase had a really good day.
Sure seemed to be, didn't they? Yeah. All right, so this is loss number 13, 3-13 in a very, very disappointing loss season. Again, this is a football team that is starting to threaten some really historic marks. There have been only 2 other teams in the Super Bowl era that ever started 2-0 and failed to win at least 4 games.
I saw that stat last night. I find it funny, 1, that the Cardinals could be in that category, but 2, it was 2 different teams from Houston. It was the Oilers and it was the Texans.
It was, yeah. And the Cardinals get the extra added indignity of having a 17th game where they couldn't win a 4th game.
Just bad look.
Bad look all the way around.
I went to look, by the way. The teams that have had as many losses as this current team all happened within this century, as it turns out. In 2000, the 3-13 Cardinals under Vince Tobin for part of the year until they went to Dave McGinnis. The 2018 Cardinals with Steve Wilkes. The 2022 Cardinals with Cliff Kingsbury, that was his final season. The 2023 Cardinals, that was Gannon's first season. And then this year, Gannon's 3rd season. And it could be 14. And it might be.
Well, yes, the Rams are huge favorites going into the final game of the season. I believe the line is 9.5 points. The Rams technically have something to play for. It's either the 5th or the 6th seed.
Can't get the division anymore. They can't get the number 1 seed anymore.
Right.
But yes,
But if you're the Rams, playing the winner of the NFC South looks pretty good, right?
It's like a second bye week. Unless it's the Panthers. Then the Panthers just have their number.
No, we
all
don't.
the way.
The Rams still have a game tonight. If they lost tonight,
but they're playing the Falcons.
I know.
By the way, have you seen the wackadoo scenario where the Buccaneers could win against the Panthers but still lose the division if the Falcons win out? So apparently, if the Falcons win out, it doesn't matter what happens for the Buccaneers-Panthers game. The Buccaneers would lose some tiebreaker to the Falcons and drop all the way to 3rd, and the Panthers would win.
Speaking of the game tonight, I don't know if you've been following our fantasy league for the station, but I am competing for the championship belt.
Are you?
Tonight.
You have roared all the way back.
I have. I am in the finals, and the game is tied. We are both tied going into tonight's.
Oh, my.
It will come down to, I have Puka Nacua. He has Bijan Robinson and Blake Corum. If Puka Nacua can outscore both of those guys tomorrow, assuming that Anthony has it, tomorrow I will be walking in the studio wearing the championship belt, and I may never take it off.
As it turns out, you may not be the only one winning a championship belt at this station.
This is a big deal because when Jarrett first saw that championship belt, it's everything Jarrett would ever dream of.
Yes.
Right? It's right off the shelves of the WWE merchandise store.
I never became a WWE superstar despite my best efforts.
But now you can.
But now I can live the life of
Now you might
one.
have a belt. And you're making a late ditch to win the against the spread as well. You have become the football expert on this program.
Was there any doubt?
Like I believe
Was
that.
there any doubt?
All right, as I said coming into this segment, of all the indignities that went down yesterday, another pitiful display of atrocious tackling. Have you seen a defense that's ever been worse at tackling than this one?
Would you say that that's one of the signs of a team sort of giving up also?
Yes.
They're just not giving the extra effort. There's just pushing people instead of trying to take them down.
Exactly. Yeah. Getting there late, overrunning, over-pursuing, all the stuff that you can do on a football field to really kind of avoid contact but make it look like you're trying hard. There's an art to that,
And just being thrown off by the direction in which the offensive player is going. And these are probably 3 of the more talented offensive players in the AFC, even the NFL as a whole, when you've got Jamar Chase, you got T. Higgins, Chase Brown has been excellent these past few weeks.
Yep.
They basically left the Cardinals slipping around on the ice rink the way they were trying to tackle them.
So one of the broadcasters of the game, I think it was Daryl Johnston, pointed out that the Cardinals defense has allowed almost 1,200 yards out of missed tackles. That's a number. 1,200 yards of offense generated after missed tackles.
So is that, and we'll have 2 former NFL players on the show today. I don't know if Wolf is in today. Maybe 3 former NFL players.
We could have 3.
is that when it's missed tackles, when there's that many missed tackles, is that poor technique, or is that poor coaching, or is that poor effort?
Yes.
Like it's all of it probably,
yes.
right?
Yeah, the answer is yes.
Who do we blame? Is that one of the biggest signs of poor coaching, or is that one of the biggest signs of poor effort in the team giving up?
Well, that's a real good idea. We'll ask the experts, Jared. How about that?
Yeah.
So out of all these indignities, and I haven't even got into how bad this team is in the 2-minute drill. This is, to me, when you talk about how bad this coaching staff can be, the 2-minute drill is about as damning as it gets. And what we saw at the end of the first half was an abomination.
I'll never understand being down by double digits and opening your offensive drive with a run. I never, ever will understand.
The delayed draw doesn't do much for you?
No, you have to operate from obvious paths, and you're opening with a run. I just don't get it. I really don't.
I'm going to get into that as well, because that, to me, is really kind of for the people who want to create a narrative to bring back this coaching staff based on the injury alibi. That's the kind of stuff, the in-game stuff, that I look at and say, this is what the bigger issue is.
Yeah.
All right, what I said coming into this segment, what really seemed to aggravate Cardinal fans was the fact that for the third time this season, the Cardinals were nearly or punked by an offensive lineman. It happened against Tampa when Tristan Wirfs scored a fat guy touchdown. It almost happened against Atlanta when Jake Matthews dropped a pass, right? And then it happened yesterday when not only did Cody Ford come out of a backfield set, he split out wide as a wide receiver, and they threw him the ball, and he rambled for 21 yards.
That was probably the worst display of the tackling. That was the epitome of how bad the tackling was yesterday, was the inability to drag down Cody Ford. By the way, former Arizona Cardinal Cody Ford.
Oh, that's right.
As it turns out.
That's right.
It was also his birthday yesterday. And there was the moment where they were at the goal line, basically, and the crowd is chanting, Cody.
Yeah,
and then they booed when he gets taken off the field.
No, and again, as a Cardinal fan, don't you feel just like, this sucks? That the Bengals their fan base is punking us.
Again, a Bengals team that has had as equally a disappointing season as the Cardinals.
Oh, yeah.
A Bengals team that was also playing for nothing. Like, they should be doing zombie football just like the Cardinals are, and they just destroyed them.
Yeah, destroyed them.
It was a reminder of how good Joe Burrow is.
Here's Jonathan Gannon on Cody Ford.
Yeah, I think we just got to make the play, bang, bang there. It's a 2-yard gain,
Nice.
And why didn't that happen? The poor tackling.
Yeah, we missed some. I think, when you're playing different versions of big box zone and he checks it down, the cup's got to come alive, and we got to make sure we track the near hip and get guys on the ground. It's tough when there's all that space out there, but that's how you kind of got to play certain downs to take away the receiver. So missed some, obviously, but it's when you play defense like that, it's probably nothing was good enough after.
All right, it was a long and wild weekend of football in the NFL. Started out on Christmas, went through Saturday, through Sunday. We're going to get you caught up on the playoff picture that's all but set and the weekend's happenings. Mitch Vereld is in for Vinny. I'm Dan Bickley. You're listening to Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Win tickets to the Verbo Fiesta Bowl from Arizona Sports. This show's keyword is
Fiesta. Fiesta.
Text the word Fiesta to 620-620 right now.
Fiesta.
Text Fiesta to 620-620 for your chance to win tickets to the Verbo Fiesta Bowl. Message and data rates may apply.
When your private student loans go into default, you don't feel very good about things. You feel stuck. You're embarrassed. You feel like you're out of moves at the end of the road. But just know there is a way forward, and that way forward is called Y-Refi. Hi, it's Vince Marotta. Y-Refi works specifically with people who are already in default. They help you refinance into a low, fixed-rate payment that fits your actual budget. Not a fantasy budget, but one that you can afford. And they don't ask a million questions. They do it without lecture, without judgment. They're just here to help you start fresh. If other lenders have told you no, don't assume that's the end. You've got options, and that option, Y-Refi, built for the people who've already been told no. Default does not have to control your future. You can take back control today. To learn more, go to YRefi.com. That's the letter Y, REFY.com.
This holiday season, AutoNation is unwrapping the biggest gift of all. The car you actually want with 0 down and no payments for 90 days. With our coast-to-coast inventory of nearly 100,000 new and used cars, trucks, and crossovers, you'll find exactly what you're looking for. 0 down, no payments until April. That's the deal you deserve on the car you love. Hurry to your nearest AutoNation store or AutoNation.com. Limited term financing on approved credit. Interest accrues from date of purchase on deferred payments. See store for details.
Hi, everybody. It's Dave Burns, and Million Points Mania is back at Global Credit Union. With a Global Credit Card, you have a chance every week to win 50,000 points with a grand prize of 1 million points for one lucky winner. Sign up now and get an introductory APR of just 1.9%. Get your Global Credit Card today. Global Credit Union, your world of financial possibilities. Introductory APR on purchases for 6 months on new accounts open before January 9th, 2026. After the introductory period, a variable APR will apply.
In today's fast-moving job market, staying ahead means keeping your skills sharp. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we help keep your capabilities cutting edge with our skills-based education programs designed to move your career forward. Explore more than 135 degrees and certificates in business, cybersecurity, and more. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start January 7th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Taxes was feeling so stuck. Sitting in traffic, squeezing into a parking spot, all to squeeze in getting tax help during your lunch break. Now Taxes is a TurboTax expert who does your taxes for you, while you go about your day getting real-time notifications about their progress and the most money back guaranteed. Now this is Taxes. Intuit TurboTax. See guarantee details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Only available with TurboTax experts. Real-time updates only in iOS mobile app.
Get ready for the most wonderful time of the year with exciting red tag savings. Available now on the 2026 Chevy Equinox. Or gear up for the holidays and conquer that to-do list in a new Chevy truck. Now is the time to get red tag savings on the 2026 Silverado or the big adventures in the Colorado. This holiday season, it all comes together in a Chevrolet. See your Valley Chevy dealers.
Choose hope for children in foster care through Child Crisis Arizona. Together, we can ensure all children are safe. The qualifying foster care tax credit is one way you can help. Contribute up to $618 individually or $1,234 jointly to Child Crisis Arizona and receive a dollar-for-dollar tax credit. Your gift provides hope and a brighter future to children in foster care. Visit childcrisisaz.org. That's childcrisisaz.org.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata. Hash marks.
I have said it repeatedly. I'll say it again. This is one of the wildest, weirdest NFL seasons I have ever experienced from top to bottom. And here we are entering the last week of the season. We got to get through a Monday Night Football game tonight first. But entering the last week of the season, all sorts of weirdness. We are looking at a potential playoff scenario. We know there's going to be no Patrick Mahomes. We know there's going to be no Jared Goff, no Detroit Lions. There may not be a Lamar Jackson. We know there's going to be no Joe Burrow. There's going to be newcomers with the Denver Broncos and the New England Patriots and the Jacksonville Jaguars and the Bears. Bears. But there is no doubt that in Pro Football 2025, the NFC West is the king of all divisions. And all you have to do is kind of take a look at the records of the top three teams and the fact that going into the final week of the season, the San Francisco 49ers, a team that had been as decimated by injuries as the Cardinals were at one point in the season, they could lock up the number one seed and never have to leave Santa Clara if they can end up beating the Seahawks in Week 18.
That would be fascinating.
Isn't that unbelievable?
Just on the because the other two times it was Tampa and Los Angeles, they ended up going to Super Bowls that their city had hosted. But neither one of them was the one seed and just got to play in their stadium all the way through.
The way through.
Tom Brady had to go to Lambeau. The Rams had to go to Tampa Bay in order to get to Los Angeles. if the Niners somehow get home field advantage literally all the way through the playoffs,
That's crazy.
I just don't know if their defense can hold up, especially with what we saw last night.
The NFC West could have 3 teams with 13 wins.
That's insane.
That is insane.
Yeah, that really, really is.
And fewer losses than the Cardinals combined.
So the winner of Seattle-San Francisco is going to be the number 1 seed. The Bears and the Eagles are going to fight for the 2 and the 3 seed. The winner of Carolina-Tampa, we think, depending on the Falcons and the weirdness that might happen.
If the Falcons win
right,
out,
right.
Wild.
Right, how about it? They're going to get the 4 seed, then you're going to get a couple of NFC West teams at 5 and 6, and the Green Bay Packers for the 4th consecutive year are going to clock in at the 7th seed. Meaning, had the NFL not expanded the postseason, the Packers would not have been a playoff team the last 4 years.
That
So
tie
there you
is
go.
hilarious still, looking back on it now. 9-6-1. I wonder if they're going to have Jordan Love for that final game of the year, too.
Yeah, that's got to be the most disappointing division. The NFC North.
Without
I think
a
a lot
doubt.
of people thought the NFC North was going to do what the NFC West is doing now.
Without a doubt. I think, because I personally know a lot of Pittsburgh Steelers fans, and I'm sure everybody does, there's a ton of them here in the Valley. What happened with the Steelers over the weekend, that has got to hurt, because all they had to do was beat the lowly Cleveland Browns. Yeah, the game was in Cleveland, but this is the Browns we're talking about. And to go in there and lose that game the way they did, now that sets up a must-win game against the Ravens with a lot of implications involved in that. What a terrible day for the Steelers, and what a condemnation of Aaron Rodgers.
This is the stat that I had brought up earlier. Steelers are winless, 0-4-1 specifically, in the past 5 games against teams that are entering 8 or more games below 500, which is tied for the longest such streak in NFL history. As it turns out, one of those losses that they suffered was against the Cardinals in Jonathan Gannon's first season, when the Cardinals were 2-10, and they were going against Kenny Pickett and the rest of the Steel Curtain.
That is an amazing stat. And that is why Steelers fans are like, see, we knew we couldn't trust these guys. Because that's just like them, to go and lose to a bad team when you've got everything right there in front of you.
Their version of the Super Bowl is just going 9-8 so that Mike Tomlin can keep his above 500 streak going, which in itself is a ridiculously insane stat. But somehow
I do think that Steelers fans are over that. I feel like they are sort of turned on Mike Tomlin this season, and just that win streak is the winning record streak is almost like a slap in their face anymore.
I think it was they haven't won a playoff game since Obama was president, I believe is the stat for them. So they've made the playoffs several times, but they haven't won since Barack Obama was president.
That's incredible. That is crazy. A couple things about that Ravens win against the Packers at Lambeau that is going to set up this showdown. Derrick Henry, anybody who had Derrick Henry in their fantasy football league probably had themselves a good championship game.
Thank goodness I didn't play against them in either of mine.
He was a reminder of just how valuable Derrick Henry is and why you don't try and do this timeshare thing that they were doing with Keaton Mitchell the week before when they lost to the Patriots. But Derrick Henry, man, ageless wonder, and a reason why paying running backs can actually be a good thing, as it turns out.
And if you're looking at that game as people who don't really care about either team, the Ravens, you should want to win because they have a lot better chance of doing anything in the AFC playoffs than the Steelers would, don't you think?
Definitely.
Especially in a semi-open AFC playoffs full of new teams at the top. A Lamar Jackson, Derrick Henry Ravens team could still do something.
Yeah. So Derrick Henry went for 4 touchdowns. He went for, 216 yards. It was a career-high 36 carries. And again,
That's hard to believe. It's a career
really
high.
is.
I would have thought he would have had a 40-carry game at some point in his career.
But that's still a big ask for a dude of that size who runs the way he does. I don't know if you saw this. It was kind of funny. On Twitter, former wide receiver Ocho Cinco, Chad Johnson, tweeted out, quote, "What percentage of my followers would try to tackle Derrick Henry one-on-one in the A-gap for $1 million? You only win if you bring him down." Calais Campbell responded and said, "Do I count?"
He's probably the only one, honestly.
I thought that's pretty good. But what's interesting about this Steelers-Ravens game now, this game that the Steelers coughed up on the road to, and again, if you're from the Cleveland area, if you're from the Great Lakes area, you know that the Steelers look at the Browns like their younger brother. When the Steelers made the Super Bowl in Detroit, they literally bussed to Detroit so they could go through the city of Cleveland just to kind of go,
That's so petty.
Hello, how y'all doing here? We're on our way to the Super Bowl, right? The fact that the loser of this game goes home, does it mean Mike Tomlin gets fired? Does it mean John Harbaugh gets fired? Does it mean Lamar Jackson gets traded? There's been a lot of that the last few weeks.
Is it the last game Aaron Rodgers will ever play?
Is it the last game Aaron Rodgers ever plays? So there's a lot on the line for this game.
Do you think either one of them wins a playoff game?
What's that?
Do you think either one of them wins a playoff game? They would face...
Steelers certainly would not.
The Steelers would not.
They would get any one of Buffalo, Houston/Jacksonville, or the Chargers in their first game. Do they win any of them?
No. No.
I think the Ravens could beat Jacksonville.
With who at quarterback, though?
Well, with Lamar Jackson at quarterback, if he's healthy, that's it.
No, but I do agree with what Jared is saying. Baltimore just seems, even though the results wouldn't necessarily reaffirm that, they just seem like they're more pedigree, that they have more weapons. That
they're the more fun team.
Well, they're more fun team, yeah.
Derrick Henry.
There's also one thing about this season that has shown me, it takes a long time to get off of preconceived notions. Like, I did not believe that the Tigers, that the Lions, the Tigers I always think are mediocre, but I did not believe that the Lions were just a mediocre team until they got eliminated from the playoffs. Like, I kept thinking this is the week where they start turning it on. You know what I mean? The same with the Chiefs. I kept thinking the Chiefs are just going to, they're biding their time and they're going to turn it on and get into the playoffs. And the Ravens are kind of like that too, where I just keep thinking they're better than they actually are.
But Mitch is right. Could you imagine being the Houston Texans and getting the Steelers as a first-round matchup? Or
going to Pittsburgh or to Baltimore, and the odds are ever in your favor.
We'll talk a lot more about this as the weeks go on, since the Cardinals will not be in the playoffs.
What?
I think the Texans, I got them as a true, maybe even above a dark horse to make the Super Bowl.
They might have the best unit of any of the playoff teams entering the field, and that is their defense.
And they've won 8 in a row.
With subpar offense as well.
And they just jumped on the Chargers. Just jumped on them. Yeah. Wild year in the NFL. All right, for most people, a weekend in New Orleans means revelry, late nights, big-time hangovers. Not for the workman-like Phoenix Suns. We'll tell you about our basketball team and what they did over the weekend next. Mitch Vereldes, Dan Bickley, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Arizona Sports YouTube channel for live shows, podcasts, viral clips, shorts, and more. Just the local sports leader doing what we do on YouTube. Serve yourself some Arizona sports. Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Year is a great time to get moving, and if joint pain is holding you back, there's a way to get real relief without surgery, without downtime, without putting your life on pause. My friends at QC Kinetics delivers regenerative treatments that help your body repair and restore damaged joint tissue wherever you are hurting, and these treatments happen right in their office. You walk into QC Kinetics, you get your treatment, you walk back out the door, and you go about your day. These are simple procedures that deliver life-changing results, so skip the invasive surgery, the 3 to 6 months of pain and recovery and rehab. Plan the upcoming year on your terms. Move better, get stronger by taking care of your pain the smart way with game-changing regenerative treatments. Stop managing your pain, start solving it with QC Kinetics. Call now to schedule your free consultation. You can find clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. You can get on the books by calling 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
Arizona sports fans, you're served this holiday season. Give the gift that keeps everyone playing. Right now, Just Pickle Courts is offering a free court planning consultation plus 2 free upgrades when you sign up before year end. From cozy backyard retreats to resort quality builds, they handle it all. Designed to being done. Make memories last a lifetime. JustPickleCourts.com/radio.
JustPickleCourts.com. Design, build, play, pop, pop, every day.
As the old saying goes, size matters.
At Morgan & Morgan, we have over 1,000 lawyers and nearly 6,000 people on staff.
But at the core, this is and always has been a family business.
Our family watching out for your family.
Call us or email us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even on a Saturday or a Sunday.
And if you ever have a problem, call our mom.
Morgan & Morgan.
For the people and your family.
Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Guys, if you have low T, it's time to get your edge back. Start testosterone therapy at Red Mountain Weight Loss and get a month of GLP-1 weight loss medication absolutely free. That is a $299 value. Paul Calvisi here. Just because you're getting older doesn't mean you have to feel older. Prescription testosterone restores your get up and go, so you're going to feel like you're 20 again. You gain more muscle with less effort in the gym. You're going to think better, sleep better. Your love life will be better, because don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. It's a game changer. And if you're looking to lose weight, there's nothing like the combo of testosterone and a GLP-1 medication. It'll burn that belly fat and get you ripped. This month, get free GLP-1 medication, a $299 value when you start testosterone therapy only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Book your video appointment today. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone, keyword Red Mountain.
There's nothing quite like the Verbo Fiesta Bowl. For locals, it's been a point of pride for 50-plus years. For players, it's where legends emerge. For fans, it's the trip of a lifetime. But this year is even bigger. It's the College Football Playoff semifinal on January the 8th. Viva Fiesta. Tickets on sale now at fiestabowl.org. That's fiestabowl.org.
Hey folks, Vince Morata with some exciting news. The holidays just got even better. Unwrap exciting holiday deals all month long at Earnhardt Peoria Kia during the Kia Season of New Tradition sales event. And if you know Earnhardt, you know they always treat you right. They're locally owned and they will treat you like family. Now's your chance to save big on their huge lineup of award-winning Kia models across the lot. Looking for sedans or SUVs? They've got them. 2025 K4, 2026 Sportage, and even the family-moving 2026 Carnival MPV. Need gas, hybrid, or all-electric options? They've got those too. Plus a sharp selection of Kia-certified pre-owned vehicles ready to roll. Earnhardt Peoria Kia is the place to shop for a car, and these new Kias are incredible. Come check them out and discover what drives you this holiday season at 91st Avenue north of Bell Road, or online at earnhardtpeoriakia.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
This is what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The tough season for the Arizona Cardinals continued Sunday when they lost 37-14 to the Cincinnati Bengals. The loss was the team's 8th in a row and drops the Cards to 3-13 overall. Arizona will try to end the season on a positive note when they play the Rams Sunday at 2:25 p.m. Speaking of positive, something good did come from the Sunday's loss, as Trey McBride not only set the Cardinals team record for most catches in a season, but also set a new NFL record for most catches by a tight end in a season. McBride's 119 grabs currently have him number 1 in the entire NFL for catches this year. The Phoenix Suns are back at it after a successful 2-game sweep over the Pelicans this weekend. They play the Wizards tonight with tip-off at 5 p.m. in Washington, and you can hear the game on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The Suns will once again be shorthanded, however, as Grayson Allen and Jalen Green remain out with injuries, while Mark Williams will serve a 1-game suspension due to his fight with Jose Alvarado on Saturday. This report is brought to you by Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Roth conversions mean tax-free growth. Consider whether a Roth conversion makes sense for you. Act before December 31st at assetpreservationwealth.com.
Hey, it's Luke. When do we find out if the Diamondbacks will or won't trade Ketel Marte? We'll discuss it at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Hey, Bick, I don't know if you know this, but we're giving some great people the opportunity to go to the Fiesta Bowl for free. Did you know this? So here's how it works.
The Fiesta Bowl? That's a college football semifinal.
Semifinal. All right, so here's what you do.
That's a big deal.
You got to listen to the code word during today's show, during Wolf and Luke, and during Burns and Gambo. And when you hear that code word, you got to text the word to 620-620. And if you're looking for more opportunities, you get to see mine and Bick's and sometimes Jarrett's lovely faces on the YouTube stream, and you can see there's a secret code word that you can text right there. So go on over to the YouTube page.
Look at that.
ArizonaSports.com or the Arizona Sports app.
This is one of the most bearded shows we've ever done.
Yeah, it is. It's a good point.
We upped
2 to
the
1.
ante from 1 to 2.
Right.
I thought I was going to join you in November, but that call came and went.
Yeah, we didn't. We had set that up and nobody did it, and I forgot to remind everybody.
Jarrett so badly wants to do sort of the group kind of
No shave November,
right.
everybody.
Okay. Yeah.
Playoff beards.
Well, I'll always do that with you.
Maybe we'll do it if any of our teams in any sport ever make the playoffs. We could do that.
Well, maybe this team.
All right, let's talk about this team. Did you know Jarrett Carlin?
I do know him.
That Jordan Ott has 18 victories in 31 games, while Jonathan Gannon has 15 victories in 50 games. That is to say, Jordan Ott has more victories in his first 31 games with the Suns than Jonathan Gannon has in 3 years with the Cardinals.
I didn't realize those exact stats, but it's been a long time, it feels like, since a first-year head coach had any success in any sport around here.
How about it? So so over the weekend, the Suns went into New Orleans on Friday night. Friday night, that was one of these gross, back alley, foul-plagued, sloppy, free-throw-driven games. And so slow. Suns found a way to win that game, 115 to 108. They came back the next night, and the big deal about this weekend, ladies and gentlemen, is that for the first time as a member of the Phoenix Suns, Mark Williams was cleared to play back-to-back games. And that's a big deal.
And it lasted 10 and a half minutes.
Well, those are details, Mitch.
No, I know. But I will say that was probably the positive highlight of the weekend for me when it comes to the Suns is the fact that their best center, I think that's a fair statement to say, their best center was able to play the second night of a back-to-back. They ultimately won the game, not necessarily by anything Mark Williams did or didn't do because he got ejected for being a part of an altercation. But in terms of his health progression and how the Suns have handled making sure that he remains healthy for as much of the season as he can, they've done tremendously with that. And this is a huge step forward for him.
Listen, and if I were the Cardinals, no joke about this, I would reach out to the Suns and I would say, what are you doing to ensure the health of your players? What are you doing well that we might not be doing well? Because the program that they've got Mark Williams on has been one of the reasons that this basketball team is 18-13 after 31 games.
Now, to be fair, don't ask so much about the program they have Jalen Green on.
That was the other part
who may have gotten re-injured multiple times in this rehab.
That's fair. That's fair. But Mark Williams on Friday night, he went for 24 and 13 on Friday. He was dominant, and in one moment, he did that YMCA move where he was trapped inside the lane, so he threw the ball off the backboard and dunked it to him, threw it to himself. Off the backboard and dunked it.
I get what you mean.
Yeah.
I thought you were saying he took the ball and he went, and faked them out. Yeah.
Hey, no, he didn't do that.
Okay.
You'd get called for traveling if you did that.
Right.
Well,
Like
maybe not in the
YMCA,
NBA.
I get you.
Right, yeah, that's what I mean. It was kind of a
Globetrotter-esque in a sense.
Globetrotter-esque kind of play, yeah.
This little granny underhand, grab it yourself and throw it over.
You have nowhere else to go with the basketball. And you've already committed yourself leaning forward, so just throw it off the glass and go get it yourself and dunk it. So I thought that was a big deal. And as Mitch said, Mark Williams got into a scuffle with Jose Alvarado, a noted pest on a basketball court. He was trying to fight through a pick, and he pushed Mark Williams in the chest. And then when he turned around to argue with the ref who flagged him, called him for the foul, Mark Williams must have uttered something because all of a sudden Jose did a about face and went at Mark Williams.
I think there was like a subtle push back from Mark after play was halted, and I think that's what got Jose off, per se.
And the size difference was so great.
I was going to say.
During the scuffle, Williams is just swinging his arms, and it's head level.
Right.
It's like he keeps missing because he got to aim a little bit lower.
But Jose Alvarado landed not a bad short right cross. I mean, it was like, whoa.
And he got suspended 2 games. Williams only 1 game, so clearly he was the aggressor in the thing. Suns fans will remember that name from the playoffs a few years ago, so much so that I wrote a song about Jose Alvarado, if you remember.
You did not.
Don't you remember?
What did it sound like?
Alvarado.
That's right.
I don't remember after
It was
that.
to Desperado. That's what it
was
was.
that song.
That's what I thought you had it queued up. I thought that's what you were leading me to.
Oh, well, I could do that if you
No, I don't know about
the
that.
audience, I'm demanding it, so I'll find it.
Demanding. That's a word.
Listen, if Jarrett knows how to give the people what they want, Mitch.
By the way, just fascinating to me that only 10.5 minutes for Mark in that Saturday game, he got 8 rebounds, all of them on offense.
Wow. Wow.
Their ability to command rebounds in these past 2 games was very encouraging, given how bad they've been against opponents in the month of December with rebounding the basketball. They had 22 offensive rebounds in that Saturday game. 18 of them came in the first half. So many second chance opportunities.
It's a great point by you. It's one of the points that I kind of highlighted over the weekend of things that I was very happy with this basketball team. These were not aesthetically beautiful games that you're going to hang in the Louvre.
No.
But what they did is they out-rebounded the Pelicans in both games. 7 of their players finished in double figures on Saturday. They're not relying on 1 or 2 players. If Devin Booker has a great night like he did on Friday, they find a way to win. If he has an off night like he did on Saturday, they find a way to win. They find other guys to step up and do it. They made 23s on Saturday, 5 each from Colin Gillespie and Royce O'Neal. So it's just all these signs that there's a real program in place here that fills the gaps when the stars aren't firing.
And they pretty much have shown you consistently that they're not going to lose these stupid, frustrating games to truly bad teams that are going to come to haunt them at the end of the year. They're tonight you're expecting them to win, find a way to win in some way, this Wizards team.
Yeah.
Because they're showing that they're consistently a good team.
Alvarado, why don't you stop being creepy? You've been out riding CP the whole court now. Oh, you play hard, man. But if you keep guarding Chris Paul, better watch your lips and ball.
Okay, maybe that's a good point to
for you to stop it right there.
Chris Paul, that wasn't that long ago, huh?
No, really wasn't. That was quite a series, by the way. That was the last and the best of Chris Paul. That series against the Pelicans.
He was, 14 of 14 in that closeout game?
Closeout game, he played the perfect game, and then he just quit knowing how to play basketball.
That was the last time the Pelicans were any good, too.
That's true.
We thought that was like a team of the future.
They've replaced their head coach and their GM since then. And then traded away an unprotected first that they had to get Derek Queen, who's an amazing player, but their pick is like top 3 in the league right now.
It's dreadful. But here's the big picture takeaway. So Jared's right. The Suns are playing at the Wizards tonight. They should win that game. Then you've got at Cleveland on Wednesday. That's a tough game for them. Then they come home and play Sacramento at home on Friday. If they beat the Wizards and they beat the Kings, which I expect they will have 20 victories by January 2nd. 20 victories. That's a higher total than some people had them winning all season long.
It's true.
It would be 2/3 of the way to my wins prediction, I had him at 30.
You had it 30?
Yeah. I was not. I've admitted at times about how wrong I have been.
I don't think that's crazy, though. 30 and 52 was not a crazy prediction going into this season.
Not going
Just looking at the
in,
roster.
but now we're looking at how they've played and what this team has been able to accomplish in such a short amount of time, and we're thinking, God, how stupid was that? To think that this team would
pretty
be
stupid.
Bad. Yeah. And I've done some pretty stupid. Colin getting back into a shooting form from 3 was very encouraging as well.
Yes.
It's been,
totally agree with that.
It's been a little down in December. Like, there's been some inconsistencies with the Suns throughout the month of December, not looking like the team they were for most of November.
I agree.
And Colin was one of the guys that I was hopeful was able to maintain the level of shooting that he had, elevated into this starting role with Grayson Allen being out. I've wondered if that's kind of taken a dip into his maintenance level, or for lack of a better word, just his ability to maintain his level of scoring. But these last 2 games, he was on the money again. He's bright spot addition once again.
No doubt about it. All right, on the other side, we'll get back to our football team. Did yesterday's outcome, another blowout loss to a bad team, did it seal the fate of the coaching staff, or are they still coaching for their jobs? We'll discuss next. Mitch Farrell is in for Vinny. I'm Dan Bickley. You're listening to Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You're a flopper and annoying, and you don't act very civil. Just go back to the diet Dr. Pepper ads.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Now Gillespie has Smart switched on him. Booker comes to get it with Reeves on him. 10 on the shot clock. Puts it on the deck with the left hand. Booker lobs to a cutting Brooks. Hangs in the air. Reverse layup goes for Dillon Brooks with a little dance on the baseline after that.
Suns in the nation's capital to face the Wizards. Pre-game at 4 this afternoon. 5 o'clock tip on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. By now you know Sweet James, the official accident attorneys of your Phoenix Suns. I'm sure you've seen the television commercial of Sweet James dunking a basketball. I do not know if that vertical leap of his is real or digitally enhanced, but I do know Sweet James and his accident attorneys great at dunking on your opposition that you will be facing if you're ever injured in an accident. And of course, I'm talking about the insurance companies that won't want to pay you a nickel for your injuries. Here's what you'll get from Sweet James. They'll get you the medical treatment you need so you can heal. They're going to get you the most amount of money and possible and the justice you deserve. They're going to treat you with compassion every step of the way. They're a law firm full of extremely talented attorneys who are not afraid to litigate. They've got extensive trial experience, gives them tremendous leverage when dealing with those insurance companies. It's why they not only win 98% of their cases, big and small, they consistently deliver some of the largest settlements in Arizona. When you hire Sweet James, you can expect maximum compensation. And remember, having the right attorney on your side against those insurance companies literally can mean the difference between a $2,000 check and a $2 million settlement. Do not settle for less. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-900-0000, sweetjames.com.
1-877 Cars for Kids. K-A-R-S, Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Hurry! It's our last chance to donate for 2025.
This holiday season, Talking Stick Resort is giving you the chance to drive off in a 2026 Mercedes-Benz AMG GT. Earn entries to the grand prize drawing all December long. Then on January 2nd, 2026, you have a chance to win up to $10,000 or the grand prize 2026 Mercedes-Benz AMG GT. Don't miss your chance to drive away in style. Details at TalkingStickResort.com. Talking Stick Resort. Life well played. Must be 21 or older. Problem gambling? Call 1-800-NEXT-STEP.
CVS Health supports people in the moments that matter, from picking up a prescription to connecting care. With nearly 5 million daily interactions and serving 185 million consumers and 1.5 million healthcare professionals, CVS Health holds a trusted place in healthcare. By simplifying care and improving health, we're helping people get the care they need. Learn more at cvshealth.com/Investor Day. This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband Ryan died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/fast. That's ethos.com/fast.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Hi, I'm Michael from the Warren Treaty. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. Only Novo Nordisk makes FDA-approved Ozempic. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5 milligram, 1 milligram, and 2 milligrams.
Big Red Monday.
This is Zayvon Collins on the home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Big Red Monday with Bickley and Murata.
Welcome back. Happy Monday, everybody. Good morning to all our great friends in Wickenburg.
One of my favorite stops on the way to Vegas.
On the way to
Wickenburg.
Vegas. Yes. I agree with that, actually. I don't like that drive to Vegas, though.
I like the rodeo, though. It's a good time up there in Wickenburg.
I've heard about that.
Yeah, it's a fun time.
Interesting.
Drive to Vegas better than it used to be, though. Now that they have the
better.
bypass, you don't have to drive through the Hoover Dam.
Yeah, that is true. But that's kind of cool, though.
It is cool
I like
unless it's way
stopping at
backed
the
up
Hoover
on the
Dam
one line.
every
Yeah,
now and then.
yeah,
But
yeah.
it's popular, as it turns out.
And again, the drive back from Vegas, when is that ever not torturous? Honestly. All right, the Arizona Cardinals, speaking of torturous, how's that for a segue? After the game, right? After the game, Jonathan Gannon
Speaking of damn.
Jonathan Gannon asked straight to his face, what makes you the right guy for this job going forward?
I think their effort and energy and enthusiasm there. I think they're educated. They have belief. But we got to coach and play better. There's no doubt.
Why do you say they're educated?
How we do things on a daily basis.
Why would you say they're educated?
I don't know. He
That's
dropped the 4
follow-up.
E's. It almost sounded like a poster, like a slogan that's on the wall somewhere.
The 5 E's of Cardinals football: effort, 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 and effort. Something like that.
It was effort, energy, excitement, and education. And I believe I know that's what I'm talking about. We're at that point right now with this coaching staff where you might have a conundrum on your hand if you're Michael Bidwell. You might be inclined because you might like Jonathan Gannon as a person. You might respect his composure and his commitment and his consistency. And now I'm dropping a bunch of C's like I'm doing a leadership poster. You might enjoy all of that. But you're dealing now with a football coach that went 2-5 out of the bye week last year and 3-13 this year. That's 18 losses in your last 23 games. When you in year 3 of a rebuild put together what might be a 14-loss season, I can't think of another NFL operation that would say, yeah, that's the head coach. Let's keep this thing rolling, man. But the issue for a lot of people is do you give him a mulligan for all the injuries this team sustained early on? That's the big issue.
Based on what I've seen this year, I don't know if it's enough. But I'm not the one making the decisions. I'm not the one that is doing all the accounting and payroll for this team. I'm just watching based on what I'm seeing from the Sunday product. I don't get to watch what happens at practice. I don't get to watch what happens behind the scenes. But I do watch the end of the week product, which I think would be the most important aspect of an NFL team.
What you put on the field.
The Sunday product has not been good
Well,
this
you
year
have
at
to
all.
sort of decide, do all the injuries mean that you should never win a game? You know what I mean?
That's a fair question.
Like, okay, I could get it if they had like 6 or 7 wins. You could say like, boy, that's a disappointing season. Okay, Mitch.
I just had to squeeze it in.
You know, you forget Mitch is a young person sometimes, and then he does the 6-7 hand motion.
You know?
But you could say like, okay, they finished the season 6-11. 7-10, disappointing. We all thought they'd be a playoff team, but they had so many injuries. But they were respectable. You know, they got through. They won some games. But can you say like the injuries were so bad that you never won any games ever?
And again, that's where I agree with you, and I take umbrage to the fact that this is the National Football League, and you can find guys to do a job, and if you've got the right message and you've got the right game plan, you can still win football games. We've seen that all year long. Tyler Shuck yesterday with the Saints is a great example. Mitch laid out all the weapons he didn't have, and he played sensational football, and they won a football game. More to the point, here's where I stand on it. If Jonathan Gannon struck me as a head coach with a lot of range, like if he looked to me like Jordan Ott looks like to Suns fans, like, wow, we got a young dude who's on top of everything. This is fantastic. I don't feel that way about Jonathan Gannon. If I did, I would say, yeah, give him a mulligan. You've got a really good coach here. Don't penalize him for the vagaries of competitive sports. Give him another shot. If this were Kyle Shanahan, if this were Sean McVay, if this were Ben Johnson, you know what I'm saying. I just don't know what it is about Jonathan Gannon that would make you believe this is the guy that if we run it back next year, he's going to turn this all around for us.
I
don't get that vibe. I'm sorry.
If you had faith in the head coach, in spite of all the injuries, it would be present based on the product. They wouldn't be blown out as many times as they have been over the course of an 8-game losing streak. They'd be able to have more consistent and coherent offensive drives than what we've seen over the last 8 games. It just, none of what you would hope for from coaching or any sort of inspiration for the team has translated to Sunday. As much as they talk about, it's our best practice, it was very motivated, the guys were very involved and asking questions. They look bad on Sundays every single week since week 9, was it? It's been a long season.
The formation penalties, the kind of stuff that should not be happening in December to an NFL team, the poor tackling that has been an issue from week 1, the reliance on the soft, cushy zone defense they play that never, ever works, the amount of easy touchdowns they give up. What really bugged me yesterday, and maybe disproportionately so, is I know from talking to people that when it comes to the 2-minute drill, the Cardinals are pretty much the laughingstock of the league. That they more often go into a shell than give you something that's impossible to deal with. And we've seen this all season long. Yesterday, after giving up a touchdown to the Bengals, they trailed 23-7. They got the ball back, something of like minute 15 left, and they should be in a 2-minute drill. Because you score there, you get the kickoff to begin the second half, you can do that double dip thing, and you can get yourself back in the game. Here's what they gave you. Play number 1, a rush for 2 yards. Like you said, that's what? A draw play on first down.
Down by double digits.
Right, down by double digits. Then there was a holding penalty. Then there was a false start. Then there was a screen to Trey McBride for 3 yards. And at this point now, I'm screaming at the television, where are the downfield throws that we had so often with Jacoby Brissett early? Where did that go? Then the Cardinals called a timeout. Even though they're facing a 3rd and 22, they called a timeout. And when they came out of the timeout, they ran a give-up running play that was designed to make the Bengals call a timeout that they just squandered. and then the Bengals called a timeout. Now the Cardinals are punting with 25 seconds left in the first half. That's butchery.
That's
also what that is.
That's also coaching.
And
right
that's
there.
coaching.
That's an extreme example right there, or like the blatant example, I should say, right there, that coaching has been as much of an issue as all the injuries have been, all of the inconsistencies with down-to-down play, however you want to term it. Like, you can't operate as a football team in the crucial moments of the game that make a difference. That's coaching, period. I don't care how bad the fundamentals are on a down-to-down basis.
Yeah.
It's getting your guys ready to go. And if they're not ready to go, that's on coaching.
I can't argue with any of that. In fact, I agree with everything you said. Jonathan Gannon on how fast the game got out of control once again.
Yeah, I mean, we know they can score a bunch of points. It's just, when you don't get off on 3rd down, and we had chances, especially particularly in the first half, and they extended drives, that's what's going to happen. You leave him on the field, he's going to score points. So that's why I said the kind of the game came down to me was 3rd down. Both sides, they did a better job than we did.
All right, coming up on the other side, Jared Carlin will take you through today's top headlines. He's going to do the Rush Hour reboot in the form of a song parody.
Oh, yeah, give me a song. Or a genre.
See?
I'll start it off.
Yeah, you probably...
What songs have no lyrics? Can I start there?
Mitch Harreld is in for Vinny. I'm Dan Bickley. You're listening to Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
8-time Pro Bowler, 3-time All-Pro First Teamer on the NFL's 2010s All-Decade Team. He's Patrick Peterson, P2.
Patrick Peterson out of LSU to the house.
And he joins Wolf and Luke every Tuesday morning at 11:15 to talk football on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. One of the pitfalls of hiring a service company in Arizona is you never know who's going to show up knocking at your front door, and this is one of many reasons why you hire Parker & Sons for all your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs, and that is because every Parker & Sons technician is trust certified, and this is a pretty big deal in my book. Means they are licensed, bonded, insured, they've all passed background checks, they've all passed drug tests. They are the company you can trust in your sacred space. For more than 50 years, Parker & Sons have been helping Arizona businesses and homeowners stay comfortable with honest expert service. They're reputable and highly decorated, fast and reliable. When you need them, they'll be there in minutes, not days. They will not charge you extra for nights, weekends, or holidays. They'll fix it right at a fair price, and they are going to treat your home like it's their own. And all you have to do is call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Cardinals fans, football is back, and Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks has your game days covered. Whether you're posted up at home or cheering with your crew at Four Peaks 8th Street Pub in Tempe, Kilt Lifter is the ultimate game day companion. Arizona's favorite award-winning amber ale, bold, smooth, and brewed for Sundays. This season, lift your game with Kilt Lifter.
Taxes was feeling so stuck. Sitting in traffic, squeezing into a parking spot, all to squeeze in getting tax help during your lunch break. Now Taxes is a TurboTax expert who does your taxes for you, while you go about your day getting real-time notifications about their progress and the most money back guaranteed. Now this is Taxes. Intuit TurboTax. See guarantee details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Only available with TurboTax experts. Real-time updates only in iOS mobile app.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Rain on game day doesn't faze Dave. He's already got his poncho. Just needs to do something about those wipers. So Dave heads to AutoZone,
Welcome to AutoZone.
where a friendly AutoZoner helps him get premium quiet wipers and some hand warmers.
You're all set.
Now, if only his team can handle the elements as well as his new wipers. Get wipers, glass cleaner, and more with no hassles, just help at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. There are only about 4,300 publicly traded companies on the U.S. stock exchange, but there are an estimated 33 million companies in the U.S. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. The average investor is missing out on over 99% of the investment opportunity that's happening in this beautiful country until now. True portfolio strength is found beyond the confines of the S&P 500, investing in promising companies before they go public. Private real estate, infrastructure, world-changing technologies. This is called the endowment model. The endowment model has historically outperformed the traditional model of just stocks and bonds. If you're an accredited investor and want more from your investments, it's time to think beyond just stocks and bonds. Call Trajan today. 480-360-7900. That's 480-360-7900.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. See website for details.
Celebrate the season with the most colorful day of the year. The Verbo Fiesta Bowl Parade presented by Lerner & Rowe on January 3rd in Central Phoenix. You'll see Valley Pride on full display with giant balloons, show-stopping floats, non-stop music, and the kind of feel-good energy that happens when the entire city comes together. Start 2026 with joy. Join us on January 3rd and learn more at fiestasportsfoundation.org. Viva Fiesta!
This is what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The tough season for the Arizona Cardinals continued Sunday when they lost 37-14 to the Cincinnati Bengals. The loss was the team's 8th in a row and drops the Cards to 3-13 overall. Arizona will try to end the season on a positive note when they play the Rams Sunday at 2:25 p.m. Speaking of positive, something good did come from Sunday's loss, as Trey McBride not only set the Cardinals team record for most catches in a season, but also set a new NFL record for most catches by a tight end in a season. McBride's 119 grabs also currently have him number one in the entire NFL for catches this year. The Phoenix Suns are back at it after a successful two-game sweep over the Pelicans this past weekend. They play the Wizards tonight with tip-off at 5 p.m. in Washington, and you can hear the game on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The Suns will once again be shorthanded, however, as Grayson Allen and Jalen Green remain out with injuries, while Mark Williams will serve a one-game suspension due to his fight with Jose Alvarado on Saturday. That is what's trending now.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Morado Mornings. Rush Hour Reboot. Rush Hour Reboot. Getting you up to speed on everything happening in sports this morning.
Reboot of mine. Dun, dun, dun. No, okay. This is the Rush.
Actually, it was pretty good.
Thank you.
Nice job.
I could do Neil Diamond. I should have been in that movie instead of Hugh Jackman. But
you guys are equivalent when it comes to singing, I would say.
And bodies. But that's neither here nor there, because this is the Rush Hour Reboot. We go through the top stories of the day with Dan Bickley and Mitch Vareldis, who is in for Vince part of this week. 3 of the 4 shows we have this week he is in. Don't even ask about the 4th show. But we'll start with the Arizona Cardinals, who lost once again, lost badly once again. Jacoby Brissett, after the game, talked about losing pretty badly across the board.
Players, you got to take pride in not letting stuff like that happen, but they beat us pretty good. I mean, you're going to watch this film, and you can see it on the tablets on the sideline, but that's all it really came down to is just fundamentals, technique, executing, beating one-on-ones, stuff like that. The simple stuff for football that you did as a kid, you know.
At this point in the season, week 17, what was most disappointing about that performance by the Cardinals, or do you even have the capacity to be disappointed anymore?
Yeah, for me, it was just kind of the fact that the team that was always trying hard and hanging its proverbial hat on losing close games and being right there, they're in zombie mode now on both sides of the ball. The missed tackles, the ineffectiveness on offense, the lack of a downfield vertical passing game rearing its head, Trey McBride not getting operational until late in the game. It was just another yucky Sunday with the football team.
As has been a theme, it feels like, with Cardinals football, specifically under Jonathan Gannon, the team before the bye and then the team after the bye just feels like 2 completely different teams in terms of, to your point, outcomes and just basic fundamentals is the thing that really bothers me, is the inability to get tackles. I was just reading the Bic. Chase Brown, the Bengals running back, forced 9 missed tackles.
9.
The most he's had in a game in his career. Previously, his high was 6. He also had
That's incredible.
68 yards after contact, second most in a game for him this season, 4th in a game in his career.
And they were indeed chasing Brown all game long, Jarrett. Ho!
Yeah, chase was the key word for all the defense there. The one positive from the game was Trey McBride setting all types of records, team records, NFL records. Most catches by a tight end in the history of the NFL, and he did it in 16 games, so there's nothing to complain about there and for a 17-game season. Trey McBride talked about getting these records, but doing it in another loss.
Yeah, maybe when I'm all said and done. But obviously it's really cool. Yeah, it's cool. Thankful for my teammates, my coaches, Jacoby, all those guys. It's cool to get it in 16 games too, you know. I didn't want anyone to give me a hard time about that, so glad we got that. But honestly, it doesn't really matter. Would love to have won the game, would love to have played better as an offense, but just wasn't there today.
Your thoughts on Trey McBride's season?
Yeah, there was a time midway through the game yesterday where I thought, did the Falcons unveil a strategy that kind of puts Trey McBride under wraps? Because he had a hard time breaking free yesterday, and then he finally did with a series of catches near the end. I was very happy about that. I'm a huge Trey McBride fan. You know how much this guy cares about his job, about this team. My favorite play from Trey McBride yesterday was that tip pass that looked like it might be an interception, and Trey McBride, with incredible vertical leaping ability, went up and grabbed it out of the air. I think he's sensational. I think he deserves this record, and like he pointed out, I'm glad he got it in 16 games.
I can't believe I'm going to say this, but thank you, Steve Keim. Is that correct?
Yeah.
One of the picks that in real time was kind of mocked, because they had a tight end at that time.
Well, it was rarely mocked. in mock drafts. And then when it actually happened, it was... I specifically remember how Burns and Gamble were reacting in the moment when they found out. It was a lot of, huh? Who?
Trey.
A tight end from Colorado State?
Yeah.
Do we have a draft profile?
McBride?
Trey McBride?
Right.
No, a lot of people thought that was a reach, and Steve Keim nailed that one.
Absolute bright spot for this team. I'm absolutely disheartened that he has to go through this season having these kinds of numbers, but I think thank goodness that they still have him long term.
The things are so bad this year that there's actually a very small subset of Cardinal fans who are pining for a return of Steve Keim.
He's busy working on his NIL thing, I thought.
He's busy working on his sunburn.
What does he look like, Jarrett?
He looks like the outer casing of a hot dog.
Continue, Jarrett.
Okay, the Phoenix Suns got 2 wins, beating the Pelicans on back-to-back days, back-to-back games in New Orleans. Now that we are 31 games into the season, is this the Phoenix Suns, or could they regress a little bit? Or could their ceiling be even higher when Jalen Green does finally come back?
That's the piece, is if Jalen Green can replicate more times than not what we saw in that game against the Clippers, his debut, where he scored 29 in 23 minutes. If he can replicate that more times than not, this Suns team could be that sneaky, dangerous, you don't want to play them in the playoffs team. I don't know how far they'll go when they get there.
Yeah.
But they're the type of team that all the experts talk about as, oh, watch out for them. Sneaky 7 seed or 8 seed Suns, whatever it ends up being.
I think the Suns team has got something very, very special going on. They are very connected. I think the Dylan Brooks thing is absolutely remarkable to behold, that this has literally become his basketball team. What I want from this team now, Jared, my expectations and my hopes have changed so much. I want this team to get a top 6 seed because I just want to experience this basketball team in a guaranteed series.
I agree. Some of the teams around them have started to get a little hot. They've fallen down to the 7 seed, even though they're 18-13, very respectable record. That's what they're going to kind of be fighting for. You're right, getting that 6 or 5 seed there.
The Clippers, believe it or not, are showing signs of life. The Lakers had a come to Jesus team kind of meeting, and they responded.
Not according to DeAndre Ayton. That guy, man, is something else. Just real quick there on the way out, we mentioned it in the splash, but Michigan finally has a coach. No, it's not Kenny Dillingham. It's Kyle Whittingham. Close, but different. Your thoughts on the hire for Michigan, what it means for Utah, and all that?
I still don't know why Utah and Kyle Whittingham decided that we are tired of each other. I really don't, because Kyle Whittingham came in there after Urban Meyer and held that program up and made it into something even more fierce, even more physical. He was a great Pac-12/Big 12 coach.
The way it happened, I thought it meant mutually parting ways in the sense that Whittingham didn't want to coach anymore, because I couldn't imagine why they would fire him.
Yeah, but it's clear that each side kind of was like, okay, we've had enough of each other.
So did Michigan fall backwards into a really good hire here?
That's exactly my takeaway.
That's what the best programs do, Jarrett. They fall backwards into the best thing that ever happened to them. Like Steve Keim with Trey McBride, in a sense.
I think it's a really good hire for Michigan. I really, really do. He's a solid guy. He'll run a disciplined program. I think he'll bring a lot of professionalism. I think he's going to fit really, really well in Ann Arbor.
Can't imagine that there will be anything terrible happening off the field for him either. He seems like a stout individual.
Yeah, yes. Especially compared to that previous head coaching and his staff. Oh,
that other guy, yeah. Goodness gracious.
All right, have we been rebooted?
Rebooted, yeah.
We've been rebooted.
Ba, ba, ba.
Well done, Jared. Coming up on the other side, former Cardinal linebacker Rob Frederickson scheduled to join us. He'll give us his thoughts on the latest loss from the Cardinals. Mitch Fereldas in for Vinny. I'm Dan Bickley. You're listening to Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Win tickets to the Verbo Fiesta Bowl from Arizona Sports. This show's keyword is
Fiesta.
Fiesta.
Text the word Fiesta to 620-620 right now.
Fiesta.
Text Fiesta to 620-620 for your chance to win tickets to the Verbo Fiesta Bowl. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, Arizona, it's Vince Marotta back again with some amazing holiday deals from our friends at Earnhardt Ford in Chandler. During Ford's year-end sales event, General Manager John Nissen and his team have just announced 000. What does that mean? For a limited time, you can take advantage of 0% APR financing for 60 months. Plus 0 down payment, plus 0 payments for 90 days. And just announced, get $1,000 Ford bonus cash towards your purchase. That's on nearly every 2025 model, including America's favorite F-150 trucks and 3-row Explorer SUVs. This is just a sample of the outstanding holiday deals at Earnhardt Ford, your locally owned Ford dealer. Check them out in Chandler or online at earnhardtford.com.
Most new vehicles include the No Bull protection packages and added benefit. $699 for cars and SUVs, $1598 for trucks. After all applicable offers on select models, exclusions apply. APR is $1,667 per month per $1,000 financed. Interest accrues from date of signing for well-qualified customers through Ford Credit, plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offers end 1/5/26. Nothing makes a gathering great like Eggland's best eggs. They're just so delicious, with better nutrition, too. For us, it's eggs any style, as long as they're the best. Eggland's best. Better taste, better nutrition, better eggs.
Upgrading your windows and doors isn't just about comfort. It's about lowering energy costs all year long. That's why Valley homeowners trust the Window and Door Store and our exclusive Seal and Shield installation. We don't just replace windows. We seal, secure, and protect your home from heat, dust, and water leaks for life. Precision craftsmanship, a lifetime labor warranty, and over 1,200 5-star reviews say it all. Call 480-562-3902 now for your free in-home consultation or book anytime at the Window Door Store.
Hi folks, Lorenzo Alexander here. After 15 years playing professional football, I've been through plenty of winning and losing. If you feel like you're losing because of private student loan debt, call my friends at Y Refi. They refinance loans others won't touch and create a payment plan based on what you can afford, even if you're behind or in default. Y Refi can help lower your interest rate and reduce your monthly payment. And they don't care what your credit score is. Call 888-502-2612 or visit yrefi.com.
Not available in all states.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. I am quite aware of the dangers being on the road. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. These families' lives will be changed in an instant. We fight for these families as if they were our own. We've become America's largest injury law firm by winning cases just like these. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-8157. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-8157. That's 800-575-8157.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Big Red Monday.
This is Cardinals tight end Trey McBride, and you're listening to Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Big Red Monday with Bickley and Marotta.
All right, I say this every time we have Rob Frederickson on, and I do it just to gas him up because as a youngster growing up in the Midwest, Rob Frederickson was a monster of a linebacker at Michigan State University. Let's go Spartans.
Yeah, let's go. Go green.
How differently do you feel about Michigan State this time of the year, too, huh? Where we were talking about them over the summer a little bit differently.
Yeah, we don't really talk about our football program right now, although
Yeah, that's unfortunate.
I love Pat Fitzgerald. I love that hire, but
Really?
Yeah.
Even with all that hazing that went on in this previous stop?
Well,
all that weirdness that went on.
Yeah, I don't know that he knew anything about that. But.
Of course, they never do, Rob.
Right.
They never do. All right, let's get into the Arizona Cardinals. Another bad loss. Where do you begin with this? What thoughts were bouncing around your head after the game?
I think that was the worst loss of the season. I do. Even though maybe the score doesn't reflect it, there was some other games that were more lopsided. But in terms of just play, offensively, defensively, special teams, they were not in it from the get-go. And to me, your 5 of your first possessions or 3 of your first 5 possessions were 3 and out. And then your first 2 possessions coming out at halftime, you get the ball 3 and out. I mean, the tackling, the angles to the ball, everything around this game was just meh.
Uh-huh. That's a good word.
Which of the sides of the ball do you think was not more infuriating, but stood out in the worst kind of way? Was it the offense or the defense that stood out more to you?
Again, I think it was both. Defensively, I'm a defensive guy, so I'm always going to scrutinize that and look at that a little bit more. I don't know what the game plan was going in, but anytime, say, Cincinnati got into a bunch look, and there's going to be traffic, you got to get to your coverage. They just had no plan. It looked like they didn't know who they were covering. It looked like they were not pre-snap in alignment to get to their coverage in the first place. And you just can't have that. You can't have those type of things, especially this time of the year. Offensively, there's no push. I took away from the Atlanta game something positive, that the running game was kind of looked like it had some life, and they were able to get some movement, get some push, and get some positive yardage out of that run game. Nothing yesterday. They were pushed around. There was nothing there offensively that showed me that this was an NFL caliber offense.
Yeah, and now defensively, you made the point that last week when we talked, and you're so right about this, that when you get down into the realm of December and zombie football and business decisions, you can tell the guys that are avoiding the contact with the circuitous routes they take to the ball, just not getting there right in time. You know what I mean? What is it with the bad tackling on this football team? Who is to blame for this repeated issue of a team that is very, very poor at tackling?
Well, I've said this before. I'll say it again. There's a lot of guys trying to make a play. I don't see very many dying to make a play. Okay, and there's a difference. There's a difference in mentality. There's a difference in effort. There's just a difference. Like, you can't look to one series from yesterday's game and say, let's just say this is the Super Bowl, and we have to prevent them from scoring on this drive or else we lose the Super Bowl. You didn't see any kind of effort that remotely resembles that.
No.
And you have to. You have to play every down like it's your last down, and you just don't see that as a whole. And I don't know if that's on coaching or if that's on players. I'm sure they all got their hand in it, but it's just not acceptable.
As far as Jacoby Brissett is concerned, we felt like that the Cardinals were at least looking a lot better offensively in the earlier starts that he had at the beginning of the year. Now they're on this 8-game losing streak. They've seemingly regressed offensively, and they've been put in situations where they have to operate out of obvious pass a lot. And these last 2, not that he was helped a ton by the front, but it's 2 of Jacoby's not necessarily worst games that he's played, but he's played much better than this. Is it just more evidence that he's going to be a bridge gap guy as the Cardinals, as it seems like, look for their next franchise quarterback at this point?
I think that's what he is. I don't think anybody had illusions that he was going to be some 5-year success mega starter. I think everybody kind of was under the assumption that he was the bridge guy. I think what you saw yesterday was receivers not getting open, number one. Because when Jacoby was on, he was throwing in rhythm. He was throwing when that 5th step hit. The ball was coming out. It was on time, and receivers were open. I think you got to tap your cap to Cincinnati. I think they did a good job of formulating a game plan to negate that and force Jacoby to hold the ball. And another thing that has been exposed as of late is just his inability to really move outside of the pocket.
Yeah.
We've always known that about him. He's a pocket guy, but to be that, you got to get the ball out on time. Otherwise, you're just going to take a punishment.
And you're right, though, that those chunky downfield slants and crossing patterns, they don't seem to even be in the repertoire anymore. And I don't know whether those are defensive adjustments being made against the Cardinals. I don't know whether it's the lineup with Marvin Harrison Jr. back, but it doesn't look like they're pushing the ball they once did.
Yeah, and a lot of that may be due to defenses saying, okay, here's what we got to do against Arizona. But, yeah, you're right. The downfield chunk plays just weren't there yesterday, so everything was last second dump off, and Cincinnati did a really good job of rallying around the ball and making the play.
All right, let's ask about the positive, because there definitely was one positive. Trey McBride continues to be a revelation, one of the best tight ends in the NFL, maybe the best tight end in the NFL, at least this season. What words do you have to say about how great he has been for this team at this point? Because it seems like every week he's doing some otherworldly thing for this football team.
There's a guy dying to make a play.
Yes.
Yes. There's a guy. There's the one guy that's dying to make a play. I'd also put Michael Wilson in that category. But Trey McBride is everything you want in a football player. If you could bottle that and get 21 other guys, that's what you want in a football player. He's everything that the Arizona Cardinals could ever hope for, and he's earned every penny already of that contract.
What do you, Mitch brought up the idea of the quarterback position going forward. What do you think is the smartest play? Is it to ID and draft a kid and hope you get lucky? Is it to go after Malik Willis, who had himself a big night in a free agent showcase game for the Packers the other night? Is it, to try to get involved in high sweepstakes and trade for a guy like Lamar Jackson or Joe Burrow if they ever become available? Where do you go if you're the Cardinals to solve this issue?
I think Malik. I think that's buyer beware, something like that. You see guys flash, and all of a sudden everybody gets excited about that. But it's a little bit of a buyer beware. I think before you really address the quarterback issue or situation long term, I think you really have to identify who's going to be making that decision, and is it going to be Monty Austinford? Is it going to be the personnel evaluation staff that we currently have in place? Is that who's going to be making those decisions? I think there's got to be a hierarchy in terms of decisions that you make going forward, because everything has to be evaluated. General manager, personnel evaluation staff, coaching staff, players. Everything. Oh, even also the support staff. We talk about all the injuries the Cardinals have had. I think we got to look at, what are they doing off season? What are they doing in season in terms of recovery, in terms of strength training and cardiovascular? Everything is on the table. Everything has to be evaluated. But before you start, you got to start at the top. You got to start at who's making those decisions, because you can't miss on a quarterback. You got to get that right. And if there's not the quarterback in the position this year available that you want and that you know is going to be a home run, I think you got to go a different direction.
All right, last thing, at least for me, Marvin Harrison Jr., he had to leave with the heel injury that has been recurring for him these last couple of weeks, but something I had brought up with Bick earlier was that it was later in the game that I'm even realizing that he had left the game due to the heel injury. Are you concerned about how he's looked here in year 2, and do you still have hope that he can look like the former number 4 overall pick here in year 3 coming up?
Well, I've had a heel bruise. I've had that heel injury and plantar fascia. I've had turf toe. It's debilitating. Those injuries are no joke, and they used to jam a 4-inch needle up there and completely numb my foot, and then you feel like you're dragging a sledgehammer.
Go play, young man.
Yeah, go get out there. I don't know. Look. I don't know if they do that anymore. They probably don't. So if he's out there trying to gut through it, that's tough. As far as the play on the field, something's not right when he's out there with Michael Wilson. The chemistry is off. That's got to be figured out. I don't know if it's play calling. I don't know if it's just what it is, but that's got to be figured out in terms of who's one, who's two, what's the hierarchy in terms of just read progression. But I think he can be a big part of this offense if he's put in the right situation and going forward. But Michael Wilson, I think, is for me is a clear number one.
Great points as always, Rob. Thank you for your time today. We always appreciate it.
Love you guys.
Love you too,
Rob.
man.
Not
Rob
you, Jared.
Frederickson. Not you, Jarrett. Freddie joining us on Mondays. Stick around. The Bickley Blast next. You're listening to Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
This is pivotal right now because if you are going to move Cattell, like I said, this is probably the time to do it. But if you move him, you're conjuring up a sense of urgency. You move him, and it's like, okay, so are we taking a step back from this window that seemed like it was open when you went to the World Series, 24 months ago? Or are you trying to find a way where you can stay in that spot where you're contending? And I don't mean like you're going to finish ahead of the Dodgers in the division. They have $1 billion they spend every year. But can you be in the playoffs? Can you get in the playoffs to the point where you face the Dodgers in the series and you are the last team that took them out? Maybe you can take them out in the playoffs. Can you get in the playoffs? That's the goal.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey, everybody. Dan Bickley here for Turf Monsters, and you know what you call the season we're in right now? It's sublime season in Arizona where the weather is fantastic, where you love to be outside with the family enjoying the incredible weather, which also means it's a great time to call Turf Monsters, the award-winning one-stop shop that can build you the backyard of your dreams. If you're a golfer, it's a great time for that custom-built putting green you've always wanted, and what could be better than working on your short game in the comfort of your home? It's a great time to install artificial turf, and Turf Monsters, a leading installer of artificial turf in the valley, which means they can give you that beautiful sparkling green lawn to enjoy without the hassles and the mess of installing real sod, and you save a lot of time and a lot of money with artificial turf when you don't have to hire landscapers or pick weeds on the weekend. And from fire pits to barbecue pits, from pavers to pergolas to pickleball courts, Turf Monsters can create that oasis you can enjoy every day of the week. Check out their work. Schedule your free estimate online at turfmonstersaz.com or give them a call. Tell them I sent you. 623-263-7388 for Turf Monsters.
Freeway Chevrolet.
The year is almost over, but you can still unwrap huge savings at Freeway Chevrolet. Right now, get up to $11,000 off new 2025 Silverado 1500 crew cabs. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Up to $11,000 off select new 2025 Silverado 1500 crew cab models from dealer inventory. Excludes trail box. Not available with special financing, lease, and some other offers. Restrictions apply. Take new retail delivery by January 2nd, 2026.
Hi, I'm John Ray, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. Getting engaged? So friends, listen up. Shane Company engagement rings are protected with our all-inclusive free lifetime warranty. We stand behind the same quality we've offered since 1929. Our rings are crafted to last. It's why our warranty is the only one that protects your center stone. We also cover repairs, resizings, cleanings, and so much more. That's money you keep for you and your family. Because a friend always has your back. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
If you're one of the millions of Americans behind on your taxes, if you're afraid to open your mail because IRS collection letters could be coming, listen carefully. The IRS is cracking down, taking paychecks, freezing bank accounts, revoking passports. That's a fact. But here's what most people don't know. There are official tax relief programs designed to help struggling taxpayers. Programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief. Optima's award-winning team will fight to protect your paycheck, your passport, and your property. Their tax attorneys and licensed tax professionals will work tirelessly to get you the best deal possible with the IRS. Every day, penalties and interest keep piling up, so don't wait. Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Guys, if you have low T, it's time to get your edge back. Start testosterone therapy at Red Mountain Weight Loss and get a month of GLP-1 weight loss medication absolutely free. That is a $299 value. Paul Calvisi here. Just because you're getting older doesn't mean you have to feel older. Prescription testosterone restores your get up and go, so you're going to feel like you're 20 again. You gain more muscle with less effort in the the gym, you're going to think better, sleep better, your love life will be better, because don't be fooled, nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. It's a game changer, and if you're looking to lose weight, there's nothing like the combo of testosterone and a GLP-1 medication. It'll burn that belly fat and get you ripped. This month, get free GLP-1 medication, a $299 value when you start testosterone therapy only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Book your video appointment today. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone, keyword Red Mountain.
250,000 people across Arizona rely on St. Mary's Food Bank every day. Your donations make feeding them possible, and you can benefit too. In Arizona, there's an incentive called the Arizona Charitable Tax Credit. You can make your donation today and get it back up to $987 on your taxes when you file. It's a great way to help your neighbors in need. For more info, visit stmarysfoodbank.org.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
This is what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The tough season for the Arizona Cardinals continued Sunday when they lost 37-14 to the Cincinnati Bengals. The loss was the team's 8th in a row and drops the Cards to 3-13 overall. Arizona will try to end the season on a positive note when they play the Rams Sunday at 2:25 p.m. Speaking of positives, something good did come from Sunday's loss, as Trey McBride not only set the Cardinals team record for most catches in a season, but also set a new NFL record for most catches by a tight end in a season. McBride's 119 grabs also currently have him number one in the entire NFL for catches this year. The Phoenix Suns are back at it after a successful two-game sweep over the Pelicans last weekend. They play the Wizards tonight with tip-off at 5 p.m. in Washington, and you can hear the game on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The Suns will once again be shorthanded, however, as Grayson Allen and Jalen Green, as he's also known, remain out with injuries, while Mark Williams will serve a one-game suspension due to a fight with Jose Alvarado on Saturday. This report is brought to you by your Valley Chevy dealers. 'Tis the season for great offers going on now at your Valley Chevy dealers during the Red Tag Sales event. Stop by your Valley Chevy dealers today.
Bickley and Marotta Mornings. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley Blast.
The 2025 Arizona Cardinals don't look like the worst team in franchise history. They certainly don't sound like it with all their rinse and repeat press conferences and messaging of brighter days ahead. But if they lose a Week 18 road game against the Rams, they will be the only Cardinals team to ever lose 14 games in a season, which they will have accomplished in year 3 of a painstakingly slow rebuild. And folks, you do not recover from those kind of numbers, and there's no way a serious football operation returns its coaching staff under those parameters. In fact, the only argument for retaining Jonathan Gannon is that you might not be able to find a quality candidate who wants to work here, and that's a fair point given the status of the Cardinals, their current place in the standings, and those pesky NFLPA report cards. Brian Flores does not want to work here. D'Amico Ryans once canceled a job interview in Arizona, and with no shortage of incoming options, Robert Saleh isn't coming in here either. But you cannot convince me there isn't another dynamic, intuitive, game-changing leader somewhere in this great country, and that should be the number one priority. Convincing a Mike Tomlin or a Todd Bowles or a John Harbaugh to come to Arizona should they get fired, or finding that diamond in the rough, because there are 777 college football programs in America, and there's got to be somebody out there who can do the job. And finally, we all know the NFL has now become a head coach quarterback league, and at this point, the Cardinals don't have a long-term solution at either position. All right, today's Bickley Blast brought to you by my great friends at Chapman BMW, make luxury attainable. Find them online at chapmanbmw.com.
Was the focus and mode of play where you wanted as a team?
At times it was. I would say at times it was, but not long enough to help us stay on the field, sustain drives. Because when we did, we got a first down, scored. You know what I mean? Like it's no rocket science to that. So we just got to get out of our own way and like I said, execute the calls. You know what I mean? The calls were there. We had our opportunities, and we, as players, we didn't execute.
That's the voice of Jacoby Brissett after the game yesterday in Cincinnati. Rob Frederickson just joined us, Mitch, and Mitch Viraldis filling in for Vinny. He'll be here tomorrow and Friday as well. He brought up something very interesting because I think we're all kind of focusing and fixating on the Jonathan Gannon, Drew Petzing, Nick Rallis coaching staff component. The Monty Ossenford component as a general manager. This is a guy who has yet to draft a Pro Bowler. Mm-hmm. This is a guy that hasn't done very well in free agency.
Nope.
As real significant overpays to Dalvin Tomlinson and Jonah Williams would kind of suggest. And now you're dealing with this fork in the road with the organization where you're going to have a top 5 draft pick and you need a new franchise quarterback. You got to make sure you've got the people in place making these big decisions before you make these big decisions. How do you begin with that situation?
If you're doing it based off of this report card, I don't think that you can trust this particular regime going forward. That's just my opinion on the matter. Mm-hmm. Do I think that that's what's going to happen? No. Something tells me that they're going to give this regime one more chance. I don't know why I feel that way, but it feels like there will be some excuse created for them to be able to go in the direction that they want to go. And I think the biggest piece of that is going to be them going to Michael Bidwell and saying, well, we weren't the ones that drafted Kyler Murray. We weren't the ones that chose Kyler. Look at what we were able to accomplish with Jacoby Brissett, although that...
What was that?
Exactly. That doesn't look as shiny and new either. I don't have the same faith that I had in this organization, and this regime of this organization, to accomplish what I thought they could have accomplished based on what they did last year. They've regressed so much from year to year, here in year 3.
And every team right around the Cardinals in the standings has made some sort of move, whether it's head coach or coordinator. As recently as last week's teams were still making moves.
Rams fired a special teams coordinator in week, 16?
The Cardinals can't do nothing.
Okay.
They might not change out the head coach, but they have to do something.
Yes.
Even if they do it just to appease the fans and say, look, we care. We know this was unacceptable.
But can they accomplish that by keeping the head coach here? That's the big question. For the record, even though I'm laying out this case that it's pretty clear to me a serious operation has got to try something else. Because I, for one, while very cognizant and empathetic and sympathetic to the injury issues they have, I look at Jonathan Gannon and I say, where are the transcendent skills? What does he do so well that's going to allow us to compete with Sean McVay and the Rams and Kyle Shanahan and the 49ers and that monstrous team they're building in Seattle? Sorry, I just don't see it. And so that to me is how I get to where I get intellectually on this matter. But for the record, I agree with Mitch. It sounds to me that all the people who get access to the Cardinals, whether it's national broadcasters, they all seem to say the same thing, that Jonathan Gannon deserves another shot. Daryl Johnston, Moose Johnston, former Cowboy fullback, he, all throughout the course of the game yesterday, expressed indignation and was appalled at many different things the Cardinals were doing, whether it was the 3-and-outs on offense, whether it was the formation mistakes that they're committing in Week 17, whether it was that ill-fated 2-minute drill. He was critical up and down and up and down and up and down, and yet the words came out of his mouth that I'd still give Jonathan Gannon another chance. That happens when a broadcaster has kind of been tipped off that, yeah, we're kind of gonna run this back. They really haven't had a fair shake. I agree with you. I think from the voices I've heard talk about this, it sounds like they are willing to kind of go, okay, let's try this again. And I've been saying this for weeks. It's a dangerous thing because the level of agitation among the fan base, it's pretty profound right now.
DeMeco Ryans has, in the 3 seasons that he's coached the Texans, gotten them to the playoffs in all 3 occasions, all with 10 or more wins, if I'm not mistaken. Mike Vrabel, we know that he's proven, but he turned around a Patriots team that had, 3 wins? Now they've got 13. They could potentially have 14, and potentially, on top of that, the number 1 seed. Liam Cohen, 12 wins with Jacksonville. He's turned Trevor Lawrence into a top 5 MVP candidate in his first season. And what I think was Liam Cohen's greatest success was being able to get Trent Baalke out of the building. I think that speaks volumes in that regard. Ben Johnson, first season with Caleb Williams, 11 wins. You've even got Dave Canales in Carolina giving the Panthers credibility for once. And then the one that stands out probably the most to me, given that it's in the same division, Mike McDonald has 23 wins in his first 2 seasons as the Seattle Seahawks head coach. 23!
And that's my point. My point is, and I've heard this argument from a lot of people, that, you know what, nobody's going to come here. And as I said in the blast, that is a fair point to make, because there are a lot of things that would dissuade a super qualified candidate from taking over this program. I also get the feeling like the Cardinals maybe are in the mindset that we have been dinged so badly by this NFLPA report card that we need to get this new facility built, and we just need to kind of get to that point in time before we really get serious again. I don't know, man. I don't know why their urgency doesn't match what I think our urgency is for the football team.
Maybe we're just a little too urgent because we operate on a 24-hour news cycle basis, but I can't believe that they wouldn't operate even close to or similarly in that fashion when they watch the same product of we've watched the last 8 weeks in particular.
I know. No doubt about it. All right, coming up on the other side will be our weekly Monday therapy session for Cardinal fans. Open phone lines, 602-260-9870. Not only will you be in queue to talk on the radio, you get to say hello to Jarrett. 602-260-9870. Your phone calls next. Mitch Ferraldis in for Vinny. I'm Dan Bickley. You're listening to Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Suns have the ball in a 3-point lead with 50 seconds left. Brooks hits Booker, a lob down low. Williams will jam it home on the alley-oop. Devin Booker hits Mark Williams. That's the bookmark.
Suns in the nation's capital to face the Wizards. Pre-game at 4 this afternoon. 5 o'clock tip on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
So they call Life Changer Loan the loan the big banks don't want you to know about, and that is because for ages, the home buying process has remained largely archaic. You apply for a mortgage, you make a big down payment, you spend the next 30 years of your life paying off your home. A lot of people reconcile this because they think they have a real good interest rate. Like one of our listeners named Jack, who until he switched over to a Life Changer Loan, realized it wouldn't be until year 22 of that 30-year mortgage when he finally paid more principal than interest, he was going to end up at the end of the day spending $700,000 for a $300,000 home. There's a much better way on a Life Changer Loan. You do your banking inside of your mortgage. All your income goes to paying off all your debt, and you do it without any anxiety because you always have access to your equity. The average Life Changer Loan client, by the way, 5 years. The average length of time it takes to pay off your home. Then you get all that time to build personal wealth. That is how you get ahead. Now, Life Changer Loan is not for everybody. You've got to have the right set of financials. You got to be good with money. They'll be upfront with you if you're not a good fit, but if you are a good fit, I guarantee you are going to love the results. 480-504-0844 online at lifechangerloan.com.
Hey, Arizona, it's Vince Marotta with some big news for you. If you missed the holiday kickoff, don't worry. Earnhardt Buick GMC is keeping their savings going. We're talking favorites like the 2026 GMC Sierra 1500 for up to $13,000 off MSRP, and the all-electric 2025 Hummer SUV and pickups. Get yours for up to $18,000 off MSRP, or take advantage of 0% APR financing. And folks, that's just the start. Even the sleek 2025 Buick Enclave SUV is yours with a savings of up to $9,000 off MSRP. You want it? Earnhardt has it all, priced to move right now. Check them out in Mesa right off the 60 at Superstition Springs Boulevard or online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 no bull protection package as an added benefit. After all applicable incentives on select models. APR terms limited through GM Financial. Not all will qualify. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offer ends 1/2/26.
Hello, everybody. Eric Bryan, owner of Precision Air and Plumbing. As we step into 2026, I want to help you start the year with comfort and confidence. And there's no annual promotion better than our 50% off new AC units. Half off a reliable, high-efficient system your family can depend on. Don't wait for temperatures to rise and schedules to fill up. Upgrade now while savings are at their best. Make the precision decision today and call us at 602-FIX-MY-AC.
If you're considering a dental procedure to fix your teeth and give you the confidence to smile again, I'm 100% certain you'll choose ProSmile. Why? Because ProSmile really is different. They're Arizona's Smile Center. Experts in All-On-X implants and custom cosmetic veneers. They're the only practice in Arizona with full-service oral surgeons and cosmetic dentists on site. Many implant centers use regular dentists for oral surgery, not ProSmile. ProSmile is the only implant center where the lab technicians, anesthesiologists, and board-certified oral surgeons are all in office. No outsourcing, no delays, no mistakes. Specializing in All-On-X implants and custom veneers, ProSmile can give you the gift of a smile this holiday. ProSmile is offering $1,000 off services through December 31st. Call 1-888-GO-SMILE or text PRO to 620-620, and I'll send you a link to schedule your free consultation. Locations in Paradise Valley and Scottsdale.
Message and data rates may apply.
Get ready for the most wonderful time of the year with exciting red tag savings. Available now on the 2026 Chevy Equinox. Or gear up for the holidays and conquer that to-do list in a new Chevy truck. Now is the time to get red tag savings on the 2026 Silverado or the big adventures in the Colorado. This holiday season, it all comes together in a Chevrolet. See your Valley Chevy dealers.
Big Red Monday.
This is Cardinals wide receiver Michael Wilson, and you're listening to Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Big Red Monday. With Bickley and Murata.
Welcome back. Happy Monday, everybody. Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios. Big shout out to all our great listeners in Maricopa. Good morning, Maricopa.
What's up? My favorite county, Maricopa.
Is it really?
Yeah. It's the one I live in, so
well,
I'm
there you
biased,
go.
but-
Of course you're biased.
And Maricopa, the city, of course. We love them, too.
Love it. All right, we have opened up the phone lines. We're going to plow through some phone calls. We're going to take the temperature of the fan base. We're going to begin with my buddy, who I owe a round of golf to, George in Tempe. Hi, George. How are you?
You do owe me a round of golf, and we are eventually going to do that, I promise you. So listen, you know what? I think next year maybe you guys should think about restructuring your vacation days so you could like take a bunch of Mondays off during the Cardinals season. Talk about this misery so much, but you know this is going to sound like a broken record, but you know the top down. I mean, nothing's going to happen unless Bidwell sells the team because he just doesn't make the right decisions. He doesn't make the right decisions hiring. You look at San Francisco. Look at Lynch and Shanahan. I mean, John Lynch got Mr. Irrelevant right. For God's sake,
right?
I mean, he's just an incredible evaluator of talent. That's something we don't have. So, you know, what I'm going to do next week is I'm going to watch the game because I want to see Trey McBride and I want to see Michael Wilson. And if they don't feed Wilson and get him his 1,000 yards, he really deserves a 1,000-yard season because, like you said, those are the only two guys, and Jacoby, really, who are trying to put something on the field that's somewhat credible. They're just, you know, they're in the zombie football stage, and we just have to do something from the top down to fix things next year.
Thank you, George. Appreciate it. Yeah, listen, and that's what Rob Frederickson said is ringing in my ears, that in the NFL, the great teams are full of guys that are dying to make a play. On the Cardinals, you can only name a few of them that look like they're dying to make a play.
He named the three that at least stand out the most to me, and McBride and Wilson and Jacoby. I'll also just be watching that game to see if they get a win and avoid being the worst team record-wise in Cardinals history. That'll be fun to watch for.
Tom in Phoenix is next. Tom, good morning. Welcome to the program.
Mitch, you better include Mitch and I in your little golf game. So
Mitch,
anyway,
you play golf?
I've got
every now and then.
Oh,
Handicap's not
heck
great,
yeah.
but I'm around. Go ahead, Fosse.
First of all, there's no way Bidwell will ever sell the team. I mean, I think the initial investment his grandfather paid, or his great grandfather, was $100 to create the team, and now it's worth $6 billion. But so here's a conspiracy theory. Just follow me.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So when Kyler took out of the game in the infamous play where the hike, hit his head.
It hit him in the face and he hurt his foot.
Yep. Now check this out. They flashed to Jacoby Brissett. And that guy was on the sideline with a teammate celebrating like he knew it was coming. Like he was celebrating as if somebody told him when they signed him, hey, at some point, if Kyler doesn't produce this year, you're going to go in and you're going to be the man. And maybe that's what Gannon was told, from day one when he was hired. Gannon said, well, yeah, I think we can work with Murray, but if he doesn't win on his third year, we've got to get rid of him. And that's why maybe he's been guaranteed this fourth year because, who in their right mind would hire somebody and keep him a fourth year after 3 losing seasons? Like I said a few weeks ago, it happened for a coach to lose their first 3 seasons, 18 times they tried to bring him back for a fourth, and 17 times they were fired in the fourth year. And we're going to have 14 losses So anyway, I think that there's something going on, and that's why everyone knows Gannon isn't going to get fired. So I think it was predetermined, but that's just my conspiracy theory for the day.
Tom, thank you for the call. Appreciate it. Yeah, the conspiracy theory, I don't even think it's a conspiracy. You've had enough people who have had access to the decision makers on this team from a national broadcaster standpoint, and they've all kind of suggested they expect Jonathan Gannon to be back. They don't pull those takes out of thin air. And Daryl Johnston was the latest yesterday, whom, after any number of biting criticisms of what he's watching, then makes the case that Jonathan Gannon should be back next year.
It's like saying why there's this one meal at this one restaurant. You despise this meal, but every time I get it, I just love going to this restaurant, man. I can't stay away. But the meal is terrible, but I love this restaurant. It's so great. We got to give it another chance.
Yeah, 602-260-9870. Tom and Gilbert is next. Tom, good morning.
Good morning, Mitch and Dan. How are you guys this morning?
What's happening, Tom?
I'm awake. How's that? Does that work?
I was ready. I was set, man. I was calm, collected. I was ready to give you my brilliant analysis of just how pathetic this has become. And then, Dan, you went ahead and just raised my BP to, that Gambo shake the Bills thing. When you stated maybe they're waiting because of the report cards to get their facilities before they make a go at this. This is the same line I was fed as a season ticket holder 25 years ago when you told me, not you, the Cardinals said we can't compete with the other teams because we are playing in a collegiate stadium, because we are sacrificing advertising dollars and revenues that are being generated in other facilities. And the county voted for him to get the stadium. 25 years later, after the vote, because they've only been open, 19, 20? They're the same Cardinals with the same losing records, with the same number of winning seasons they had when they were playing in a college arena. So I just don't look. He's not going to sell. I'm not even asking him to sell. I'm just asking for something, anything. Give me an answer as to why these other programs. Look, when Jeff Fisher left the NFC West, we had a legitimate old huge coaching staff. And when he left, when Bruce Arians left, we have had the worst collection of coaching staffs in the NFC West. Not in the NFC, just in our own division. It has to be fixed. And if he's not willing to fix it, I'm not going to cry one little tear when that stadium is empty. Have a great day, guys.
Thank you, Tom. I appreciate it. No, listen, I think Tom represents exactly what I'm talking about, that they might be of the belief that we can stretch this out another year. We can rationalize and use the alibi for injuries, which are very, very real, but the fan base isn't going to have it. All right, finally, let's close out with Tony in Arcadia. Tony, good morning.
Hey, how you guys doing? Happy holidays to you.
To you as well.
I'm going to be watching that Pittsburgh game and Baltimore game, and I'm actually cheering for Baltimore, hoping that Pittsburgh loses and Mike Tomlin becomes available. That would be great. I've noticed, on your guys' show, and I can really appreciate it, that your guys' opinion pretty much is not to bring Gannon back. Where in other shows, it's constantly it's not his fault. The injuries. This team sucked before the injuries. They were no good before the injuries because of decisions made because of poor coaching. And, that's one of my main reasons I'm not bringing Gannon back. Also, no matter how bad a team is, you have to have your team ready to play. They haven't been ready to play on several occasions, and that's why I think Gannon should be gone. One last comment is that I don't know this with a lot of other head coaches. With Gannon being a defensive coach, it seems like when the Cardinals have the ball that he's calling plays, or I'm sure that he's he's communicating with the offensive coordinator. What is that all about? Because I don't necessarily see defensive coaches do that with their offensive coordinators. Is he calling plays or giving input on plays? Because he's constantly covering his mouth when the offense has the ball. If you guys have shed any light on that?
Yeah, Tony, I wish I could. I mean, I know the visuals that you're talking about because Drew Petzing, on the contrary, is one of the rare offensive coordinators who doesn't attempt to shield his mouth when he's talking into the headset. So it could be any number of things. Of course, he's got veto power. He's made it very, very clear that he doesn't really exercise it that much.
Which may be a problem in itself.
Maybe. Right. Generally, a head coach in a situation like you're describing, Tony, might be saying run the ball or throw the ball. Generally, it's run the ball. But I don't have anything else for you there. But
they like running down double digits. I know that much. At least to establish.
They sure do. All right, on the other side, we will be joined for our weekly visit with Cardinals color commentator AQ Shipley. Stick around. Mitch Ferreldis in for Vinny. I'm Dan Bickley. You're listening to Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Arizona Cardinals football.
Flacco takes a knee. The game's over. Cincinnati wins it 37-14.
I feel good about the guys going out there. We got to coach better so they play better.
Crushed in Cincy. Arizona sports hosts react to 8 Cardinals losses in a row on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports 98.7.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Trajan Wealth, and sports fans know better than anyone that you need a lot more than goals to get where you're going. You need the right team behind you. You need a really good plan moving forward, which means if you are thinking about retirement, if you're worried about retirement, if you're seeking financial independence, set up a free appointment at Trajan Wealth. Get a second opinion. Get that game plan that's going to assure you're making the right financial moves for your future. Remember, Trajan Wealth, veteran-owned and locally operated. They are not beholden to certain products or portfolios, which means they can offer you a multitude of great options. Plus, they're fiduciaries, which means they are obligated and duty-bound to act in your best interests at all times. When I met with Trajan Wealth, I was super impressed at their approach. No pressure, no confusing jargon, just real straight talk. And when you meet with them, you'll see it all begins with relationships, and I am talking about customized strategies, personalized plans, all based on your needs and your desires. At Trajan Wealth, your future is their priority. Call them today, 480-360-7900, online at TrajanWealth.com. That's TRAJAN Wealth.com.
All right, Basin earnings, it's starting to cool down, so All Pro Shade is heating things up. Right now, when you buy a motorized patio shade or awning, you'll get a patio heater absolutely free. These shades aren't just for summer. They'll stop that winter wind and hold the warmth from your new free patio heater, keeping your patio cozy and game day ready all season long. Get your free estimate today at allproshade.com and snag free patio heaters while this offer lasts. That's allproshade.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-8157. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-8157. That's 800-575-8157.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Guys, if you have low T, it's time to get your edge back with testosterone from Red Mountain Weight Loss. Start this month and get a free month of GLP-1 weight loss medication. You'll think better, sleep better, and you'll lose that belly fat. Look, don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. Start TRT today. Get a free month of GLP-1 weight loss medications. That's a $299 value only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com.
Hey folks, this is AQ Shipley here, and I've got some news to help add some luxury to your holiday shopping. My buddy Bull Earnhardt, general manager of Earnhardt Lexus on Camelback, is opening the doors to stunning offers during the Lexus December to Remember sales event going on now. Take the 2026 Lexus TX SUV for a spin with 3 rows of refined space and first-class comfort for every passenger. Or step into the 2026 NX 450h premium plug-in hybrid delivering 304 horsepower with an impressive estimated 84 combined MPG. Take it home for only $579 per month on a 36-month lease with $49.99 due at signing. Plus, enjoy the honest, no bull difference you expect from the Earnhardt family. Shop now at EarnhardtLexus.com. New vehicles include the no bull protection package to protect your investment at $579 unless otherwise noted. After all applicable offers on select styles. Lessee responsible for maintenance, excess wear, and 25 cents per mile for all mileage over 10,000 miles per year. On approved credit through Lexus Financial Services. Excludes tax, title, license, and $5.99 doc fee. See dealer for full details. Offers end 1/5/26.
This is what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The tough season for the Arizona Cardinals continued Sunday when they lost 37-14 to the Cincinnati Bengals. The loss was the team's 8th in a row and drops the Cards to 3-13 overall. Arizona will try to end the season on a positive note when they play the Rams Sunday at 2:25 p.m. Speaking of positives, something good did come from Sunday's loss as Trey McBride not only set the Cardinals team record for most catches in the season, but also set a new NFL record for most catches by a tight end in a season. McBride's 119 grabs also currently have him number 1 in the entire NFL for catches this year. The Phoenix Suns are back at it after a successful 2-game sweep over the Pelicans this past weekend. They play the Wizards tonight with tip-off at 5 p.m. in Washington, and you could hear the game on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The Suns will once again be shorthanded, however, as Grayson Allen and Jalen Green remain out with injuries, and Mark Williams will serve a 1-game suspension due to his fight with Jose Alvarado on Saturday. This report is brought to you by Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax. Roth conversions mean tax-free growth. Consider whether a Roth conversion makes sense for you. Act before December 31st at assetpreservationwealth.com.
Former Cardinals center and current Cardinals color analyst. 12 years in the league. All 12 spent in the trenches. Super Bowl champion. AQ Shipley. The center of the Cardinals. With Bickley and Murata. Brought to you by Earnhardt Auto Centers and NoBull.com. A trusted name in automotive for over 74 years. And that ain't no bull.
All right, Jarrett says it all the time. Not only do you get great Cardinal coverage every Monday wall to wall, but you can watch it live. If you've ever wondered, what does Bickley really look like? What's up with his hair? What does Mitch Vareldis' beard look like? You also get to see the studly AQ Shipley, former Nittany Lion, former NFL center. Hello, AQ. How are you?
Boys, how are we?
All right, well, I guess we're 1 week away from the end. I guess that's I guess that's something we can all rally around, AQ.
That's right. That's exactly right. I mean, it's been a trying season. There's no doubt, and you expect it to at some point. You would expect one win out of this. That's the way I kind of look at it. Like in 2019, my last season here, like our record wasn't the greatest, but we fought. We end up getting a win at Seattle late in the season, right? Like you expect that, and the problem is over the last month, it has just been, a tight game at some point in the second quarter, and then all of a sudden it goes south real quick.
I'm going to ask you the quote-unquote Wolf question here, which is to say, where do you even begin with this loss that we saw yesterday?
That was the worst loss of the year, in my opinion. I think I said it yesterday after the game, and I thought they couldn't get anything going. I as I watched that, I was just like, I'm watching Cincinnati, and they're just methodical with their approach. It's just 3 yards, 5 yards, hit a pass, first down, keep it moving, time of possession. I mean, it just looked like a well-oiled machine on offense. And then you turn on that game last night, and it's like, okay, there's levels. There's levels. And
how about it?
And we are far behind in terms of levels right now. I mean, our offense is so far behind what the trends are and what everybody's doing right now. The run game is non-existent, so therefore you have no pass game in the play action game. You try and run the play action without having a run game. It doesn't fool anybody. And then on defense, the fundamentals, the tackling, the details. Obviously, there's a lot of injuries. We can sit there and use excuses, but everybody's got injuries. I mean, San Francisco played without Trent Williams and George Kittle last night. They've been without Ayuk all season. Pearsall's missed most of the season. Purdy missed 9 games, right? So we can use excuses across the board if we want, but the good teams find a way to get their backups to play up to the level of the starters and end up getting a record like the 49ers have right now.
Yeah, listen, that's why we love you, man. Candid analysis as always, because those are all facts that you just said. I'm curious, one of the things that bothers me about this coaching staff is their abilities in situational football. Their 2-minute drill has basically been a fire drill all season long. What does it take for an offense to function well in those high leverage situations when when you got to manage the clock as well as the plays you're calling?
I think it starts with the quarterback. You got to be calm and poised, which I think they have that, right? But I think then it becomes about the details. It becomes, hammering it maybe once or twice during the week in live situations or practice situations. But then it's also re-emphasizing, overemphasizing all of the rules and the details that go along with operating and executing a proper 2-minute drill. And that's all, hey, listen, we can't have pre-snap, post-snap penalties. We can't have certainly a holding penalty. We got to get a chunk play at some point during this drive. We have to get out of bounds every chance you get going forward, not sideways or backwards because the clock will wind. You have to get that first completion. There's all of these different rules that kind of play into it that are just etched in my memory from sitting in meetings all the time of going over this and over this and over this, because the odds are, as we know, the statistics clearly state that almost every single game comes down to 7 points or less.
I want to ask you about Marv. I know he's been battling the heel injury the last couple of weeks and was only targeted once before he eventually left the game yesterday. But I'm worried about the season as a whole for him, not necessarily developing as much as I would have hoped personally in year 2, given how okay year 1 was. What is the one thing that's giving you hope that in year 3 he can truly blossom into the number 1 receiver he's supposed to be?
I think at the end of the day, you have to look at the fact that he was drafted in the top 5, right? I think whenever you look at that, you say, okay, there's a reason he was drafted in the top 5, because his intangibles, his size, his hands, his production in college, all of those things allowed him to be put into that situation to be drafted in the top 5. The issue is there was a moment where I think he lost full confidence in himself, and that was arguably the Seattle game. I felt like he hit rock bottom at that moment, but then he comes out in the second half, and all of a sudden ascends straight up and to the right. And I'm like, okay, we might have hit rock bottom, which we needed to do. Now all of a sudden we're on our way back. And then the confidence started to grow and he started to look better. But then he gets dinged again, right? He gets dinged up and he goes out again and he comes back and it looks like he kind of went back to some of the old habits. And, it's just been an up and down year for him. And as a top 5 pick in the draft, you don't expect that from that guy. You don't expect that from a guy that's picked that high. You expect him to be a superstar. And we're sitting here coming up with as many excuses as we can to say, okay, well, when's that going to show up? And it's getting to that point where it's got to show up.
No doubt. There were a couple of real alarming stats that came from yesterday's game. Chase Brown individually broke 9 tackles, and then Daryl Johnston unleashed the stat that the Cardinals have allowed nearly 1,200 yards after missed tackles. That is a crazy statistic. What makes a football team so bad at tackling like this one is?
We talked about it a lot. I mean, it was clear as day. I mean, from watching it from above, it just felt like every time they were in position to make a tackle, it ended up being 5 or 6 yards more, sometimes 10, sometimes 15. And heck, they have an offensive tackle that breaks one and has a 20-yard after catch. And it's like, what are we watching here? And as I start to watch it more, I think I said it a little bit yesterday too, is I'm constantly watching them as they come in for a tackle, leave their feet, and their feet and their hips are on the ground, and they're never running through contact. You watched San Fran last night. You watched Chicago last night. You watch Houston Texans, who, in my opinion, are the best tackling team in football. It's a violent mentality. There's no breakdowns. They're not afraid to miss a tackle. They are trying to run through that player 100 miles an hour like a missile and drive that player back, not just hang on for dear life and hope that they can, somehow get their arms around them, fall down to the ground, and hopefully trip them up by their ankles. They're trying to put their shoulder through their belly button, wrap, run their feet, and take them 5 yards back. I think that's the difference when I watch this team. They're constantly trying to dive and reach for a tackle as opposed to using your feet. It's no different than offensive line play. If you try and reach with your arms and don't bring your feet, you're going to get turned, you're going to be sideways, and they're going to run by you and get a sack. You have to win with your feet and covering them up, just like playing basketball.
So can I ask you then, because we're at this point in the year, it's late in the year, and you would think that fundamentals would be a thing of history, it's something that's covered by, at the latest, like the first couple of weeks in the season. Why is it that fundamentals break down this late in the year? Like, what would be the reasons as to why that happens?
I mean, you could come up with a million different reasons why, honestly. I mean, I don't think they're not covering it. I think the practice rules don't really allow for a lot of this stuff, which kind of, we can always go back and everybody will sit here and be like, oh, well, he's one of those guys that's just going to say in my old days, right? Like it's, it's like I only played 6 years ago. But again, before that, I came in the old CBA, right? When you still had 2-a-days and you had padded practices all the way through. And I think you can really work on fundamentals. But having said that, I also think you can get a lot out of the practices when you don't wear the pads, because now you can slow everything down. You can really focus on bending, using your technique if you choose to do so. If you don't treat it as a walkthrough, if you choose to use it as a moment to get better. And that's what I always tell the guys that I train in the offseason, all my O-line guys, that it's like, hey, when we're doing walkthroughs and stuff starts to slow down and now you're not wearing pads later in the season, that's when your technique can really go south. But if you choose to let it, it will. If you don't, and you actually take the time and the effort and use a different mentality and say, hey, I'm going to bend a little bit lower during this walkthrough. I'm going to really hammer my technique and focus on my hand placement, all these different things. You can get a lot out of that.
AQ, you're doing a great job as color commentator. You bring it every Monday. We thank you for your time. We'll look forward to talking to you next week.
Thanks, Q.
Appreciate you, boys. Take care.
You got it, man. AQ Shipley joins us every Monday, doing a great job, like I said, in his first year as color commentator with your Arizona Cardinals. Coming back on the other side, we'll lighten the mood a little bit and talk about the winning team in town, the Phoenix Suns. Mitch Veraldis in for Vinny. I'm Dan Bickley. You're listening to Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The center of the Cardinals. Brought to you by Earnhardt Auto Centers and NoBull.com, the home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Win tickets to the Verbo Fiesta Bowl from Arizona Sports. This show's keyword is
Fiesta. Fiesta.
Text the word Fiesta to 620-620 right now.
Fiesta.
Text Fiesta to 620-620 for your chance to win tickets to the Verbo Fiesta Bowl. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, everybody, Dan Bickley here for Chapman BMW, and tick-tock, time is running out on their year-end sale. If you are in the market, if you're in the mood for something like the ultimate driving machine, one of the most exhilarating driving experiences on the planet, understand this year-end sale is going on for the next few days. In fact, Chapman BMW will be open this Sunday, December 28th. That never happens, but it's a big deal. You can get 0.9% APR financing for up to 5 years. You can get no payments for 90 days. You can get payments as low as $379 a month. Chapman BMW, your premier destination for luxury and performance. They've got 2 great locations, which means you're going to get the best selection you're going to find in the Valley, no matter what you're looking for. And as many of our listeners attest, they are committed to delivering an exceptional car buying experience. And then once you become part of the Chapman family, their state-of-the-art service center, staffed by BMW certified technicians, will ensure your vehicle receives receives expert care. Finally, remember, you've also got a friend in the business at Chapman BMW, so pick a location, take a test drive, find what you like, then ask for my guy, GM Shane O'Hanrahan. He's hooked up a ton of our listeners already. You can be next. You can always shop online at ChapmanBMW.com. That's Chapman BMW. 2 great locations, 1 great experience.
Upgrading your windows and doors isn't just about comfort. It's about lowering energy costs all year long. That's why Valley homeowners trust the Window and Door Store and our exclusive Seal and Shield installation. We don't just replace windows. We seal, secure, and protect your home from heat, dust, and water leaks for life. Precision craftsmanship, a lifetime labor warranty, and over 1,200 5-star reviews say it all. Call 480-562-3902 now for your free in-home consultation or book anytime at thewindowdoorstore.com.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Imagine finding your dream home and moving in right away. No waiting to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? That's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now and sell the old one later. Here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first. On your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home so you can attract the right buyers. Once they're done, a local Orchard agent lists and sells your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and sell your old home later. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Ready to find out how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
Hey, it's Luke, where the Phoenix Suns able to take care of business in back-to-back games against the lowly New Orleans Pelicans. We'll get into that at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
All right, so our Phoenix Suns back in action tonight on the road in Washington after a fruitful weekend in New Orleans. I said earlier in the day, as a veteran tourist of New Orleans, I've probably been there 20, 25 times in my life. It's like Vegas. You got to get in, you got to get out. You burn hot for a couple of days, and you got to get out.
The B-roll, and they did this in both of the broadcasts the Suns did, the B-roll of the beignets at Café Du Monde was just making me very... I was salivating at the mouth. I'm sure Jarrett really loved the B-roll of the beignets on the Suns.
The B-roll of the beignets. I've never been to New Orleans before.
Okay, I'll share a secret. If you ever go, Café Du Monde is the famous place where you get beignets. Not the only place, but it's the famous place. When you go to Café Du Monde, there will be a line of about 200 people waiting to get beignets. If you go behind the back, around to the right of the line, Jarrett, there's a secondary line that nobody knows exists. And you go right to a window and you place your order and you're free and easy. That's some New Orleans trivia for you if you need it.
Anyone who's listening,
who is going
You
to New
didn't
Orleans.
hear that.
Yeah.
yeah, that's right.
Get out of the way.
All right, so the Phoenix Suns, so they got out of New Orleans in a couple of days, and they were very workmanlike, very businesslike. That Friday night game was awful on the eyes. It featured 49 fouls, featured 67 free throws. It unnecessarily raised the temperatures for the rematch on Saturday, which probably led to the fight between Jose Alvarado and Mark Williams. But the Suns came out of it with a couple of victories. They are now 18-13. And as I said earlier, they've got of their next 4 games, they've got a game against the Wizards. They've got a game against the Kings. This could be a 20-win basketball team on January 2nd.
Don't forget about that Cavs game, too. Cavs are like the dysfunctional family at the function right now.
I guess you're right. I guess I shouldn't count them out of that.
Maybe that'll be the Cavs awakening game, because on paper, I think the Cavaliers are a better team than the Suns. That's not to say that I think the Cavaliers will win that game, but they're a bit of a mess right now. And we're starting to do some connecting the dots of how much do they miss Jordan Ott, him not being there.
Wow,
and him
it's a
not
great call.
contributing to them.
Great call. Jordan Ott, by the way, said this earlier. He's got 18 wins in his first 31 games. Jonathan Gannon's got 15 wins in 50. 2 different sports, but still jarring numbers in terms of what young coaches are having success and which ones aren't. Mitch earlier today ran across a viral argument online about Devin Booker, and is he really a superstar?
In our YouTube stream chat, for what it's worth.
Okay.
We're on YouTube. Hello. Say hi. Hi.
Well, but it's interesting to me because this is a discussion that is being had while the Suns are winning, are being a winning team. And you know what the popular narrative was going into the season, and that was, this is the year that Devin Booker has to reclaim his team. He has to reclaim his greatness. He has to reclaim his spot in the NBA hierarchy. I would say that pretty much hasn't happened. He's been pretty good, but not to the level we thought he would have to be if this team were going to be good, and yet this team has got something real, despite all of that.
Turns out they don't need him to be the 30-a-game scorer that I would have projected they needed him to be, because Dylan Brooks can just have a career year shooting-wise. Colin Gillespie can come on and be a, 40% from three-point shooting demon. It just seems like there's a lot about this team that the cohesion is the most important aspect of it. Whereas last year and the year prior, you could argue, all right, there's too much of, let's try and make sure that these 3 guys get all the attention, right? And just whoever's open is going to take the shot. It's going to be, I don't know how teams are going to guard us, right? That's what Devin Booker said in the pregame for that. But now you've just got a group of guys that got the one mission. It's however it is, put the ball in the hoop. However it is, put the ball in the hoop and keep your opponent from getting the ball in their hoop. That's it. That's all they're doing, and it's working.
Yeah, so the weekend lesson was Devin Booker went for 30 and 9 rebounds on Friday. He was a plus 21. He was very, very good, like he generally is in New Orleans. Had a quiet night on Saturday, but it didn't matter. John Voida, who writes for Bright Side of the Sun, he had a very apt sentence. He wrote about the Suns team, quote, "The structure holds, the group fills the gap." End quote. It's a good turn of a phrase, and it really accurately kind of describes what we're watching here.
John Voida, of course, the father of Angelina Jolie. Everyone knows that.
Yeah, if they didn't, they do now.
You are right, though. Like I think every Suns fan thought the only way this team would have success is if Devin Booker played out of his mind and averaged 32 points a game. And the fact that he's almost looking a little bit more like the Olympics Devin Booker, the Devin Booker that we thought would have to play that way with Kevin Durant and Bradley Beal. And instead it's working with this team just because this team works better as a full functional team, And then, he is still averaging 25 points a game. It's not like he's averaging 15 points a game.
No.
But it's not the unbelievable, I'm carrying this team on my back performance that we all thought he'd have to have.
Yeah, and that's the key. And then you take a look at what they did well this weekend in New Orleans. They rebounded very well. Both nights they out-rebounded the Pelicans. So that's reason number one to show that they are engaged in playing their, quote, brand of basketball. The fact that they made 23s on Saturday, the shooting was much better in the second game, and you got 5 threes from Colin Gillespie, another 5 from Royce O'Neal. That was really good, big stuff. And the biggest piece was that Mark Williams cleared to play both ends of a back-to-back. Now, he didn't start on Saturday.
No.
And he didn't even play 11 minutes before he got ejected. But just the fact that this isn't going to be a set-in-stone kind of thing, that Mark Williams never plays the second of a back-to-back. That, I think, is a good development for this team.
It's weird because Jarrett had reminded us earlier of like the good of how they're handling Mark Williams and being able to build him up so that he can hopefully get to, I mean, what, would 50 games, 60 games be a reasonable goal for Mark Williams this season, given that he's never gotten through half of a season's worth of games in his career? And then the other side of it, which is Jalen Green, who has re-aggravated a hamstring injury twice, if I'm not mistaken, once when they were in China and then once later in the year in November.
That's accurate.
And now they're being as careful as they possibly can with him because they have a team that's potentially going to be competing in the playoffs. And Jalen Green and Mark Williams are two of the more valuable assets to this team, along with Devin Booker and Dylan Brooks. And I think if you have those core four, they'll find themselves in a position where they could be a tough customer for any of these West contenders.
Yeah, and I said earlier, that's my revamped goal. If this team can just get a top 6 seed and get into a guaranteed playoff series, I would love to see how this, because that is how you grow as a young team in the NBA. The way you learn how to win a championship is you've got to go through the machinations of a series.
Yeah.
And that's what I would love to see. If they could be good enough to avoid the play-in, and I think they've got a good chance of doing so, that would be a huge success this year.
It's weird because the previous iteration that returned to the playoffs for the Suns, the 21 version, they kind of over-accelerated. Then they jumped way ahead of margin because they beat the Lakers in the first round. Everybody thought nationally that, oh, the Lakers, they're fully healthy. They'll take down this Suns team. Nobody takes them seriously. Then the Suns beat the Nuggets in 4 games, swept them. Then they have the series with the Clippers, which was a pretty good dogfight. And if not for some severe Clippers injuries, maybe it's different. I don't know. But either way, the Suns won in 6 games, and they were 2 wins away from winning their first ever NBA Finals. So really, there's only one guy on this team that's been seasoned from previous Suns teams. But to your point, I do like the idea of at least them getting their feet wet with this culture set that they've got going.
That's it. Mitch Ferreldis is in for Vinny. I'm Dan Bickley. Coming up on the other side, 9 o'clock hour, Jared Carlin will take you through social studies and maybe drop another song parody on you. Maybe, right?
Why not?
I mean, the archive has got, 755 selections.
It has, 16 per year for 15 years.
And the David Johnson catalog. That's
right.
And there's that. Then there was that lane you got into with all the Disney parodies.
Yeah.
Boy,
name any player.
You've had a prodigious musical career, Jared.
Any Cardinals player over the last 15 years. And maybe I have a song about it.
Social studies next on the other side. Stick around. You're listening to Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Here are the top 3 headlines on Arizonasports.com. I'm Kevin Zimmerman. Dan Bickley writes that the Cardinals have been consistently outcoached and don't know how to win on the margins. Sun center Mark Williams was suspended 1 game, and Pelicans guard Jose Alvarado got 2 for their fight. And 2026 NFL draft prospect names to know, with the Cardinals in the top 5 entering their last game. Those are the top 3 headlines on Arizonasports.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Waltz TV and Appliance, and there's a myth in the electronics industry that the prices have to be best at the big box stores, and that's because you walk into a big box store, I guarantee you'll see a television or 2 right at the very front, and they'll be very, very inexpensive, and you'll think to yourself, wow, the prices are great here, I gotta shop here. What you don't know is that television you're looking at is likely hot garbage, and it's gonna rob you of quality and experience. This is one of many reasons why you instead shop at Waltz. They'll give you all the expertise you need. They'll give you an extremely knowledgeable staff. They've been serving the Valley since 1957. They'll give you great selection, big screen televisions, all the way up to 115 inches, great selection of outdoor televisions. They will have stuff and inventory you will not find anywhere else in the Valley, and you will not pay a premium for all of that because Waltz also offers unbeatable pricing. And to prove it, if you find a price you like elsewhere, bring it to Waltz, watch them match it. They'll also give you same-day delivery, 7 days a week, and you can enjoy your worry-free installation done by a pro. Finally, when you're at Waltz, make sure to drop my name. You get some additional incentive, 10% off installation or a 3-year warranty for free. That's your call. You can find Waltz off the I-10 in Warner, right behind the IKEA. You can shop online at waltz.com. Shop local, shop Waltz.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 30% upfront bonus? Or are they promising you up to 10% growth per year, all for your retirement income? If not, then you need to come to Trajan Wealth. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. If you have a plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait only to find out it's too late. I've seen hardworking folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They're not. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't keep working when you're supposed to be retired, and don't let any financial advisor tell you it's too good to be true. Call Trajan today, 480-360-7900. That's 480-360-7900.
Annuities, not advisory products. DBA Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Football fans, every Sunday, the ultimate watch parties are going down at Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. Get ready for an unforgettable game day experience with special guest appearances, mouth-watering food and drink specials, all the big plays on massive screens that make you feel like you're in the stadium. Whether you're rooting for your favorite team or just there for the good vibes, you won't want to miss a minute. So bring your friends, your game face, and catch every thrilling moment every Sunday at Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort.
Guys, if you have low T, it's time to get your edge back. Start testosterone therapy at Red Mountain Weight Loss and get a month of GLP-1 weight loss medication absolutely free. That is a $299 value. Paul Calvisi here. Just because you're getting older doesn't mean you have to feel older. Prescription testosterone restores your get up and go, so you're going to feel like you're 20 again. You gain more muscle with less effort in the gym. You're going to think better, sleep better. Your love life will be better, because don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. It's a game changer. And if you're looking to lose weight, there's nothing like the combo of testosterone and a GLP-1 medication. It'll burn that belly fat and get you ripped. This month, get free GLP-1 medication, a $299 value when you start testosterone therapy only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Book your video appointment today. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone, keyword Red Mountain.
Hey folks, this is AQ Shipley here, and I've got some news to help add some luxury to your holiday shopping. My buddy Bull Earnhardt, general manager of Earnhardt Lexus on Camelback, is opening the doors to stunning offers during the Lexus December to Remember sales event going on now. Take the 2026 Lexus TX SUV for a spin with 3 rows of refined space and first-class comfort for every passenger. Or step into the 2026 NX 450h premium plug-in hybrid delivering 304 horsepower with an impressive estimated 84 combined MPG. Take it home for only $579 per month on a 36-month lease with $49.99 due at signing. Plus, enjoy the honest, no bull difference you expect from the Earnhardt family. Shop now at EarnhardtLexus.com. New vehicles include the no bull protection package to protect your investment at $579 unless otherwise noted. After all applicable offers on select styles, lessee responsible for maintenance, excess wear, and 25 cents per mile for all mileage over 10,000 miles per year. On approved credit through Lexus Financial Services. Excludes tax, title, license, and $5.99 dock fee. See dealer for full details. Offers end 1/5/26.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
This is what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The tough season for the Arizona Cardinals continued Sunday when they lost 37-14 to the Cincinnati Bengals. The loss was the team's 8th in a row and drops the Cardinals to 3-13 overall. Arizona will try to end the season on a positive note when they play the Rams Sunday at 2:25 p.m. Speaking of positive, something good did come from Sunday's loss, as Trey McBride not only set the Cardinals team record for most catches in the season, but also set a new NFL record for most catches by a tight end in a season. The Phoenix Suns are back at it after a successful 2-game sweep over the Pelicans last weekend. They play the Wizards tonight with tip-off at 5 p.m. in Washington, and you can hear the game on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The Suns will once again be shorthanded, however, as Grayson Allen and Jalen Green remain out with injuries, while Mark Williams will serve a 1-game suspension due to his fight with Jose Alvarado on Saturday. This report is brought to you by your Valley Chevy dealers. 'Tis the season for great offers going on now at your Valley Chevy dealers during the Red Tag Sales event. Stop by your Valley Chevy dealers today.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Marotta Mornings. Social Studies.
Brought to you by Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty.
All right, so it's a 9 o'clock tradition every morning. Jared Carlin thinks up really interesting, cool questions, puts them out in social media. 9 o'clock comes here. He scrummages around for his glasses. Luckily, he found them today.
I remembered them.
That's right. And he conducts social studies.
He put them on like he is our school teacher. He did the slow raise up to the eyes routine.
I've tried. I can't. Before I started wearing my glasses, I had to make the font 175% to read it.
Good Lord.
Because the people who designed the studio put the microphone on one side and the computer on the other side.
As someone who has also operated frequently on that side of the console, it's my favorite. It's my least favorite nuisance of that room.
But we'll start off. Of course, you could follow us on X. Bickley_Murata. You could follow us on Instagram and Facebook at Bickley and Murata. And please watch us live on YouTube. Just look for the Arizona Sports. You could watch us live all show long and see what we look like, see what our guests look like, and engage with us during the show. Today we'll go through some of the questions and answers. We'll start with Cardinals fans. This is from the discussion we had earlier. Cardinals fans, is this in fact the worst Cardinals team of all time? If so, why? If not, which team was? Your options. Yes, you sap-headed rat bag. or no, you noodle brain ninny.
All right, so I'm voting for no, you noodle brain ninny.
Noodle brained ninny.
Now, I know recency bias is a thing more than it's ever been a thing. And prisoner of the moments are a thing more than they have ever been. But as somebody who's covered this football team for nearly 30 years, there have been years much more worse than this. There have been rosters much worse than this. There have been teams that literally went on the road and had no chance of winning. Zero. So this is not the worst team of all time. One of the Dave McGinnis teams, maybe, probably one of the Dave McGinnis teams through no fault of his own, probably is going to be up there. Maybe that Ken Wisenhunt team that started 4-0 and ended up, 5-11?
Yeah, that's 2 more wins than this team might have, though, in one less game.
I know. You can't. The numbers are the numbers, and you can't get around it. But in terms of look, this isn't the worst team we've ever seen.
There have been teams that have given up far more in terms of point differential than this year's team. Like, even back at the beginning of this century, a negative 233 point differential in Vince Tobin's final half season, and then 3 years later with Dave McGinnis, 227 in the negative. So there have been, if you're looking at it from those type of statistics, there's been worse seasons than this one. It's hard to compartmentalize this one, I think, in comparison to some of the other bad seasons.
The poll results disagree with you and say, yes, this is in fact the worst Cardinals team of all time.
Wow.
61.1% of the audience so far has voted for that. 38.9% says no. Seabacher 44, yes, says there is no development of players or coaches, and there seems to be no quick fix coming. Arizona Living says, yes, it's an easy choice when you're breaking all kinds of records for the wrong reasons, considering this is a team known for losing in its franchise history. Sandra Dale Clomber, though, does give sort of maybe the answer that's more logical. Is this the worst team ever? No, but is the most disappointing of all team. People tend to forget that the Cardinals had quarterbacks room once featuring Derek Anderson, Max Hall, and John Skelton.
Yeah.
Lots of people are saying that, yes, not necessarily the worst, but considering expectations and talent on the team, most disappointing.
It's a good point.
Speaking of the Cardinals, actually, we'll save that for the end. We'll go to the general NFL, because unlike the Cardinals, there has been lots of turnarounds this year. And you look at some of the teams leading the division, none of us had this coming, saw this coming. So I asked NFL fans which team's turnaround into a top team is most surprising and why. Is it the New England Patriots? Is it the Denver Broncos? Is it the Jacksonville Jaguars? Or is it the Chicago Bears?
Okay, so I would vote between the Jaguars and the Bears, and I think you could make a really good case for the Jaguars, but I'm voting for the Bears because of some of the insane ways they have won this year. That last win over the Green Bay Packers, that was almost a gift from the football gods, and it's the Bears. And they're in a division that was supposed to be the hardest division in football. So that's where I'm voting. Although I don't think I'm going to be the majority.
I think there's a reason to have argued at the beginning of the year that replacing Mike Vrabel over Gerard Mayo was already going to make a significant difference for the Patriots. Mm-hmm. You can argue that Sean Payton, one of the better head coaches, and they won 10 games a year ago. I think everybody was high on the idea of Ben Johnson and Caleb Williams paired together. And that just leaves Jacksonville for me, who I had no earthly way of seeing them producing this type of year that they've had 12 wins in Liam Cohen's first season.
Especially with Travis Hunter not being much of a factor at all.
They traded a first-round pick for him, and he's done probably nothing for the most part, not by any fault of his own. And it doesn't matter. They're way better than I would have expected them to be this year.
They just keep winning games. Not a believer when I saw them play the Cardinals in person. I was ready to bet against them in the playoffs, but they have just won every game since then. The Jaguars are slightly leading this poll with 34.8%. Now just changed to 35.6%.
Yeah, get those votes in. Come on. Let's go.
The Bears very closely behind, 33.1%. The Patriots closely behind that, 29.4%. And everybody saw this Broncos team being the best team in the NFL, of course. 1.9% only voted for Denver. And finally, Cardinals fans. I am back, so I had to include a food question.
Oh, boy.
Cardinals fans, if this season's team was a meal, what would they be and why?
I'm voting liver and onions. Looks as bad as it smells. Of course you do. But you're asking me.
Yeah, okay.
All right.
Do you have like a fast food restaurant that you keep telling yourself before you go, don't get this, you're going to feel like crud later. It's as much as it wants to taste good, and it does, you're going to pay for it later.
You're going to pay for it later?
So I will do redacted as my option for that one.
I love it.
So that's sort of fast food that makes me feel like crud later.
That's funny. Redacted. Got a lot of great responses there, Jared.
A lot of good ones. Flea soup sandwich, a Brussels sprout sandwich, cold chicken noodle soup with a rotten meat spoon.
Go to Stephen Ruiz's response.
Stephen Ruiz, you got it in front of you?
No, I don't.
Oh.
You can find it. Somebody put out there surströmming. You know what that is, Jared?
I'm not sure.
It's this really pungent, awful Swedish herring.
Oh.
You literally have to open the can underwater because the smell is so bad. Somebody put that out there as an option.
I'm seeing Alex on our YouTube chat is saying Braunschweiger, which
this is like
just the name alone sounds disgusting.
A cereal bowl full of nails, somebody said.
Oh.
Rise Up gave a 4-course meal. The first course, a pretty good shrimp cocktail appetizer. I assume that meant, the 2-0 start, all those close games.
All right.
Second, a Cobb salad with slightly wilted lettuce. Those were the losses, but they were in a lot of the games. Third, boiled flavorless chicken with burned white rice. And fourth, you were just served a dirty plate.
There's no food?
Stephen Ruiz will go out on a warm bowl of sauerkraut topped with expired Cheese Whiz and pencil shavings. When you send it back, the chef insists that his cooks followed his recipe perfectly.
That's pretty funny.
There you go.
Isn't it?
Keep sending your answers in Bickley_Murata. Follow us across all social medias to see videos and the like.
All right, so what is next for the Arizona Cardinals? Is there anything left they can prove in Week 18? We'll discuss our football team. Stick around. Mitch Ferreldas in for Vinny. I'm Dan Bickley. You're listening to Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
NFL record for most punt return touchdowns in a season. Played 10 of his 13 NFL seasons for the Cardinals and officially retired a Cardinal this summer. He's Patrick Peterson, P2.
Patrick Peterson out of LSU to the house.
And he joins Wolf and Luke every Tuesday morning at 11:15 to talk football on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Hey Arizona, it's Vince Marotta back again with some amazing holiday deals from our friends at Earnhardt Ford in Chandler. During Ford's year-end sales event, General Manager John Nissen and his team have just announced 000. What does that mean? For a limited time, you can take advantage of 0% APR financing for 60 months. Plus 0 down payment, plus 0 payments for 90 days. And just announced, get $1,000 Ford bonus cash towards your purchase. That's on nearly every 2025 model, including America's favorite F-150 trucks and 3-row Explorer SUVs. This is just a sample of the outstanding holiday deals at Earnhardt Ford, your locally owned Ford dealer. Check them out in Chandler or online at earnhardtford.com.
Most new vehicles include the No Bull protection packages and added benefit. $699 for cars and SUVs, $1598 for trucks. After all applicable offers on select models, exclusions apply. APR is $1667 per month per $1,000 financed. Interest accrues from date of signing. For well-qualified customers through Ford Credit, plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offers end 1/5/26.
Hi, folks. Lorenzo Alexander here. After 15 years playing professional football, I've been through plenty of winning and losing. If you feel like you're losing because of private student loan debt, call my friends at Y-Refi. They refinance loans others won't touch and create a payment plan based on what you can afford, even if you're behind or in default. Y-Refi can help lower your interest rate and reduce your monthly payment. And they don't care what your credit score is. Call 888-502-2612 or visit yrefi.com.
Not available in all states.
Choose hope for children in foster care through Child Crisis Arizona. Together, we can assure all children are safe. The qualifying foster care tax credit is one way you can help. Contribute up to $618 individually or $1,234 jointly to Child Crisis Arizona and receive a $1 tax credit. Your gift provides hope and a brighter future to children in foster care. Visit childcrisisaz.org. That's childcrisisaz.org.
This new year, get started on your next success with University of Maryland Global Campus. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start January 7th. An accredited state university, UMGC offers online and hybrid classes while giving you a head start on 2026. Earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning and experience, or transfer up to 12 credits toward a master's. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Charlie's battery is struggling to start. Not ideal before the tailgate, so he goes to AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone,
where a friendly AutoZoner tests his battery for free. Looks like he needs a new one, so he gets the Duralast battery.
have fun and stay warm.
And he makes it to the tailgate early enough to get his favorite spot. Free battery testing and charging. No hassles, just help.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire America's largest injury law firm for your case? There's lots of reasons. Just like there's a reason millions of people called us last year in their time of need. When it comes to fighting for justice and compensation, millions of people across the country trust us to go to battle for them. We became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Big Red Monday.
Hi, this is Paris Johnson, and you're listening to Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Big Red Monday with Bickley and Marotta.
Welcome back. Happy Monday, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios. Big shout out to all our great listeners in Youngtown. What's up, Youngtown? The Arizona Cardinals have one football game left in the season. By the way, this is the last Monday of the year, by the way, so that's good news, right?
Yay, we made it.
Yay,
we're accomplishing things.
Yay. And so the NFL playoffs are pretty much set except for the seedings. In the AFC, it's Denver, it's New England. They're going to be fighting out for the number 1 seed. That will be determined. You've got Jacksonville as a division winner. The winner of Pittsburgh-Baltimore this weekend, they're going to win the NFC North. They'll be the 4th seed, and then you'll have Houston, the Chargers, and the Buffalo Bills underneath them. Interesting field where I think you could probably look at the lower tier, teams 5 and 7, meaning Houston and Buffalo, and think, yeah, but they've got a pretty good chance to get through those teams that are above them. In the NFC, Seattle and San Francisco, it's going to come down to a winner-take-all for the number 1 seed in the NFC. That game's going down this weekend. Chicago and Philadelphia will split the 2 and 3 seeds. You've got the NFC South winner, whether it's Carolina or Tampa. They'll be the 4 seed. Then the 5, 6, 7 seed will either be the San Francisco-Seattle loser, the LA Rams, and the Green Bay Packers, who come in at number 7. And there you go. That's your playoff field. Now, will the Rams have anything to play for this weekend when the Cardinals go up there in Week 18? Yes, the answer is yes. They are playing for either the 5th or the 6th seed, and they can get the 5th seed if they win, and I believe if Seattle beats San Francisco. So I do think they're going to get a motivated team. So, but again, it also comes down to the fact, is there anything this team could do in a Week 18 that would change your mind or change the way you feel about anything?
The simple answer is no. But I think I would like to just see an encouraging or inspired performance. And I don't know why I'm asking for this when for the last several weeks we haven't seen a ton of encouraging or inspiring performances by this football team. But if this team truly backs the head coach, truly backs the staff, they would go out there and they would play inspired and play with their hair on fire. And we just haven't seen that the last few weeks. Some of these games where they've gotten blown out, the Houston game, they were down 13 or it was 10-0 before the offense even touched the ball because of a special teams error.
Yeah.
It's just it seems like every single week there's something new about how this team is losing a game, but the end result is always the same.
And again, we're seeing teams like the Bengals, like the Dolphins, win some games down the stretch after they've long been eliminated. And the fact that the Cardinals can't win any of these.
Of them.
And we started saying, you said, like, will the last game change anything of your opinion? We started saying that after they were eliminated from the playoffs. You know, will the way they finish the season have an impact on the future of everything? And we're like, well, you know, maybe if they look good during their last 5 games, if they look good during their last 4 games, 3 games, 2 games, now we're just like, okay, well, the last game of the season, if they win that game, will that change it? Right. I think we've got to say that the hay is in the barn or whatever that saying is.
I couldn't agree with you more, Jarrett, and I would think that you would already have decisions made, but how high up do you go? What do you do about the general manager? Are you confident that he's the guy that can rebuild this, that he can find the next quarterback? One of the highlights of the weekend in terms of football was how Malik Willis played for the Green Bay Packers in a loss to the Baltimore Ravens. He was spectacular as a dual threat. He was finding open receivers. He was making plays off schedule. He was running the ball. He put up great numbers. He only had 3 incompletions, and 2 of them were drop passes. And if people have pointed out, he was initially drafted by a staff in Tennessee that featured Monty Ossenfort. But again, you got to be careful with that because there have been a lot of quarterbacks who have flashed in very much those similar situations and turned out to be fool's gold. You know what I mean? Of course you know what I mean.
The difference
Matt
between
Flynn is one of those guys.
lots of, I mean, countless examples. There's
Scott Mitchell, if you want to go back in the day to that guy.
That was the one I thought of.
Kevin Cobb, if you remember the Cardinals.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But that's in general. That's the difference between a backup quarterback and a starting quarterback is that a backup quarterback, and we might not want to admit it, but even Jacoby Brissett can look really good for a handful of games, but the longer he plays, the more exposed he gets of why he's been a career backup.
Well, there's an argument to at least make, given how much younger Malik Willis is in comparison, that he would be able to develop within the right system. I mean, his first system was Tennessee, which I think that was still Vrabel, but it was towards the end. And what Tennessee has become is a rather dysfunctional mess. And maybe they're going in the right direction now with Cam Ward and some of the young pieces that they were able to cobble together. But now Willis in a system with Matt LaFleur, who I think you and I would agree is one of the better offensive minds in the game and one of the guys that can do really well with a secondary quarterback. I mean, Willis had to step in for a couple of games last season and was able to keep the Packers afloat and make it to the playoffs. I wouldn't rule out the idea of at least checking in, but if the price gets a little overinflated, then I think it would be best to go in a different direction.
And that's also a thing that bears watching with this football team, and it bears watching as you consider Monty Ossenfort, because when you consider, again, all of the negative headlines that have followed this team in the past 4 years, all of the terrible grades in the NFLPA report cards, you wonder how many people really want to come here to play football, given what has been out there in the public domain over the last 4 years. I've lost my mind consistently for the last 2 years, maybe even the last 3 years, looking at all the salary cap space the Cardinals have left when the team could clearly benefit from more better football players. Well, you know what? You've got to have somebody willing to take that money. And I think the idea that you, by definition, have to overpay for free agents in the NFL is true. It's especially true in Arizona. Look at Dalvin Tomlinson. He's been nowhere near worth the money they had to pay to get him. Look at Jonah Williams. Tremendous overpay for a guy that hasn't.
Josh Jones is already gone.
Josh Jones is already gone. So this is the kind of thing that worries me, is that we may be even deeper into this than we even realize in terms of what it takes to get out from underneath this.
And then I think it's also fair to ask how much actually changes if they make a regime change, if the head at the top is still the same. And you can't just move on from ownership. That's never going to happen.
No.
But you have to wonder if there's even a tone that needs to be set from the very, very top if you expect to make any sort of improvements whatsoever. Because we thought it was going to come this year, and it didn't.
And it didn't. Year 3 of a rebuild, to potentially lose 14 games in year 3 of a rebuild. None of us saw that coming. Jacoby Brissett had his first what you would call bad game yesterday. Look, and again, I think we all know that Jacoby Brissett is what he is. He's a bridge quarterback. He's a great backup quarterback, but he's only going to give you so many good starts if you've got him as your starting quarterback. But I also look at this running game, a running game that totaled 42 yards yesterday. 42 yards. The idea that you're still trying to affect plays off of play action when nobody even cares about your running game, it's impossible to dial up those chunk plays anymore. So it's all kind of falling apart at the finish line.
7 for 29 for Michael Carter, 5 for 11 for Amari DiMercato, and 1 for 2 for Corey Kiner. They attempted 13 runs. I mean, granted, they were down 13-0 after a few minutes into the second quarter, but still, the fact that they couldn't at least have any sort of coherent run game was a massive, massive issue.
Massive issue. All right, on the other side, we're going to give out our awards. It's Hardware, a Monday morning staple. Stick around. Mitch Ferreldis, Dan Bickley, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
You know, immediate reaction is not only are the Cardinals not going to get him, but no team would ever be crazy enough to let him go. And then you realize, well, Cincinnati would. Like, you're hoping for chaos around the NFL this offseason. You're hoping Joe Burrow pushes his way out of Cincinnati. You're hoping Baltimore flips out and Lamar gets, you're hoping something like that happens because there's this belief of, okay, we just got to go find the next reclamation project. Well, again, there's no guarantee there's a reclamation project just because Daniel Jones and Sam Darnold. I think your path is hoping you find the right guy in the draft, or some team does something ridiculous like allowing Joe Burrow to become available.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey, I'm Ron Wolfley, and I'm sitting here with Garrett Lee, co-owner of Moving Team 6. Garrett, I just saw where you guys actually have hit over 1,000 five-star reviews.
That's absolutely true, and we don't do it without our team, and obviously to our amazing customers that are willing to trust us and support our team along the way.
Talk a little bit of the importance of Moving Team 6 and the teamwork that goes into it.
The thing that separates Moving Team 6 obviously is our team. We can all go to work every single day and feel like, hey, we got to get a job done, but they've got to know that they're part of something bigger than themselves. Our team at Moving Team 6 believes that every single day they walk into a home, it's bigger than what they think, and they're making a big impact in someone's lives and taking away stress that they can't deal with that day, and we want to take it on for them. You can't pick up a dresser and carry it up and down stairs, and the whole word pivot of taking a big couch up the stairs, so you need somebody to help you make that move happen, and we're the team for you.
Go to movingteam6.com for more information. That's movingteam6.com. Your move is their mission.
Arizona, pickleball is booming, and Just Pickle Courts is leading the charge in Arizona. Whether you're dreaming of a backyard court or upgrading your community center, Just Pickle Courts builds custom courts from concept to construction. We handle everything with precision and care. And right now, you can get a free court planning consultation, plus 2 free court upgrades when you visit justpicklecourts.com/radio. That's justpicklecourts.com/radio.
CVS Health supports people in the moments that matter, from picking up a prescription to connecting care. With nearly 5 million daily interactions and serving 185 million consumers and 1.5 million healthcare professionals, CVS Health holds a trusted place in healthcare. By simplifying care and improving health, we're helping people get the care they need. Learn more at cvshealth.com/investor day.
This is TV's Dr. Travis Stork for Eggland's Best Eggs. Eggs are a staple in our diets, and there's only one egg with more delicious farm fresh taste, plus superior nutrition. Eggland's Best, with more vitamins, including 6 times more vitamin D and 10 times more vitamin E, plus 25% less saturated fat than ordinary eggs. Available in so many delicious varieties: classic, cage-free, organic, free-range, and pasture-raised. Eggland's Best. Better taste, better nutrition, better eggs.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-897-4400. That's 800-897-4400.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Charlie's battery is struggling to start. Not ideal before the tailgate, so he goes to AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone.
Where a friendly AutoZoner tests his battery for free. Looks like he needs a new one, so he gets a Duralast battery.
Have fun and stay warm.
And he makes it to the tailgate early enough to get his favorite spot. Free battery testing and charging. No hassles, just help.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Guys, if you have low T, it's time to get your edge back with testosterone from Red Mountain Weight Loss. Start this month and get a free month of GLP-1 weight loss medication. You'll think better, sleep better, and you'll lose that belly fat. Look, don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. Start TRT today. Get a free month of GLP-1 weight loss medications. That's a $299 value only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com.
This is what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The tough season for the Arizona Cardinals continued Sunday when they lost 37-14 to the Cincinnati Bengals. The loss was the team's 8th in a row and drops the Cards to 3-13 overall. Arizona will try to end the season on a positive note when they play the Rams Sunday at 2:25 p.m. Speaking of positive, something good did come from Sunday's loss, as Trey McBride not only set the Cardinals team record for most catches in a season, but also set a new NFL record for most catches by a tight end in a season. The Phoenix Suns are back at it after a successful 2-game sweep over the Pelicans this past weekend. They play the Wizards tonight with tip-off at 5 p.m. in Washington. You can hear the game on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The Suns will once again be shorthanded, however, as Grayson Allen and Jalen Green remain out with injuries, while Mark Williams will serve a 1-game suspension due to his fight with Jose Alvarado on Saturday. This report is brought to you by Red Mountain Weight Loss. Get a free month of GLP-1 weight loss medication. That's a $299 value when you start any testosterone program, only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Hit 250 on your phone, 250 on your phone, keyword Red Mountain.
Time to take a look at the Arizona Sports Poll Question. Brought to you by Sanderson Ford. The best play is at Sanderson Ford.
All right, let's take a look at the Arizona Sports Poll Question on the front page of ArizonaSports.com. What position... I should put my glasses on for this.
Oh, good Lord. And you should talk into the microphone.
Do this. Doing my best.
I actually liked it when he doesn't talk into the microphone.
Doesn't talk in the microphone.
This is where we're at now. We probably could have gone there sooner if people had help, but this is where we're at. What position should the Cardinals target with their first pick in the 2026 NFL Draft? Should it be quarterback, wide receiver, offensive line, defensive back, or just strictly the best player available?
Oh, I'm look, top 5 pick, maybe 4, maybe 3 by the end of it. I'm going with quarterback.
Do you like anybody outside of Mendoza? Like, what if Dante...
Did you really have to ask me that trick question?
What if Dante Moore doesn't declare? Do you like anybody else?
Okay, yes. The answer is I don't think so.
Yeah. That's why I lean O-line.
It's just these are lottery tickets, and you got it. I don't know if you ever heard this, but you got to be in it to win it.
This is
I
why
was in it to win it last week when it was $1.7 billion. I didn't win nothing.
Yeah, this is why I don't play the lottery. Either way,
37.
Of course, because $300 million wouldn't be enough for you.
Couldn't give me it.
You got to right. Can't be bothered for $300 million.
$300 million couldn't give me it. 37% say quarterback. 31% offensive line. 31% say just go with the best player available, and only 1% wide receiver. Almost unheard of. 0% say defensive back. Not one person voted for this. I don't know how long this poll has been up.
It's an area of need, but I don't know if using your top pick on that would
could
be
be
the
a top
wisest.
3 pick, could be a top 2 pick. I don't know yet still if it could be the 1 pick, but maybe not. All right, there you go on the front page of ArizonaSports.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Marotta mornings.
You're gonna go to the hardware store.
Handing out the hardware.
All this hardware.
All right, every Monday we present our own little version of our own awards show. We kind of call what happened over the weekend and give out awards for things that catch our eye. I am going to start, followed by Jared Carlin, Mitch Varaldis. You'll be in the 3 hole. My first award is Put This Man in the Hall of Fame award. I'm giving it to Dominic Critelli, Staff Sergeant. Dominic Critelli, he's a 104-year-old World War II vet who performed the national anthem at an Islanders game on the saxophone.
Wow.
And at 104 years old, he showed great stamina and great length of breath. Because if you play,
That was the analysis?
Listen, I mean, I'm telling you, the sustain, the way he held notes late, that's, you're talking about a 104-year-old man. You might run out of breath at some point.
You need that lung capacity.
You need the lung capacity, and he had it.
There are not a lot of World War II vets around anymore. They are a dying breed, so it's nice to see one out there still getting it done. They're certainly not
playing the saxophone if they're
And
around.
most of them were smoking 2 packs of Camels a day.
Well, you're right. That would decrease your lung capacity.
That's my point. Dominic Critelli. Well, I don't know if you saw this. Did you see it?
I didn't see it, no.
Fantastic. It's fantastic.
Dominic Critelli. My first award is the Kawhi Hasn't This Happened Sooner award, and it goes to Kawhi Leonard, who set his career high with 55 points yesterday. Kawhi Leonard, one of the great players of this generation of players, had never scored 50 points in his entire career. Isn't that surprising?
Yes, in an era where there's 35 NBA players who've dropped 50 or more.
Right. It's
crazy.
It's no longer. It's sort of become like the 50-yard field goal, and that it's not even that rare of occurrence anymore. But he did that, and he could have scored the most in any Clippers history. He wound up with 55 points. The record was 55 points. He only tied it. Chose to take himself out of the game early rather than go for the record. And the Clippers, as you mentioned earlier, they're playing much better recently, are sort of surging in the standings.
They finally decided to care. It's amazing.
We'll see how long that happens.
Yeah, we'll find out how long it lasts.
Mitch.
All right. My first award, let's call this From Silver Sluggers to Silver Screen. And it goes to a Diamondbacks game that took place on April 18th against the Chicago Cubs at Wrigley Field. Do you remember that game off the top of your head before I dive deeper?
Was this that dramatic rally where they
10 runs in the top of the 8th inning, only to then allow 6 more runs
That's right.
and lose? So it is going to be featured in Rian Johnson's latest Knives Out movie, Wake Up, Dead Man, A Knives Out Mystery. He told the MLB Network podcast he wanted the movie's plot to be set in 2025, even though they filmed last year. And he says, we were waiting until the very last moment of post-production until we had that specific Cubs game that happened. I was like, this one will work. It happens the day of the murder. It happens at exactly the right time.
Wow.
So that game is going to be featured in the upcoming movie.
Oh, that's fantastic.
Not gonna be, was already featured. The movie has been out for several weeks, and I saw it, and it was pretty good. Are you Knives Out? Did you see any of those?
I haven't seen it yet. I've seen the first two, yeah.
Yeah,
The one's good?
It is very good. I liked the second one the best, but this one, my wife liked this one the best. So
really,
it's very good.
So how is the Diamondbacks game presented?
It's a key plot point into something that happens with the recording of a character in it watches recordings of Cubs games always. This particular recording, something happened during it that works into a key plot point in the murder.
Okay, I'm going to put that on the. I'm going to definitely watch that. All right, my second award is the Lunacy Award. I'm giving it to the NCAA, already under heat for allowing 21-year-old 7-footer James Nagy, and they gave him 4 years of eligibility to enroll at Baylor after he's already competed overseas professionally, after he was selected 31st in the 2023 NBA draft. So people are really, really angry at Baylor and the NCAA for letting that happen. Now Trenton Flowers, who has already scored buckets in the NBA, is looking to enroll in college as a mid-season addition. Keep in mind, this is a guy that's already scored 4 points for the Bulls on a two-way contract. And apparently Kentucky and Michigan are interested in this kid. And the NCAA is so terrified of getting hit with an antitrust lawsuit that they're letting this madness happen.
That opens the door now for there just are no rules.
There's
no
rules.
Eligibility recommendations. None. I don't think I brought this up on the air, but this is a little buzz. Not real, but a buzz among U of A fans.
All right.
That LeBron James should enroll at U of A and play with his son next year.
Oh, my God.
He's already played with one son. Why not check something else off your bucket list? Go to college. He never got to play in college. To play with your other son.
Yeah, because we just haven't had enough LeBron.
No, but
those are the rumors. So people in Tucson really think that might happen?
They don't really think it would happen, but it's like a fun thing to sort of talk about. As you mentioned there, the rules just keep getting stretched thinner and thinner. I'll close with the They Kick Their Grass Award. And this goes to the Bad Boy Mowers Pinstripe Bowl, which was a matchup that I believe several people, maybe even people on the show, picked as the national championship matchup. Penn State versus Clemson.
That's right.
Wound up being in this meaningless bowl. Penn State wound up defeating Clemson and to start a tradition in the Bad Boy Mowers Bowl. You know, normally you dump Gatorade on the winning coach's head. Of course, the Duke's Mayo Bowl became famous because they dumped mayonnaise on. This particular bowl game now, you dump a giant Gatorade bucket full of
grass clippings
and mulch all over the winning coach's head.
Oh. I hope the winning head coach isn't allergic.
I know. It's got the sniffles.
Good luck to Game Ops checking on that one every single time.
They're all chasing the Pop-Tart Bowl, though, for best extracurricular.
That's a very
Real
good
quick,
point.
Mitch, you got one?
Yeah, I got one more. I'll call this the worst record in the NFL, and it goes to not a team, but to Sauce Gardner. I don't know if you know this. When he was traded to the Indianapolis Colts, that Jets team was 1-7. Do you happen to know the record of the Colts since acquiring Sauce Gardner?
No.
1-7. He is 2-14 between the Jets and Colts this season.
Wow. That's a great stat, Mitch. I would have never guessed that.
He's as good as the Las Vegas Raiders. One person. That's
unbelievable. All right, on the other side, we'll wrap it up with an edition of Crosstalk. Luke Lipinski, Jarrett.
Well, I'm sure that'll be the last we'll see of him this week, so that'll be fun.
He'll join us along with Jody Jackson. Stick around. We're back right after this.
Win tickets to the Verbo Fiesta Bowl from Arizona Sports. This show's keyword is
Fiesta. Fiesta.
Text the word Fiesta to 620-620 right now.
Fiesta.
Text Fiesta to 620-620 for your chance to win tickets to the Verbo Fiesta Bowl. Message and data rates may apply.
When your private student loans go into default, you don't feel very good about things. You feel stuck. You're embarrassed. You feel like you're out of moves at the end of the road. But just know there is a way forward, and that way forward is called Y-Refi. Hi, it's Vince Marotta. Y-Refi works specifically with people who are already in default. They help you refinance into a low, fixed-rate payment that fits your actual budget. Not a fantasy budget, but one that you can afford. And they don't ask a million questions. They do it without lecture, without judgment. They're just here to help you start fresh. If other lenders have told you no, don't assume that's the end. You've got options, and that option, Y-Refi, built for the people who've already been told no. Default does not have to control your future. You can take back control today. To learn more, go to YRefi.com. That's the letter Y, REFY.com.
Get ready for the most wonderful time of the year with exciting red tag savings. Available now on the 2026 Chevy Equinox. Or gear up for the holidays and conquer that to-do list in a new Chevy truck. Now is the time to get red tag savings on the 2026 Silverado or the big adventures in the Colorado. This holiday season, it all comes together in a Chevrolet. See your Valley Chevy dealers.
All right, Basin earnings, it's starting to cool down, so All Pro Shade is heating things up. Right now, when you buy a motorized patio shade or awning, you'll get a patio heater absolutely free. These shades aren't just for summer. They'll stop that winter wind and hold the warmth from your new free patio heater, keeping your patio cozy and game day ready all season long. Get your free estimate today at allproshade.com and snag free patio heaters while this offer lasts. That's allproshade.com.
When you're hurt in an accident, results matter, and Sweet James stands above all the rest. They deliver the best medical care, the most amount of money, and justice to every single injured victim. You're not just another number. You're a real person who deserves the best. Oftentimes, the attorneys at Sweet James represent a second chance at life for many clients. They take that seriously. If you're ever hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-9-MILLION. That's 800-9-MILLION. 800-900-0000 or sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
Taxes was feeling so stuck. Sitting in traffic, squeezing into a parking spot, all to squeeze in getting tax help during your lunch break. Now Taxes is a TurboTax expert who does your taxes for you, while you go about your day getting real-time notifications about their progress and the most money back guaranteed. Now this is Taxes. Intuit TurboTax. See guarantee details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Only available with TurboTax experts. Real-time updates only in iOS mobile app.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-897-4400. That's 800-897-4400.
Hi, I'm Becca, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. As an in-house designer, I can't wait for you to see our incredible selection of stylish and stackable rings. If you're shopping for your wedding bands, we have high-quality designs for every style and budget, from romantic to modern. If you're looking to add to a stack, your options are endless. Discover styles with clusters of gemstones, sleek all-metal designs, updated cigar bands, and signet rings perfect for an engraving. Because a friend knows you like options. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
The home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Marotta, Wolf and Luke. Big Red Monday, Crosstalk.
All right, one last segment detailing another Sunday debacle. We have Luke Lipinski, Jared Carlin's favorite broadcaster.
What's up, Jared?
What's up, Jared?
Favorite person.
Favorite person?
Forget broadcast.
Yeah, you often collaborate together on projects and videos, and you've done some good work together.
Well, I don't know about good, but we've got more coming out in the next week. We're working on something next week.
Yeah, okay, good. I thought something was in the works.
Yeah, and that would be the awesome Jody Jackson who joins us as well.
Jody, you're saying that as if you might not have heard our tremendous Christmas collaboration.
Play it, please.
Nobody needs to
We
hear
already
that.
had to hear Alvarado earlier, so I don't know if I could take any more singing.
Now, you know what, Jerry? You know what is funny is I never heard your Christmas collaboration.
Oh, you weren't here
I
that
wasn't
week.
here, so I've heard of it.
Lucky
I have
you.
not heard it.
It was
Maybe
me.
you can treat me to it tomorrow.
Me, Luke, Jesse, and Sammy Sabolka's debut.
Sammy did steal the show.
Yes.
Wow.
So
'Cause
tomorrow, stay
we
tuned
did it
tomorrow.
all in one take, and Jarrett's like, you got to hear Sammy's part, and I was like, in a good way, and he's like, you decide.
Oh boy.
Is this on the dark web or something?
Yeah,
No, it's on the real web.
Even they banned it.
All right, you two, what were your thoughts? What are your takeaways from yesterday's loss, the 13th of the season?
It's so bad. It's just like they're unwatchable. I mean, if you are a fan of this team, I don't know what you're watching. I don't know what else to say. It feels like it's a version of the same story each week. And then, and I was listening to the very end of it on the radio broadcast, and you heard Dave Pash and AQ Shipley both basically say, I think this might be the worst game of the year, actually, by the Cardinals, which is saying something. I heard you guys talking about this a little bit earlier, and I couldn't agree more. And Wolf and I, we've had this discussion for a couple of weeks. You guys have as well. The injuries are a real thing. If you've won 7 or 8 games and it just barely kept you out of the playoffs, there's zero excuse to be 3 and whatever they are at this point, 3 and 13.
That's it.
There's no reason that because you have injuries, you just stop for 2 months of the season.
Yeah.
To the point where now I don't even really give much credence to the injuries, if that makes sense.
I think the tackling was the worst that we've seen, and that's really discouraging. Dan, I heard you when I was coming in talking about, I showed up here in 2000, and I was there in Dallas when Vince Tobin was fired, and then some of those teams in 03, 04, that it reminds you of that, and that's a scary thing because, and I know it's near the end of the season. I know they are banged up, but the tackling, you're still preparing all week. We hear there are good vibes. We heard Jacoby talking and that the positivity is there, but then you get out on the field and you're not seeing it at all.
Yeah.
You're not seeing, you're not seeing the intensity that's needed to win a football game.
No doubt about it. In fact, Rob Frederickson came out and said, and he was right about this. When you look at successful football teams, there's a unanimous approach to playing every play with a ferocity and an intensity, playing like your life depends on it. Cardinals only have a few players where that energy comes off them. Trey McBride is obviously one. Michael Wilson is one. Who else though?
Josh Sweat, Calais Campbell.
Maybe,
I don't know, is that 4, 5 guys out of 53?
Right.
It's just, it's sort of like what Jody was just saying. I mean, we hear these guys each week say how much they like Jonathan Gannon, how much they respect the coaching staff, and that's great, but they don't look like it on Sundays. They just don't. And, I came into the season thinking there was almost no way JG would be on the hot seat by the end of the season because you were coming off an 8-win year. You figured they were probably going to win at least 7 or 8 games again this year. Maybe they wouldn't make the jump. Maybe there would be questions. Maybe you'd have to make a quarterback switch or whatever. I mean, they've won 1 game since week 2. And what was the stat? I'll pull this up. But, I mean, the stat they had on the TV broadcast is some of the teams that if they lose these final 2 games, and they're going to, they've already lost one of them, it's going to put them in the same category with, let's see, the Boston Yanks of 1945.
The Boston Yanks.
The Boston Yanks.
The Cleveland Rams of 1941. The Chicago Cardinals of 1942. These teams that you start 2-0 and then you finish with 4 wins or less. And it's like they're not even going to win 4 games. So it's anytime you're in the same category as the Boston Yanks, you at least need to look in the mirror and say what happened.
Yanks.
Those damn Yanks.
I'm just alarmed with the lack of attention to detail or just the basic fundamentals being applied in the games this late in the season. And to your point, Luke, if we're weighting this like it's our school's grading system where all the homework you do and the mini quizzes that you do are like 30%, well, these weekend games are the 60% of the stuff that we get to see as viewers, fans, journalists, however you want to say it. And what we're seeing is just bad. I don't know how they can sell this regime for another season based on what we've seen, specifically the last 8 weeks.
I mean, I think it's going to be, look, there is a weighing of the injury situation. There is a weighing of, what's going on at quarterback, but you had a backup that was ready to be the backup and produced until the last 2 weeks. I mean, last week he had a bad game, and then yesterday was clearly a bad game, but so this doesn't even become about the quarterback really at all anymore, but I think it's weighing the injuries this year and then weighing the things that we saw from the first 2 seasons. I think a lot of us did believe that Jonathan Gannon was taking this team in the right direction, but they've looked so poor. This is really worst case scenario for JG.
Yeah.
Because that's the thing we talked about after that Dallas Dallas win, and then they started losing close games, and you thought, it seems like he's going to be okay unless this thing spirals badly. And it has spiraled badly. So I think that's the decision that needs to be made.
And then on top of it, one of the moments of sheer indignity yesterday was Cody Ford becoming the third offensive lineman from the other team to nearly or score a touchdown against the Cardinals.
Yeah, I mean, other teams are just looking for ways. It's like when you're playing Madden against like your little brother and you're like, I got to make this interesting. What am I going to do? I'm up by 27. I'll just throw to the offensive lineman or something. That's kind of where we are right now. Yeah.
And you get the Bengals fans, of all people, the Bengals fans chanting for Cody Ford to score the touchdown as a running back after he made a 21-yard gain in the passing game. That's the stuff that, it sounds stupid, but if you're a Cardinals fan, that stuff hurts. Yeah, you're getting mocked by them.
That's the other thing. It's not like the Bengals are amazing. The Bengals are 6-10. They're a mess. Joe Burrow hates it there. What was the other stat they had in the game? That was the first time the Bengals have had 2 straight 10+ play scoring drives to begin the game in 10 years.
That's another one of those stats.
The stat people are working so hard on the TV broadcasts that it's just like,
we got to find as many demoralizing stats as we can.
I wonder though. I'm like, if Buda Baker's out there, does that happen or does it still happen? Because maybe he would have. To me, the recognition of it is where the crime was, right? So not like I think Rabbit talked about. I saw a quote like, I didn't think they were really going to throw it, or you have to be more prepared to recognize that. Now, obviously, it wasn't going to be seen on film, and then maybe it is the fact that Denzel Burke just couldn't bring him down.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was a moment, Dan,
I can't believe we're having these conversations. It's like an out-of-body experience.
We sum it up in that one play.
Denzel Burke had a terrible day. Darren Hall couldn't make a tackle. It was just Keystone Cops.
The shoulder, like the arm tackle, isn't working for Darren.
So wait, predict now. Which Rams offensive lineman is going to get a pass completion next Sunday?
Man, okay, that's tough.
Adam Whitworth is going to come out of retirement just to score a touchdown. Just to give me the touchdown against the Cardinals.
Give me the starting center, misaligned to the right side, and then he goes off.
Center touchdown. Those are always good.
Who's the starting center for the Rams?
I have no idea.
But we're going
to learn on Sunday.
Whoever it is, you got utmost confidence in him. All right, Luke, Jody, have fun the next 4 hours. Stick around. That is going to be your Wolf and Luke edition the next 4 hours, right?
Yeah, that's it.
Have fun with that, guys. Thank you for your time today. We appreciate that. All right, on behalf of Rob Frederickson, who joined us, on behalf of AQ Shipley, who joined us, on behalf of Luke Lipinski, Jody Jackson, Mitch Vareldis, did a fantastic job filling in for Vinny. We'll see you again tomorrow, folks.
Live streaming audio, podcasts, video highlights. The Arizona Sports app has all this and more from the local sports leader, including Cardinals play-by-play.
Breaks a tackle. It's for the end zone. Touchdown.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
In today's fast-moving job market, staying ahead means keeping your skills sharp. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we help keep your capabilities cutting edge with our skills-based education programs designed to move your career forward. Explore more than 135 degrees and certificates in business, cybersecurity, and more. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start January 7th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chef.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Rain on game day doesn't faze Dave. He's already got his poncho. Just needs to do something about those wipers. So Dave heads to AutoZone,
Welcome to AutoZone.
where a friendly AutoZoner helps him get premium quiet wipers and some hand warmers.
You're all set.
Now, if only his team can handle the elements as well as his new wipers. Get wipers, glass cleaner, and more with no hassles, just help at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Imagine finding your dream home and moving in right away. No waiting to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? That's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now and sell the old one later. Here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first. On your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home so you can attract the right buyers. Once they're done, a local Orchard agent lists and sells your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and sell your old home later. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Ready to find out how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's orchard.com.
Hey, it's Wolf. I've been telling you about how great Aria Dental Implant Center is, but don't take it from me. Listen to Denise, a recent Aria Dental patient.
Life before was crazy. I think I've had every other treatment option that you could have. I had the veneers, I did the bridges, the fillings, the crowns, the everything. Yeah, I put a lot of money into my teeth, and it never paid off. Since the surgery, my life has changed all for the better. Every day I'm smiling. Every day I'm laughing. They say laughter is the best medicine. New teeth for me was the best medicine.
Take it from Denise. Aria Dental Implant Center helps patients regain their quality of life while saving them thousands of dollars. Go see my friend Dr. Joe today. Their website is ariadentalimplantcenter.com, and tell them Wolf sent you.
Hey, Paul Calvisi here. Let's talk estate planning, because I think most people either ignore it or think they've got it covered with a simple will. I know I was that guy. That's why my guy is Matt Dagus from Bright Wealth Management. Matt.
You're right, Paul. And ignoring it is like playing a football game with no defense. A will alone might not protect your family from probate, legal fees, or the unnecessary stress.
All right, so what should people be doing instead?
Well, they need a real plan, and we help folks in the Phoenix area build an estate plan and make sure that their assets go where they want them to go.
It's about control, clarity, and protecting your loved ones, right?
Exactly, and it doesn't have to be overwhelming. Just give us a call at 844-726-9116 or visit us online at brightwm.com and set up a legacy planning session today.
Yeah, get your next move ready before the game changes. Call Bright Wealth Management at 844-726-9116.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
Guys, if you have low T, it's time to get your edge back with testosterone from Red Mountain Weight Loss. Start this month and get a free month of GLP-1 weight loss medication. You'll think better, sleep better, and you'll lose that belly fat. Look, don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. Start TRT today. Get a free month of GLP-1 weight loss medications. That's a $299 value only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Cardinals lost their 8th consecutive game yesterday, falling 37-14 to the Cincinnati Bengals. The Cardinals sit 3-13 heading into their final game of the season Sunday at the Los Angeles Rams. Cardinals head coach Jonathan Gannon will join Burns and Gambo this afternoon at 3. And the Phoenix Suns are in action tonight in our nation's capital against the Washington Wizards. Tip-off is at 5 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app. Grayson Allen, Jalen Green, and Mark Williams are out for the Suns while Ryan Dunn is questionable. Allen, Green, and Dunn are dealing with injuries while Williams has been suspended for his role in a scuffle in Saturday's win over the New Orleans Pelicans. This report is brought to you by Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. Join the football watch parties every Sunday with special guests, food and drink specials, and more, only at Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort.
Check 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Ha, chaw.
Arizona Sports, 98.7 FM.
Oh, Luke, Wolf, hey, my brothers. Are you kidding me? This does not suck buttermilk, right?
Ron Wolfley.
Hey, I was a wedge buster. How are you?
Luke Lipinski.
Hey, guys, welcome back to the show.
It's Wolf and Luke.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios on this Monday morning. It is the Wolf and Luke show, and Jody Jackson's in for Wolf. What's up, Jody?
Hey, what's up? You know, just a Monday after another Cardinal loss. I like your Coyotes hat, by the way.
Thank you.
And our friends on YouTube can see it. Hello, YouTube.
Anything with another team right now.
Burnsy, I was in before Christmas with Burnsy, and he was kind of teaching me. Of course, he was teaching me. I've done television for 30 years. How to play to the camera.
Which camera to look at.
So yeah.
So now you know.
I'm all polished up on that.
Yeah, all the TV you've done, and now just for this exact moment right here
I've
to say hi to you too.
more radio heavy lately, I guess. So.
Well,
yeah, how are you?
I'm good. I'm so ready for this, not football season, just the Cardinals season to end. I don't remember a year where I have just been like ready for the Cardinals season to end. Honestly.
It's been a while, which is why we thought, they were building those first two, the first year. Last year, 8 and 9. Yeah. You're thinking we felt pretty good about what was coming and some of the things that were happening, and this is just spiraled. Spiraled is the word it just feels like it's, and yesterday, I did the pregame show with Rob Frederickson, and we talked about some things. I mean, Joe Burrow and Jamar Chase and T. Higgins are going to be a problem.
Yeah.
And frankly, Chase Brown too. So when you're naming like 3 weapons for the quarterback, one being a running back, you it's going to be tough, but I didn't expect to see what I saw in that first quarter.
No, Cincinnati's a pretty flawed team. I mean, that's become obvious over the course of the year. Now, you just rattled off an elite quarterback, an elite receiver, a really good receiver, and a really solid running back. So you figured that alone might be enough to beat the Cardinals, but for it to be 37-14 and to feel like it was like 54-7, honestly, that game, I mean, Cincinnati's not that good. It's just... You said it. Spiral.
And their defense was the worst in the league in so many categories that I thought, we used the word shootout quite a bit. I agreed with that. I thought, maybe this will be, I thought it would be pretty high scoring. I thought maybe it's going to be 40 to,
kind of like the Sunday night game we saw last night or something.
Yeah, that was an incredible game.
You know what?
I really enjoyed that one, especially with Brock Purdy throwing that pick on the first play.
It looked like he was just like done. And
it's like they spotted him 7 and then they kept going.
It's and maybe this is the most condemning part of this Cardinals season of all, but when you watch 2 other teams play in the NFL right now, it's like, oh, this is what it's supposed to look like. Even it's not like, the Bears and Niners didn't play a flawless game. I know those are both playoff teams, but you watch, I was even watching some of Saints Titans yesterday being like, okay, this is closer to real football. You said it right there when you said spiral. I mean, I remember we have Patrick Peterson on every week, and I don't know, this was probably about 6 or 7 weeks ago. I remember asking him, like, hey, what do you do as a player to make sure that this doesn't completely unravel? And he's like, you know what? It already has completely unraveled. And he's right. And that was 7 straight losses ago when he said that. So it's only gotten worse and worse. And, there was a time earlier this year where you're like, you know what? They're losing on the last play 3 straight games. They're losing all these games by 4 points. And quite frankly, they have had an unfair run of injuries. But I just said this when we were on with Bickley and Murata doing crosstalk. The injuries, they don't even register to me anymore. Unless 53 of your players are on IR, you should not be 3-13.
I mean, watching the team, I got to be honest, the injuries definitely register.
They register,
you got a guy like Darren Hall out there. He struggled to tackle. You didn't. I looked at yesterday. I thought, not having Buddha is never a good thing. It just isn't, right? And I know he's a Pro Bowler again. But the leadership is what you really miss. He's not having the career year numbers wise, but, I thought to myself, well, they're going to get, Max Melton is coming back, Jalen Thompson. There's some, Josh Sweat's going to play. I'm thinking like in the words of our good friend Paul Calvisi, like it can always get worse, but they do have some people that are there on the field that, when you lose a leader like Buddha, you're going to be okay. And it was completely the opposite. It really was. There was no tackling. It was really looking lost and really just reacting. As a defense, you want to be able to disrupt and pressure, and on both sides, right?
Especially
the rush,
team.
the
They don't
cover.
block for Burrow at all. They really don't. And the Cardinals had like 3 sacks in the first, quarter and a half, and you're like, oh, they're going to get to him all day, whether they win, and then they just never got to him again.
Yeah, it was not sustainable at all, and they just had their way with the Cardinals defense, and it just, so for me the injuries are a real thing. I know what you're saying though. It shouldn't mean this is it's scary to say, but what is it, 14 out of 15 that they've lost?
Yeah,
it's because you had the
right?
Dallas win in the middle.
Oh,
you had
no, just 13 out of 14.
Just 13 out of 14. Okay, I don't want to pile on.
Not nearly as bad as 14 out of 15.
Pile on, but
that's next week's show, Jody.
With 17 games now, you're like, okay, because now it's like, okay, do they become the worst, having 14 losses in a season.
Thank goodness for that 17th game this year.
Thank goodness, yeah.
That's huge.
You have a chance. But, it just is really, really tough to figure out because they played competitively early on in the season. But I think losing those games so close time after time, walk-off field goal, and having the opportunity to just make a stop. First, it was the defense, right? How can they just make a stop and you win the game? Then the offense. Then you thought okay, now they get the ball, drive down the field, and they couldn't make it happen.
Yeah.
They couldn't make it happen. It would stall out both Kyler and then Jacoby Brissett. And Jacoby, I felt confident. I think it was the Tampa game. I thought, all right, let's go. Let's do this. And they couldn't quite get it done.
You look back at the season now in retrospect, and it's and you're right, the injuries are a real thing.
You're tired of the excuses.
Well,
though. You want to see a team look like because they have been practicing all week. They do go out there and practice all week.
These guys have practices. I've said this before, and I'll say it again. I feel like the injuries are a very real excuse if you're telling me right now that the Cardinals are 7-9 or 6-10. Hey, you're not going to make the playoffs in this division. You've just had too many injuries. And I know the counter is, well, San Francisco's had a ton of injuries. Okay, well, San Francisco's better than you. They are. You're in the toughest division in football with these top three teams, and you know what? You've had an unfair run of injuries, the Cardinals have, and you're going to miss the playoffs. I'm sorry, 7 wins this year. But when you haven't been competitive in a month and you've won 1 game since week 2, it's more than injuries. You bring up the quarterbacks. It's what if Jacoby Brissett started all 16 games so far? What would their record be? 3-13. Okay, well, what if Kyler started all 16 games? They'd be 3-13. The fact that finding an answer at quarterback wouldn't even really change things enough yet. Just this season has exposed so many additional issues, and some of them are out of their control. Some of them are injuries, and you figure when these guys come back, you should be better next year. But we just keep hearing how these guys are I want to play for Gannon. Yeah, no, it's this. We love this guy, and that matters until you go out there on Sunday and you don't look like you want to play for Gannon. Or you just don't look like you want to play.
Well, I think the thing we were hearing, especially prior to last week's game was, he keeps us, I don't know if engaged was the word, but just keeping that belief up that you can compete, that you have a chance to win the game. And I wonder if that, a game like yesterday erodes that a little bit too, right? Because when you come out and you get outgained 139-6, in the first quarter, I think that's what it was.
Three offensive plays in the first quarter.
It just was very hard to stomach the way that they looked, coming out in that game. And I think the other thing that you look at is, the Bengals are not a good team, but they're 6-10 now. And the mood in their locker room afterward was hey, we've done some things lately. We're not that bad. We're getting better in some areas. We've been playing better of late.
Yeah.
And I think as much as that maybe doesn't mean anything when it comes to the bottom line, it's not going to get you to the playoffs. It's not going to necessarily, but it does mean something. And we've seen that. We've seen that in the Ken Wisenhunt era. We've seen it even that first year with Gannon.
Yeah.
There is, you don't want to, the spiraling does do damage. It does. Because even if you can pile on a 4th or 5th win, which now they could win one more if they could beat the Rams, but I don't think that's looking very likely. I think we all agree.
Guessing they're the underdogs in that one.
It does matter, and I just think that was a real contrast to see two teams that come in that have had a bad season, but one is now feeling pretty good about themselves and the other's feeling horrible.
Yeah, I think that's a great point. I think we need to get back to that, maybe after the break, because it's every year when you have that conversation, there is a subset of the fan base that's I don't care what they did the final 3 games. Look, they missed the playoffs and this and that, and I get it. I understand the frustration with the Cardinals, but you're right. I would feel a lot better if instead of 3-13 right now, they were 6-10 and they had beaten Tampa in week 13 and Atlanta last week and Cincinnati yesterday. I understand it wouldn't change anything for this season, but I think you would feel a lot more confident that there is a direction. Whereas now the alternative, it's like you're in the consolation bracket, right? It's not like you're really winning anything with those additional wins, but now it feels like you're just losing everything. Yeah. So with that in mind, when we come back, we'll take you through the biggest plays from another Cardinals loss yesterday. It's Wolf and Luke, Jody Jackson in for Wolf on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Arizona Cardinals football.
Flacco takes a knee. The game's over. Cincinnati wins it 37-14. Cardinals are now 3-13. The Bengals improved to 6-10.
Kind of the game came down to me was third down. You know, both sides, they did a better job than we did.
Crushed in Cincy. Arizona sports hosts react to 8 Cardinals losses in a row on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports 98.7.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Desert Institute for Spine Care, also known as DISC. Listen, if you're having neck or back pain, then you need to go see the best of the best, and that is Desert Institute for Spine Care. The reason you should choose them varies in need, of course, but they have award-winning doctors and provide a broad range of treatments for you, Basinonians. DISC provides pain mapping and a careful diagnostic approach to figure out exactly what will be best for your issue, and then they back that with proven success and trust, of course. Listen, the DISC doctors often train doctors from around the world on best practices and techniques as a world leader. If you're experiencing any kind of neck or back pain like I was, then text SPINE to 620-620. Text SPINE to 620-620 for DISC.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my good friend Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of Chapman BMW, the guy that can literally make your dreams come true.
Bick, you know I love your show and your listeners, and I want everybody in the audience to know that you have a friend in the business at Chapman BMW. This is not lip service. Come down, take a test drive, find what you like, then ask for me by name and get your hookup. Find out how easy it is to do business with a great family.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations.
1 great experience.
Hey, it's Gambo, and I'm here with Stuart Willis from Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Stuart, let's talk fees. I hear people all the time saying, I don't want to pay too much for advice, but sometimes they're looking at it the wrong way.
Exactly, Gambo. Too many folks, especially the middle market, you know, people with $750,000 to $1 million saved, get fixated on finding a discount advisor. But being penny wise and pound foolish can cost them way more in the long run.
Yeah, meanwhile, the ultra-rich don't blink at fees. They pay 2% plus 20% of the upside because they know the value is there.
That's the key. At Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax, we are fiduciaries. That means we're legally obligated to put your best interests first. And our pricing is fair, transparent, and reasonable without all the Wall Street games.
So, folks, don't settle for cheap when your retirement is on the line. Call Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax at 602-877-PLAN or go to assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC Registered Investment Advisor.
Between all the holiday parties,
weekend tailgates,
and family get-togethers,
we've been overindulging a little more than usual over the holidays. But now, we are starting the new year off on a healthier note by taking active liver supplements from New Nordic every day.
Active Liver contains a powerful blend of turmeric, milk thistle, and globe artichoke extract, all natural ingredients that help protect the liver so that it can protect you from toxins. It's like giving my body a daily detox. I've never felt better, and my energy is through the roof.
And my doctor is already impressed with how much better my numbers are looking. So if better health, more energy, and detoxing your body are some of your priorities this year, get Active Liver today and start the year off knowing you're giving your liver some well-deserved relief.
Active Liver is available online at Amazon or NewNordicUSA.com. Or pick some up today at your local CVS, ShopRite, Meijer Grocery. Are now available at Wegmans. New year, new you, New Nordic.
Sun Devil men's basketball is heating up, and now you can build a ticket plan on your terms. With the Sun Devils mini plan, you choose any 6 home games you want, including the biggest Big 12 matchups of the year, Kansas and Arizona. Lock in the rivalries, circle the heavy hitters, or stack your schedule with weekends that work for you. 6 games, your choice, your vibes, your Sun Devils. Grab your mini plan today at sundeviltickets.com. That's sundeviltickets.com.
Big Red Monday.
This is Cardinals wide receiver Michael Wilson, and you're listening to Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Big Red Monday. With Wolf and Luke.
Quick shout out to Litchfield Park. What's going on, Litchfield Park? Jody Jackson is in for Wolf today. It's Wolf and Luke on a Monday morning, a Big Red Monday. And Jody, that means it's time.
What do you got?
For the Monday Audible. So I'm gonna play this kind of. It's the highlights, all the twists and turns of yesterday's game, and I'm hoping just one of these times, Rick, you edit it so it sounds like the Cardinals won. Could you do that for us next week? Just be like, and the Cardinals beat the Rams.
No, I live in reality.
Oh. Reality
Luke
sucks.
wants to be delusional.
Yeah.
Okay.
I would love to play this. I haven't heard it yet.
Delusional.
That'd be a good
It has
segment.
just been so long since they won.
Yeah.
That Monday night game was quite a long time ago.
There's got to be some time in their history when they beat the Bengals. Like, just play this. Oh, the Cardinals sack Boomer Esiason and they get the win. And I'm like, yes.
And then they picked Boomer Esiason up when he was washed.
Well, here we go. This is the Monday Audible for yesterday's masterpiece.
Arizona Sports.
Blue 80! Blue 80! Blue 80! 180! 180! Green 87!
Monday Audible with Wolf and Luke. Brought to you by Precision Air and Plumbing. Precision Air and Plumbing, the state's #1 ranked AC company for over a decade.
Snap to Burrow, quick throw to the left flat, caught by Chase at the 15, slips a tackle 10, spins away from another at the 5, and dives for the goal line and in. Touchdown Cincinnati. Burrow takes. Ryan gets the carry running right. He's into the end zone easily. Touchdown Cincinnati to make it 13-0. 2 seconds into the second quarter. Snap to Brissett, drops straight back to throw. Firing near side, wide open Wilson, caught at the 20, turns upfield to the 10, stays in bounds at the 5, and then he stepped out. No, he did not. Official says touchdown. McPherson is ready, a 56-yard try to extend the lead for Cincinnati. Snap, ball down, McPherson's kick is up, it has the leg, and it's good. 3 receivers right, 2 to the left, empty set for Burrow, who's got the ball, drops the throw, fires to the right, caught for a touchdown easily by Jamar Chase. Burrow takes the shotgun snap, hands it off to Brown straight ahead, and Brown is down to the goal line and in for another Bengal touchdown. It is 29-7. On 2nd and 10 from the 17, Brissett throws over the middle. It is caught by McBride at the 15. He's tackled immediately at the 16. So he loses a yard, but in the process, he sets a new Cardinals record for catches by a tight end. That is 112 on the year. The record was his last year of 111 catches. Here's a pass to the right that's caught by Cody Ford. He's inside the 10, inside the 5, and down at the 3. The reason this place is going nuts is Ford is a backup lineman, and he caught the pass on that play, and it's 1st and goal, Cincinnati. Burrow takes the snap, hands it off to Brown, running right, walk-in touchdown, Cincinnati. Set back to throw. Short pass to the left, caught by McBride and pushed out of bounds right at the line to gain. There it is. Trey McBride moves past DeAndre Hopkins, establishes a new Cardinals franchise record, most catches in a season with 116. And he also ties Zach Ertz for the most by a tight end. Ertz set it in 2018 with Philly. Snap to Brissett. 5-step drop, steps up, gets hit, gets the pass away, left side into the end zone, and it is caught for a touchdown by Trey McBride, having arguably the greatest single season in NFL history by a tight end. Flacco takes a knee, the game's over. Cincinnati wins it 37-14. Cardinals are now 3-13. The Bengals improved to 6-10. So one more game for the Cardinals against the LA Rams.
You know, we could have done it. I just looked. October 6th, 2019, Cardinals beat the Bengals 26-23. We probably still have the highlights from that. We could have just played a Chase Edmonds, a rushing touchdown. Kyler had 93 yards on the ground and a touchdown. Zane Gonzalez, the game winner, as time expired.
Kyler's rookie year.
Yeah, that was their first. I believe that was Kyler's first win and Cliff's first win because they were 0-3-1 at that point coming into that. Remember, they started their career off with a tie. So
that's right. I thought it wasn't that long ago, but
well, they just don't play Cincinnati a ton, I guess. Yeah. So anyway, we could have done that, but instead we played you the real thing. I should say though, shout out to Trey McBride. What a year.
Incredible. He just blew through. Dave Pasch was just kind of checking off all the records, right? First, he broke his own record of catches by a tight end, which was 112, which I guess was 111 last year for him. Then it was catches in a season, which was DeAndre Hopkins in 2020, who had 115. And then the NFL record for tight ends catches in a season, breaking Zach Ertz record with the Eagles in 2017. So unbelievable season, 119 catches, and just the drive, the passion, the energy, the intensity, all of that stuff that you see, it just surpasses even the numbers. It's like the numbers are gaudy and they're honestly kind of crazy, especially on an offense that hasn't been able to run the ball, hasn't had a lot of other consistent weapons. I mean, Michael Wilson emerging has helped some. He really only had the one subpar game, which was the week before, 4 catches, 27 yards. And so congrats to you, Trey McBride. Hats off to what you bring to the field each and every week.
Yeah, I don't want to take it for granted or have it get lost in the shuffle of this season, because the season's obviously, I mean, it's maybe the worst in Cardinals history statistically. I don't know. We'll see how it goes next week, I guess. But I mean, it's certainly not a season that anybody wants to remember. And yet at the same time, Trey McBride having the season he has had. I mean, you're talking about a guy who, the number of players in the NFL with more catches than him right now, it is 0. I mean, he has more catches than Jamar Chase. He has more catches than Puka Nacua. He has more catches than every single player in the NFL. And to your point, Jody, the other team knows the ball's going to him, and he's still doing it. So on the one hand, it's like, man, I cannot believe they are wasting this season from him. But on the other hand, it's like he's so early in his career that, and we've seen him get unlocked as a red zone target with Jacoby Brissett, to the point where I think maybe Jacoby's starting quarterback at the beginning of next year. I don't know. But if he's not, whoever's in there starting, Jacoby's going to be the mentor, and they're going to know to throw to Trey McBride in the red zone, obviously. So, I mean, you have one of the best building blocks, probably the best building block at that position in the NFL. It's just you can only do so much if you're one guy.
Well, when you talk about wasting seasons, I mean, how do you think he feels, right? The first couple, only a handful of wins, but building. Then last year, he probably felt much better about it. Like, we're going in the right direction. You know, we have 8 wins, and I think for him, I feel for him. You know, that's why he wasn't completely celebratory yesterday. You know, he should be. He should definitely be proud of it. I think he is, of course. But it was hard to, it's kind of hard to celebrate something like that completely and fully when you're so down about what's going on the team.
He did do it in 16 games, and I know he mentioned that afterwards, that nobody can be like, oh, well, he had the extra game. Like, no, he did it in 16. I tell you.
He's like, let me take care of that.
Yeah. All right, now what can I do next week? You look at individual stats from this game, or even just, specific stats. I tell you, the one that really stands out is the time of possession. Basically 41 minutes to 19 minutes in favor of Cincinnati. It was 40-56 to 19-04. I don't know the all-time record when the other team has the ball twice as much as you do in a game, but I'm guessing the team that has the ball twice as much wins about 99% of the time, honestly.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely. I mean, and we've seen that. I mean, I've seen games like that, and it's usually when the other team's able to run it, and the Cardinals have had a few on that plus side where they've been able to run it and control the ball, but I'm just looking at the pass receiving. The Burrow spread the ball around 12 different targets. And a number of guys just had one. Chase had 7 catches, T. Higgins 4 catches. And then on the other side, for the Cardinals, it was like 7. But, Marvin Harrison, we'll get into that a little bit later. I'm a little confused on him playing. If he was banged up, he only had 19 snaps is what I'm seeing here on the game book. So I appreciate him getting out there and trying to play through that heel injury, but it didn't look like he was too effective. 1 target, no catches.
Yeah. I don't know how we got to this point, and I know that's something that we'll dissect, certainly this week, certainly throughout next week in the offseason. You talk about Trey McBride, how last year he probably believed this is heading in the right direction. I did. I believed it was heading in the right direction.
I think we all did.
Yeah. I mean, I said 8 or 9 wins before the start of the season for this season. And I know a lot of people were even more optimistic than that, but you never could have told me they were going to win just 3 games. There's just no way. Even a division this good, you're not playing San Francisco, the Rams, and Seattle 17 times. You're not. You have other games against other teams.
And there were 2 early on that were close.
Yeah.
16-15 was that score against Seattle, or was that the Niners? I'm getting confused.
That was the Niners.
They were both 1-score games.
Yeah.
So, That was early on, though, where they were on the verge of maybe being a team in contention, and then it quickly went the other way.
The Titans game just destroyed them. All right, we come back. Let's talk some basketball. What does it tell us that the Phoenix Suns are really taking care of business against the teams they should beat? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke. Jody Jackson's in for Wolf on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Now Gillespie has Smart switched on him. Booker comes to get it with Reeves on him. 10 on the shot clock. Puts it on the deck with the left hand. Booker lobs to a cutting Brooks. Hangs in the air. Reverse layup goes for Dillon Brooks with a little dance on the baseline after that.
Suns in the nation's capital to face the Wizards. Pre-game at 4 this afternoon. 5 o'clock tip on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hi, I'm Dustin, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. I know finding a dream engagement ring can be overwhelming, but don't worry, we got you. As director of diamond sourcing, it's my job to make sure every single diamond at Shane Company is truly the best of the best. Our team travels the world to see diamonds up close, in person. We handpick each one for its unique fire, brilliance, and scintillation. Diamond buying is an art. Of course, we look at cut, color, clarity, and carat, known as the 4 C's, but that's not all. We also look at how each diamond looks on a hand, where it will be worn, how it makes you feel, and if it's worthy of a Shane Company customer. That type of expertise only comes from working for a company that's been a family business since 1929. We also think about your budget. We only pick the best in each grade in all shapes and sizes. Your diamond is guaranteed to be the most beautiful because a friend wants you to pick from only the best. Drop by your store or shaneco.com and see for yourself. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
250,000 people across Arizona rely on St. Mary's Food Bank every day. Your donations make feeding them possible, and you can benefit too. In Arizona, there's an incentive called the Arizona Charitable Tax Credit. You can make your donation today and get it back up to $987 on your taxes when you file. It's a great way to help your neighbors in need. For more info, visit stmarysfoodbank.org.
Makita's built for the pros who show up early, who don't do shortcuts, only precise cuts. With tools built to last, job after job, year after year. Performance that pays off, because when the job calls for the best, you answer. And when you need the best, you call on Makita. Built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
Taxes was feeling so stuck. Sitting in traffic, squeezing into a parking spot, all to squeeze in getting tax help during your lunch break. Now Taxes is a TurboTax expert who does your taxes for you, while you go about your day getting real-time notifications about their progress and the most money back guaranteed. Now this is Taxes. Intuit TurboTax. See guarantee details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Only available with TurboTax experts. Real-time updates only in iOS mobile app.
Get ready for the most wonderful time of the year with exciting red tag savings. Available now on the 2026 Chevy Equinox. Or gear up for the holidays and conquer that to-do list in a new Chevy truck. Now is the time to get red tag savings on the 2026 Silverado or the big adventures in the Colorado. This holiday season, it all comes together in a Chevrolet. See your Valley Chevy dealers.
Hey guys, if you have low T, it's time to get your edge back. Start testosterone therapy at Red Mountain Weight Loss and get a month of GLP-1 weight loss medications absolutely free. That's a $299 value. Listen, just because you're getting older doesn't mean you have to feel older. Prescription testosterone restores your get up and go, so you'll feel like you're 20 again. Get more muscle with less effort in the gym. You'll also think better, sleep better, and your love life will be better. Look, don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. It's a game changer. And if you're looking to lose weight, there's nothing like the combo of testosterone and a GLP-1 medication. It'll burn that belly fat and get you ripped. This month, get free GLP-1 medication, a $299 value, when you start testosterone therapy only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Book your video appointment today. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone. Keyword Red Mountain. Time to get your edge back at Red Mountain Weight Loss.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Cardinals lost their 8th consecutive game yesterday, falling 37-14 to the Cincinnati Bengals. The Cardinals sit 3-13 heading into their final game of the season Sunday at the Los Angeles Rams. Cardinals head coach Jonathan Gannon will join Burns and Gambo this afternoon at 3. And the Phoenix Suns are in action tonight in our nation's capital against the Washington Wizards. Tip-off is at 5 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app. Grayson Allen, Jalen Green, and Mark Williams are out for the Suns, while Ryan Dunn is questionable. Allen, Green, and Dunn are dealing with injuries, while Williams has been suspended a game for his role in a scuffle in Saturday's win over the New Orleans Pelicans. That is what is trending now.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Can the Phoenix Suns stretch their winning streak to 4 games with a victory in the nation's capital? We'll talk about our surging NBA team. Fun begins at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Wolf and Luke. Jody Jackson is in for Wolf today, and the Phoenix Suns are on a 3-game winning streak. Jody.
They're on a heater.
They are 18-13. We talked a lot during that 14-game stretch where they were playing the Lakers twice, and the Thunder twice, and the Rockets twice, and all these tough teams of, if you survive this, if you can just, and they did, they went 500, then are you a team that makes up ground when you start getting to the games against New Orleans and Washington? And, well, they played New Orleans on Friday and they beat them, and they played New Orleans on Saturday and beat them. So they are, at least so far, taking care of business against the lesser teams. And really, if you look at their schedule overall this season, for the most part, they have done that. They've beat Sacramento a couple times. They beat Indiana. They beat Portland. I know they lost to Utah back on October 27th in overtime, but they beat them the second time around. For the most part, they are beating the teams that they, quote, should beat, which that alone will put you in the postseason.
Yeah, and I hate to keep going back to last year, but that was the frustrating thing about last season, is that there were some teams they were supposed to beat, and they didn't.
Yeah.
And I think the team-related nature. I heard the guys in the morning, heard Bick and Mitch talking about this too. Just that it's such a team effort. Mark Williams gets ejected, other guys step up. One guy's having a bad. Booker had 30 the first night, then he wasn't as good. Other guys step up. It just wasn't happening with the previous mix because everyone was waiting for Kevin Durant to save the day, or he had to, or that's how it had to run. Now you're seeing a number of guys come up big, and I look at in the second game, clearly the first game, kind of the headliner was Devin Booker. I think the other thing that played into the physicality in the second one was, and I didn't realize this, but 49 fouls were called Friday night, 67 free throw attempts between both teams. So that disrupted rhythm. There was physicality. It was really chippy. Saturday was more of let them play, and then we saw what we saw, which we'll get into in a moment. What is the size mismatch between Mark Williams and Jose Alvarado made it really comical, but we'll get into this later. I know that's not our topic right now, but
it was inevitable.
Mark
They're playing
Williams
back-to-back games against Jose Alvarado. Somebody was getting in a fight. We should have seen this coming.
Mark Williams, to me, was just his long arms were out. I didn't ever see him try to swing at the guy with a punch.
The guy finally is like, I'm going to play back-to-back games, and then they throw him out of the second game.
Well, guess what? He'll just take it's fine. He just needs to rest tonight anyway.
Fine. He'll get the rest.
But I just think, the 3-point makes in the second game, Colin Gillespie with 5 in the first. Was it the first? It was the first half for sure, but it was like right off the bat in the game.
Are you talking about Saturday's win?
Yeah, Saturday's win. 23 pointers made. So, I mean, there are some clear things that this team's doing well, and I know it was ugly at times. It's fine. You come out with the win. That's all that matters.
I'm with you on that. The ugliness factor, I think it's something to note. And Kellen wrote up a pretty good piece on ArizonaSports.com, just kind of pointing out, the way this team was playing maybe in early November, mid-November, when attention to detail was there. They weren't giving other teams a chance to capitalize on their errors. They're not playing as cleanly right now. It is sloppier basketball, but so I think it's something to just sort of pay attention to, but they're still winning the games. And honestly, I'm not at the point with this Suns team that was projected by Vegas to win 30 games or whatever. I'm not at the point where I like, no, you got to win with style points. Like the fact that they are 18-13 is extremely impressive to me and continues to be impressive because it's not like they started off 16-2 and now they're falling apart. They're winning more recently. So I'm with you. These are not pretty wins, but I don't care. They're winning games.
But to have 18, I mean, what does that tell you? I mean, we're not even into January yet. It's still 2025. And they have 18 wins. I mean, and Jordan Ott, I think, has done a remarkable job with coaching this team. They haven't had Jalen Green, but we're not waiting. I don't feel like we're waiting for Jalen Green. I don't think, that's what's nice too,
it is
right?
Nice.
It's kind of like, can we just devise a plan every night based on the opponent, based on who you have and your strengths, and go out and try to win the game? And I think that's what we're actually seeing, even though the previous two coaches had the longer resume and all of that. But I think Jordan Ott is doing a great job of coaching this team to their strengths and trying to get it done. And there is concern. I get it. There's a little concern at how, they're not executing the way that we even saw earlier in the season. But that's just the way that's going to go.
Yeah.
And if you still win those games, I mean, it's a long season. It's 82 games. And now they're on a stretch of a lot of road games. And I just think, and in a back-to-back in particular, there's challenges.
I'm also sort of the belief the two things you just talked about may cancel each other out. Because I think if people are looking and saying, man, they don't look quite as good as they did maybe a month or so ago, you're doing that with the fear of this team on paper isn't as talented as quite a few teams in the Western Conference. Like if Oklahoma City was having a few bad games, nobody's freaking out about them, right? But if the Suns, you're like, okay, yeah, they don't look as good. But I think the flip side is if that allows teams to close the gap on them, getting Jalen Green back at some point will sort of reopen that gap. And the biggest thing right now is to just keep winning these games. Because you're right. Last year, it was kind of like, yeah, things aren't going well, but we'll just wait and see if KD bails us out. And it would be easy to fall into that trap this year of like, well, they're losing, but eventually Jalen Green's going to come back and they're going to be better. They're not doing that. They play with a sense of urgency every night. 22 offensive rebounds in the second game against New Orleans, by the way. And Jordan Ott spoke about that.
We talked about the possession game using last night. It's just part of what we do. Part of how we play. That much effort in the second half back-to-back was pretty good for us. Just felt like we were stuck in mud at times, so not being able to get it off the glass super helpful. Mark of 8 and 10.5 minutes, obviously pretty good. So whatever it takes, like we've been saying the whole time, so nice. We don't need them all, tonight we definitely need them.
22 offensive rebounds. Somewhere Wolf was losing his mind in a good way about that.
Yeah, I mean, it just shows that, when you're rebounding like that and getting the second chance points out of it, I mean, you're going to win a lot of games that way. And it just shows the tenacity with which these guys play. Mark Williams, again, I know the spotlight was on him because of the fight and the ejection and all of that, but just the play and going back-to-back for the first time this season, really encouraging. I think that's another thing we talked about. I feel like I haven't been in here with you it's kind of like, oh, would you have ever thought the Cardinals would only have 3 wins? Or would you have ever thought, would you have thought Mark Williams would have this type of a role with the team?
Not this quickly. Did you hear the
Dylan
stat?
Brooks, on and on, right? We can talk about a lot of guys.
And it's so much more fun. I mean, the contrast between the Suns this year and the Cardinals this year, and I'm sure you've heard the stat, but for anybody that hasn't, Jordan Ott has 18 wins through the first 2.5 months. Jonathan Gannon has 15 through the first 3 years. I know it's different sports. I know you play a lot more games in the NBA, but I say that not to pile on the Cardinals. I know that's why that stat came about, was to pile on the Cardinals, but I say it more of how refreshing it is for the Suns to have found a guy in Jordan Ott. Like that hire looks like a home run, honestly. It really does, because I don't look at this and be like, well, the bottom's going to fall out eventually, and Jordan Ott's not going to be as good. Like, he's going to get worse as a coach. He should, if anything, get better as a coach. So
it took a little minute to find the right guy.
It did. It did. Just ask Devin Booker, who's had like 73 coaches. Some of them were good, but I mean, to find the right one.
Some of them were good, and then all of a sudden were very controversial and left unceremoniously.
Yes. It's internal.
We'll never know.
We'll never know because it's still
we'll have
internal.
to kill you if we tell you.
It's got to be internal. When we come back, let's go big picture in the NFL. The playoffs are almost set. We know 12 of the 14 teams. There's still some things to be ironed out in Week 18. But who do you like at this point? I feel like we have to bring this debate that's going on behind the glass between Rick and Jamal to the forefront.
Are we going to bring this up on the air?
Are you cool bringing that up? Okay.
The break was very entertaining.
Are you guys still speaking to each other back there? Okay, all right. All right, that's we'll get that out in the open next. It's Wolf and Luke. Jody Jackson's in for Wolf on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Win tickets to the Verbo Fiesta Bowl from Arizona Sports. This show's keyword is
touchdown. Touchdown.
Text the word touchdown to 620-620 right now.
Touchdown.
Text touchdown to 620-620 for your chance to win tickets to the Verbo Fiesta Bowl. Message and data rates may apply.
You know, when it comes to finding the perfect vehicle, there's only one place I trust, and that is Santan Ford. Whether you're looking for a rugged truck, a sleek sedan, or a family-friendly SUV, Santan Ford has got you covered. And let me tell you about the Ford Bronco. The beast is built for adventure. With its powerful engine, advanced off-road capabilities, and iconic design, the Bronco is ready to take on any terrain. Whether you're hitting the trails or crushing through the city, the Bronco delivers an unbeatable driving experience. Their team at Santan Ford is dedicated to providing top-notch customer service and making sure you drive away in the car of your dreams. Plus, with their unbeatable prices and financing options, you'll get the best deal in town. So why wait? Head on down to Santan Ford and check out the incredible lineup of Fords. Tell them Ron Wolfley sent you. I am Santan Ford.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-897-4400. That's 800-897-4400.
Taxes was feeling so stuck. Sitting in traffic, squeezing into a parking spot, all to squeeze in getting tax help during your lunch break. Now Taxes is a TurboTax expert who does your taxes for you, while you go about your day getting real-time notifications about their progress and the most money back guaranteed. Now this is Taxes. Intuit TurboTax. See guarantee details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Only available with TurboTax experts. Real-time updates only in iOS mobile app.
This holiday season, AutoNation is unwrapping the biggest gift of all. The car you actually want with zero down and no payments for 90 days. With our coast-to-coast inventory of nearly 100,000 new and used cars, trucks, and crossovers, you'll find exactly what you're looking for. Zero down, no payments until April. That's the deal you deserve on the car you love. Hurry to your nearest AutoNation store or AutoNation.com. Limited term financing on approved credit. Interest accrues from date of purchase on deferred payments. See store for details.
Hey, let's talk about your financial future. Paul Calvisi with Matt Dagas from Bright Wealth Management. As we know, the best football coaches, right? They make the best halftime adjustments, and that's a great analogy for people heading towards retirement.
It's perfect. And if you're 5 to 10 years out, it's time to stop playing offense and start protecting the lead.
All right, so what kind of adjustments should folks be thinking about?
Risk, taxes, income planning, healthcare, the things that didn't seem to matter when you were just saving, and we help people create a full strategy for the next phase of life.
And you're not just selling products, you're offering real planning.
Exactly. And if you want clarity on what the next chapter of your financial life looks like, give us a call at Bright Wealth Management, 844-726-9116, or visit us online at brightwm.com.
Again, halftime is a perfect time to get the plan right, and Matt's team can help. Call Bright Wealth Management today at 844-726-9116.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com. I'm Kevin Zimmerman. Dan Bickley writes that the Cardinals have been consistently outcoached and don't know how to win on the margins. Sun center Mark Williams was suspended 1 game, and Pelicans guard Jose Alvarado got 2 for their fight. And 2026 NFL draft prospect names to know, with the Cardinals in the top 5 entering their last game. Those are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com.
Yeah, Cardinals set to pick 5th, and I would argue, I don't think I'd have to argue, two of the teams set to pick in front of him probably aren't looking for quarterbacks. So that's something to keep an eye on as well. All right, let's go around the NFL here, and I want to hash a couple things out. Let's okay, Jamal's back there too. Let's get command and control. You guys brought this debate up. So this is the beauty of this show, is what command and control is arguing about behind the glass that we can see it sometimes. We can see them arguing, but we don't know what. It's always about some random sports debate.
Yep.
Because it's soundproof glass, obviously. And then occasionally they'll let us in on it during the break. And why don't you guys explain the debate back there?
Okay, so for weeks I've been claiming that Jalen Hurts is an elite quarterback.
Okay.
You know, I think he's got the moxie. I don't think it's all about what you do on the field. I think he's got the moxie, the aura of an elite quarterback. And he's just a guy that you want to, ride with on your way to a Super Bowl, which...
Unless you're A.J. Brown, but yeah.
Well, A.J. Brown's actually had a pretty good year. If you look at his numbers, he complains too much. He's just being a diva. Jalen Hurts finds him plenty. And, yeah, I mean, been to a Super Bowl, almost won it that time, been to another Super Bowl, and then won it. So, I don't know. I mean, I think he's at least, like, top 3 in the NFC. I think he's top 6 in the NFL.
Oof,
okay. I really like Jalen Hurts. First of all, I think, Jesse, maybe even just watching that commercial that I saw 82 times yesterday.
The Sprite one, so much aura.
He texted me as soon as he saw it.
You are obsessed with him, I think, a little bit. The aura has gotten, because he does have a lot of aura.
Well, we haven't heard Jamal's side of this either. So, Jamal, what's your argument?
Okay.
Because I don't think anybody's saying Jalen Hurts is bad, are we? Okay.
2 weeks I've been hearing this.
Okay.
Jalen Hurts is a very good quarterback.
Okay.
But I think there are...
I like this, like sports court.
Yeah. I think
are you Judge Judy?
6 or 7 quarterbacks that could have went and played the quarterback for the Eagles last year and could have won the Super Bowl.
I agree.
I don't think he's elite. I think when you talk about elite quarterbacks, there is 5 names that fit in that category.
Okay. They are?
And Patrick Mahomes.
Okay.
Joe Burrow.
Okay.
Josh Allen.
All these guys are better than Hurts, yes.
Lamar Jackson. Matthew Stafford. I think that is the only elite quarterback.
I think the first 3 for sure are better than Hurts. So what was the debate? The debate was Josh Allen versus Jalen Hurts.
Well,
that was today's version of it.
Which is I hope he was just joking.
No, I'm not.
He's not joking.
Josh Allen has not been to a Super Bowl.
You can't just
bank it on
Mahomes
every year.
The Bills have had to go through the Bills and the Chiefs have had the epic battles and the amazing games, and Josh Allen's come out on the short end.
And
That's
Jalen
true.
Hurts has beaten the Chiefs.
Jalen Hurts did not complete a pass in the second half.
Yeah, that's a tough.
The conditions were bad. The conditions were bad. I mean, and Josh Allen had a horrible pass at the end of the game. I'm sorry, but
the Eagle. Here's my quick summary on this, and it's not, I just look at it.
Roll
the
on
Eagles,
this, Jody, because
the
I have
Eagles
a ruling
win,
too.
and I think the Eagles' offense obviously has some great components. They win with defense. So the Bills have had to win on the arm of Josh Allen and him running the ball himself. He had one play yesterday where he just took off. He'll run a draw play. He'll just run up the middle. I mean, he has to do a lot of things on his own that Jalen Hurts doesn't. And Jalen Hurts runs the ball, but I just think it's a different type of team. So Josh Allen, to me, is the overall better quarterback. I like Jalen Hurts. I don't think he's bad.
If you asked 1,000 people involved with the NFL, all of them would say Josh Allen.
You're going into a Super Bowl.
Josh Allen.
Okay.
Allen.
Yeah.
All right. I would go with the guy that's already won one.
I would take Trent Dilfer over half these guys too.
You can't judge it on that.
Trent Dilfer and Jalen Hurts.
He's so upset because Trent Dilfer is the constant example I've used because he keeps bringing up the Super Bowl.
So this is what I would say. I actually think Jalen Hurts is a top 10 quarterback, maybe top 8. I think he's taken a hit this year because something's going on with that team, and it does bother me because
something's going on with that team.
I used to agree. I would have agreed with you, Rick, the idea that he's a great leader, but so many of his teammates seem to have an issue with him right now that they got to iron something out.
Other than his diva wide receiver,
Smith was upset with him too.
When have we really heard about that since 1 week? Come on.
Look, I think Jalen Hurts is a borderline elite quarterback. You lost me when you said he's better than Josh Allen, because he isn't.
I'm not sure he's better, but I think I'd rather have him.
Okay, here's the difference.
If I get the Eagles defense too, yes.
Jesse will not be getting a job in NFL personnel evaluation.
He'll get to work for the Eagles.
I think I should.
The difference between the two, you see what Saquon did last year, rushing for over 2,000 yards.
Yeah.
And now he's not doing that.
And it's harder, yeah.
It looks so much more different. The offense runs through Josh Allen. The offense does not run through Jalen Hurts.
I just think Josh Allen was a bad example to use. I think the argument that Jalen Hurts is a good quarterback, nobody can argue
Also,
with
like
that.
Lamar.
Yeah, I mean,
Yes.
Lamar
doesn't stay healthy. Jalen Hurts stays relatively
That's
healthy.
probably the better argument to have is would you rather have Jalen Hurts or Lamar? Because then I would say, well, Jalen Hurts has won a Super Bowl and Lamar hasn't won the big games yet. Then I would say that. Yeah.
I don't know because last year also I think Josh Allen's MVP last year was fraudulent. I think that Lamar should have won the MVP last year.
This is like the time when we had Andy Greenberg here and he said Derek Jeter shouldn't be in the Hall of Fame. Like this is going down that path.
Okay, come on.
It's not there, but it's going down that path.
It is not going down that path.
It's heading there. You just said Josh Allen's MVP last year was fraudulent.
Yeah, because Lamar should have won it. He had the clear better season.
Dude, you better hope that Lorenzo Alexander isn't hearing any of this. So you're gonna have to
I think Zoe might agree with me.
Okay, I will say.
I don't think he will.
I don't think it was fraudulent, but I do agree. Lamar.
That's fine. Yes,
Lamar should have won it.
But yeah, I agree with that too.
So therefore, that makes it a fraudulent MVP.
Good to see you guys. Can we end this on some happiness and some peace?
Let's
over
not
there
call
in
Josh Allen
Connecticut?
fraudulent. Let's get off that as quickly as possible.
I'm not calling him fraudulent. I'm calling his award fraudulent.
So if the Bills win this year, does that flip your idea?
Sure.
Is it just based on the Super Bowl?
Because if the Bills win this year, that will be solely on the back of Josh Allen because the rest of that team sucks.
All right. So we were looking at this.
I'm curious on the playoff picture because I will be doing sidelines for Westwood One Radio on one of the divisional games. So on the 17th or 18th, I'll be doing one of these games. Yeah, I'm excited. Last year, I was able to do the game. Horrible circumstances for LA and the Rams and the Fires and moving over here, but got to work with Kurt Warner, Kevin Harlan. That's a great crew.
So don't look at the standings.
Well, okay, because you're making me think. We talked in the break, and I'm like, maybe I should be thinking about what city I'll be going to and how many layers of clothing.
So let me read off the teams currently set to host a playoff game in week 2. Okay,
I haven't looked at this. So
obviously a lot can change, and the playoffs reseed and everything. But right now, the teams that are lined up to have home field in week 2, these are the cities you'd be going to. Okay, Denver, Foxborough, Pittsburgh, Jacksonville, so you wouldn't have to wear a ton of layers there. Seattle, Chicago, Philly, and I guess they're still going to let some team from the NFC South in. So Carolina, Charlotte, I guess.
Philly would be great because I have family there. But I've never been colder.
Jalen Hurts in person.
Yeah, exactly. I'll tell him Jesse said hi. His best fan
I'm
ever.
a Commanders fan. I hate the Eagles.
That's what's so crazy about this.
You're an NFC East apologist, though, maybe. Is that what it is?
No, I hate the.
He does hate the Eagles.
I hate the Eagles. I hate the Cowboys. So for me to ride or die with an Eagles quarterback probably should say something when you're evaluating quarterbacks.
You want to hear Rick freak out?
Go ahead.
Dak Prescott is better than Jalen Hurts.
Oh, come on.
Oh.
Rick left. We can't go to break. Nobody can hit the buttons. This is now a podcast for 4 hours.
Yeah, Jamal knew how to set him over the edge.
Yeah, this isn't great because Rick walked out of the soundproof booth when he was angry. Usually, you would have sent somebody into the soundproof booth.
I don't know. I can't agree with that one. I don't know. But yeah, I've never been colder in my life. And I lived in Buffalo for 2 years. That was my first TV job. Foxborough.
Yeah.
When my first job in the business was at the radio station that was the flagship for the Dolphins. So I traveled with the Dolphins, and we went up there. I had never been there to Foxborough. It was freezing. I remember the D-line coach gave me his jacket, and it was this gigantic. And I was like,
huge ones with the shoulder pads.
Kerry Gadet. He was like, he could see I clearly was not dressed for this, and he had a big old thick jacket, and he just grabbed another one for himself. But I needed that because I was frozen.
The coldest I've ever been, and you're gonna laugh. I went snowboarding once, and it was supposedly -8, but you're wearing a bunch of layers and you're moving, right?
Where was this?
Colorado.
See, there's something about Denver and Colorado that's like it's not that cold.
But that was I was gonna say that wasn't the coldest I have ever felt was at the ASU Boise State Vegas Bowl, and it was late December. It was right before Christmas, and we were it wasn't at Allegiant. It was at the old stadium. So it was just a wind tunnel for 4 hours, and there was 4 of us there. We actually ran into Sierra Santos from MLB Network. This was before she was an MLB Network.
The coldest you've ever been was in Vegas.
Vegas.
I feel like you're fraudulent right now.
Because it was just, we were all there when we were in this group, and it was just like the game was over on the 3rd play. And it was just windy the whole time. And I have 4 witnesses that were there
brutal.
that would probably agree that, like, this is the worst because you're just standing there in the wind for 4 hours watching bad football.
Well, it wasn't 4 hours, but if Todd Walsh and or Craig Morgan are listening, the Carolina Hurricanes arena where you have to stand to do intermissions and interviews is in a wind tunnel.
Yes.
And it is very uncomfortable.
Yeah, that's...
But it's not about us. It's about Jalen Hurts. And Jesse's back. Rick is back, I should
Rick,
say.
where did you go before we go to break?
I went to get a sweet tea from the vending machine.
The only way to
Are you
calm
better
down.
now?
Yeah, sure.
All right, you guys will be
Terrible
locked in
take by
that,
Jamal, though.
in that control room for the next 3 hours. All right, when we come back, let's get back to basketball. We really didn't break down the playoffs at all there, and yet I feel like we solved all the problems in the NFL. Should Mark Williams be suspended for tonight? Well, that's a conversation we need to get into next. It's Wolf and Luke. Jody Jackson in for Wolf on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
Diamondbacks do not want this to drag on much longer. Either they're going to trade Ketel Marte or they're going to shut it down. They're going to be like Gordon Ramsay in the kitchen, Hell's Kitchen. Shut it down! Shut it down! And there won't be any more service. They don't want this to drag on forever. They do want to get to the point where if they can't get a good enough offer, they're not going to drag this into spring training. They want to be able to just say, okay, we're done. Because they have to move on. They've got to get a first baseman. They've got to get a reliever. They've got other areas they have to address. They might trade one of their 2 outfielders. Like, there's things that they have to do that's truly being held up by a potential Marte trade.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Moving Team 6. Go to movingteam6.com for more information. You know what I love? Moving Team 6, they utilize a military-like approach. That's right. They're professional, they're efficient, they're on time, they're reliable. It's one of the reasons why they love to support and hire our veterans. And they do it proudly, my friends. Not only that, too, Moving Team 6, they believe building trust starts with you, the customer. They want to earn your trust. It's one of the reasons why they require no upfront deposits and no hidden fees. This is a company that is built on a family, the Lee family, as in Tim Lee, who owns and operates the company with his sons Garrett and JT right here in North Phoenix. It's built on a foundation of faith, ethics, honesty, trust, and service. Go to movingteam6.com for more information. That's movingteam6.com. Your move is their mission.
Choose hope for children in foster care through Child Crisis Arizona. Together, we can assure all children are safe. The qualifying foster care tax credit is one way you can help. Contribute up to $618 individually or $1,234 jointly to Child Crisis Arizona and receive a dollar-for-dollar tax credit. Your gift provides hope and a brighter future to children in foster care. Visit childcrisisaz.org. That's childcrisisaz.org.
Many of you know that my inspiration for becoming an accident attorney was my brother Tim, who was rendered a quadriplegic at age 18. I didn't know what a personal injury lawyer was or what they did, but I soon did. Tim was treated terribly by the insurance company, and I became enraged. It was a constant delay and deny. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Tim later worked with me for 27 years. Last year, my hero died at age 65. You can see my eulogy for him by visiting mybrothertim.com. He was one hell of a man. Because of Tim, together we built the largest injury firm in the world, and our clients are treated the way I would want my family to be treated. At Morgan & Morgan, nobody is a nobody and everybody is a somebody. If you need our help, visit forthepeople.com on your phone or computer. See you soon, Tim. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my good friend Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of Chapman BMW, the guy that can literally make your dreams come true.
Bick, you know I love your show and your listeners, and I want everybody in the audience to know that you have a friend in the business at Chapman BMW. This is not lip service. Come down, take a test drive, Find what you like, then ask for me by name and get your hookup. Find out how easy it is to do business with a great family.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations.
One great experience.
Imagine finding your dream home and moving in right away. No waiting to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? That's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now and sell the old one later. Here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first. On your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home so you can attract the right buyers. Once they're done, a local Orchard agent lists and sells your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and sell your old home later. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Ready to find out how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
Guys, if you have low T, it's time to get your edge back with testosterone from Red Mountain Weight Loss. Start this month and get a free month of GLP-1 weight loss medication. You'll think better, sleep better, and you'll lose that belly fat. Look, don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. Start TRT today. Get a free month of GLP-1 weight loss medications. That's a $299 value only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Cardinals lost their 8th consecutive game yesterday, falling 37-14 to the Cincinnati Bengals. The Cardinals sit 3-13 heading into their final game of the season Sunday at the Los Angeles Rams. Cardinals head coach Jonathan Gannon will join Burns and Gambo this afternoon at 3. And the Phoenix Suns are in action tonight in our nation's capital against the Washington Wizards. Tip-off is at 5, right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app. Grayson Allen, Jalen Green, and Mark Williams are out for the Suns, while Ryan Dunn is questionable. Allen, Green, and Dunn are dealing with injuries, while Williams has been suspended a game for his role in a scuffle in Saturday's win over the New Orleans Pelicans. This report is brought to you by Your Valley Chevy Dealers. 'Tis the season for great offers going on now at Your Valley Chevy Dealers during the Red Tag Sales event. Stop by Your Valley Chevy Dealers today.
I get those goosebumps every time you come around, yeah. You ease my mind, you make everything feel fine.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Can the Phoenix Suns stretch their winning streak to 4 games with a victory in the nation's capital? We'll talk about our surging NBA team. Fun begins at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
I get those goosebumps every time, yeah, when you're not around.
Hour number 2 of the show, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios. It's Wolf and Luke on a Monday. Jody Jackson is in for Wolf. Jody, I'm watching the replay just on a loop of Mark Williams and Jose Alvarado. It kind of looks like Rick and Jamal behind the glass after this Jalen Hurts debate that's been going on all morning.
Except they're more of the same size, so it's not as a...
That's true.
That was what was crazy, is just Alvarado like a little gnat, like a fly, like on a giant, and... Yet he was the instigator completely. And shocking. I'm of the mind that Mark Williams should not even be suspended 1 game. I understand Alvarado gets 2 because he was the instigator, but I don't know. I mean, I watched it a number of times.
I'm watching it frame by frame like it's like an old boxing match. And I'm like...
It isn't just about... First of all, if he closed his fist, to me it wasn't... He didn't close his fist as if to punch in a punching motion at any point. At any point.
No, you're right. I mean, and now that I've watched it for the 1,000th time, Alvarado swings up at him with a closed fist. And where Mark Williams is swatting at him to get away is because Alvarado's still holding on to his jersey. Like, he's
Alvarado's
like,
grabbed him. And he just, it was really odd. I know that's Alvarado's game, but
yeah,
I think Mark Williams kind of got the rough end of that.
I mean, as I said earlier, we all should have seen this coming. If you were playing New Orleans back-to-back nights, somebody's going to get in a fight with Jose Alvarado. I think we probably would have all picked Dylan Brooks to get in that fight.
Yeah, exactly.
But,
I agree with that because that seemed to be, anytime, he's the he can be an instigator, but he's the guy that's in there mixing it up. If somebody's mixing it up, that's who you would pick. So Mark Williams kind of got caught up in the moment there. Alvarado, it's also funny just him running down the tunnel. Like someone's got to go with him, and then their trainer, that must have been the New Orleans feed.
The height differential really is.
Oh, it was crazy.
Like if they were to actually fight, there's no way. Like Alvarado really believes that he would win.
I mean that is the height of irrational confidence. If you believe that,
it'd be Jake Paul and Anthony Joshua all over again.
The still photos of his jaw just getting punched to the side. Yeah.
But with the size advantage, it's kind of funny because Alvarado, I feel like would just be dodging, bobbing and weaving, and Mark Williams' arms are so long.
Punching over him,
it's kind of hard to connect.
It would be like a glitch in a video game where these guys don't line up, they're just. But yeah, I mean,
that's what it looked like to me. So
yeah, I think honestly, I hate to say this because we're in Phoenix, but I think you're right. I don't know that Mark Williams should be suspended for this. I don't know that's the worst thing in the world.
I didn't see a lot of reaction. I mean, I was kind of looking for some post game on that and see if because I feel like that was just wrong. He shouldn't have been. In my mind, he shouldn't have been ejected, and he shouldn't have to sit out a game. Nothing.
Certainly shouldn't have to sit out the game. This really is amazing, just watching the still photos of it, the way these two are. But I mean, the reality is, at the end, the only swipes he's taking is trying to get this guy off my jersey. That's all he's trying to do.
At first, he kind of has his hands just out, and then he the problem is if you're Mark Williams and you're that long, you're that big, and at one point, I think as his left arm comes around, and he's just trying to bring it forward, and it wasn't trying to punch him.
No, the second Alvarado lets go of his jersey, Mark Williams is done. He stops engaging. So now the other part to this, though, and you brought this up in the pre-show meeting, how much does it really hurt? Because Mark Williams, that was the second half of a back-to-back. He was playing both nights. I was watching the game on Friday thinking, Mark Williams looks like the guy at work who's about to go on vacation and everybody else still has to work. So he had that, additional energy, hey, I'm going to be off tomorrow night. But he wasn't off tomorrow night. He played Saturday. He just got thrown out after, 10 and a half minutes or whatever. So now he's essentially going to get a night off. I mean, he's going to get fined.
Yeah, that's the thing that came to my mind is that, maybe if they were going to rest him a little bit, now they're just resting him for the entire game. So.
Yeah, so maybe not the worst thing in the world. But, yeah, I think you're right. Probably not totally justified that he's taking a suspension. Here's Jordan Ott after the game on Saturday talking about that dust-up.
Yeah, I didn't see it. I mean, I saw it start, and then all of a sudden, everyone jumped in it, so I haven't gone back to look at it. So obviously, that happens. It just feels like a lack of sleep. The second night back-to-back, something always tends to happen. Last night there was a lot of free throws. Tonight there wasn't as much, so they let us play tonight, which is something that we enjoy to do. They got tangled up. Obviously, they both got thrown out.
I do feel like the NBA is really testing the you have a team with Dylan Brooks, okay, and Dylan Brooks wasn't involved in this, but you have a team with Dylan Brooks, and you've already had them. What are we 31 games into the season? You've already had them play back-to-back games against the Clippers earlier in the year. I mean, there's a day off between, but your opponent was the Clippers, and then your next game it was the Clippers. You've had them go on a stretch where they went Lakers, Warriors, Warriors, Lakers, and now Pelicans, Pelicans. You really want to keep putting the Suns in games where they're playing the same team in this close of proximity when you have Dylan Brooks on your roster?
Yeah,
there's
with 49
be
fouls the night before,
Yeah.
and then I love how Jordan Ott's the lack of sleep or something.
Or something.
I mean, I have a lot of lack of sleep, and I'm not out punching people.
That's the difference between you and Jose Alvarado.
Apparently.
Here's more from Jordan Ott talking about Nick Richards.
Yeah, Nick's ability to stay ready is huge. It's not easy. It's not easy being out that many games, not really getting into the rotation, and his ability to stay ready. He's stayed ready like a true professional. We needed those minutes to get us through the night. I thought he had really good minutes. Again, you don't know where it's going to come from some of the nights. Tonight, that stretch to start the fourth really helped us hold down the fort, really shot making. And Nick's just activity at the rim. Obviously, he has great size, so great job by him to stay ready.
Yeah, it's a good point right there by Jordan Ott. I mean, he's talking about Nick Richards. Obviously, a few guys had to step up in that moment, but what has been really nice about the way they've handled Mark Williams this season is they know when they have him, and then they know if he's not going to play at second half of back. But they know going into the game.
Yeah.
The second game against New Orleans, they thought they were going to have him, and then all of a sudden didn't, and that's tough to. I shouldn't say tough, but it's like it's not automatic that your team's just going to be able to adjust on the fly. You were planning around having this guy who kind of has a specialized skill set on the Suns compared to a lot of other players, and all of a sudden you just don't have him.
And that offensive rebounding, that was a lot of Mark Williams was doing a lot of that.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, they'll be ready to go. And this is a stretch where we talked about the schedule getting easier, but now it's kind of a stretch where it's like, okay. We got a Wizards fan in there. It's always coming back to Rick in the room there, but but it's like a team that's really struggling, and then a tougher matchup, and then because you got Oklahoma City, you got Cleveland, which has been not the Cavs that we saw last year, but then you got Oklahoma City after Sacramento, but the Wizards with 7 wins and Sacramento with 8 wins, all coming up in the next week.
But you're right though, when you have these games that you should win.
They should. I expect them to.
And they weren't last year. I mean, to me, the moment last year was done was when they lost the back-to-back to Portland. And it's like, really? Like, you're
Well, because I think they struggled with San Antonio had Wemby playing, and you had some reasons
like
to
that.
believe.
Like,
yeah.
Even Cleveland,
But
if they
Portland,
lose to Cleveland, like Cleveland's got some pieces, just a matter of when they're healthy or not. All right, when we come back to the Cardinals, what has this second half of the season done for Jonathan Gannon and the future of the coaching position for the Cardinals? Can they really just run this back next year? We'll get into that next. Wolf and Luke, Jody Jackson in for Wolf and Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Suns have the ball in a 3-point lead with 50 seconds left. Brooks hits Booker, a lob down low. Williams will jam it home on the alley-oop. Devin Booker hits Mark Williams. That's the bookmark.
Suns in the nation's capital to face the Wizards. Pre-game at 4 this afternoon. 5 o'clock tip on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey, it's Ron Wolfley. Choosing dental implants is one of the most important health decisions you'll ever make. That's why I want you to check out Aria Dental Implant Center in Phoenix. They're locally owned and proud to offer world-class care in a state-of-the-art facility. With decades of experience and thousands of smiles restored, Dr. Joe and their expert team deliver results you can trust. Unlike the gimmick dentistry you see elsewhere, bait-and-switch pricing, fake, limited-time offers, or surprise add-on fees, at Aria, you'll always know exactly what to expect. That's why they've earned over 500 5-star Google reviews from patients who felt truly cared for. This is your health, not a sales pitch. Come experience the Aria difference. Aria is helping patients regain their quality of life while saving thousands of dollars compared to the other corporate dental implant centers. Go see my good friend Dr. Joe today. Their website is ariadentalimplantcenter.com. That's ARIA dentalimplantcenter.com.
Hey folks, Vince Marotta with some exciting news. The holidays just got even better. Unwrap exciting holiday deals all month long at Earnhardt Peoria Kia during the Kia Season of New Tradition sales event. And if you know Earnhardt, you know they always treat you right. They're locally owned and they will treat you like family. Now's your chance to save big on their huge lineup of award-winning Kia models across the lot. Looking for sedans or SUVs? They've got them. 2025 K4, 2026 Sportage, and even the family moving 2026 Carnival MPV. Need gas, hybrid, or all-electric options? They've got those too. Plus a sharp selection of Kia certified pre-owned vehicles ready to roll. Earnhardt Peoria Kia is the place to shop for a car, and these new Kias are incredible. Come check them out and discover what drives you this holiday season at 91st Avenue north of Bell Road or online at earnhardtpeoriakia.com.
250,000 people across Arizona rely on St. Mary's Food Bank every day. Your donations make feeding them possible, and you can benefit too. In Arizona, there's an incentive called the Arizona Charitable Tax Credit. You can make your donation today and get it back up to $987 on your taxes when you file. It's a great way to help your neighbors in need. For more info, visit stmarysfoodbank.org.
Hey guys, if you have low T, it's time to get your edge back. Start testosterone therapy at Red Mountain Weight Loss and get a month of GLP-1 weight loss medications absolutely free. That's a $299 value. Listen, just because you're getting older doesn't mean you have to feel older. Prescription testosterone restores your get up and go, so you'll feel like you're 20 again. Get more muscle with less effort in the gym. You'll also think better, sleep better, and your love life will be better. Look, don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. It's a game changer. And if you're looking to lose weight, there's nothing like the combo of testosterone and a GLP-1 medication. It'll burn that belly fat and get you ripped. This month, get free GLP-1 medication, a $299 value, when you start testosterone therapy only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Book your video appointment today. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone. Keyword Red Mountain. Time to get your edge back at Red Mountain Weight Loss.
For the team at Berg Simpson, it really is more than a slogan. Good lawyers changing lives. Dave Burns here. As nationally renowned trial lawyers, they're here to change lives for the better by fighting in court and getting families compensation for their injuries. Berg Simpson also makes it a priority to give back to their community. It's at the heart of everything they do, helping people when they need it the most. So call the trial lawyers of Berg Simpson at 602-777-7000 or visit bergsimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
Big Red Monday.
Hi, this is Paris Johnson, and you're listening to Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Big Red Monday with Wolf and Luke.
Shout out to Waddell. What's going on, Waddell? Wolf and Luke. Jody Jackson is in for Wolf today. And this is a conversation that, as I said earlier, Jody, I did not expect to be having this season when the Cardinals season began. To me, the worst case scenario for the Cardinals season was, hey, maybe Kyler gets hurt and your season unravels a little bit and you win 6 or 7 games or whatever. And I think in that scenario, the worst case for a guy like
6-7.
I wonder. I didn't look at Rick on purpose. I said that.
6-7.
Wolf is so hip.
He is.
Hip.
He's probably doing TED Talks on 6-7 right now. That's why he's not here. But for it to get and in that scenario, I still thought JG, worst case would maybe go into next season on the hot seat. Now he may not get fired, and maybe that's not the answer, but this season has gone much worse than I think anybody realistically anticipated. Set aside though, same old Cardinals are going to lose. This isn't even same old Cardinals. They've never lost 14 games in the season. That's on the line.
There's only been a couple since I've been here since 2000. They went 3-13 in 2000. Vince Tobin was fired after they were 2-5 after losing to the Cowboys in Dallas. And then I believe 2003 with McGinnis, Dave McGinnis at the helm.
Okay. Went
3-13. Which, oddly enough, though, it was pivotal. One of those wins came on November 5th, right before the stadium vote, which brought, of course, our gorgeous and impactful State Farm Stadium to the Valley and started that ball rolling. But that happened to be a bad season. And then, 3 wins. We haven't seen it much. We've seen some 4-win seasons, but this definitely feels like. Yesterday felt like rock bottom for the Jonathan Gannon era so far. Because again, the first year you knew you were dealing with like rebuilding. Steve Wilkes was a one-off. I kind of forgot about that season. I don't know how many wins they had that season.
I'm not even sure that season's in the media guide, to be honest.
That was a rough one.
Yeah.
That was a very rough one. There were games like we saw yesterday. Even worse. That was
the only
even
season I can
what we saw
compare to this season, honestly,
Yeah.
that I remember. So the ones that I remember and where I was covering the team was the 2018 season with Steve Wilkes and Josh Rosen, where they ended up going 3-13. And unfortunately, there's a similarity. It felt like the message publicly from the coaching staff after every game was just the same. It almost felt like they were like, what else do we say? It's just, we got to have gap integrity. Players got to execute better, and they're 3-13. And after that season, they fired their head coach and they drafted a quarterback number 1 overall. And then you go 2022 was rough. That was when they went 4-13 with Cliff Kingsbury. I don't think that was all on Cliff by any means, but that season, and I say this more so for the Cardinals fans that think they're not going to do anything. 2018, They fired their coach after 1 year.
Mm-hmm.
They switched quarterbacks after 1 year. That was fairly rash and necessary, as it turns out. And then after 2022, they fired everybody the next year. So, I mean, maybe they don't do anything after this season, but I think it'd be really tough to, A, sell it to your fan base. Hey, it was just the injuries. We could have easily won 7 games if everybody is healthy. I think that's not going to work. But also, B, and I know people are, aren't, there's a lot of Cardinals fans that don't necessarily love Bidwell. I get it. But the last 2 years, things have been really bad. He has made pretty drastic changes, and he ate some money on it last time too. So, again, I don't know what they're going to make. I don't know that just firing JG is the answer. You better have an actual solution in place, because it's not just going to be like, hey, we got rid of JG. Hey, we're going to win 12 games. That's not the issue.
I think you see me kind of laughing because I think you're right there. I think that is the key. Who are you targeting to turn this around? Because the other thing that sort of complicates it, and I said this in our crosstalk segment with the morning show, there are two things, what you saw yesterday and what you saw against the Falcons, what you've seen the last few weeks, and maybe if you want to go back earlier this season, like the close games, why are you losing these close games? That has been ugly. It has been bad. I think the initial reaction from anyone watching that would be that changes have to be made. Mm-hmm. But they are so the other two things that I look at are, yes, the injuries are real. There are a lot of injuries at every position. I think yesterday you only had 4 starters going in that game. Couple receivers and Froholt, right, that initially started the season.
Yeah.
And the
McBride.
offensive line is, it was McBride, Harrison, Wilson.
But Harrison didn't even,
Harrison
I think
didn't play much.
Playing, but
Harrison, Wilson, Froholt. And the other thing that, and look, with Cliff, they went 11-6 the year before he was fired.
Yeah.
But you go 11-6, but we saw that was, what was it, 10-2, and then it got loose, and the Rams playoff game was terrible.
It almost felt like a year and a half of build up to that firing.
So with JG though, I think the first 2 years you felt, if you're just judging the body of work, you felt good about the direction. You felt good about him and Monty working together. Obviously Steve Keim and Cliff Kingsbury worked together. That was the other selling point of that relationship, right? We're on the same page. I picked this guy. That's usually the way it's going to go. So I just think that that's all part of this decision. Because if you're, as you and I sit here and try to come up with an answer on what's going to happen next week after the Rams game, especially if it's another bad loss.
Yeah.
I don't know for sure. I don't know for sure that he's absolutely gone because of the way this thing has spiraled out of control, because of those things. Because how much do you weigh the injuries? And I do think you weigh the injuries less in the NFL, where
everybody's hurt.
Well, I don't know.
Not like this, but
I'm kind of thinking, and even though I've covered football for a really long time, most people listening right now probably know me more covering the D-backs and looking at like Torey Lovullo. Like when you lose pretty much your entire bullpen. I think that was one of the main considerations of keeping Torey, and the fact that they played really well after they traded everybody.
Yeah, that's the thing.
So that's the thing. They ended on a better note.
If the Cardinals won, 4 of their last 5 or whatever, like what I said earlier, if you had beat Tampa, who's a mess right now, and you had beat Cincinnati yesterday and Atlanta the week before, like you still would not be having a good season, and it wouldn't appease the fan base, but I think it would be justifiable. Like, I don't think they want to fire Jonathan Gannon, and I think there's probably a sense internally of like, this guy isn't the problem necessarily, but it's a conversation Wolf and I were having back in a month into the season of Kyler Murray wasn't the problem, but he also wasn't being the solution. And you're in a division where you need actual solutions. You're in a division where the Seahawks started rebuilding, quote, rebuilding a year after you, and they might win the Super Bowl this year. You're in a division where you're going up against Sean McVay, who's an elite coach. You're going up against Kyle Shanahan, who's an elite coach. You're going up against Mike McDonald, who I'm not going to call an elite coach yet because he's only been a head coach for a year and a half, but he's already won, 21 games in a year and a half? He's on his way to being an elite coach. So it can't just be like, hey, this guy's not the problem. You need actual solutions. And I feel like they have already made the decision that Kyler's not coming back. I feel like they probably haven't made the decision on JG yet, except That's not something in the NFL that usually lingers 2 months into the offseason. Usually if you're going to fire your head coach, you do it within a week.
There's a reason why they call it Black Monday.
Yeah, that's a week from today.
It happens on that day for most teams,
Yeah.
maybe Tuesday if they're weighing some things. I think the other thing, as you were talking, I was thinking about where did this all go wrong, because it wasn't that long ago we were singing the praises of Drew Petzing and his running game.
Yeah.
The running game that we really hadn't seen here in a while. And Nick Rollis, even more than Petzing, what he had gotten out of a depleted defense the last couple of years. And that's the thing that, he didn't just, if I'm just focusing on Rollis, I think it's a microcosm. And yet the defense looked so bad yesterday, and the tackling was so poor. And I know Nick Rollis just didn't become a bad coach.
No. The defense was
But they
like
also,
a pleasant surprise last
Yeah.
year, and it has been the opposite.
And we'll talk to Paul Calvisi too. I do have some questions about the way they defended. We heard all week long about the double, right? How many teams were doubling Chase and doubling Higgins, and how strange that was, and how much of a risk reward that is, and how risky it is to do that. And yet, Chase had a lot of room on a few of those plays. So, But these guys didn't just lose their ability to coach. So you're weighing the things you saw in those first 2 years of what they were able to do, how the X's and O's, the leadership, the mentoring and developing of the guys, versus what we've seen in this last half of the season in particular that's been not good, and Harbaugh, when you're around the facility, it feels okay because everyone's saying they feel good about the plan, and they, except for the 1 week, the plan was not good. The Rams, and I appreciated the honesty. Hey, we didn't have a good plan, but on the field, it has looked very, very bad. It has looked horrible. So I imagine that those are all the things that'll go into it.
They're going to have to do something dramatic this offseason to even be considered a contender in this division next season. And I don't
Did you see that Niner offense yesterday?
It's so frustrating.
They just dictate. And that's a great Bears defense.
Yeah.
It's a very good Bears defense, and they dictate what they're going to do.
There's one play where they ran with McCaffrey where it was play action. They faked the handoff to him, and all the blockers are out in front of him, and all the Bears are like, okay, we got to account for this because it's McCaffrey. And then Purdy goes and rolls out, and all the Bears defenders are like, hold on, we got to go after Purdy. And then he flips it over to McCaffrey, and he's got all the blockers in front of him. And you're just like, I understand that's Christian McCaffrey, and the Cardinals don't have that, but can we do more of that than running up the middle on 3rd and 10? Like, can we do something? Look, he's an elite. He's a Hall of Famer, but more of that.
I don't think there's the confidence in any of those. And I don't think there's the confidence in multiple positions there, not just the running back. And I think more of the line and that entire situation
is where this all started, I believe. All right, when we come back, we got Jody here. Let's talk some D-backs. What does it need to look like if they keep Ketel Marte for 2026? We'll get into that next. It's Wolf and Luke. Jody Jackson's in for Wolf on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
8-time Pro Bowler, 3-time All-Pro First Teamer on the NFL's 2010s All-Decade Team. He's Patrick Peterson, P2.
Patrick Peterson out of LSU to the house.
And he joins Wolf and Luke every Tuesday morning at 11:15 to talk football on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 30% upfront bonus? Or are they promising you up to 10% growth per year, all for your retirement income? If not, then you need to come to Trajan Wealth. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. If you have a plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait only to find out it's too late. I've seen hardworking folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They're not. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't keep working when you're supposed to be retired, and don't let any financial advisor tell you it's too good to be true. Call Trajan today, 480-360-7900. That's 480-360-7900.
Annuities, non-advisory products. DBA Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 100,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-292-4541 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-292-4541. That's 800-292-4541. What do you have to lose? Call 800-292-4541. Again, 800-292-4541.
Hi, I'm Elizabeth Smith with Oliver Smith Jeweler. Gold prices are at an all-time high, so if you've been procrastinating selling your watches, jewelry, or gold, you're in luck. Dad, you've been doing this in Arizona for almost 45 years. What should people know before they sell?
First, don't get scammed by those roadshows that pop up in hotel ballrooms, please. We're a local family-owned jeweler, and we've been advising Arizona families for decades.
Does someone need an appointment?
No appointment necessary. We'll evaluate your watches, jewelry, or gold and give you a check on the spot in minutes.
Have you ever seen gold this high?
Never. Do yourself a favor, search your jewelry box, find out if there's anything in there that might have value or things that you aren't wearing and bring them in.
Weren't you an appraiser on Antiques Roadshow?
Yeah, that was the original reality show.
Sell your watches, jewelry, and gold with confidence. Visit Oliver Smith Jeweler in our 2 Scottsdale locations or online at oliversmithjeweler.com.
Get ready for the most wonderful time of the year with exciting red tag savings. Available now on the 2026 Chevy Equinox. Or gear up for the holidays and conquer that to-do list in a new Chevy truck. Now is the time to get red tag savings on the 2026 Silverado or the big adventures in the Colorado. This holiday season, it all comes together in a Chevrolet. See your Valley Chevy dealers.
Sun Devil men's basketball is heating up, and now you can build a ticket plan on your terms. With the Sun Devils mini plan, you choose any 6 home games you want, including the biggest Big 12 matchups of the year, Kansas and Arizona. Lock in the rivalries, circle the heavy hitters, or stack your schedule with weekends that work for you. 6 games, your choice, your vibes, your Sun Devils. Grab your mini plan today at sundeviltickets.com. That's sundeviltickets.com.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Cardinals lost their 8th consecutive game yesterday, falling 37-14 to the Cincinnati Bengals. The Cardinals sit 3-13 heading into their final game of the season Sunday at the Los Angeles Rams. Cardinals head coach Jonathan Gannon will join Burns and Gambo this afternoon at 3. And the Phoenix Suns are in action tonight in our nation's capital against the Washington Wizards. Tip-off is at 5 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by Red Mountain Weight Loss. Get a free month of GLP-1 weight loss medication, a $299 value when you start any testosterone program, only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Hit pound 250 on your phone, keyword Red Mountain.
Hey, it's Gambo. We'll react to how the Suns fared against the Pelicans this past weekend and look ahead to tonight's matchup against the Wizards. We start at 2 on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports on YouTube.
Welcome back to the show. Jody Jackson is in for Wolf today and tomorrow, I believe. Jody, you're in tomorrow, right? Did you know that?
Yes, I am. Yes, we're going to ride out 2025 here.
We are. We're going to come up with
Wolf
some...
And Wolf will come back and reemerge in 26, right?
We're hoping at least 26. Maybe. Who knows? Wolf is actually back later this week. He does a very Wolf thing with his vacation where he actually didn't take that many days off this year when you consider the holidays, but he does it in such a way, and I appreciate this, where it's like when he comes back, he has a one-day week. Goes right back into the weekend.
Smart. That's a savvy veteran right there.
Right there.
That's right.
All right, so let's talk a little D-backs and an off-season that is a pretty big one for this team. but has also been pretty quiet so far in terms of actual things that have happened. Now, they've been at the center of quite a few rumors because of the whole Ketel Marte thing, but they actually haven't really done a whole lot yet. It's not like they've gone out and got a first baseman or they've revamped the bullpen or anything. So let's just start there. How much of everything is contingent on what happens with Ketel, do you think?
I mean, depending on, what you believe and what you're hearing, in some cases, maybe everything is
Feels like it,
dependent,
doesn't it?
right? Because you're still, even though he's a great bargain, it's a very team-friendly contract, it's still a lot of money, and it's still commitment. And, we all know he has the 10-5 rights, the 10 years of service kicks in like 10 days into the season. So that is something to consider. And yeah, they haven't done a whole lot, and that's probably why. And I think, it's funny because around Christmas is when this stuff kind of happens. And we could be, obviously we're talking right now, something could happen in the next few days, but it feels like this is about the time when Corbin Burns signing happened last year, and which was surprising and out of nowhere for everyone. Yeah. No one expected that. But, with Ketel, yeah, I mean, it's something where I know what Gambo was reporting is that it's either going to happen soon or like, that's it. We're shutting it down. We're hanging on to him. We're fine with that. I don't know. I mean, what's the time frame there?
Yeah.
And what is that? I'm sure that's what they would like to do, is to have, look, I know they love having Ketel Marte on the team. He's such a productive player. They've managed it, for the things that are negatives, maybe like, to me, it's a lot of nagging injuries. I've covered him for many years now, and sometimes there are nagging injuries that linger into this gray area of like, are we sitting him? Are we resting him a little more? And he still plays a lot. Like, don't get me wrong.
And when he plays, he's great.
Yes. There's this kind of message that's gotten contorted or distorted, I feel like, through the grapevine, is like that he doesn't play. I mean, if you only have to go to the Baseball Reference page and see a lot of production.
Yeah.
And like you said, when he does play, I mean, I watched him single-handedly win 2 games in Texas in the 9th inning against relievers that have pitched in like 400 plus games that hadn't given up a home run like all season. And I think one guy did, one guy didn't. Coulomb and Maton won the game with a swing of the bat.
Yeah. So
this is the type of player you're talking about. And then you've got the other thought hanging out there, which is that Alex Bregman has not re-signed with the Red Sox, which I know Red Sox Nation really wants that to happen. And Alex Bregman, I think, really wants to be an Arizona Diamondback, in the same vein as Corbin Burns and Merrill Kelly and people that want to come here and stay here, for Corbin coming here and for Merrill staying here because they live here. Mm-hmm. And that's really tempting because even though he might not be the explosive bat that Ketel is, he is a tremendous leader, and you know what you're getting from him every day.
That's what you have to weigh. Obviously, Mike Hayes and that front office are much better at this than most of the other GMs, and certainly better at it than I am. But you have to sort of weigh it as, do you want Ketel Marte or do you want Alex Bregman and whatever you could get for Ketel Marte, which is probably, at least 2-3 players, maybe 2 real players and a prospect. I don't know. I have to think if you want to trade Ketel Marte, you can do it. I mean, this production, to your point, he's probably going to miss 20 to 30 games, and it's probably going to be spread out. I think the bigger thing is not the numbers. It's more just like, hey, are we going to have Ketel on Thursday? Can we plan around that? But when you have him, you're talking about an elite hitter, an elite player. So I got to think that, especially a team where money's not an issue, and it's not even like Ketel's contract is bad, but a team that can go out and just buy a depth guy behind him for the times when he can't play, I got to think those teams are more than willing to trade for him. So if you really want to trade him, it'll get done. But that, to me, would have to be driven by the 10-5 stuff and the worry that maybe it caused a rift in the locker room. If you were driven by those things, I think he's just getting traded. To the whole point of let's shut this down if the trade talks, if it's not going to happen soon. Yeah, in a perfect world, I get it, because you have other stuff you need to address this offseason. Like, you need to be able to execute a plan. It's early enough now, but you don't want to be scrambling in February to put your team together.
Yeah, and that's where Gambo's report comes in, is like, how, we need to do some other things.
Yeah.
We need to look at the bullpen. We need to look at first base. And so that's what's really going, and that's kind of why I think we haven't seen a whole lot. But I think it's going to change soon because we're coming up on January 1st.
That's the kind of thing where you're like, hey, rest of the league, if we don't get a deal done by January 1st, we're shutting this down. But internally, you have till January 14th or whatever, right? Like, okay, here's the deadline. If you're going to make us a good offer, do it, and then give yourself a week or two to sort of
Especially if, Alex Bregman truly is, if this is completely an accurate depiction of the scenario, that he's kind of waiting.
Yeah, I mean, if we get news that he signs with some other team, which will always be the Yankees, Dodgers, whoever, somebody like that, then you got to figure that Ketel's staying or more likely to stay at that point, because part of the appeal, if you are on the trade Ketel side of things, is not only what you get back for him, but again, that you could sign an Alex Bregman too on top of that, where if you're just trading Ketel for a couple pitchers, there is value in that. But it's not as valuable.
There is certainly value in that, depending on who they are. I mean, that's the other thing, is that really, aside from Bregman, you do need to get some quality pitching for Ketel Marte.
And that's the only way you can really do it, probably, is trade him.
Yeah. I mean, that it should net you some very good pitching that can come in. And now I understand that that's not always the way it works. We've seen some trades where we've been very underwhelmed. Like, wow, that's all they got for, so-and-so.
Or I'm always worried about trading for pitchers because every pitcher is hurt all the time. Not just on the Diamondbacks. It just feels like every pitcher in baseball except Paul Skeens is hurt all the time. That's just kind of where baseball is. But you still need pitchers.
Absolutely. You need more depth than ever with the injuries. And I mean, that's a whole different topic. It's just that we hope that that doesn't happen, like law of averages. Like maybe this year people will generally be healthy in the pitching staff.
They should. The Diamondbacks are due for a year where they're like the unreasonably healthiest team in Major League Baseball. They really are due for that.
Well, they've brought in a new director of pitching. They're looking at a lot of that. They're taking the deep dive. So they've spent money and resources on looking into why did these guys get injured. There is an element of again, I've seen a lot in my years covering sports. I mean, a lot of times it is just bad luck. It really is. I mean, but you have to look at it anyway. You have to sort of uncover it all. Look under the hood, see what's happening. What did we maybe do here or there? And hopefully that helps out. But yeah, I mean, is it possible to bring back, as far as like when you look at the bullpen? I mean, you could roll with what you have, but you're not having those big impact arms are not coming back till mid-season.
What you said, though, about the injuries, the Diamondbacks were hit really hard by injuries last year. And I think the difference, at least for me, on how I feel about this, is the Diamondbacks were just decimated by injuries. You're basically all the good parts of your bullpen, in addition to guys underperforming in the bullpen, your number one starter, like all these injuries, and they were still in the playoff race with a week to go. Like they rallied, they were decimated, but they rallied. They finished 3 games out of a wild card spot, and that was kind of with a meltdown at the end of the season. That's the difference between their season and the okay, the injuries hurt. So here we are. Now we're into the offseason. You kind of feel good about you're going to be less injured next year. You have a shot. Whereas with the Cardinals, they've just lost every game. They just lost all of them. Like the Diamondbacks equivalent to that would have been, hey, we're really injured. And then they finished 20 games out of a wild card spot and they finished 3 out. So even though it doesn't actually help you in the moment, it does give you like a little more hope.
Oh yeah, and it was really what Torey Lovello did, and maybe it did save his job, is that he kept that team competitive right until almost to the very end. Yeah. The end was a little rough, but yeah, it was incredible to watch guys like Taylor Rashi come in and have some, just they had to use everybody. They had to use people that weren't ready to come up, or not that Rashi wasn't, but just other guys that I'm thinking of that were younger, and they did that. But with the Cardinals, I feel like one thing I'll just throw out, and I know we'll talk later, but Mac Wilson Sr., when he got hurt, it felt like things really unraveled.
It did hit a different level of
bad. Yeah.
We're giving you the chance to win tickets to the Verbo Fiesta Bowl January 8th. Listen for the code word during Bickley, Murata, Wolf, and Luke, and Burns and Gambo. And then when you hear it, text the code word to 620-620. If you're looking for extra ways to win, head to the live video stream on our YouTube page, ArizonaSports.com, or the Arizona Sports app. When we come back, was yesterday, in fact, the Cardinals' worst game of the season. We're going to talk to their sideline reporter, Paul Calvisi. He joins us next. It's Wolf and Luke, Jody Jackson, in for Wolf on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Win tickets to the Verbo Fiesta Bowl from Arizona Sports. This show's keyword is
touchdown. Touchdown.
Text the word touchdown to 620-620 right now.
Touchdown.
Text touchdown to 620-620 for your chance to win tickets to the Verbo Fiesta Bowl. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, Arizona, it's Vince Marotta with some big news for you. If you missed the holiday kickoff, don't worry. Earnhardt Buick GMC is keeping their savings going. We're talking favorites like the 2026 GMC Sierra 1500 for up to $13,000 off MSRP, and the all-electric 2025 Hummer SUV and pickups. Get yours for up to $18,000 off MSRP, or take advantage of 0% APR financing. And folks, that's just the start. Even the sleek 2025 Buick Enclave SUV is yours with a savings of up to $9,000 off MSRP. You want it? Earnhardt has it all, priced to move right now. Check them out in Mesa, right off the 60 at Superstition Springs Boulevard, or online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 no bull protection package as an added benefit. After all applicable incentives on select models. APR terms limited through GM Financial. Not all will qualify. Plus tax, title, license, and $5.99 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offer ends 1/2/26.
Bunker to Bunker the Golf Show invites you to get in the game with your 2026 Bunker Club membership. Early registration is open now. Renew or join with great discounts, and there's even a new under 30 membership for younger golfers. You'll get an official USGA handicap, online score posting, and invites to Bunker Scramble events throughout the year. You're also automatically entered to win VIP hospitality at the Patriot All-American in December and the WM Phoenix Open in February. Sign up today at bunkergolf.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Rain on game day doesn't faze Dave. He's already got his poncho. Just needs to do something about those wipers. So Dave heads to AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone,
where a friendly AutoZoner helps him get premium quiet wipers and some hand warmers.
You're all set.
Now, if only his team can handle the elements as well as his new wipers. Get wipers, glass cleaner, and more with no hassles, just help at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Pros don't just show up. They prove how it's done with precision and without shortcuts. Makita tools are built the same way, with a dedication to lasting quality, trusted performance, and results that reward your effort year after year. When the job calls for the best, call on Makita. Built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
Imagine finding your dream home and moving in right away. No waiting to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? That's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now and sell the old one later. Here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first. On your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home so you can attract the right buyers. Once they're done, a local Orchard agent lists and sells your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and sell your old home later. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Ready to find out how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
In football, a blitz comes fast, but so do taxes in retirement. Paul Calvisi here with Matt Dagas from Bright Wealth Management. Matt.
Thanks, Paul. And if your 401k, IRA, or pension isn't structured properly, you could face a major hit from Uncle Sam. At Bright Wealth Management, we help you prepare before the pressure comes. Call today, 844-726-9116, or visit us online at brightwm.com and schedule your retirement review.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
Arizona sports. Paul talks to football players and tries to stay out of the way. It's the Paulie Pigskin Report.
Yeah, Paulie Pigs kind of weak, Paulie.
Brought to you by Bright Wealth Management. Bright futures start here at brightwm.com.
All right, Wolf and Luke on a Big Red Monday. Jody Jackson's in for Wolf, though. And Paul Calvisi, Cardinals sideline reporter, is joining us on the Arizona Sports Line right now. Once again, if you're watching on YouTube, you see Paul Calvisi, but you don't see Wolf. What's going on, Paulie?
What, Jesse, can you give me a stat? I'd like to know. Who has actually worked less this year?
Congress or Ron Wolfley? I'd like to know that stat. I mean, it's the holiday getaway every single year. And by getaway, we mean at least 2 weeks, do we not?
Oh, at least.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. That's in fact, I think that's Wolf's middle name over in HR. They just call him Getaway. That's what they call him.
All right, Paulie. Well, I guess let's just let's start with yesterday's game. Jody and I were just talking like it's rough. It's especially rough if you are covering the team every single day like you are. I don't think anybody expected a season like this. I know a lot of people when that game ended yesterday were saying maybe that was the worst game yet from this team this season. What in your mind happened yesterday, and what is the way out of this? I don't mean this season, but just big picture.
Look, it was 16-7 there in the second quarter, right? And the Cardinals had gotten off the field. Calais Campbell had a third down sack. All right, next possession, you got a pair of sacks, consecutive sacks. Cody Simon on the blitz, and then Dalvin Tomlinson gets home. You force the field goal, and then inexplicably from 16-7 to 37-7. So, yes, it was hard to comprehend. And in terms of diagnosing exactly what happened, obviously Cincinnati did a real good job of getting some of their weapons in space and then forcing Cardinals defenders to tackle. And for anyone who thought maybe Budda Baker did not deserve a Pro Bowl this year, you guys have been around long enough. Remember 2 times Steve Nash and his first MVP when he wrapped it up that 1 week in January when he was not in action and the Suns were a disaster, and then he returned and they were a 60-win team again? Well, that's akin to what Budda Baker does for your secondary, does for your defense. I mean, just the tackling. It's a skill. It really is, and not every guy can do it. So obviously that was magnified in yesterday's game. And Cincinnati, look, Joe Burrow, among everything else in his game and his skill set, right, the arm talent, the accuracy, the timing, the football IQ, he's a really patient quarterback, and he will take what you give him the entirety of the game. That's what all the coaches were talking about going into the game. So if you can't get home, and Zach Taylor, one of the first things he mentioned after the game, he was proud of his defense for getting to Jacoby Brissett, who was pressured on 41+% of his dropbacks, the season high, whereas Joe Burrow, other than those 3 sacks in that one stretch in the second quarter, he basically was not hit or harassed.
Yeah, no, that's exactly, what we all saw. And when you mentioned going back to Budda, though, Paul, because it does remind me of a game. I remember a game in Carolina a few years ago where he was really missed. And that just, it's really noticing a guy when he's not out there. And really when I saw that Cody Ford play, I thought, like, would that have looked like that? Because I understand maybe he wouldn't have been over there, but he would have recognized it quicker, I feel like. Little things like that are the beauty of Budda Baker, right?
Yeah, no doubt. And look, that's also where they're missing a Mack Wilson Sr. right now. We've been talking about it for 2 months. The scheme is highly dependent on a really skilled and smart middle linebacker being able to set all 3 levels of the defense, make checks, fit those gaps. And there's a whole bunch of different gap responsibilities on different plays. And so Mack Wilson Sr. was that guy in terms of the football IQ and also going downhill, sideline to sideline. So, that has been a process, no doubt about it. But once again, it's you come into the game and there were certain things you wanted to get done. And I asked Jacoby Brissett after the game, did you get the level of focus and mode of play you wanted? And he paused and he said, you know what, it was inconsistent. So there are controllables, and right now, considering that you're without 5 of your 7 team captains out on that field, those things can be exposed, and it's glaring when you're not getting that from every single guy out on the field. And then once the game got lopsided, well, you saw the result. So once again, that's something that these reps are invaluable for. Like, for example, a Will Johnson and Denzel Burke. Look at them going against a Jamar Chase and a T. Higgins, right? So that's something you hope has benefit going into next season. Joe Burrow made a comment about finishing strong and, what's involved with that. And he said, look, there's no such thing as momentum carrying over, obviously, but he did say personal growth is transferable. That was a Joe Burrow quote, so don't at me on that. And it's like, okay, yes, if some of these young guys can just grow a little bit in that regard that Burrow's talking about, hopefully that will pay off next year.
Talking to Paul Calvisi, and Paulie, take this question however you want to take it. But I feel like coming into this season, there was a clear plan and a clear direction for the Cardinals. And obviously, this season has not gone according to that plan at all. So when you look now past this upcoming game against the Rams, how much do you feel like the plan has changed this offseason, or are they going to stick to it? And like I said, you can take that. I know people are going to hear that and they're going to say, coaching or quarterback. But, I mean, there were a ton of injuries this season. The NFC West, the rest of it is so much better. The offensive line was a mess. I mean, yes, injuries, yes, quarterback, yes, coaching. Just how much can they afford to still stick to the same plan, or is this going to be a dramatic offseason?
Look, as you guys know, I cover the team. I'm not involved in any decisions running the team. It's a great question. I think we're all waiting to find out how they diagnose what needs to be done going into the offseason. And you can look at different areas, right? Offensive line obviously needs to be a priority, I would say. If you look at the teams that have excelled this year and the teams that have fallen off, I think you got to look at the offensive line. Chicago Bears. Yes, Ben Johnson is a heck of a coach, but they fixed the offensive line. Conversely, the Lions, right? Number 1 seed a year ago. What's the difference? They lost 2 starters off the offensive line, and they're banged up. So you can look around the league. The teams that have improved the offensive line have excelled, and that is a big part of it, no doubt about it. As for the big picture in terms of the sideline, I think you also have to realize, you know what? You can have a good head coach in the NFL even if you don't have a good win-loss record. Kyle Shanahan himself, one of the very best, has suffered through a couple of 10 and 11 and 12 loss seasons for injuries and other reasons. Kevin Stefanski in Cleveland is still regarded as a really good coach, but there have been other factors that have resulted in them finishing last in the division. Kevin O'Connell, even though he's only still a young head coach with the Vikings, he's had a lot of ups and downs, stuff that's been out of his control. So I think you have to decide, okay, what are legitimate factors and where you are right now? And once again, as far as every player out on that field, and Calais Campbell talks about this, your film is your resume, and there's only 2 kinds of players right now, guys. You're either part of the problem or you're part of the solution.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it. Paulie, great to talk to you again. We appreciate you working a lot more than Wolf this entire month. Thanks, man.
Thanks, Paul.
Okay, guys. We'll see him.
He bit his tongue and didn't take the shot there at Wolf, but that's coming next week.
He got that warm weather, too. He didn't have to be in a snowsuit yesterday.
Yeah, that's nice. All right, when we come back, we're going to take you through the top sports stories of the day with Wolf and Down Your Lunch. It's Wolf and Luke. Jody Jackson's in for Wolf on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
You know what the popular narrative was going into the season, and that was, this is the year that Devin Booker has to reclaim his team. He has to reclaim his greatness. He has to reclaim his spot in the NBA hierarchy. I would say that pretty much hasn't happened. He's been pretty good, but not to the level we thought he would have to be if this team were going to be good, and yet this team has got something real.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey folks, Vince Marotta with some exciting news. The holidays just got even better. Unwrap exciting holiday deals all month long at Earnhardt Peoria Kia during the Kia Season of New Tradition sales event. And if you know Earnhardt, you know they always treat you right. They're locally owned and they will treat you like family. Now's your chance to save big on their huge lineup of award-winning Kia models across the lot. Looking for sedans or SUVs? They've got them. 2025 K4, 2026 Sportage, and even the family moving 2026 Carnival MPV. Need gas, hybrid, or all-electric options? They've got those too. Plus a sharp selection of Kia certified pre-owned vehicles ready to roll. Earnhardt Peoria Kia is the place to shop for a car, and these new Kias are incredible. Come check them out and discover what drives you this holiday season at 91st Avenue north of Bell Road or online at earnhardtpeoriakia.com.
Kick off game day with the mouth-watering taste of Redbird Farms chicken. Humanely raised and cage-free. Redbird Farms chicken is what real chicken tastes like. Whether you're tailgating or hosting a watch party, Redbird Farms will be the MVP of your game day menu. Tackle your hunger with Redbird Farms chicken. Available at Albertsons, Safeway, and Bash's'.
Grill it, fry it, put it in parm. As long as you make it Redbird Farms.
If you're considering a dental procedure to fix your teeth and give you the confidence to smile again, I'm 100% certain you'll choose ProSmile. Why? Because ProSmile really is different. They're Arizona's Smile Center, experts in all-on-X implants and custom cosmetic veneers. They're the only practice in Arizona with full-service oral surgeons and cosmetic dentists on site. Many implant centers use regular dentists for oral surgery, not ProSmile. ProSmile is the only implant center where the lab technicians, anesthesiologists, and board-certified oral surgeons are all in office. No outsourcing, no delays, no mistakes. Specializing in all-on-X implants and custom veneers, ProSmile can give you the gift of a smile this holiday. ProSmile is offering $1,000 off services through December 31st. Call 1-888-GO-SMILE or text PRO to 620-620, and I'll send you a link to schedule your free consultation. Locations in Paradise Valley and Scottsdale.
Message and data rates may apply.
As the old saying goes, size matters.
At Morgan & Morgan, we have over 1,000 lawyers and nearly 6,000 people on staff.
But at the core, this is and always has been a family business.
Our family watching out for your family.
Call us or email us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even on a Saturday or a Sunday.
And if you ever have a problem, call our mom.
Morgan & Morgan.
For the people and your family.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Dan owed an unbelievable amount of money to the IRS.
I got behind on my taxes. It's a horrible feeling.
He was in denial.
And when I got those letters from the IRS, you wanted to act like they didn't exist.
Finally, Dan turned to Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima got me a settlement with the IRS. These people are really people-friendly. It was every bit of a new lease on life for me.
The fast action and the great results made Dan's head spin.
I felt like I was in a dream, but it's real, and I have paperwork to prove it. They got the job done, and life is good.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation.
If you're worried about what's going to happen with the IRS, stop worrying. Make the call now.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Freeway Chevrolet.
The year is almost over, but you can still unwrap huge savings at Freeway Chevrolet. Right now, get up to $11,000 off new 2025 Silverado 1500 Crew Cabs. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
Up to $11,000 off select new 2025 Silverado 1500 Crew Cab models from dealer inventory. Excludes Trailbox. Not available with special financing, lease, and some other offers. Restrictions apply. Take new retail delivery by January 2nd, 2026.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Cardinals lost their 8th consecutive game yesterday, falling 37-14 to the Cincinnati Bengals. The Cardinals sit 3-13 heading into their final game of the season Sunday at the Los Angeles Rams. Cardinals head coach Jonathan Gannon will join Burns and Gambo this afternoon at 3. And the Phoenix Suns are in action tonight in our nation's capital against the Washington Wizards. Tip-off is at 5 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app. Grayson Allen, Jalen Green, and Mark Williams are out for the Suns while Ryan Dunn is questionable. Allen, Green, and Dunn are dealing with injuries while Williams has been suspended a game for his role in a scuffle in Saturday's win over the New Orleans Pelicans. This report is brought to you by Freeway Chevrolet. The year's almost over, but you can still unwrap huge savings on every new vehicle at Freeway Chevrolet.
And I'm hungry like the wolf.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Yeah, could I have a number 3 with cheese and a large coffee?
Wolfing down your lunch. Serving up today's top sports stories with Wolf and Luke.
Man, does this smell good.
Brought to you by Aria Dental Implant Center. Locally owned and affordable dental implants.
All right, it is noon on a Monday. We're live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios. Wolf and Luke. Jody Jackson is in for Wolf, and it is time for Wolfing Down Your Lunch. Rick is here. Rick?
The Arizona Cardinals lost their 8th.
It would be funny if all your questions were Jalen Hurts related, but it sounds like you're going to be a professional, so I respect that.
I'm just noticing the crowd from this bowl game, this Birmingham Bowl that no one is at. And it's a rivalry game. Georgia Southern and Appalachian State are rivals. So this is it's quite the bummer what bowl season has turned into.
Except the Pop-Tarts Bowl, which everybody loves.
Pop-Tarts Bowl is
It's
the People's
entertaining.
National Championship. The Arizona Cardinals lost their 8th straight game yesterday, falling 37-14 to the Cincinnati Bengals. They've had some bad losses this year, but was that the worst one?
Yeah, probably. Honestly, I mean, it's it's how do you define bad? I think actually I would still say the Tennessee game was worse, just because of if they just win that game, if they just finish off Tennessee, they're 3-2. Now, I'm not delusional enough to think that takes them down a completely different path and they're a playoff team, but I do feel like that game sort of broke them.
Playoffs?
I feel like we're not going to be saying that.
I still can't believe they lost that game,
Yeah.
honestly. Like, what was it,
22-21. But it was.
But it was 22-3 or something early on?
It was 21-3, and they were about to score.
21 to, yeah.
I mean, literally about to score, as close as you can get to scoring. But the one yesterday just kind of felt like
the time of possession tells the story.
Yeah.
You mentioned it earlier, 41-19.
There you go.
I think that sums it up.
That does.
And I think it probably was. I mean, you can look at the scores, and they gave up 40 in week 10 and 11 to the divisional opponents. They gave up 40 to the Rams. They gave up 40 to the Texans. But yesterday did feel worse from the get-go.
It felt like watching it, and this does not apply to every player, obviously. I mean, Trey McBride, Calais Campbell, there are guys out there giving everything they have. But it felt like watching that, there's zero chance they win in Week 18, no matter who they're playing. Like, it just seemed like too much of the team is ready for the offseason. They've checked out, and they're not fully engaged in tackling. Like, that's what it felt like. Maybe they go out there and win next week, although the Rams need the game, so no.
With the loss and the Browns beating the Steelers, the Cardinals are now slated to pick 5th in the 2026 NFL Draft. This takes us to our Sanderson Ford poll question, which is up now on ArizonaSports.com. It asks, what position should the Cardinals target with their first pick in the 2026 NFL Draft? Quarterback, wide receiver, offensive lineman, defensive back, or strictly the best player available?
I'm going to say not defensive back. I will be upset if they use a top 5 pick on a defensive back.
And honestly, I don't even think, they do need production at wide receiver, but I'm going offensive line. Look at what Paris Johnson Jr. has done. Now, he's out right now. He's injured, but he's been a huge piece for this team, for this offense. Quarterback, the problem, again, I'm not a talent evaluator, right? I'm not a scout, but I don't love any of the college quarterbacks that are coming out. We don't even know which ones really are coming out. And I would probably be tempted to go more the free agent route. I do like Mendoza a lot. I just think he'll be gone. So
yeah, to me, it's quarterback or offensive lineman, whatever the best guy available between those two positions is. If they love Mendoza, then trade whatever it takes to move up 3 or 4 spots, because chances are the team that's picking first or second, like the Raiders are set to pick first, but there's a lot of people that believe Dante Moore could go first. I think the playoffs that are coming up in college will decide a lot of that too. Or it's the Raiders. It might just be who runs faster at the combine. Who knows with them?
Yeah.
But if you identify Fernando Mendoza, you could list off like 30 of these guys. But the other part is, maybe you can identify this offseason, to me, will define Monty Austinfort in this front office going forward. Can you identify a quarterback you really like in this draft that might be there at 37 or whatever? You can get him in the second round, because there's a lot of guys that were supposed to be great 3 months ago that have dropped. And I'm not going to say it's Cade Klubnik, but like a name like that was supposed to be amazing. That front office needs to identify that guy. So I'm not saying they have to take him at 5, but I think they have to draft a quarterback in the first 2 rounds.
Yeah, I think I'm more with Jody. I'm going to go with the offensive line because I was all in on Fernando Mendoza. I still am sort of all in on him. I like him. But Jamal gave me some stat on Friday that said that he has like 6 touchdowns and 5 picks against good teams, and then a lot of his numbers are against the Purdue's of the world.
I just like that you and Jamal are getting along back there.
Well, it's the same with that. You guys are teaming up now. That's good to see. smooth that over. Well, like Ty Simpson, for example. So Dante Moore, he's looked pretty good. Like I watched his last game. He looked good, but it was against
James Madison.
James Madison, which, again, I
But
hate to
like,
say a lesser opponent, but yes.
What if he looks great against Texas Tech? I mean, that's going to change opinion.
Well, I watched Ty Simpson in his second game against Georgia, and it was horrible. He looked very confused and didn't have an outlet. Maybe that's on the OC. He just didn't look like he was able to make any of the right decisions and get rid of the ball or any of that. Now, he performed better but you look at my point is, I looked at Ty Simpson this morning, and I looked at I mean, yes, most of the better games are against lesser opponents. That's just what college is, But he did perform better in the first game against Georgia. He performed okay against Vanderbilt. You can go on and on. I mean, this is why you really got to take the deep dive on these guys.
They have to be able to identify their quarterback. That's going to define them.
They have to decide, who they want to go in and go all in on trusting, whether it's in the draft or one of the free agents. We've talked about Malik Willis. We've talked about Mac Jones. You can laugh if you're listening right now at those guys and say, oh, Mac Jones, but is he the next guy that could be a pretty effective quarterback for you and at least has some experience?
If he has Kyle Shanahan's offense around him, I believe in Mac Jones.
Simpson and Moore, in my opinion, need another year of both of them.
That's where I'm going with that thought.
I saw a mock draft this morning, I think it was CBS, that had Mendoza going 1, Moore going 3, and the Cardinals taking Ty Simpson at 5. Just for you, Jody.
I mean, again, if they come up with that, I mean, I'm looking what I've seen, and I haven't seen a ton, but what I've seen concerns me with Ty Simpson. I would say maybe, actually Dante Moore is younger. That's the other thing.
Yeah.
Like, he's pretty young.
He'll be 20 during the draft.
And anyway, I don't love that.
I went with offensive line. It is in second at 32%. Quarterback leads 37%. Strictly best player available 30%. Wide receiver 1%. And as of now, defensive back has no votes.
Yeah, I don't think they need a D-back.
So, yeah,
I think that is based. When I look at the secondary, that I do look at and say it's struggling because of injuries.
Last one for you guys. The Phoenix Suns won back-to-back games over the New Orleans Pelicans over the weekend. In the second game, Suns center Mark Williams was involved in a kerfuffle with Pelicans guard Jose Alvarado. Williams has now been suspended for tonight's game against the Wizards. Should he have been suspended?
First of all, I like kerfuffle.
That's a solid use of kerfuffle.
I've been pretty clear on it. And no, heck to the no. He should not have been suspended. He should not have been ejected. His arms were flailing around because he's gigantic human and Alvarado's tiny. And I feel like the optics were not good, but the intent to punch him was never there.
Yeah, I understand tossing him from the game because in the moment, as an official, you're not looking at 9,000 different reviews.
Yeah, he probably should have been thrown. That's fine.
You're trying to keep some level of lawfulness during the game, but I'm with you, Jody, especially having rewatched it quite a few times now. He's never really he doesn't have the fist balled up to try to punch, and really the whole time he's swinging his arms, Alvarado took a punch at him and then wouldn't let go of his jersey. And the second Alvarado gets pulled off his jersey, Mark Williams stops. So
yeah, he's trying to get away. He's trying to get him off of him, basically. Yeah. So.
All right, that was Wolfing Down Your Lunch. Thank you, Rick. Solid use of the word kerfuffle as well. When we come back to the Cardinals, how is it that Trey McBride and Michael Wilson are having such productive years, but the offense continues to be so unproductive? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke. Jody Jackson in for Wolf and Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Arizona Cardinals football.
Flacco takes a knee. The game's over. Cincinnati wins it 37-14.
I feel good about the guys going out there. We got to coach better so they play better.
Crushed in Cincy. Arizona sports hosts react to 8 Cardinals losses in a row on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports 98.7.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolf here from my brothers over at Trajan Wealth. Go to TrajanWealth.com for more information. When you imagine retirement, brothers, what do you see? I bet all of us have different goals, of course, and different goals require their own unique plan for the future. That's where Trajan Wealth's fiduciary advisors come into play. Let Trajan Wealth help you craft a plan that will meet your goals. Call Trajan Wealth today. Basinonians, just like I did. I thought I had things in good shape until Trajan Wealth gave my plan a second look. Turns out there were some big opportunities I was missing. Now, of course, I've got a clear path to retirement and way more peace of mind. Pick up the phone and give Trajan Wealth a call, 480-360-7900, 480-360-7900. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth LLC, SEC registered investment advisor, client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Hey Arizona, it's Vince Marotta back again with some amazing holiday deals from our friends at Earnhardt Ford in Chandler. During Ford's year-end sales event, General Manager John Nissen and his team have just announced 000. What does that mean? For a limited time, you can take advantage of 0% APR financing for 60 months, plus 0 down payment, plus 0 payments for 90 days. And just announced, get $1,000 Ford bonus cash towards your purchase. That's on nearly every 2025 model, including America's favorite F-150 trucks and 3-row Explorer SUVs. This is just a sample of the outstanding holiday deals at Earnhardt Ford, your locally owned Ford dealer. Check them out in Chandler or online at earnhardtford.com.
Most new vehicles include the No Bull protection package as an added benefit. $699 for cars and SUVs, $1598 for trucks. After all applicable offers on select models, exclusions apply. APR is $1667 per month per $1,000 financed. Interest accrues from date of signing for well-qualified customers through Ford Credit, plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offers in 1526.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband Ryan died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/fast. That's ethos.com/fast.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Hi, I'm Michael from the Warren Treaty. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. Only Novo Nordisk makes FDA-approved Ozempic. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5 milligram, 1 milligram, and 2 milligrams. Hey guys, if you have low T, it's time to get your edge back. Start testosterone therapy at Red Mountain Weight Loss and get a month of GLP-1 weight loss medications absolutely free. That's a $299 value. Listen, just because you're getting older doesn't mean you have to feel older. Prescription testosterone restores your get up and go, so you'll feel like you're 20 again. Get more muscle with less effort in the gym. You'll also think better, sleep better, and your love life will be better. Look, don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. It's a game changer. And if you're looking to lose weight, there's nothing like the combo of testosterone and a GLP-1 medication. It'll burn that belly fat and get you ripped. This month, get free GLP-1 medication, a $299 value, when you start testosterone therapy only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Book your video appointment today. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone. Keyword Red Mountain. Time to get your edge back at Red Mountain Weight Loss.
Big Red Monday.
Hey, this is Kyler Murray. You're listening to Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Big Red Monday with Wolf and Luke.
Quick shout out to Sun City. Thanks to everybody who's listening in Sun City. And
Sun City!
Yeah, all right. There you go. You should do that every time. Sun City. Jody Jackson is here. As you can tell, that's not Wolf. Jody is in for Wolf today. It's Wolf and Luke on a Big Red Monday.
It's a little bit less. I feel like it's not as big of a Red Monday without Wolf, but
yeah,
the
8 straight losses too. It's a decent sized, not quite red, but it is still a Monday. This is one of the things that maybe doesn't quite add up in the fantasy football era, Jody. If you won your league or made it to the championship, you probably had Michael Wilson or Trey McBride on your team. And
I picked up Michael Wilson early on.
Yeah, so did I, and it paid off in such
really
a big
smart.
way. Any league you were in,
and I wasn't in I was in this random league that there's I literally know no one. I just do it to I don't gamble on sports at all. I never have. Years ago, I used to do fan, but anyway, I don't even know why I'm bringing this up, but I just stay away from the whole thing.
Yeah,
I've seen a lot of crazy stuff, and
great.
I just don't want to be part of it. But anyway, so no stakes, whatever. I just do it for fun.
Just to kind of keep up on everything that's going on around the league.
Yes, and I did. I think I got like second place in this random league of whatever. But
Any league you were in with people in Arizona, it was tough to get Michael Wilson, and obviously tougher to get Trey McBride. But like the league, anybody that's in like a league with their college buddies, and most of them don't live here anymore, you could just pick up Michael Wilson 5 or 6 weeks ago, and he probably won you your league. However, his production and Trey McBride's production didn't do anything for the Cardinals' win-loss record, and it really is one of the bigger questions to come out of this season is Trey McBride was extremely productive last year, and then he made this jump where all of a sudden, and I mean, it coincided with Jacoby Brissett taking over a quarterback, all of a sudden Trey McBride is a touchdown machine too, which he never was, and yet they're still losing every game. You know, Michael Wilson, monster second half of the season. They've still lost every one of these games where he's had a big day. Jacoby Brissett, and I know now the super Kyler fans are like, yeah, look at Jacoby's record. It wasn't any better. True, it wasn't. He was better, but it didn't translate into wins. It didn't. And so, I understand as the offense got better, the defense got worse. And then there were a couple games where the defense kind of stepped up, like against Tampa Bay, and then the offense just got bad again.
It's been a mystery.
It has, right? My biggest question to Paulie when we had him on was that last one of like, how dramatic does this offseason need to be now?
Yeah, and to be honest, even last year there were some games. I mean, the one that killed me was Carolina. A couple of years ago, there was one against Seattle. There have been games that this team through the years, even going back to Cliff, and they're just games that were right there for the taking that they couldn't get the win, and now it just has spiraled down to looking the way that it does. But, I go back to Jacoby because I know we're talking about Wilson and McBride and why it hasn't led to wins. But Brissett, I mean, for goodness sake, the man set a new record for completions in a game. He was 47 of 57, I believe, for 400 and some yards, and they didn't win the game. I mean, it just goes to show you, and I feel like I'm not trying to channel Wolf, but I feel like I'm going to right now.
Uh-oh.
I'm going to talk about balance and running the ball and the physicality on the offensive line that we did see in the last 2 seasons that we haven't seen. And that is the weird thing, is that we didn't really see that. The linemen didn't appear to be producing in the way that they did even when they were healthy and together at the start of the season. And look, Jonah Williams was disappointing. He's hurt. Evan Brown's been out for personal reasons. Paris Johnson Jr. now is hurt. But when they were together and early on, why were they not better? James Conner getting hurt was a huge blow. That's easy to see. The man was top 5 or something in making defenders miss tackles. We were the victim of that yesterday. The Cardinals were the victim with Chase Brown. I think he had 9 missed tackles.
Yeah, it was a career high. His previous career high, I believe, was 6, and he had 9 yesterday.
Yeah, so, I mean, that's part of it. It's never just one thing. And then Tip Ryman getting hurt, you can go on and on and on. But I think when it comes down to it, how can Jacoby Brissett, and I know he's not perfect. He misses some throws here or there, but for the most part, the thing that he brought that we weren't seeing from Kyler, that I think was the initial reaction of like, hey, we like how this looks. Like the eyeball test, we kind of like it. Mm-hmm. He's standing in there. He's going through some progressions, and he's delivering the ball down the field more frequently. Now, we haven't really seen that in the last 2 weeks, but when things go wrong, they go really wrong a lot of times in the game of football, and people get beat up and all that. So now, but I think we liked the optics of, hey, we are now putting up 300 passing yards a game for a nice stretch. But it didn't lead to wins. No. It didn't. And that's really hard. It's really difficult. But when you can't run it consistently, when you can't shut people down, it was complimentary football at times. It was the end of the game. A lot of these were the end of the game, whether it was offensively not executing or defensively unable to get off the field and stop the other team on 3rd or 4th down on that final drive.
I feel like they lost games every way you could lose games this season, honestly. And, just to go back to the Kyler and Jacoby thing for a second, because you do hear more and more, and the Cardinals, it's not like they're winning with Jacoby Brissett, and the people have been like, oh, this would have been different with Kyler. I like Kyler. This wouldn't have been different with Kyler.
And the record with Kyler, I'm getting, I get a lot of we all get the stats, right?
Yeah.
And the team has much more of a winning record. Jonathan Gannon's Kyler Murray starter record is, yes, it's a lot better than Jacoby Brissett's.
Well, but
it also wasn't, it still wasn't really accomplishing a lot of the things that you were looking for in the games, including wins at times, but.
Well, especially, too, if you push back and you're like, well, 2021, the first half, you can't deny how amazing Kyler was. Totally true. He was. He absolutely was. He had a better support. I'm not taking away from what Kyler did, but I'm saying if you just think he would have suddenly done that in the second half of this season, the reason that a lot of us were impressed by what Jacoby Brissett did was he had 1 second to throw on every play. Like you're saying, he'd been standing there in the pocket, and that pocket was collapsing instantly.
Yeah.
It's not like their offensive line was the best in football last year, but it was a lot better. And that year when Kyler had that monster first half, when he was getting MVP consideration in the first half, it's not like he was behind 5 Hall of Famers on the offensive line, but it was better than this. He had a lot more to work with than the Cardinals had to work with in the second half of this season. And that's where the injuries come into play. I get it. It's also, though, the offensive line wasn't good even when it was healthy this season, outside of like Paris Johnson, which doesn't make a lot of sense because most of these guys were here last year. So here, I'll give the stat that they had on the broadcast yesterday for anybody that missed it, because you and I were on with Bickley and Murata this morning, and this is it's never a good sign. I brought this stat up. The teams in NFL history to start 2-0 and finish with 4 wins or fewer. Okay, here they are.
What do you got?
The Brooklyn Dodgers, that was an NFL team in 1932
I'm like, wait,
and 42.
Is this baseball?
The Cleveland Rams.
Wow.
Okay.
What year was that?
That was 1941.
Okay.
And by the way, all these seasons were like 10, 11 games, too. The Cardinals have 17 chances to start 2-0 and win more than 4 games. I mean, at most now they can win 4. The Chicago Cardinals in 1942, the Detroit Lions in 1943, and the Boston Yanks in 1945. I mean, that's how far back you have to go. The only teams in the modern era were the Houston Oilers in 1966 and the Houston Texans in 2013. But for the most part, to start 2-0 and not win 4 games, you're talking about teams that played when there were only 10 or 11 games and everything was in black and white.
Yeah, to hear you say 41, 42, and 43, it was like the 3 of those were in the 1940s.
They were
Boston
literally
Yanks.
black and white. There was no the color in the world hadn't come about yet.
Not just TV, the world was black
the
and white.
world was black and white.
That's when the Boston Yanks were at the top of their game in football. Yeah, so I don't know. To look back and see this season where if they lose on Sunday against the Rams, it'll be the most losses in the season for any Cardinals team when they were the Arizona, Phoenix, St. Louis, Chicago, wherever else they've ever been. It'll be the most losses in the season in franchise history. And then you're going to look and say, that was Michael Wilson's breakout year, and Trey McBride had maybe the greatest season ever by a tight end. Man, it just doesn't add up.
119 catches for Trey McBride. It's but you do see that sometimes. I mean, in my years covering, I mean, look at not that they had. I don't remember the 3 wins. When I was a kid, okay, I loved Dan Marino. I was, I don't know when I was 9 when he came into the league or whatever. They went to the Super Bowl, and then I feel like every year they didn't really win all that many games, and they weren't going to the playoffs in the Super Bowl, but they did put up a lot of yards.
Yeah.
Mark Clayton, Mark Duper, it could go on, and they would
Dan
throw
Marino
the ball
had
all around the
pretty good
field.
stats,
And,
yeah.
I mean, that's the football, and I enjoyed watching that type of passing game, but it didn't lead to a lot of success in the playoffs.
It's the toughest thing with this team right now. It's like,
and it wasn't Dan's fault.
It wasn't.
It wasn't.
And then he went on to star in Ace Ventura. All right, when we come back, what do the Phoenix Suns need to do to extend their winning streak to 4 tonight against Washington? We're going to talk to Suns broadcaster Kevin Ray joins us for Game Day with K-Ray. Next, it's Wolf and Luke. Jody Jackson's in for Wolf and Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
I would go offensive line. I'd see if there's a better option than Jacoby Brissett out there, and if I can't get a better option than him, I come back with him. But I got to win football games. It's a really tough spot to be in if they bring back the GM and the coach, which they very well may do. We haven't heard otherwise. There's going to be a mandate to win next year. You're not going to go out there and go 6-11, 7-10, and keep your jobs with another losing season. If you were a new coach and you had 4 years to build this thing up, you might say draft a quarterback. quarterback will develop the guy. But if the pressure's on you to win right now, the best guy that can help you is an offensive lineman.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo are back at DraftKings Sportsbook at TPC Scottsdale on Friday, January 9th for a live broadcast from 2 till 6 p.m. for the fantasy football finale. Come hang out, talk football, and while you're there, you'll have a shot at winning tickets to the WM Phoenix Open. DraftKings Sportsbook, your ultimate destination for postseason football. Catch every bowl game, playoff game, or even the national championship all in one place. Join us Friday, January 9th at DraftKings Sportsbook inside TPC Scottsdale. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-NEXT-STEP.
Hi, I'm Lacey, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. And yes, I'm actually a jeweler. I bring dream engagement rings to life every day in our jeweler's workshop. When I hand set your diamond into your ring, I think about creating a piece you'll wear for a lifetime. I pay attention to the smallest details and treat every ring with the same care and craftsmanship, no matter the size or price. Come check us out at your nearby store. Our engagement rings are made with love from our hands to yours, because a friend knows your love deserves the highest quality. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Charlie's battery is struggling to start. Not ideal before the tailgate, so he goes to AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone,
where a friendly AutoZoner tests his battery for free. Looks like he needs a new one, so he gets the Duralast battery.
Have fun and stay warm.
And he makes it to the tailgate early enough to get his favorite spot. Free battery testing and charging. No hassles, just help.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-771-1300. That's 800-771-1300.
Hey, Arizona, it's Vince Marotta with some big news for you. If you missed the holiday kickoff, don't worry. Earnhardt Buick GMC is keeping their savings going. We're talking favorites like the 2026 GMC Sierra 1500 for up to $13,000 off MSRP, and the all-electric 2025 Hummer SUV and pickups. Get yours for up to $18,000 off MSRP, or take advantage of 0% APR financing. And folks, that's just the start. Even the sleek 2025 Buick Enclave SUV is yours with a savings of up to $9,000 off MSRP. You want it? Earnhardt has it all, priced to move right now. Check them out in Mesa, right off the 60 at Superstition Springs Boulevard, or online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 no bull protection package as an added benefit. After all applicable incentives on select models. APR terms limited through GM Financial. Not all will qualify. Plus tax, title, license, and $5.99 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offer ends 1/2/26.
Dan Bickley here, and a new year is a great time to get moving. And if joint pain is holding you back, there's a way to get real relief without surgery, without downtime, without putting your life on pause. QC Kinetics delivers regenerative treatments that help your body repair and restore damaged joint tissue wherever you are hurting, and these treatments happen right in the office and you go about your day. Simple procedures that deliver life-changing results. So skip the invasive surgery and the 3 to 6 months of pain, recovery, and rehab. Plan the upcoming year on your terms. Move better, get stronger by taking care of your pain the smart way with game-changing regenerative treatments. Stop managing your pain. Start solving it with QC Kinetics. Call now to schedule your free consultation with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. Get on the books by calling 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Cardinals lost their 8th consecutive game yesterday, falling 37-14 to the Cincinnati Bengals. The Cardinals sit 3-13 heading into their final game of the season Sunday at the Los Angeles Rams. And the Phoenix Suns are in action tonight in our nation's capital against the Washington Wizards. Tip-off is at 5 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Grayson Allen, Jalen Green, and Mark Williams are out for the Suns, while Ryan Dunn is questionable. Allen, Green, and Dunn are dealing with injuries, while Williams has been suspended for a game for his role in a scuffle in Saturday's win over the New Orleans Pelicans. This report is brought to you by Pro Smile Dental. Give the gift of a smile this holiday season. Get $1,000 off all on X implants and veneers through December 31st. Text PRO to 620-620.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Catch it in from the corner.
Wolf and Luke.
Brings the boom. And catching bodies on his way to the rack.
Suns, game day with K-Ray.
I'm ready for whatever. I'm ready for whatever.
All right, well, there's Kevin Ray on your YouTube screen right now, looking like he's ready for whatever. It's Wolf and Luke. Jody Jackson's in for Wolf today. Suns back at it tonight. Not playing in New Orleans. Finally, they are playing in D.C.
He made it out of New Orleans all right, though, K-Ray, huh? How was that?
Yeah, we did. Survived New Orleans. Got a couple dubs, and soaked up a little bit of the city, so all good.
There you go. Look at that. And like you said, a couple wins. We were talking about this last week before those games. You know, the good teams or the teams on the rise are able to beat the teams that they, quote, should beat. And New Orleans is a team they should beat. Tonight's opponent is a team they should beat. What stood out to you from the back-to-back wins there, just in terms of the Suns finding a way to go 2-0? Because you see this in the NBA. Unless you're Oklahoma City, a lot of times when you start playing a bunch of games, you just kind of lose just in general because it's tough to just lock in a bunch of wins in a row.
Yeah, well, I mean, first and foremost, it's such a weird dynamic when you are, playing back-to-back nights against the same team. And I think that second night, if you've won the first game, can so often, as we have seen and lived through in recent years, can set you up for like, okay, yeah, we got one. Almost taking like a playoff type approach. But I thought that's what stood out to me is this is a New Orleans team that had been playing some really good basketball, especially on their home floor. And I think James Borrego has done a nice job of kind of getting this team back on track. They got some great young pieces, long, athletic, and then you're dealing with Zion Williamson now coming off the bench, at least for right now. And I think the Suns did a great job of dealing with all that, dealing with all the nonsense, we'll call it, of Jose Alvarado, and, dealing with a whistle that seemed to blow about every 15 seconds in the game on Friday night. I thought their mental fortitude and resolve was just, incredibly key to getting through the game Friday night. And then Saturday night, I knew there was no way they were going to shoot that poorly from three in back-to-back games this season. They haven't. That was just the second game all season long that they had shot or made fewer than 10 threes. So I was pretty confident in that. But then just, once again, everybody pitching in, everybody providing, contributing in one fashion or another.
Yeah, I mean, the threes really stood out to me, making 20 in that game. And Colin Gillespie just, again, like, I think it was it in the first quarter he made 5 of them, or definitely the first half. But what does that do to enliven the entire team?
Well, Rex and I thought sure he was going to be, flirting with an 8, maybe 9, 10 kind of night. But they were quickly getting on that 3-point line in the second half. And look, to Colin's credit, to the Suns' credit, they didn't try to force anything. He just continues to take what the defense brings him, and it just speaks to his overall, approach to the team game. But it certainly loosened up their defense. And, now you're having to worry about Colin, and even though Book hasn't been shooting the three well, it's still Devin Booker. So you're going to keep running to that line. So it just kind of opened up the floor for everybody else.
Talking to Kevin Ray, Mark Williams ends up playing both halves of a back-to-back. Now he ends up getting tossed pretty early in the second half, but it doesn't change the fact that the decision was made to play him both games in a back-to-back. They got a couple of those coming up in January. They have 2 coming up. Did you see that as the next step, and this is maybe going to be something they're looking to do now going forward, or how did you interpret that?
Yeah, look, I think it's been the plan all along. And it goes back to really the off season, and they laid out a plan with Mark, and it is one that they did not deviate from, despite, all the kind of the noise and the questions coming from the media. Is like, well, okay, he looks so good tonight. Why can't he play? They didn't deviate and haven't deviated from the plan. And I think that's the biggest thing. And look, it also goes a long way because, for Mark dealing with what he did in Charlotte. And look, I don't want to disparage the Hornets organization, but I think clearly there was some distrust in the way he was handled and managed from an injury standpoint. So you're trying to build trust and equity with this new guy. And so it just speaks volumes to Brian Gregory, the training staff, saying, look, here's the plan. We are going to stick with it no matter what the schedule says. And when you get to the point and you check all these boxes in a back-to-back, then we'll roll it out. And I think that will be the plan moving forward as we get to those, next set of back-to-backs. It'll be a matter of like, okay, he played tonight. How does he feel tomorrow morning? And if he checks the, number of boxes, however many there are, he'll continue to be in a back-to-back situation.
I thought he got a raw deal with the suspension. So I know you mentioned the nonsense. I mean, it just, Alvarado was totally trying to, he was grabbing his jersey, everything. I didn't see him legitimately try to throw a punch. So that's what burned me up a little bit about the whole thing.
Well, yeah, look, in one regard, like I appreciate and love the heart and the hustle of a Jose Alvarado. It's what kept him in the end, got him into the NBA, has kept him in the NBA, got him an extension. But look, you're year 5 now, man. So stop this nonsense. And this idea that you're going to fight a guy that could make things really rough for you moving forward, maybe the end of your season. It's just completely out of line. And the idea that Mark was swinging at him, the hand came down because guess what? He's a full foot taller than Jose Alvarado, so he can't swing straight ahead. He's trying to swing down to get Alvarado from grabbing his jersey. I'm like you, Jordy. I was really frustrated and ticked off with the suspension. Was I surprised? No. The only thing that surprised me was that Alvarado, I felt, should have gotten 3, maybe even 4 games because he was the total aggressor from the get-go, threw multiple punches. But it is what it is, so you live with it and move on.
Okay, before we let you go, tonight's opponent, the Wizards, just 7 wins on the season, but 4 of those have come in their last 7 games. They're on a 2-game winning streak. They've won 4 times since December 14th. Any sign? I mean, they beat Memphis twice. Are they turning some sort of corner? What are we supposed to expect tonight from the Suns' opponent?
Well, look, it's a young team that wants to get up and down. They love to play with pace. Now they're going to be missing a couple of guys tonight. Chris Middleton, who played last night, won't play tonight. George is not playing tonight as well. So they're missing a couple of key pieces who have been, part of this rebuild. But, it just goes back a little bit like we talked with New Orleans. You can't look at the record. You've got to look at the opponent. And yes, they are coming off of back-to-back wins. And they knocked off a Toronto Raptors team that, has made plenty of noise in the Eastern Conference this season. So the key is, and I think that's one of the great attributes of this Suns team, is they've taken the floor and respecting their opponent. And more importantly, respecting what the game plan is and trying to follow suit.
Okay, it's always great to talk to you, man. Thank you so much. We'll catch up again later this week.
Thanks, Kevin.
All right, gang. Have a good one.
You too. That's Kevin Ray joining us right there on the Arizona Sports Line. Yeah, quick, just he ran through some of the injuries, but for Washington, no Keyshawn George, no Corey Kispert, no Chris Middleton, no Cam Whitmore. For the Suns, no Mark Williams because of the suspension. Jalen Green's still out. Grayson Allen's still out, and Ryan Dunn is out as well. So, both teams a little short.
Yeah, a little depleted, but
that's
NBA
hopefully. Basketball midway through the season, right?
Exactly.
Join Burns and Gambo from 2 to 6, January 9th at the TPC DraftKings Sportsbook in Scottsdale as they wrap up their fantasy football season in style. Come hang out, talk football, and while you're there, you'll have a shot at winning tickets to the WM Phoenix Open. When we come back, how important is this week specifically for Sun Devil football? We'll get into that with Jody Jackson, who's in for Wolf. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Win tickets to the Verbo Fiesta Bowl from Arizona Sports. This show's keyword is
touchdown. Touchdown.
Text the word touchdown to 620-620 right now.
Touchdown.
Text touchdown to 620-620 for your chance to win tickets to the Verbo Fiesta Bowl. Message and data rates may apply.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at All Pro Shade Concepts. Go to allproshade.com for more information. When you work with All Pro Shade Concepts, you're working with the most trusted local shade company available here in the Basin. Voted #1 by Ranking Arizona for patio shades in 2024. They have an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau, and you can check out all their 5-star reviews on Google. There's over 1,000 of them. Installation is all done by their in-house team. No subcontractors. The installers are shade experts, and they've installed thousands of shades here in the Basin. They'll work around stucco or tile or work on your pillars for a seamless fit, allowing you to close in your patio with shade and then open up that same patio with a touch of a button. These shades are commercial-grade, industrial strength, hundreds of colors, durable fabric to withstand the Arizona sun. Choose from manual or motorized sealed track or cabled shades. Go to allproshade.com. That's allproshade.com.
Nothing makes a gathering great like Eggland's Best Eggs. They're just so delicious, with better nutrition, too. For us, it's eggs any style, as long as they're the best. Eggland's Best. Better taste, better nutrition, better eggs.
Hey, Arizona, it's Vince Marotta with some big news for you. If you missed the holiday kickoff, don't worry. Earnhardt Buick GMC is keeping their savings going. We're talking favorites like the 2026 GMC Sierra 1500 for up to $13,000 off MSRP, and the all-electric 2025 Hummer SUV and pickups. Get yours for up to $18,000 off MSRP, or take advantage of 0% APR financing. And folks, that's just the start. Even the sleek 2025 Buick Enclave SUV is yours with a savings of up to $9,000 off MSRP. You want it? Earnhardt has it all, priced to move right now. Check them out in Mesa right off the 60 at Superstition Springs Boulevard or online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 no bull protection package as an added benefit. After all applicable incentives on select models. APR terms limited through GM Financial. Not all will qualify. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offer ends 1/2/26.
Imagine finding your dream home and moving in right away. No waiting to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? That's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now and sell the old one later. Here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first. On your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home so you can attract the right buyers. Once they're done, a local Orchard agent lists and sells your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and sell your old home later. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Ready to find out how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
Ready! Hey, it's Chris with Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning. We are a family-owned and operated business, and we have been since 1957. Our goal is to leave every customer satisfied and a smile on their face. Ready Services doesn't want to leave your home without leaving you with a 5-star experience. At Ready Services, we believe that we can do a great job at a fair price. Learn more about how we can help you at nofeeemergency.com. Ready.
Hey, it's Gambo. What did we learn about the future of the Arizona Cardinals based on their game yesterday? It's the Burns and Gambo Show, 2 to 6 on Arizona Sports, 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports on YouTube.
I just have really loud music in my ear. Is that going down? I can hear you now. Oh, there we go. What was happening?
I don't know if anything I just said was actually, it was,
maybe that's why.
Okay. I thought it was there.
That was like chaos.
Jody's just looking at me as I'm talking like, this does not feel good.
You should clip that on the YouTube. Like, what was happening?
Have you ever talked to somebody and halfway through they're just looking at you like, what's wrong with you? Look, ASU has had a big couple weeks with all the Kenny Dillingham stuff, obviously, but this is a big week coming up right now, not just because of the bowl game on Wednesday, but also because the transfer portal opens on Friday. So you can take this a few different ways. I mean, the bowl game on Wednesday is still significant to me. I know a lot of players don't play in the bowl games if they're going to the NFL or whatnot. But I think you're going to get a sense of some of the pieces that ASU is going to bring back next season because you're going to see them play against Duke on Wednesday. And then, the transfer portal opening on Friday, this is, whether you like it or not, it's a huge part of college football. And it wasn't as necessary for ASU last year because so many guys were coming back. Now a lot of guys are leaving, and it's not because of what Michigan fans were saying a week ago that they're all transferring away. Most of them are graduating or going to the NFL. I mean, there's a couple names that that are transferring, but it's like 4 guys. So the Sun Devils are going to need to replace some players quickly here at the end of the week.
Yeah, it's very impressive, again, that Kenny Dillingham continues to, in this day and age of like players, either because they're not happy with playing time or the money or, and it could be, depth players. Doesn't have to be your star players, but he's done a great job of retaining them. The problem is, like you said, a lot of them are going off to the draft, whether their eligibility is up or they just feel it's time. So they're not really, again, he's done a great job of that. And he's also done a great job of going into the portal and getting impact players. So that's what, as, ASU fans that are listening, this is all going to be starting up very soon. Division 2 and below, those players could enter the portal mid-November, but Division 1, now a lot's been out there. Most guys put it out on Twitter, I'm going to declare, and they have their little graphic, a note of thanks to wherever they were and how many years they have. But it actually doesn't open where you can actually go into the portal as far as the paperwork and all of that until January 1. Or I don't know if it's 1 or 2, but basically it's that period between the 2nd, January 2nd and January 15th, where it is just craziness with all of these players and coaches coming together very briefly for a quick visit, whatever they, I guess it runs the gamut on a lot of this. But yeah, it's kind of nuts, and it all has to happen quick. And if there's guys that need physicals and to be checked out medically, and if coaches want that has to happen. It's so crazy because, the world of college football that I knew for so many years covering the sport, and now it's just all compressed. Coaches don't get to know players all that well. Players don't get to know coaches all that well, and you just sort of have this quick marriage, and then I think that's why a lot of times they don't last in that spot because, it's coming together quick. But for ASU, they've been very good at it. It's been a big part of the rise of, Kenny's embraced it. We've talked a lot about that, but it cannot be, you can't really overstate how much his embracing of this crazy situation and the portal and digging out the talent. And why that's brought Arizona State to last year, the playoff, and then this year, an 8-4 season. It's,
anybody's listening to the show certainly knows how Wolf and I have felt about it, and that was 4 years ago, whatever. And Kenny Dillingham has said, I think very correctly over even the last couple of weeks, like college football is so different now than it was 12 months ago, and certainly than it was 24 or 36 months ago. A lot of what's going to come up on Friday is what's wrong with college football. If you follow college football closely, though, it's gonna be fun Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Because it's like everybody. It would be like if everybody in the NFL was a free agent at the same time. And is that good for the sport? No, it's horrible. But
hundreds and hundreds of players.
In the moment that it happens, it's like, okay, it's interesting because look at the quarterback situation. ASU has a pretty highly recruited player already on their roster in Cam Dyer. Then they have Jake Fetty, who's going to be at practice now this week because he's from El Paso, and he's a very high-end recruit for next year. And they have Weston Nielsen, who's one of the highest recruited quarterbacks coming in for 2027, too. So right there, you have 3 very highly recruited quarterbacks. Well, they're not all going to play, right? And in this day and age, that means at least one of them's leaving, probably 2. But then you also have to throw in the fact that can you really afford to play a true freshman or a sophomore in this day? No. So ASU is going to have to go out and get a veteran quarterback too. So they're going to have 4 quarter. And Kenny has flat out said they're going to go get a veteran quarterback.
Absolutely.
In the portal.
Because, what I've learned, and again, with my own son playing Division II last year and now in the portal himself, and we'll be traveling a lot coming up in the next.
You will.
We'll be traveling a lot between the 3rd and the 10th around the country. But, what happens is that, high school, when you're in high school, when he was in high school, you think that's the be all end all. And you're like, what are we going to get and what's going to happen or who's going where? College coaches, they, if you're a program that wants to go try to win a national championship, you're not playing a true freshman unless you have injuries. It's just not coming out of high school. They just, it's very unlikely that person's going to be the person to carry that load and take you where you want to go. So, having Sam Leavitt, who's now one of the most coveted guys out there, that's what you and I were talking before. I feel like he's already in there, but is he really? I guess we don't have anything definitive on that, but it feels like he's gone.
But I don't think he hasn't officially picked a different school. So I guess he's not 100% gone. I'm looking at a list on ESPN right now of the top quarterback. There's a million listed on here.
Well, I know he's been linked to Miami, which obviously I'm going to be glued to the TV a lot on New Year's Eve with Miami playing later in the day, ASU and early Miami, Ohio State. That's a whole show I could do.
Do you want Leavitt?
Thank you, Jesse.
Thank
you,
Miami?
Rick.
Do you want Leavitt in Miami?
I don't know. It's not a bad idea for sure. What a weird, we watched Carson Beck at Georgia and then he's at Miami and it's so weird.
That's the other part
I'm
of this.
Wolf sitting over here. It's still really weird to me.
It's not a guarantee that you're suddenly good at a different school.
No, and what's funny is Miami is my favorite player on this team is Mark Fletcher, the running back. He's an absolute bulldozer. I know you've been tied in with college football this year.
He beat Texas A&M.
Yeah,
basically.
he was we call it a scataboo.
Yeah.
We call it he scatabooed him, and it doesn't happen a lot. Those are special guys. Those are special dudes. So, I don't know, but there's an article that I just happened to look at this. This came out 4 minutes ago, or maybe it was maybe a couple hours ago. And it's Sam Leavitt's picture, which doesn't mean, it's the internet, so it doesn't really mean anything. But it says he's rumored to be commanding as much as $5 million. Arch Manning leads everyone with $5.3 million. So I don't know. This looks like a legitimate story. I'm not sure though. You never know.
I'm looking at this.
But the numbers are crazy. And what are you getting? I don't know. Sam was great, you don't
know what you're getting if you're the next school because, and that's not a knock on Sam Leavitt, but it's just he is what he is here, which was good enough to make him a projected first round pick coming into this season. Now he didn't have as good of a year, but he was also hurt.
He was hurt and he was hurt,
if I'm Sam Leavitt, I want to go, Miami. I guess the benefit of Miami is you're on a really good team, and it's not like you're playing SEC defenses every week. If you go to LSU, every quarterback puts up numbers for Lane Kiffin, so you'll put up numbers. Obviously, if you go to Oregon, you're just going to win every week, whether you do anything or not. But it's
going to be fascinating, is what you're saying, because there's all these question marks. And then who's ASU going to get?
But then this idea that he goes to Tennessee and is just great, like that, I don't know. You're playing against SEC defenses. Right. I'm looking at a list of 26 players on ESPN. It's like the
Who
top 26.
Who do you want for the Sun Devils?
Well, I didn't even realize this guy was available, but if Trinidad Chambliss is somehow available from Ole Miss, he's got a
pretty good.
He
pretty
might
good. Division
not even
2,
be eligible.
Division 2 guy on the rise. That went to Ole Miss.
They have Sam Leavitt on the top targets list. He's not alone. They actually have Brendan Sorsby from Cincinnati as the top target.
I really like Sorsby.
I think everybody likes him. Byron Brown from South Florida, Josh Hoover from TCU. There's a lot of guys from the Big 12. Rocco Becht.
He's in the portal.
Yeah.
He said he's going in. It's going to be wild. It's going to be a lot of fun. And you'll be on the air with Wolf on Friday, right?
Yeah, I will. Yeah. As long as he remembers that he's back on Friday. All right, when we come back, Jody, you are leaving.
I'm going to scoot out
a little early. But you're coming back tomorrow.
But you won't be alone, and I will be back tomorrow.
I did just see Kevin Zimmerman
I think Kevin Zimmerman is going to join. So thank you, Kevin, for sitting in.
He doesn't even know what we're going to tease right now, so we can say anything. We say Kevin Zimmerman's going to solve all the Cardinals' problems next.
Oh,
How
wow.
about that? Yeah.
That'd be great. I can't wait to listen.
What should the Cardinals do if they do indeed end up picking 5th, as they are right now in the NFL draft? We'll get into that next with Kevin Zimmerman. It's Wolf and Luke. He'll be in for Wolf next on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Marotta mornings. the end of their schedule gauntlet. It lightens up a little bit right now. And maybe a time to stack some wins. You're going on the road for 4 straight, but those 4 back-to-back games against New Orleans, playing better but a bad team, playing Washington, one of the worst teams perennially in the NBA, and then you close it off with Cleveland.
Bickley and Murata, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Presidential Pools and Spas. Go to presidentialpools.com for more information right now. When you choose Presidential Pools and Spas, you're choosing peace of mind. Their industry-leading 5-year warranty ensures your investment is protected. Plus, you'll enjoy exclusive presidential perks with every pool sold, adding extra value to your purchase. For over 3 decades, Presidential Pools and Spas has been the Valley's premier pool builder. They're APSP certified, hold an A rating from the Better Business Bureau, and are proud members of the prestigious United Aqua Group. Their cabinet is packed with awards, Basinonians, including Best of Our Valley 2024 and multiple Pool of the Year titles. Their team is made up of a lifetime of Arizona residents who grew up around pools and around water, and that's what's in their DNA. Go to presidentialpools.com.
Everybody loves the season of giving, but now the season of paying for it is upon us. That not-so-wonderful time of the year when millions of Americans open their credit card statements, stare in horror at the balance, and resolve then and there to find new ways to save money. If you're among those Americans, why not start by cutting your wireless bill in half right now with Pure Talk's Saver Plan? It's easy. You'll get unlimited talk, text, and 3 gigs of high-speed data on a super-fast, nationwide 5G network for just $20 a month. Just dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and you'll save an additional 50% off your first month. Ho, ho, ho. And if you're active or former military or a first responder, you'll save an additional 20% every single month. That's pound 250. Say Mike Rowe for the gift that keeps on saving from America's wireless company. Pure Talk.
Get ready for the most wonderful time of the year with exciting red tag savings. Available now on the 2026 Chevy Equinox. Or gear up for the holidays and conquer that to-do list in a new Chevy truck. Now is the time to get red tag savings on the 2026 Silverado or the big adventures in the Colorado. This holiday season, it all comes together in a Chevrolet. See your Valley Chevy dealers.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and you've seen the billboards. Sweet James is everywhere. It's a fun name and a fun brand, but when you've been hurt in an accident and it's game time, Sweet James plays to win. They are unstoppable in their pursuit of justice, and they are the heavy hitter you need when dealing with the insurance companies. Sweet James Accident Attorneys is a world-class law firm with over 25 years of experience, more than 500 trials, and over $2 billion recovered for accident victims. They even have a full in-house trial team, and they win 98% of the time. Remember, having the right attorney can mean the difference between a $2,000 check and a $2 million settlement, and Sweet James delivers some of the biggest wins in the country, and they've been named best attorneys in America. So if you're hurt in an accident, don't settle for less. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-900-0000, online at sweetjames.com.
Kick off game day with the mouth-watering taste of Redbird Farms chicken. Humanely raised and cage-free. Redbird Farms chicken is what real chicken tastes like. Whether you're tailgating or hosting a watch party, Redbird Farms will be the MVP of your game day menu. Tackle your hunger with Redbird Farms chicken. Available at Albertsons, Safeway, and Bash's'.
Grill it, fry it, put it in parm. As long as you make it Redbird Farms.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Cardinals lost their 8th consecutive game yesterday, falling 37-14 to the Cincinnati Bengals. The Cardinals sit at 3-13 heading into their final game of the season Sunday at the Los Angeles Rams. Cardinals head coach Jonathan Gannon will join Burns and Gambo this afternoon at 3. And the Phoenix Suns are in action tonight in our nation's capital against the Washington Wizards. Tip-off is at 5 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Grayson Allen, Jalen Green, and Mark Williams are out for the Suns while Ryan Dunn is questionable. Allen, Green, and Dunn are dealing with injuries while Williams has been suspended a game for his role in a scuffle in Saturday's win over the New Orleans Pelicans. This report is brought to you by Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. Win big at Talking Stick Resort. Earn entries all December for a chance at $10,000 or a 2026 Mercedes-Benz AMG GT. Details at TalkingStickResort.com.
Big Red Monday.
This is Cardinals tight end Trey McBride, and you're listening to Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Big Red Monday with Wolf and Luke.
All right, final hour of the show here. It's Wolf and Luke. Jody Jackson was in for Wolf. She is out for the final hour. We're bringing in the closer, Kevin Zimmerman. What's going on, Kay?
We have a closer. Wow.
You're the only closer in town, so no pressure. What happens now over, because you run the web department, what happens when you're in here? Is it just
It's
chaos?
a little sketchy today. We have people on watch. Nothing's really happening today.
Okay.
It's okay.
Okay, good. As long as nothing happens
I say
for the
that,
next
and
hour.
Catel's getting traded in like 2 minutes.
Yeah. Well, at least you'll be on the air. You can talk about it.
Yeah.
But you also have to be writing about it. Well, great news for you. And of course, Kevin, you hear him on the Empire of the Suns podcast with Kellen Olson. How long have you guys done that now?
It's like
7,
a decade.
8 years? Okay. All right.
Close to a decade, yeah.
Well, lucky you get to come in and talk Cardinals first segment. Okay? right off the bench. But this is where we are with one game to go. And I don't know where your optimism level is, but I don't feel like they're beating the Rams on Sunday.
Yeah.
So they're going to pick 5th or higher. Let's put it that way. They currently are slated to pick 5th at 3-13. Tennessee, the Jets, and the Giants are all also 3-13. So if any of those teams were to win, then the Cardinals would be picking 4th, 3rd, or 2nd. Vegas is 2-14, currently lined up for the first pick in the draft. So I'll start with the Arizona Sports poll question we were talking about earlier when Jody was in here. What are you doing with that pick? Is there a specific position? Are you trading it for more picks, like trading it for magic beans? Like what happens here?
So not having dived into the quarterback situation super hard
That's good
in this
because I have
draft.
a list here for you, but go ahead.
Yeah. I think they do need a quarterback, and they need a quarterback that's not on the roster right now. And whether that's free agent or draft, I think you need to get one of those. Now, again, it's hard to see the free agent market, like who's an obvious pick for them, who's going to be the Sam Darnold or whatever.
There is necessarily
right.
one.
So I do think they need to go quarterback, but I'm going to preface that by saying you can't just get, hey, if 2 quarterbacks are off the board, you take whoever third guy left, like you just got to do it. So I'm kind of like, it's tough for them because if they don't trade up and get one of the top 2 guys and have a lot of confidence that guy's going to be really good, then you do have to go offensive line. You do have to linebacker again, where we get the Zaven Collins, Hassan Reddick. We don't know what kind of linebacker that is.
Stop drafting linebackers.
Yeah,
just get them from the Patriots.
So man, it's tough. I do think though, like if you have a tackle there you really like and you just do it and worry about the rest later, you kind of, that's a safe pick, I would say.
Yeah, so right now the draft order is Raiders, Giants, Jets. Boy, they must be loving this in New York. Titans and Cardinals. Now, realistically, the Giants and Titans, that's 2 of the 4 teams picking ahead of you, they're not going to be looking for a quarterback, almost certainly. I would be shocked if the Titans wanted somebody. They just got Cam Ward. I think the only knock on Jackson Dart in New York is just if he can stay on the field. Now, those teams can easily trade down, and some other team needs a quarterback can move up there in front of you. But you could also do it if you're the Cardinals. I think the biggest thing for the Cardinals is, and this is going to define their front office now going forward, is can you identify your quarterback? I think you got to get him in this draft, honestly.
Yeah.
So do you love Fernando Mendoza? Do you love Dante Moore? Or do you like one of these guys that you can get in the second round and you go O-line at 5 and then you're picking 37th? You can get, I mean, I'm looking at the list and I'll read it off to you. But so Dante Moore and Fernando Mendoza seem to be the top two across the board for a lot of scouts. Ty Simpson is third from Alabama. I'm looking at a mock draft from this morning that has the Raiders taking Mendoza. It has the Jets taking Dante Moore, lucky him, and then the Cardinals taking Ty Simpson. But I'm with you. You can't just take a quarterback if he's not the guy you really like. Then it's Garrett Nussmeier from LSU, John Mateer from Oklahoma. Nussmeier got benched. Oklahoma's offense wasn't great.
Yeah.
You got to be able to identify, though, if these guys have skills that might translate to the NFL better than they were in college. Cade Klubnik is interesting to me, but he's been horrible this year, and so is Clemson, but they refuse to play with players from the portal, so they might just be an outdated program. Diego Pavia, he's not tall. Carson Beck, Drew Allers coming off the injury, Gunnar Stockton. Those are your top 10 in a lot of scouts. So, it's going to come down to if you can specifically, as an organization, identify the right guy, maybe get him in the second round.
Two things on this. One, is Monty Austinford around to see this through, because that's like another step off the Gannon discussion that you can have. But I think that the thing after that is like Ty Simpson, I think, is generally considered the third best. And you look at the numbers, lots of touchdowns, few interceptions. Like he's been on the radar as a 5-star guy, like for a couple of years. I think he's in the 2022 class. So like people have watched him, people know him pretty well, and he's just having a pretty good year. But you look at mock drafts and it's like, is he end of first round, or is he, some mocks have him like top 5, the third quarterback off the board. So that's where it's like, how good do you think he is? Like, can you have confidence you trade down even a few spots that is he still there, and you get maybe some value back on that pick? So that's where it's kind of iffy territory with him, especially, I think.
Just to give, because I know Cardinals fans, we got 3 months of this, 4 months talking about the draft. Every time we talk about a quarterback, I'm just going to throw out his height, okay? Because I know this is what Cardinals fans really just care about at this point. Ty Simpson is 6'2". Dante Moore is 6'3". Fernando Mendoza is 6'5". That doesn't make you a good or bad quarterback, but just those, they all have pretty solid height for the position. So there you go. And the other guys that are tall, Cade Klubnik is 6'2". Everybody else is kind of 6'1" or lower. Carson Beck is 6'4", but Carson Beck's been all over the place. Yeah. Drew Allers coming off the injury. He's 6'5". I don't know, but it's. I'm with you. You can't just say, well, we're picking 5th, so whatever quarterback is there, that's who we're going to take, because you're going to be stuck with this guy if he's not good. And, your Monty Austinford point, I think, is well taken. I think he's still going to be here. I don't think he should be on the hot seat yet, but this is going to determine what his future is like here. Yeah. Do you find the right quarterback or not? You're tied now, Monty, to this quarterback that you get this offseason. Do you want it to be Mac Jones? Because Mac Jones isn't going to have Kyle Shanahan's offense around him,
The crazy part is even Mendoza, who a lot of people right now have number 1, like he wasn't on the radar before this season to this degree, and like he doesn't have a stellar NFL arm. Like he's gonna get by and be fine, I think, but just like even the top pick in this draft as a quarterback does not have the surefire, can't miss type stuff.
The guy with the most raw talent, it appears, is Dante Moore, who's 20. He's still gonna only be 20 when the draft happens. I would keep an eye on Oregon and Indiana during the college football playoffs if you're a Cardinals fan, because that might be the future of your team. All right, when we come back, Kevin Zimmerman's going to stick around, and that's good because we're going to be talking about the Suns and whether or not the number 6 seed, a top 6 seed in the Western Conference, is now a realistic goal for the Phoenix Suns. That's next. Wolf and Luke, Kevin Zimmerman's in for Wolf on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
NFL record for most punt return touchdowns in a season. Played 10 of his 13 NFL seasons for the Cardinals and officially retired a Cardinal this summer. He's Patrick Peterson, P2.
Patrick Peterson out of LSU to the house.
And he joins Wolf and Luke every Tuesday morning at 11:15 to talk football on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Hey, y'all. It's the Rocket Roger Clemens here. Spent a lot of time pitching heat. Years later, the pain in my joints remind me of those days, but I'm not looking to sit still, and I definitely am not interested in going under the knife. That's why I chose QC Kinetics.
Not just for elite retired athletes. QC Kinetics gives everyday folks joint pain relief using regenerative treatments that work with your body to help repair joint damage.
No surgery, no long recovery, whether it's your knees, hips, shoulders, or back. My friends at QC Kinetics will help you get moving again so you can get back to doing the things you love.
QC Kinetics medical professionals will look at your x-rays or MRI to determine if you're a good candidate.
I trusted QC Kinetics to help me feel like myself again, and I'm proud to recommend them to you.
Call QC Kinetics today and schedule your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-7246. In Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. That's 837-7246. 837-7246.
250,000 people across Arizona rely on St. Mary's Food Bank every day. Your donations make feeding them possible, and you can benefit too. In Arizona, there's an incentive called the Arizona Charitable Tax Credit. You can make your donation today and get it back up to $987 on your taxes when you file. It's a great way to help your neighbors in need. For more info, visit stmarysfoodbank.org.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Charlie's battery is struggling to start. Not ideal before the tailgate, so he goes to AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone,
where a friendly AutoZoner tests his battery for free. Looks like he needs a new one, so he gets the Duralast battery.
have fun and stay warm.
And he makes it to the tailgate early enough to get his favorite spot. Free battery testing and charging. No hassles, just help.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Taxes was feeling so stuck. Sitting in traffic, squeezing into a parking spot, all to squeeze in getting tax help during your lunch break. Now Taxes is a TurboTax expert who does your taxes for you, while you go about your day getting real-time notifications about their progress and the most money back guaranteed. Now this is Taxes. Intuit TurboTax. See guarantee details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Only available with TurboTax experts. Real-time updates only in iOS mobile app.
Hey folks, Vince Marotta with some exciting news. The holidays just got even better. Unwrap exciting holiday deals all month long at Earnhardt Peoria Kia during the Kia Season of New Tradition sales event. And if you know Earnhardt, you know they always treat you right. They're locally owned and they will treat you like family. Now's your chance to save big on their huge lineup of award-winning Kia models across the lot. Looking for sedans or SUVs? They've got them. 2025 K4, 2026 Sportage, and even the family moving 2026 Carnival MPV. Need gas, hybrid, or all-electric options? They've got those too. Plus a sharp selection of Kia certified pre-owned vehicles ready to roll. Earnhardt Peoria Kia is the place to shop for a car, and these new Kias are incredible. Come check them out and discover what drives you this holiday season at 91st Avenue north of Bell Road or online at earnhardtpeoriakia.com.
Choose hope for children in foster care through Child Crisis Arizona. Together, we can ensure all children are safe. The qualifying foster care tax credit is one way you can help. Contribute up to $618 individually or $1,234 jointly to Child Crisis Arizona and receive a dollar-for-dollar tax credit. Your gift provides hope and a brighter future to children in foster care. Visit childcrisisaz.org. That's childcrisisaz.org.
Hey, it's Gambo. We'll react to how the Suns fared against the Pelicans this past weekend and look ahead to tonight's matchup against the Wizards. We start at 2 on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports on YouTube.
Quick shout out to Santan Valley. Thanks to everybody listening in Santan Valley and beyond. It's Wolf and Luke on a Monday. Kevin Zimmerman is in for Wolf. And Kevin, you're the perfect guy to have this conversation with because as the Phoenix Suns have been winning games and surviving that 14-game stretch and then winning 2 in a row coming out of it, they're not that far out of not just a play-in spot, but actually a top 6 spot in the Western Conference. They are currently a game and a half back of Minnesota for 6th. So let me start there, okay? The 6 teams that are in the top 6 spots: Oklahoma City, San Antonio, Denver, the Lakers, Houston, and Minnesota. If one of them were to drop out, is Minnesota the most likely one?
Yes. I think when you just look at the snapshot of the two Suns games against them, where it's just like, oh, you blow double-digit leads within a few minutes. That's bad. The second game after that, you don't take this team seriously, and then just the craziness of that second one. They've just been up and down so much, and their talent level, I think, is kind of topped out. We know what it is. I think if they pulled off a massive trade that they've rumored to be interested in, like whether you talk about Kevin Durant before he got traded to the Rockets, that kind of stuff, then maybe they can make another jump. But for now, I think they're that team where it just, they could fall off. But like you look at Houston, even the last 10, they're 5-5, and they have weird losses to like Clippers, Kings, Pelicans, Mavericks, but they've also beaten the Lakers and the Nuggets. So they're being really erratic right now, and maybe people are starting to figure out how to stop them. So that's another team right there where, maybe you can catch up to one of those teams.
So that was kind of where I was going. Is you look at the Suns, they're 7th right now. They've got a 2.5 game lead on Golden State. They got, an additional game on Memphis, a few more on Portland. It feels like this is a play-in team, especially because they're already dealing with injuries and they're still winning games. But it's like, could they realistically jump into the top 6? And I think the biggest obstacle isn't so much about the Suns. It's just at least 4 of those top 6 are like locked into the top 6. And I have to feel like Houston
will figure it.
I don't know what they're doing. And Minnesota might just be locked in too, but it's crazy. It's the end of December, and we're talking about how the Suns could have a shot at not just being a play-in team, but actually a playoff team. And it's not wild speculation that is unfounded. Like, this team is in that conversation.
You can run down this list too, and like, okay, Lakers this past week was like DeAndre Ayton. The Lakers reporters got the weird DeAndre Ayton made joke about his coach's comments about a tough practice, and everyone's like, wait, why did you, or is there a problem? There's probably not a problem there, but they just had a rough patch, right? And you go down the list, like the Warriors, I think Draymond Green was on his podcast defending like him and Steve Kerr getting into it. Like, these teams are like tripping up, where the Suns are just like, oh yeah, you're gonna lose because like you're down a bunch of bodies and you played a good team. But that's why we're optimistic, I think, about the Suns, and they're going to get Jalen Green back, you would hope, soon. And that kind of flips into even a more optimistic outlook here. It's just like there's the 4 through the even 10, 11, 12 is super interesting in the West, just because there's so much parity there, I think.
Now that we've seen 31 games from the Suns, we'll see this one tonight against Washington, and you watch them closer than almost anybody. What has emerged to you as the best thing they have going for them, where you're like, I can count on this for the next 50 games? I know that.
They don't, like, on paper depth has been surprising how good they look if it's Jamari Bouye playing, because, Ryan Dunn's out, or, however they do the mismatch, the lineups. Like tonight, we'll see again Oso playing for Mark Williams because he's suspended. But like, who's that backup center? Like, whether it's Nick Richards, if they actually get Malawach in there, because the Wizards probably will space it a little bit. That kind of stuff is super. You're starting to trust beyond the Colin Gillespie's even. And to me, that's what's super interesting about this coaching staff and how they've gotten the most out of this roster, because even when they're down a bunch of guys, like Dunn's out, Grayson's still out tonight, they should be able, you feel confident saying they should be able to beat the Washington Wizards, even though the Wizards have played a little better lately. Sorry, Jesse.
Jesse has, I think he's accepted. He's even wearing a Dylan Brooks jersey in there.
Yeah, I'm still a Wizards fan, but I'm rocking the Dylan Brooks jersey.
Did you see Dylan Brooks was at the Grizzlies-Wizards game last night because the Grizzlies were there, and I guess Dylan Brooks just he was eating popcorn on the sideline, just watching, like pregame.
Scouting?
Yeah, scouting. Doing work.
Just staring at the next opponent. I love it. Just staring them down from the stands. Yeah, I think a lot of people are wrapping their heads around the fact that the Suns should at least be a play-in team now. I mean, you feel like you look at the teams, we were looking at the top, but how about the teams at the bottom of the Western Conference? They just have to stay ahead of Utah, Sacramento, New Orleans. You're going to stay ahead of those 3.
Yeah.
And then you just have to stay ahead of 2 other teams, whether right now that's the Clippers and Dallas that are out. But even if Dallas figures it out with Cooper Flag or whatever, or the Clippers go on some crazy run, I mean, you still just have to stay ahead of Portland or whoever. This feels like this will at least be a postseason team. And I got to tell you, Kevin, like the idea of the Suns, let's just say they make the play-in. Let's say they finish where they are right now, and they're the 7th seed, and they're hosting a play-in game.
Yeah.
That arena is going to be going crazy because it was not supposed to be anything like this year.
This is how it always works in this town, huh? It's like the lowest expectations, and then, you're going to do great. You're going to go further in the playoffs. You're going to make the playoffs and then surprise people.
And then next year we're going to be expecting 50 wins. And this.
No, but like that's what's fun about this team, and regardless of where they are, what they're seated, I again go back to like what you're getting and the consistency and the effort. And yes, I think there's that top tier of Thunder, Spurs, Nuggets where it's going to be tough when those teams are healthy for the Phoenix Suns to beat them on a given night, even at full strength. But after that, in this league, maybe the Pistons. I think. I mean, we haven't really seen them mash up against the Pistons yet, maybe the Knicks, but after those teams, I just feel like the Suns can go in and win any game. And now, like when you play the Pelicans, even though they're playing better 2 games in a row, even in a rock fight, you kind of feel like, hey, you should come out with the win, and they did.
How much of this do you attribute to Jordan Ott? You talk about being able to beat teams that you're supposed to beat, being able to win games different ways. I think one of the things you're really saying that it stands out about this team is like, what you're going to get from the Suns. These other teams may implode or self-destruct. They may have more talent, but there might be infighting or whatever. The Suns are just kind of doing their own thing, and it's not slow. Maybe it's not the right phrase, but like slow and steady wins the race. That's kind of what they're doing. I mean, to me, that reflects well on the coach, maybe more than anybody.
Yeah, I mean, and we've seen the kind of everyone was playing above their heads at some point earlier in the season, and people have scouted Colin Gillespie and all that stuff, and maybe he hit a little rut. Maybe Dylan Brooks won't shoot 60% on fadeaway mid-range jumpers in ISO situations all year, whatever those actual numbers are I'm making up. But you get the point. Like, even if those come down, they're still going to be competitive, and I think the first Pelicans game this past week showed like they were not playing well, and then down the stretch you just see a couple effort things that the Pelicans don't do that the Suns did, and that was basically enough for the Suns to hold them off and win. Whether that's Jordan Poole just like flopping and like trying to sell it, but then he's not getting back in transition and stuff like that. And then the Suns score a layup because they're running everybody down the court. Like that simple stuff won them that game, even though they didn't have that great of a night. And I just think that's, to your point about Jordan Ott, like that's the consistency that, that's not even scheme sometimes that wins you the game there.
It's just like identity, attitude, whatever it is, stuff they didn't have last year. Mark Williams playing in the back-to-back, then quickly getting thrown out of the second one. But he did suit up for the second half of the back-to-back. Is this a sign of things to come? They've got 2 back-to-backs coming up in January. Is the plan to get to the point where he can play every night? I was kind of surprised he played in the second half of the back-to-back.
Yeah, and it was interesting, just the minutes, and it was like, okay, is it the matchups, or are you really just trying to really pump the brakes on it? So it looks like they have a plan. They're sticking to it, and to me, the interesting part of this, again, tonight is a good game for that, where you see how they manage it, because just going to how the Wizards probably will play. They have a bunch of guys out, but they're going to space the court a lot, and Mark Williams still needs to prove he can, defend the Quinton posts and the guys who step out and shoot threes at the 5. So yeah, it'll be Oso. Do they go to Nick Richards? Does Malwatch get a chance? To the point on developing the young guys too, I'm curious, just because Fleming's gotten a little run lately, last 4 games or so, 10 minutes here, 10 minutes there. So just how they implement those rookies as they start developing and getting more playing time, I think will be huge.
Yeah, I wonder what the thought was behind the scenes going into the season. I wonder if the intention was, hey, these guys are going to be playing a lot as the season goes, and then all of a sudden they're winning every night, and they're like, never mind, we'll just see you guys in the G League for a while.
Pivot, yeah.
Yeah. All right, we come back over to the NFL. There's still a few division battles up for grabs. 2 of them are just flat out do or die. You either win the division or you're out. And then another one is going to really set the tone for the NFC. We'll get into that next. It's Wolf and Luke. Kevin Zimmerman's in for Wolf on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
Diamondbacks do not want this to drag on much longer. Either they're going to trade Ketel Marte or they're going to shut it down. They're going to be like Gordon Ramsay in the kitchen, Hell's Kitchen. Shut it down! Shut it down! And there won't be any more service. They don't want this to drag on forever. They do want to get to the point where if they can't get a good enough offer, they're not going to drag this into spring training. They want to be able to just say, okay, we're done. Because they have to move on. They've got to get a first baseman. They've got to get a reliever. They've got other areas they have to address. They might trade one of their two outfielders. Like, there's things that they have to do that's truly being held up by a potential Marte trade.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
CVS Health supports people in the moments that matter, from picking up a prescription to connecting care. With nearly 5 million daily interactions and serving 185 million consumers and 1.5 million healthcare professionals, CVS Health holds a trusted place in healthcare. By simplifying care and improving health, we're helping people get the care they need. Learn more at cvshealth.com/Investor Day. This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my good friend Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of Chapman BMW, the guy that can literally make your dreams come true.
Bick, you know I love your show and your listeners, and I want everybody in the audience to know that you have a friend in the business at Chapman BMW. This is not lip service. Come down, take a test drive, find what you like, then ask for me by name and get your hookup. Find out how easy it is to do business with a great family.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations.
1 great experience.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. I am quite aware of the dangers being on the road. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. These families' lives will be changed in an instant. We fight for these families as if they were our own. We've become America's largest injury law firm by winning cases just like these. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Injured? Dial # law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hi, I'm Elizabeth Smith with Oliver Smith Jeweler. Gold prices are at an all-time high, so if you've been procrastinating selling your watches, jewelry, or gold, you're in luck. Dad, you've been doing this in Arizona for almost 45 years. What should people know before they sell?
First, don't get scammed by those roadshows that pop up in hotel ballrooms, please. We're a local family-owned jeweler, and we've been advising Arizona families for decades.
Does someone need an appointment?
No appointment necessary. We'll evaluate your watches, jewelry, or gold and give you a check on the spot in minutes.
Have you ever seen gold this high?
Never. Do yourself a favor, search your jewelry box, find out if there's anything in there that might have value or things that you aren't wearing and bring them in.
Weren't you an appraiser on Antiques Roadshow?
Yeah, that was the original reality show.
Sell your watches, jewelry, and gold with confidence. Visit Oliver Smith Jeweler in our 2 Scottsdale locations or online at oliversmithjeweler.com.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-292-4541 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-292-4541. That's 800-292-4541. What do you have to lose? Call 800-292-4541. Again, 800-292-4541.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Cardinals lost their 8th consecutive game yesterday, falling 37-14 to the Cincinnati Bengals. The Cardinals sit 3-13 heading into their final game of the season Sunday at the Los Angeles Rams. Cardinals head coach Jonathan Gannon will join Burns and Gambo this afternoon at 3. And the Phoenix Suns are in action tonight in our nation's capital against the Washington Wizards. Tip-off is at 5 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Grayson Allen, Jalen Green, Ryan Dunn, and Mark Williams are out for the Suns. Allen, Green, and Dunn are dealing with injuries, while Williams has been suspended a game for his role in a scuffle in Saturday's win over the New Orleans Pelicans. This report is brought to you by the Window and Door Store. Feel the difference energy-efficient windows can make. Schedule your free in-home consultation online at thewindowdoorstore.com.
Hey, this is Jared, and how are the Cardinals responding to their brutal, awful, gut-wrenching experience in Cincinnati on Sunday? And I'm not just talking about eating Skyline chili. I'm talking about the game. And we'll be talking about the game at 6 a.m. on Bickley Murata Mornings.
All right. Welcome back to the show, Wolf and Luke. Kevin Zimmerman's in for Wolf right now. Kevin, before we talk general NFL playoff picture. I'm only reading this because I'm sure you get these emails too from some of the casinos. It's like, hey, but this is Lamar Jackson next team odds, right? Okay, Max Crosby next team odds. Joe Burrow next team odds. I will preface this again. I said this last week, and I got a bunch of tweets like, you think Joe Burrow's coming to the Cardinals? I absolutely do not believe Joe Burrow will be on the Arizona Cardinals next year. I would say less than 1% chance, if even that, honestly. But I'm going to read you the odds that are out there. They have Joe Burrow next team odds. The Giants are the favorite, then the Dolphins, then the Raiders, then the Cardinals.
Okay.
Take it for what it's worth, which is really nothing. It's just entertainment. But, yeah.
Hey,
putting it out there.
You know what? You can dream.
Yeah, that's basically what it is. I didn't look at Lamar odds. I don't know if they have. Oh,
Are they?
Lamar odds? They have the Raiders as the favorite, and then the Cardinals second. Which again,
to our conversation about the draft order and quarterbacks, like even if he goes to those guys go to some of those teams, and those teams get super aggressive.
Yeah,
that helps your drafting of rookies if you're the Cardinals. So it trickle-down effect could be interesting.
You need some chaos. I mean, realistically, I don't think Burrow's going anywhere, and Lamar's probably not going anywhere, but you would love it if just any of them moved, because it would push, in theory, somebody better the Cardinals' way. Okay, so here's what's coming up this weekend around the NFL. Do you want to start NFC or AFC?
Go NFC.
Okay. So NFC, ESPN, ABC, like they I don't know how they pulled this off, but there's two games on Saturday this weekend, and they're both huge. Panthers, Buccaneers, winners in, losers out. Although, Rick, the Atlanta Falcons somehow still factor into this, right?
Yeah, so if the Falcons win out, so they play the Rams tonight, probably going to lose. And then the Saints on Sunday.
Probably going to lose that, too.
They're probably going to lose. I don't know. I think they could probably beat the Saints.
How dare you
beat the Saints?
Tyler Shuck. Okay.
But, yeah, anyway, I think that they could. I mean, it's not impossible, but there is a scenario where that game is played on Saturday, and then it comes down to the Bucs win, but they have to wait and see what happens in that.
Because if Atlanta wins out, Carolina still just gets in, right? Isn't that okay? So,
but what a mess of that division is.
Yeah, they shouldn't even get to send anybody at this point.
Yeah,
it wasn't Tampa Bay 6-1.
What is the math of what they've lost? Is it 8 in a row?
No, they beat the Cardinals, but they've lost all the other.
Or 8
games.
of.
They were 6. So they were 6-2. Tampa Bay was 6-2 as of October 26th, and they've won one game in the last 2 months. Of course, it was over the Cardinals. Yeah. You think about that. You've won one game since.
See, I blacked it out of my mind. Apparently.
Well, lucky you. Tampa Bay's won one game since before Halloween, and if they win on Saturday, they're probably going to win the division anyway.
Do you think they will, though?
No.
You don't?
I'm done buying in on them because they've gotten healthy and they still don't win.
Just their quarterback and receiver talent, it's like, you should win this game. Like, you should.
They should have won. They should beat Miami.
I have no idea how the Panthers are 8-8.
They also beat the Cardinals. Yeah, look, it's they didn't beat them this year, I guess. So maybe that's the tiebreaker. If you lose to the Cardinals, you should miss. If they beat the Cardinals last year,
they almost did.
Wolf came in on his day off. Okay, so also on Saturday, Seahawks-Niners is the night game, and that is for first place in the division. And yeah, okay, they're both in the playoffs, but they said this stat about 1 million times on the Sunday night game last night. If San Francisco wins that game, they never have to leave San Francisco again this season because all the playoff games would be there, and if they made it to the Super Bowl, even that is there as well. San Francisco is the slap in the face team if you're the Cardinals. They've had injuries, and they're 12-4.
The Seahawks have an awesome defense, but I feel like Brock Purdy, I did the math. Brock Purdy has completed 74% of his passes, 11 touchdowns, 2 interceptions over the last 3 games. He's just like, coming off the injury, he had a few games. Actually, he was pretty good, I think, in that first game.
Yeah.
But he's rolling. And if you watch that game last night, like, just everything's clicking on offense. Their defense, I don't know. The Bears are pretty good. So I feel like they might beat the Seahawks.
Yeah, I think, especially for Seattle. I mean, if you're a Cardinals fan, this is what your season has come down to. Who do you hate more, Seahawks or Niners?
Who do you want to suffer?
I think if the Niners win that game and Seattle does not have home field through the entire NFC, I think this is just my opinion. I don't think Seattle's going to the Super Bowl at that point. I think the only way the Seahawks go to the Super Bowl is if they have the number 1 seed in the NFC. And they still wouldn't be my pick, but at a certain point, you got to acknowledge that defense and all the games being in Seattle.
Yeah.
Here's Kyle Shanahan after the win last night against Chicago.
I mean, we've earned this. This is the game that we want. We love that it's here. We'd love an opportunity to never leave here again this year, and we got that opportunity Saturday night.
That is crazy where they could be playing every playoff game. They close out the season with a couple home games and then every playoff game and the Super Bowl at home. I mean, at a certain point, I know they're beat up, but you got to take them seriously. They're 12-4.
Purdy, again, just has been awesome.
He has. He really, the knock on him earlier in his career that he's just on too good of a team.
I've kind of changed my tune on him this year. I'm just like, okay.
Because they've taken a lot of those good players away, and he's still winning. All right, and then the other one, and this is going to be fun talking to Max Starks about this later this week because he's probably a mess right now. Pittsburgh has left the door just completely wide open. They're going to have their winning season, but somehow they went and lost to Cleveland. And Baltimore handled Green Bay, and so now the Sunday night game this weekend will be the final game of the regular season is going to determine who gets the final playoff spot because if Baltimore beats Pittsburgh, Baltimore is in. I talked about this with John Lund last week when he was in here. And the idea that if Baltimore doesn't make the playoffs, that maybe Lamar and John Harbaugh break up and one of them isn't there next year. Just for that reason alone, I don't want Baltimore to win because do I think the Cardinals will get Lamar? No. I don't think Baltimore's moving on from him. Do I think the Cardinals will get John Harbaugh? No, but I would like them to at least try if he were somehow available.
You want chaos.
Yes.
What you want. You want the chaos.
When your team is 3-13, you need chaos around the league.
Before I came in here about an hour ago, I believe John Harbaugh said it's basically up in the air whether Lamar is healthy enough to play this week, which I thought he was going to be. So it's like, do you take him not being there, or do you trust Aaron Rodgers when he's like, I'm confident we'll win next week, even though we just lost to the Browns. Do I believe you, Aaron Rodgers? I'm not sure I do.
Did he say relax at any point?
I don't remember what he said. He expressed confidence.
Has he confirmed who his wife is yet? That's a weird situation.
Does that impact who is winning the AFC North? And
I don't know. It's just weird that like he has a secret wife.
That is always a little strange when those two words go together. Yeah.
Jesse, go do research and get back to us.
I've tried.
Somebody
Believe me, I've tried to figure out who Aaron Rodgers' wife is, and it's very confusing. I thought it was somebody.
He's on it, folks.
I thought it was somebody named Blue of Earth, but apparently Blue of Earth is his ex.
Wow.
Okay.
I don't even know what I'm going to play this Aaron Rodgers cut,
okay.
Of which I don't think is going to clear any of that up.
Because we've done it all season. We've handled adversity well, and when we had to play our best ball, we did, other than today.
All right, well.
Other than today.
Other than when it mattered. All right, when we come back, what specifically are we watching for in tonight's Suns-Wizards game? We'll do some staring at the Suns next. It's Wolf and Luke, Kevin Zimmerman in for Wolf and Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Win tickets to the Verbo Fiesta Bowl from Arizona Sports. This show's keyword is
touchdown. Touchdown.
Text the word touchdown to 620-620 right now.
Touchdown.
Text touchdown to 620-620 for your chance to win tickets to the Verbo Fiesta Bowl. Message and data rates may apply.
Hi, I'm Dustin, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. I know finding a dream engagement ring can be overwhelming, but don't worry, we got you. As director of diamond sourcing, it's my job to make sure every single diamond at Shane Company is truly the best of the best. Our team travels the world to see diamonds up close, in person. We handpick each one for its unique fire, brilliance, and scintillation. Diamond buying is an art. Of course, we look at cut, color, clarity, and carat, known as the 4 C's. But that's not all. We also look at how each diamond looks on a hand, where it will be worn, how it makes you feel, and if it's worthy of a Shane Company customer. That type of expertise only comes from working for a company that's been a family business since 1929. We also think about your budget. We only pick the best in each grade in all shapes and sizes. Your diamond is guaranteed to be the most beautiful because a friend wants you to pick from only the best. Drop by your store or shaneco.com and see for yourself. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
In football, the best teams rise to the top. In medicine, the same is true. That's why Barrow Neurological Institute is consistently ranked among the nation's best in brain and spine care. From game day concussions to the most complex neurological conditions, Barrow delivers world-class expertise right here in Arizona. When it comes to your brain, your spine, your future, you want the very best on your side. Barrow Neurological Institute. It matters where you get your care. Visit barrowneuro.org.
Hey folks, Vince Marotta with some exciting news. The holidays just got even better. Unwrap exciting holiday deals all month long at Earnhardt Peoria Kia during the Kia Season of New Tradition sales event. And if you know Earnhardt, you know they always treat you right. They're locally owned and they will treat you like family. Now's your chance to save big on their huge lineup of award-winning Kia models across the lot. Looking for sedans or SUVs? They've got them. 2025 K4, 2026 Sportage, and even the family moving 2026 Carnival MPV. Need gas, hybrid, or all-electric options? They've got those too. Plus a sharp selection of Kia certified pre-owned vehicles ready to roll. Earnhardt Peoria Kia is the place to shop for a car, and these new Kias are incredible. Come check them out and discover what drives you this holiday season at 91st Avenue north of Bell Road or online at earnhardtpeoriakia.com.
Kick off game day with the mouth-watering taste of Redbird Farms chicken. Humanely raised and cage-free. Redbird Farms chicken is what real chicken tastes like. Whether you're tailgating or hosting a watch party, Redbird Farms will be the MVP of your game day menu. Tackle your hunger with Redbird Farms chicken. Available at Albertsons, Safeway, and Bash's'.
Grill it, fry it, put it in parm. As long as you make it Redbird Farms.
Imagine finding your dream home and moving in right away. No waiting to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? That's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now and sell the old one later. Here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first. On your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home so you can attract the right buyers. Once they're done, a local Orchard agent lists and sells your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and sell your old home later. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Ready to find out how much your home is worth? Visit orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's orchard.com.
What are we watching in tonight's Phoenix Suns game? It's Staring at the Suns with Wolf and Luke.
Yeah, Kevin Zimmerman's in for Wolf. This is your first time playing Staring at the Suns, is it not?
It is.
All right, well, I'll let you go first. So you can go. I always just pick one specific player to watch going into the game. Wolf picks more of a state of mind that he then will focus on. So you can do whatever you want, but just give me one thing you're watching for tonight.
I'll go with, I teased this earlier in our segment. The Wizards have played a lot of 5-out. They have a lot of guys who can shoot. Alex Sarr has been playing really well. But they have a bunch of injured guys. So Keyshawn George, Corey Kispert, Chris Middleton, Ken Whitmore, those are 4 rotation players who would play mostly on the wings or at guard. If they're not there, I don't really know what the Washington Wizards look like completely, but they have a lot of shooters still, and so they're probably going to be smaller. They're going to be less athletic, so can you get stops, rebound well, because they're not a great rebounding team, and run on them and just get your offense going? So I think that's where, especially without Mark Williams, can Oso have a big game, really show what he's been taking those steps, and he's going to be switchable and actually match up well for this matchup.
You just named the player that I am watching on the Suns, Oso Ighodaro. Here's a cut of Jordan Ott talking about Oso.
Yeah, O just connects us. He connects us on both ends. Some of these nights without Mark, his ability to step in there and play, help us on both ends. We can switch with him offensively, especially against pressure as it ratchets us up. Someone we can throw to, play through him. It's always the rebounding piece for him. Can he rebound? Tonight to end up with double-figure rebounds. Did a great job on the glass.
It speaks to a skill that the Suns have developed quickly this season, Kevin. Okay, so you're not going to have Mark Williams tonight. And, I think a lot of us look and say, well, you're lucky you got him in 2 halves of a back-to-back. You're lucky you've had him this many games. But it's an absence. Like, that's a big deal tonight. If they lose this game to Washington tonight, we're all going to be looking saying, should he really have been suspended for that? So you're not going to have Mark Williams. You already don't have Jalen Green. You're not going to have Ryan Dunn. You don't have Grayson Allen. And yet, I expect somebody else to just kind of step in and make enough of an impact for them to win this game, because that's what they've done. So, like, I'm specifically looking at Oso Ighodaro, but it could be anybody. That's kind of the culture or the environment that Jordan Ott has built so far.
Yeah, I mean, I always reference him because even at the start of the year, it was like, well, he doesn't have that rebounding piece together every night just because he's kind of undersized, but they had a clear-cut role for him, moving the ball, bringing the ball up, and they've stuck with him, and that's one of those things where it's like, over time, it's like, oh, this is why you stuck with someone, I guess.
Yeah.
So to me, that's where, like, I agree with you. Like, if I had to pick one guy, that's who we're looking at, just because we get a chance to see him against a high draft pick who, yeah, he's gonna. Sarr's a big dude. He's a unique player. But can you at least match up and hold your own against him and pull down boards and then get out and transition and help the offense get going? I think that's a really good pick.
How do you feel about just the eye test with the Suns lately? I know we have a story up on our site saying, hey, you're not imagining it if you think the Suns don't look as clean maybe as they did earlier in the season, but the flip side is they're still winning, and that in itself is a skill. Where do you come out on this? Like, are you concerned at all from what you're seeing?
I think I expected them to come down to earth to some degree, and that's why the last 2 Pelicans games, again, against a team that was playing a little bit better, but the Suns did winning team stuff against them to pull out gritty wins, again, when you're not playing the cleanest, and that's where it's like, hey, if you take care of business against teams like the Washington Wizards, then I remain confident, because that's where it's like you get the wins you should. Yeah, you might split some of those, again, those teams that are in your range of parity from the 4th seed to the 10, 11 in each conference. But yeah, I mean, until you start losing against teams like the Wizards, then I don't get overly concerned, and I think that's why this team is holding my interest and making me optimistic, I think.
Yeah, it's this weird, it's this weird spot where they don't look quite as locked in to they have moments where it's just like, hey, we're just going to turn the ball over.
Yeah, the turnovers.
But at the same time, it does sort of feel like they've stabilized. You went through that 14-game stretch where 13 of the games were against really good teams, and they came out of it 7-7, and so they didn't like lose any ground really in the standings. And you never know how a team, especially kind of a newer collection of players, is going to then like, oh, you're going to come out of that and lose a couple to New Orleans, and then it's like you're 7-7, doesn't matter, right?
Yeah.
They come out and win both those. If they win tonight, which again they should, you are establishing yourself as kind of a stable team. I think you can really get behind as a fan base, and you're 50 games left in the season after tonight, so you're a good chunk of the way into this too. Like it's hard to not believe what you're seeing now.
And just the little indicators of they're feeling good, to me, going back to the Rasheer Fleming getting minutes in games, like in important moments of the game, not just you blow someone out, like you would think maybe they blow the Wizards out ideally and get him some time. But like if he gets more run, then you start getting him more involved, and that's another person you can count on. And those are the indicators again where I'm like they're feeling good about their team and where they're at. They're not panicking about the averages, the law of averages catching up with them in any way.
It's the biggest potential issue that Washington poses. I mean, they've only won 7 games, but they have won 4 of their last 7 and 2 in a row.
Yeah, I think they could. That's one of those kind of trappy games where they will run on you. And again, they do have a lot of 3-point shooters. So if you let them get hot, hang in there. They do, go fairly deep when they're at least healthy. Again, tonight might be a different story because they have quite a few guys down. But yeah, I think they have a lot of young, interesting talent. You go down the list, like, again, I'm sad Kaishan George because I thought he's a super interesting prospect, a young guy with length, could shoot. But like Bub Carrington was coming off the bench. Behind, they have CJ McCollum out there and that kind of thing. So, yeah, they have the very raw skill talent to keep up with you if you mess around, I guess I would say.
When you say you're sad, does that mean you're sad because to watch Kaishan George, you're now going to have to watch a random Wizards game that doesn't involve the Suns?
Yeah.
Just going to have to tune into random Wizards games.
I feel like the Wizards have played the Suns well, just like historically lately. I know even like going back to when Bradley Beal was with them, it's like, oh, you let Bradley Beal score 50 points or 40 points on you for some reason just because you're taking the Wizards for granted. But yeah.
I'm glad you brought him up because, Rick, I think you were saying whoever wins this game tonight should get Bradley Beal back, right? Isn't that what you were?
No.
Oh, okay. That was wow. And that's it. We get one syllable from Rick on that.
His face is he's dejected.
His face says it all. Yeah. No.
But yes, despite me wearing a Suns jersey right now, I am still a Wizards fan. Barely still a Wizards fan.
Barely hanging
I watch the Suns a lot more than the Wizards. Number 1, it's because it's my job. Number 2,
mental health.
Yeah, number 2, mental health. Like, it's just. Also, the Wizards are on at like 5 p.m. I forget to watch sports before like 7.
I tell you, when I first walked in, it's not that I thought you were wearing a Bradley Beal jersey, but all I saw was a B and a 3. And I was like, wait a minute, what?
Heck no.
Lost a bet.
Rick went out and bought a Bradley Beal Valley Suns jersey, but he did not. It is Dylan Brooks jersey. And I'm so happy that
I think I got a late Christmas gift for Rick.
Nope. I'll throw it away.
I didn't tell you what it was going to be.
Jamal was going to bring you $1 million, but Rick's like, I'll throw it away. If you bring Rick a Bradley Beal Suns or Wizards jersey, probably Suns, that would be more of a slap in the face.
Half and half.
That would.
Half Wizards, half Suns.
So he can be like the ultimate fan that just shows up and like, I don't care who wins as long as Bradley Beal has a good game.
Exactly.
Yeah. Kevin, thank you for stepping in for Jody, who was stepping in for Wolf. This is gonna be really confusing when we sign off. I wanted to ask you this. I don't think we have time. Do you think there is a push at some point this season to get Fleming and Malwatch more minutes, or are they content letting him develop in the background if they need to?
I think it might be happening. That's where I was going to mention, like, if there was a night to get Malwatch out there, like in real rotation minutes, tonight would be one.
Okay. All right. Thanks to Rick and Jamal behind the glass. Thanks to Kevin Zimmerman in for Jody Jackson, in for Wolf. I'm Luke. We got Burns and Gibbo next on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Now Gillespie has Smart switched on him. Booker comes to get it with Reeves on him. 10 on the shot clock. Puts it on the deck with the left hand. Booker lobs to a cutting Brooks. Hangs in the air. Reverse layup goes for Dylan Brooks with a little dance on the baseline after that.
Suns in the nation's capital to face the Wizards. Pre-game at 4 this afternoon. 5 o'clock tip on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-771-1300. That's 800-771-1300.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Rain on game day doesn't faze Dave. He's already got his poncho. Just needs to do something about those wipers. So Dave heads to AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone,
where a friendly AutoZoner helps him get premium quiet wipers and some hand warmers.
You're all set.
Now, if only his team can handle the elements as well as his new wipers. Get wipers, glass cleaner, and more with no hassles, just help at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Get ready for the most wonderful time of the year with exciting red tag savings. Available now on the 2026 Chevy Equinox. Or gear up for the holidays and conquer that to-do list in a new Chevy truck. Now is the time to get red tag savings on the 2026 Silverado or the big adventures in the Colorado. This holiday season, it all comes together in a Chevrolet. See your Valley Chevy dealers.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
FIFA World Cup 2026 is coming soon, but your opportunity to be there starts now through an exclusive offer with an eligible Bank of America Visa credit card. For a limited time, become a new customized cash rewards or unlimited cash rewards Visa credit card holder, and you will be eligible for a chance to purchase FIFA World Cup 2026 tickets. Learn more at BofA.com/cardFWC26. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America, proud to be the official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026. Bank of America NA in partnership with Visa. Terms apply. Warrants reserved.
Hi, I'm Michael from the War and Treaty. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. Only Novo Nordisk makes FDA-approved Ozempic. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5 milligram, 1 milligram, and 2 milligrams.
CVS Health supports people in the moments that matter, from picking up a prescription to connecting care. With nearly 5 million daily interactions and serving 185 million consumers and 1.5 million healthcare professionals, CVS Health holds a trusted place in healthcare. By simplifying care and improving health, we're helping people get the care they need. Learn more at cvshealth.com/Investor Day. This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Guys, if you have low T, it's time to get your edge back with testosterone from Red Mountain Weight Loss. Start this month and get a free month of GLP-1 weight loss medication. You'll think better, sleep better, and you'll lose that belly fat. Look, don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. Start TRT today. Get a free month of GLP-1 weight loss medications. That's a $299 value only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Cardinals lost their 8th consecutive game yesterday, falling 37-14 to the Cincinnati Bengals. The Cardinals sit 3-13 heading into their final game of the season Sunday at the Los Angeles Rams. Cardinals head coach Jonathan Gannon will join Burns and Gambo this afternoon at 3. And the Phoenix Suns are in action tonight in our nation's capital against the Washington Wizards. Tip-off is at 5 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Grayson Allen, Jalen Green, Ryan Dunn, and Mark Williams are out for the Suns. Allen, Green, and Dunn are dealing with injuries, while Williams has been suspended a game for his role in a scuffle in Saturday's win over the New Orleans Pelicans. This report is brought to you by the Window and Door Store. Feel the difference energy-efficient windows can make. Schedule your free in-home consultation online at thewindowdoorstore.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Burns and Gambo starts now.
Straight up 2 o'clock on this Monday in Phoenix. John Gambadoro and Kellen Olson filling in for Bernsey.
What's up, buddy?
On vacation. What's going on?
How you doing? How was your weekend?
I'm good. I went for a 55-minute run today to just work off the stress of having to talk about the Cardinals for a couple of hours.
Oh my goodness.
Yes.
Might need to run a little bit longer for that.
I
But
just said,
55 minutes is a long time. You're gonna need a longer run.
Sometimes it just relieves the stress. So I literally I got to 55 minutes. I said, I'm just 5 minutes away from an hour, and I was like, yeah, forget it.
You know what I do? Like mid-second quarter, like I need to walk and just listen to Pash instead. Like I just need to like stop watching it and like still follow what's going on, but like step away for a little bit.
Well, I got up yesterday morning, and I went to the Bagel Man, best bagels in Arizona by far.
Shout
guys
out.
from like New York. Mo and Cal and those guys are phenomenal. They make the best bagels in all of Arizona. They're on the I-10 and Elliott. But yeah, I went and got a dozen bagels for the family. Got some, everything bagels. I got cream cheese. I said, okay, treat myself a little bit because I know I'm going to have to sit back and I'm going to watch this Cardinal game. I know I'm going to have to sit back and watch it. Because the last 2 weeks, I did not have to. I was on vacation. And as you know, in this industry, when you get a vacation, you tend not to watch the games. You tend not to. Although, Lauren, that Bears-49ers game last night, that was just a great game. That was just wasn't that a great football game?
I think they said it was like the first game ever, Lauren, that was like it went from 7-7 to 14-14 to 21-21 to 28-28.
Such a great football game. So yeah, I got up, went to the Bagel Man, got some bagels. I said, all right, let's go, let's buckle in. I had two Suns games that we had watched Friday and Saturday, and then I buckled in and watched the Cardinals get demolished again. But we're not going to lead with Cardinals. Let's tell you what our top story of the day is.
Burns and Gambo, the weigh-in.
Down to the final few seconds. Colin Gillespie will dribble it across the timeline, and that'll do it. Suns win 123-114, the final score tonight in New Orleans. They win on back-to-back nights over the Pelicans and have won 3 straight for the first time since November. They improved to 18-13 on the season.
That's the voice of the great John Bloom, one of the really, truly great play-by-play guys. He's fantastic, does a great job. Suns win the first game against New Orleans on Friday. Hard-fought game, really hard-fought game, a game that they could have lost, right? They could have lost that game. They didn't play very well. The officiating, there was so many complaints about the officiating. I almost couldn't watch the broadcast because it was every play. There was a foul and there was officiating. But there was a big disparity in free throws. Thank goodness New Orleans couldn't make any of their free throws because it really helped the Suns that they couldn't make any. But the Suns were able to eke out a victory on Friday. They come back Saturday and they get the victory on Saturday. We'll talk about Mark Williams later, played in the back-to-back, came off the bench. But I want to start with that first game. And my point overall will be, I looked at the Portland games last year, the 2 Portland games back-to-back, as the indication to me that team was cooked. Like, they're not good. You go to Portland, you need to win 2 basketball games. It was somewhere around game 44 and 45 in the season, and they lose the first game to Portland and then lose the second game. I think for me, and I don't know about you, for me, that was the indication. Yeah, they're not good. They might not make the playoffs. This is a bad basketball team. What do you remember about those 2 Portland games?
I remember Book's record. I remember that, like, having him have this what should be an incredible moment is just stained by how awful this basketball team is to watch. Like, just even like having the broadcast on and watching the game, it was so taxing to watch them in that sort of capacity. And it's the opposite now, where I think that there are actually some parallels between what the Suns were struggling with on Friday and Saturday and what those teams struggled with. The difference is this team knows how to win now. Like, they can win ugly.
Yeah.
So
and they had to.
It was an ugly game for 43 minutes in both of these games, but in the last 5 minutes when it was winning time, they clutched up.
They knew how to win. Yeah. So then you get these 2 games against New Orleans, and I looked at these very similar to the Portland game last year. The Portland games last year. To me, the Portland games did that team in. You knew that they weren't any good. You needed to win these 2 games. The Suns needed to win these 2 games. New Orleans, I know they had been playing well, but they're not a good basketball team. They're not. And you go in there and you've got to win ugly. That first game, I thought Book was terrific. I thought Mark Williams was terrific. There were 42 free throws by New Orleans in the basketball game. It was one of those games where the whistle's blowing all the time. You're frustrated. Everybody's frustrated. The announcers can't believe what they're seeing. The fans can't believe it. But they missed 17 of them. They missed 17 free throws. New Orleans bench played a lot better than the Suns bench. The Suns had a lot of turnovers in that game. I like that they were able to squeak out that win and get that victory because they didn't play very well as a team.
They did not at all, and I think that what we've seen from them is that even if some of these numbers that I've been talking about the last couple of weeks are trending in a certain direction, they still have their identity to turn to, and more importantly, they still have their identity to turn to in a way where it helps them win basketball games. Gambo, 16 second chance points, wait for it, not a game, not in a half, in a quarter. In the first quarter, they had 16 second chance points. I'll look it up right now. I can't imagine how many times last year's team had 16 second chance points in a freaking game. And they did it in a quarter.
Yeah.
So you look at the way that they were able to rely on the offensive glass in that way. We've talked about the free throw margin, how it's been a big problem for them over this entire season. They foul too much. They don't get to the line enough. Some of the defensive rebounding numbers are going down. Their own turnover numbers are going up. But, man, it's just these games we watch, and it's like, here's 10 points in the third from Jordan Goodwin. And it's just like guys just keep stepping up. Gillespie with the 5 threes in the first quarter and a half. Like Dylan and Devin, Devin was outstanding in the second half of the first game, but I thought in the 3 other halves he was not good at all. I thought Dylan Brooks wasn't really that great in any of these games, and they're still finding enough guys to contribute.
A couple of things I like. If I go to the first game, I like some of the big defensive plays they made at the end of the game is something that this team could not do last year. You had the Dunn block on Zion with it's a 1-point game. It's 107-106, and Dunn blocks the shot. It leads to a Collin mid-range jumper that puts him up by 3. Big play. Then you force a turnover by Jordan Poole, and Book leads a little bit of a fast break, and he lobs it to Mark for a dunk, and now you're up 111-106 with 44 seconds left. That's the game. That's the game. You get a block by Ryan Dunn on Zion. You force a turnover by Poole. You convert both of those into baskets. Ball game. You got to make big. We can talk all we want about the offense and the plays, but man, their ability to make those big defensive plays down the stretch. Poole misses a 3. You get the rebound. Don't give up the offensive rebound. Hit your free throws at the end of the game. You come away with a hard-fought, much-needed win.
So last year's team, Gambo, they averaged 12 second chance points a game. A game, and they had 16 in the first quarter.
And
they had 16 in the first quarter on Saturday. It looked like turnovers, offensive rebounds. Again, these continue to be issues for them, but they figure out a way to grind through it. And I think right now what we're seeing over the last 2 to 3 weeks with how sloppy these games have gotten is what we expected 2 months ago, which is that this team has had Jalen Green for 5 quarters. They're starting to get to a point with Grayson Allen now where they've played more games without him than with him. Like, we're trending in that direction right now as we continue to look for more information on that right knee. Here's Jordan Ott after the game on Saturday about the offensive rebounding.
Possession game, losing last night. It's part of what we do, part of how we play. That much effort in the second half back-to-back. It's pretty good for us. Just felt like we were stuck in mud at times, so sometimes being able to get it off the glass, super helpful. Mark with 8 and 10.5 minutes, obviously pretty good. So whatever it takes, like we've been saying the whole time, so nice. We don't need them all, tonight we definitely need them.
Apparently New Orleans had the microphone in the back of the room, and
that was good.
My goodness me. But it was just great to see, Gambo.
How'd you think Book played in the second game?
I felt like he was improving his process in the first game. I thought in the first half of the first game he was bad, and he was great in the second half, so it canceled out. But you look at 6 of 18 shooting. The assists were low, 4 assists, but this is the hockey assist thing that we talk about a lot with him. They were 20 of 44 from 3, 45%. The thing that we're seeing in these games, he was 3 of 9 from 3 in this game, and the game before really struggled from 3 as well, is that this is starting to become a game-by-game negative for not only him but the team is his three-point shooting.
Three-point shooting has been and it was times last year we talked about his three-point shot wasn't good. There were a lot of things I liked about Booker at the end of that basketball game with under 4 minutes to go. It's a 108-106 game. He hits a three-pointer, puts him up at 111-106. Huge basket. Then New Orleans turns it over. He hits a mid-range shot. He puts him up by 7. I thought that was really big. Then I thought the dagger was the Royce three-pointer. Royce hits a three-pointer, puts him up by 10. You're able to take a sigh of relief. Okay, you got this thing won. What I loved about that, one of my negatives on Book is when he holds on to the ball too long when he's doubled. He got doubled, and it was a quick pass. That's what we talk, pass, shot. You got to be quick with that. And I loved that play, the Royce three-pointer. If you go back and look at it, they double Book. So he gets it to Brooks, to Collin, to Royce, boom, three-pointer. Just smart basketball there, right? You swing it. You get a wide open shot by Royce. Royce was wide open, but Book was smart. He gets it to Brooks, gives it to Colin, gives it over to Royce, knocks it down, 118, 108. Good night, New Orleans. You win the both games on the road.
Great to see Rasheer Fleming, too. Back-to-back games in a rotation role for the first time this year. Look, did he make mistakes? Yes! He's a rookie. He needs time out there to figure these things out. It's great to see him out there.
He got robbed on that block shot, too.
Oh, my God.
Oh, my God. It was all ball.
Horrible call.
I don't even know what they're calling it, but, the rookies don't get calls like that sometimes. But, yeah, good to see him. I think his length can be – and listen, I'm okay with bringing guys along slowly. I'm okay with, making them bide their time and not throwing them right in because I think he'll be a better basketball player. But, man, if they could get contributions from him, even if it's just 12 to 15 minutes a game, that could be really huge for them, especially now with Allen out. But I do like his athleticism and his length and – he's going to get a lot of corner threes that are wide open. He's going to be left open. So he's got to knock those down. That'll be important for him. And he did miss 2 free throws in a clutch situation there, which I didn't like, where he got to the free throw line, he clanked one, he clanked the other. So he's got to prove he can knock those free throws down as well. All right, wanted to open with Suns, but now we'll talk some Cardinals. 8 straight losses. 13 out of 14. Cardinals embarrassed in Cincy. We'll talk about that next right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Arizona Cardinals football.
Flacco takes a knee. The game's over. Cincinnati wins it 37-14. Cardinals are now 3-13. The Bengals improved to 6-10.
Kind of the game came down to me was third down. Both sides, they did a better job than we did.
Crushed in Cincy. Arizona Sports hosts react to 8 Cardinals losses in a row on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports 98.7.
I love this great offer from Pro Smile. They do just a fantastic job. Pro Smile, if you're not happy with your smile, if you're looking for a new smile, you have to hide your face. You cover your mouth when you're talking because you don't want people to see your teeth. You don't smile for photos. You don't smile for videos. You just went through Thanksgiving and Christmas, and any holiday photo that you're in, you're not smiling. Why? Because you don't have the confidence. Well, Pro Smile can give you back your confidence. They are the experts in the All-On-X implants and custom cosmetic veneers, and they're offering our listeners right now $1,000 off. Now, this only runs for a couple more days, and then it goes away. If you want to save $1,000 on custom veneers or the All-On-X implants, you're going to want to text PRO to 620-620. That's text PRO to 620-620. All the work done there by oral surgeons, not dentists, but oral surgeons, the lab, the technicians, the anesthesiologists. Everything is right there on site. No outsourcing, which means no delays, no mistakes. Locations in Paradise Valley and Scottsdale. Call 1-888-GO-SMILE. That's 1-888-GO-SMILE.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my good friend Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of Chapman BMW, the guy that can literally make your dreams come true.
Bick, you know I love your show and your listeners, and I want everybody in the audience to know that you have a friend in the business at Chapman BMW. This is not lip service. Come down, take a test drive, find what you like, then ask for me by name and get your hookup. Find out how easy it is to do business with a great family.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations.
1 great experience.
Febreze. It's a classic odor tale. You fried fish for dinner, cleaned up, but the smell is still in the house. And the neighbors are coming over for game night. They're on their way. And then you spray Febreze Air Mist. Febreze Air starts working instantly to fight even your toughest odors, so you go from fish to fresh like that. Now all you have to worry about is Pam cheating at charades.
Breathe happy, Febreze, la 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 la. This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Hi, I'm Elizabeth Smith with Oliver Smith Jeweler. Gold prices are at an all-time high, so if you've been procrastinating selling your watches, jewelry, or gold, you're in luck. Dad, you've been doing this in Arizona for almost 45 years. What should people know before they sell?
First, don't get scammed by those roadshows that pop up in hotel ballrooms, please. We're a local family-owned jeweler, and we've been advising Arizona families for decades.
Does someone need an appointment?
No appointment necessary. We'll evaluate your watches, jewelry, or gold and give you a check on the spot in minutes.
Have you ever seen gold this high?
Never. Do yourself a favor, search your jewelry box, find out if there's anything in there that might have value or things that you aren't wearing and bring them in.
Weren't you an appraiser on Antiques Roadshow?
Yeah, that was the original reality show.
Sell your watches, jewelry, and gold with confidence. Visit Oliver Smith Jeweler in our 2 Scottsdale locations or online at oliversmithjeweler.com.
Start the new year off on a healthier note by taking active liver supplements from New Nordic every day. Available online at Amazon or newnordicusa.com or at your local CVS, ShopRite, Meijer Grocery, or Wegmans.
Big Red Monday.
Hey, this is Kyler Murray. You're listening to Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Big Red Monday with Burns and Gambo.
Jonathan Gadden, the head coach of the Cardinals, will join us at 3 o'clock for his weekly segment. 8 straight losses, embarrassed again. You knew it was going to be ugly right from the get-go, right? Since he takes the opening kickoff, they go 12 plays, 72 yards, touchdown. Arizona goes 3 and out. Since he gets the ball, they go 12 plays, 79 yards, touchdown. You're like, oh, my God. Here we go again. Here we go again.
You know who was thinking, here we go again? Our listeners in Maryvale. What up, Maryvale? How you doing?
Yeah.
Another tough Cardinals game, Maryvale.
Maryvale was pissed. They were pissed in Maryvale.
They were particularly upset. I could sense it.
Yeah, 12 plays, 72 yards. 12 plays, 79 yards. Touchdown. It's 23-7 at the half. Arizona gets the ball to start the second half. They go 3 and out. Since he gets the ball back, they score. They go on a drive. They score. Josh Sweat has a neutral zone infraction on a 3rd and 5, gives them a first down. The next play, they scored a touchdown to Chase Brown, 30-7, and it was another embarrassing blowout loss. Now, we could say all we want about how a lot of those games early were competitive, but they're not late, Kellen. They've been blown out 5 times in their last 8 games. All losses, by the way. 5 of them have been blowout losses, including yesterday. So for all of the, hey, they're competitive, no, they're really not. They're not competitive. They've been blown out 5 times in their last 8 losses. Yesterday was just another example of getting blown out. I mean, you're down 37-7. You got to give me touchdown at the end, but you're down by 30 points on the road against a team that really doesn't have a great offense in Cincinnati. And again, just another embarrassing loss. They couldn't make a tackle to save their lives. They kept giving up 3rd downs to Cincinnati. More pre-snap penalties, another big mistake on a special teams kickoff return. It was like, man, it was just another ugly game for the Arizona Cardinals. The good thing is there's only 1 game left to watch for those fans that are continuing to watch.
I don't got a show on Monday too, sucker, so you got to watch. I don't got to.
Oh, you don't have to watch.
I'm good. I'm done with the 2025 Arizona Cardinals. Goodbye.
Good.
See you later.
Wow.
I will not be watching Keaton Slovis on Sunday. We don't know if he's starting, but I'm just saying it.
They're going to listen. They'll try to win the football game. They just can't. I don't know. My takeaway from this game, listen, there's a lot to say about the injuries, right? They've had 284 games missed. They've got 21 or 22 guys on injured reserve. But you've got to have depth. You've got to have depth that can compete. And these guys, they were not competing yesterday. I mean, with those missed tackles, you're watching and you're like, oh, my goodness. Like, it's just the amount of missed tackles. That Hall guy had a bunch by himself. He couldn't make a tackle to save his life. It was just it was embarrassing to watch. It was embarrassing as a Cardinal fan to watch them kind of go through the motions and leading to another blowout loss.
Yeah, so for either spectacular seasons from our teams, Gambo, or really just deflating, demoralizing seasons like this that wear on us, we're always going to remember like 1 or 2 or 3 plays that kind of define the season for us, right? For me, there's 2. So there's 2 stretches of this season. There's the we're losing every single game by a possession stretch, and DeMercado fumble, that's the obvious play that we're going to remember.
Sure.
The one that I'm going to remember from this embarrassing last 6 weeks of football was that Cody Ford reception.
Oh,
because as Teo Mackie pointed out on Twitter,
rumbling and bumbling.
This wasn't even like some gimmick trick play. They just put an offensive lineman out wide, threw him the ball because it was his birthday.
And then he ran a bunch of guys over.
And then he ran for 19 yards. Like, the fact that he caught it was enough. Like, that's embarrassing. They're giving the guy, like, his birthday
reception. Was it 19?
Reception.
I wrote 21 on my notes. Was it 19?
It was 19 or 21.
Wow.
It was one of those 2 numbers. I'll go with I'll trust your notes over any other notes, Campbell. Come on now. But that was like a come on. And then the crowd is chanting, Cody.
Cody.
They want him to get the handoff. That's how embarrassing of a team you are, that in the not even fourth quarter, yet the late third quarter, You've got teams. It's just been
they had a hold on the kickoff return.
Yeah.
On when they had the ball, and then they had a legal formation that got declined on a 3rd and 9, a legal formation again. Since he gets the ball back, you got a big play to Hudson. You got the big 3rd and 6 to a wide open Kaseki, and then you get the ball to Ford for 21 yards. They scored a touchdown. 10 plays, 82 yards, 37-7, and it's hard to watch. It's hard to watch.
You know what it reminds me of? Do you remember there was a Rick Tocchet Coyotes team that lost like 11 straight to open the year, and it was like they were so terrible that it was like, is this like the worst team that we've seen here? And like, it reminds me of like the teams in my Rolodex that I've saved in my head. There's an Andre Turney Coyotes team also that like I think lost 11 straight to start the year, but this is historic stuff. They've lost 13 of their last 14 teams.
One more loss, and they'll set the no Cardinals team has ever lost 14 games.
Yeah, and just how about losing 13 out of your last 14? You got to go back to the Matt Eberflus Bears, the first year of the Eberflus era for Lauren, where they finished 3-14 in 2022.
They're going to win a division here. They won the division. They won a division.
It's all going up from here.
You got to go negatives
Luther Burden's fine. It looked like he blew out his knee, and Lauren was horrified for a full night, but then got the positive update. She's all good to go. Everything's fine with her Chicago Bears. But that's the level you got to go to. Like 13 of your last 14, you could do 14 of your last 15 here. It's just been one of the worst teams I've ever seen in my 10 years doing this in this capacity, whether it's on the website or in front of the microphone. It's one of the worst teams I've seen.
Well, and you know what? Because the expectations were they were going to be halfway decent. The expectations were that they won 8 games last year. They went out and they brought in Calais Campbell and they brought in Tomlinson and they brought in Sweat and they had all those draft picks. And you're like, okay, they're ready to roll. They're going to have a good year. They're going to win 9 games. They're going to win 10 games. They're going to be in the playoffs. Instead, it's historically one of the worst Cardinal teams and could go down as the worst Cardinal team we've ever seen play. There's a lot of things that define this season. I mean, the Tennessee game, but there's a lot of things that define what has been a really bad season for the Arizona Cardinals. This was just another. There's 1 game left against the Rams. The Rams have something to play for, right? I mean, they've got something to play for. So I don't think you're going to, it's not like you're going to get all the backups in that game. Arizona's going to try to win the football game. They're going to go out there. Their draft positioning is 5th now. They got a break with the Browns winning, so they're 5th.
Shador, baby.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Whatever. So we got some big games coming up next week, some winner-take-all games, right? Tampa and Carolina, and then you've got the Steelers and the Ravens. I think you got a couple of like winner-go-home type games, which will be good to see. All eyes now will be on the future of Monty Ossenfort and Jonathan Gannon, what Michael Bidwell is going to do. If you look at it, look, there was a year the Arizona Diamondbacks lost over 100 games, and all the talk was fire Lovello, fire Hazen. They stayed with those guys. They ended up making it to a World Series. The owner did not want to fire the coach and the GM based on a season that was decimated by injuries. Does Michael Bidwell do the same? Because there are a lot of fans that are going to, I mean, Bick went scorched earth on his column on Arizona Sports about how it's time to make changes. And it's hard to say that they should come back with everybody based on the results. The results are not a good football team, just a really bad football team.
The quality of football we've seen the last 6 weeks especially has me concerned about like carryover going into the year. Like, not to harp on the Eberflus point, but Lauren was the first one to tell you about her Bears. Even when things were going well in that era, you still weren't confident in him as a head coach at all. And that's really how I'm starting to feel about this staff and this front office as well. As even if these guys come back for whatever reason next year and they start to get off to a good start, there's still going to be that lingering after effect for me in seeing the lows that they got to this year. It's just been very difficult to watch because of the expectations, but also you can make a case that like this is the worst team in the NFL this year with the way that you've watched them perform and consistently, whether it's consistently lose close games and not execute there, or just get blown out because they're so much worse than the other team. It's been different ways.
You got the cryptic tweet by Max Melton yesterday.
He's just got to get off Twitter for a couple of weeks, brother. Max, just take a week off.
Yeah, Max with the cryptic tweet. I think one was
what emoji was it?
Like an otter. Right? An otter.
What does that mean? Oh, Lauren doesn't know. Lauren's the young hip one on the show.
How does a young person not know? What?
Does Jamal know? Is Jamal still here? He's the young one here. Oh, no, Jamal doesn't know.
What is it called? What does an otter mean on... Is emoji? Is it emoji?
Emoji, yeah.
Emoji. I'm going to try to look. I'm going to see if I can just do this. A playful and intelligent marine mammal known for its agility in water is often used to convey playfulness, cuteness, or...
No, yeah. I don't know.
Otter, yeah. Well, otter emoji meaning.
He's been out, and is that like a pun? That sounds like a pun that Mitch would do. Like he's an outer. Outer?
Not an outer. I don't know. I need to learn emoji. What is an
Max,
outer?
we would ask for clarification, but that would require you to get back on Twitter. And you should not go back on Twitter. Just stay off Twitter, Max.
Mark Williams suspended for tonight. The big man. He did play in back-to-back games. We'll talk about that in the fight with Jose Alvarado next, right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Suns have the ball in a three-point lead with 50 seconds left. Brooks hits Booker, a lob down low. Williams will jam it home on the alley-oop. Devin Booker hits Mark Williams. That's the bookmark.
Suns in the nation's capital to face the Wizards. Pre-game at 4 this afternoon. 5 o'clock tip on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey, everybody, it's Dave Burns here for Global Credit Union. I'm a proud member of Global Credit Union due to their real commitment to saving you money on your banking needs. But now I have a special offer for you from Global Credit Union. It's Million Points Mania, and it's back. If you have a Global Credit Card, you're already a winner, but now you have a chance to do even better because with Million Points Mania, every week you have a chance to win 50,000 points, and at the end, there's a grand prize of 1 million points for one lucky winner. If you sign up now, you'll get an introductory APR of just 1.9%. Get your Global Credit Card today and imagine what you could do with 1 million points. It could be yours. Go to globalcu.org for more information. Global Credit Union, your world of financial possibilities. Introductory APR for 6 months from account opening on purchases only. Introductory rate offered for credit cards open before January 9th, 2026. After the introductory period, a variable APR will apply.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Rain on game day doesn't faze Dave. He's already got his poncho. Just needs to do something about those wipers. So Dave heads to AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone,
where a friendly AutoZoner helps him get premium quiet wipers and some hand warmers.
You're all set.
Now, if only his team can handle the elements as well as his new wipers. Get wipers, glass cleaner, and more with no hassles, just help at AutoZone. Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Taxes was feeling so stuck. Sitting in traffic, squeezing into a parking spot, all to squeeze in getting tax help during your lunch break. Now Taxes is a TurboTax expert who does your taxes for you, while you go about your day getting real-time notifications about their progress and the most money back guaranteed. Now this is Taxes. Intuit TurboTax. See guarantee details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Only available with TurboTax experts. Real-time updates only in iOS mobile app.
Hey, Arizona, it's Vince Marotta with some big news for you. If you missed the holiday kickoff, don't worry. Earnhardt Buick GMC is keeping their savings going. We're talking favorites like the 2026 GMC Sierra 1500 for up to $13,000 off MSRP and the all-electric 2025 Hummer SUV and pickups. Get yours for up to $18,000 off MSRP. Or take advantage of 0% APR financing. And folks, that's just the start. Even the sleek 2025 Buick Enclave SUV is yours with a savings of up to $9,000 off MSRP. You want it? Earnhardt has it all, priced to move right now. Check them out in Mesa, right off the 60 at Superstition Springs Boulevard, or online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 no bull protection package as an added benefit. After all applicable incentives on select models. APR terms limited through GM Financial. Not all will qualify. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offer ends 1/2/26.
It's Wolf. I've been telling you about how great Aria Dental Implant Center is, but don't take it from me. Listen to Michael, a recent Aria patient.
I had partials, and I was dealing with those for the last, 12 years or so, 15 years. And it just got to the point where I just got tired of it. And it just was, I needed to do something. I didn't know what I needed to do. And so I came into Dr. Joe and had the consultation.
My name is Dr. Joe Marinfar, and I have a practice in Phoenix where we focus on the all-on-4 process.
Everything was, from start to finish, was phenomenal. And it really amazed me. Don't hesitate. Don't hesitate. This is the last set of teeth, I guess you could say, you're going to have, and so you're done.
Aria Dental Implant Center helps patients regain their quality of life while saving them thousands of dollars. Go see my friend Dr. Joe today. Their website is ariadentalimplantcenter.com and tell them Wolf sent you.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Cardinals lost their 8th consecutive game yesterday, falling 37-14 to the Cincinnati Bengals. The Cardinals sit 3-13 heading into their final game of the season Sunday at the Los Angeles Rams. Cardinals head coach Jonathan Gannon will join Burns and Gambo this afternoon at 3. And the Phoenix Suns are in action tonight in our nation's capital against the Washington Wizards. Tip-off is at 5. And you can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Grayson Allen, Jalen Green, Ryan Dunn, and Mark Williams are out for the Suns. Allen, Green, and Dunn are dealing with injuries, while Williams has been suspended for a game for his role in a scuffle in Saturday's win over the New Orleans Pelicans. This report is brought to you by Freeway Chevrolet. The year's almost over, but you can still unwrap huge savings on every new vehicle at Freeway Chevrolet.
Suns in the nation's capital to face the Wizards. Pre-game at 4, 5 o'clock tip on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Do we have the sound of the fight? No, we don't? I was going to play it. Mark Williams played, first of all, that should be the lead story. Mark Williams played in a back-to-back for the first time.
Big time.
They brought him off the bench. They started Oso, who had another good plus-minus game. Really starting to play better, Oso, which has Nick Richards being the third-string guy. Nick came in, obviously, when Mark got ejected from that game, the pesky Jose Alvarado. It was just like push, and then Alvarado decided he wanted to throw a punch. And I don't know, my philosophy is somebody's throwing a punch at you, you better throw a punch back. So, I mean, I can't just sit there and take punches. So Alvarado, Mark pushed Alvarado. No, Alvarado pushed off Mark, then Mark pushed off Alvarado.
Mark went to go set a screen, which is a play that happens 300 times in a basketball game. And Jose Alvarado gave him not just like a nudge, but like a full push. And the ref like blows the whistle, like, come on, dude, like that's a foul. And then so Mark gave him a light push back.
After the whistle.
To your point, respond like, you're not going to punk me. You're like twice as small as me. No, gives him a push. That causes Alvarado to see red. And I don't know if he like just had something going on in his life coming up to the day of the game or something. Because like, again, like that's a pretty common thing, like a little pushing back and forth.
Happens every game.
He goes crazy. He goes for like the old clinch, as they call it in the UFC, right? One arm in the jersey, like hockey style, then one hand around the other arm, and then spins Mark around, which Mark at that point is just hands up. I'm not going to do anything here. It's all good.
Just trying to get away.
But then his instincts kick in and are like, excuse me.
Yeah.
So then he starts to get going. He winds up for a punch.
You want to be punked by a little guy.
Alvarado throws a punch. He throws a punch. And Alvarado with the overhead right connects.
Connected.
Maybe the best punch landed in an NBA floor in like 2 decades. Incredible stuff from him.
Usually NBA players most NBA players cannot fight. But yeah, so it's like
it's unfortunate because he doesn't deserve to get suspended for a game, but he threw a punch.
So you
himself.
have to. Yeah. But that's the thing. Like, I don't know. Do you change the rules and say if somebody's punching you, you should be able to defend yourself?
Spinning you around, like throwing you around.
So he's suspended for this game against Washington. I don't think it's a big deal. They can win the game.
Wizards are real bad, and they're missing some guys too. They've been playing better basketball lately, but
and the Suns have done a pretty good job. Like Mark didn't play a lot in that game against New Orleans. He had a very limited amount of minutes. One, he was coming off the bench. And two, it was a back-to-back, and he was playing, and they were just going to limit him. They weren't going to play him a whole lot of minutes. So then he gets ejected, so he didn't finish with many minutes. Nick came in. I thought Nick did a good job in the minutes he came in. Oso's done a nice job. They found a way to get by, without him. I'm just continued to be encouraged by. I posted a tweet during the New Orleans game of a basket in which just runs the floor and gets down there and. He's as good as anybody I've seen the Suns have at that position of running the floor. I'm going to get down there. Now, somebody said, okay, he's not sprinting. Like, it's a timing thing. You don't always sprint, okay? You got to kind of line up with the ball because you want to keep that defender in kind of la-la land. If you sprint right away, it's a different story. So sometimes you just got to time it. You want to time yourself with the ball to where you and the ball and whoever has the ball are kind of going simultaneously. You don't want to just automatically sprint down there. So
I thought Queen too struggled in that game.
Yeah,
because of Williams' on-ball defense, but also because he was running up and down the floor the whole time trying to chase Mark.
There are teams in this league that the Suns are just going to run out of the building. I thought that was a key to the end of each of the game is their ability to just go out and run. Let's get the rebound and let's go and put pressure on them, and I think it's forcing these other teams into a lot of mistakes because the Suns are just doing that. Mark Williams has been absolutely sensational for them. I was happy he played in the back-to-back. I had reported early in the season that he wasn't going to play in the back-to-backs. It wasn't set in stone for the season. And then we had him on, and he said, yeah, I like that. Like, this is the plan now, but it's not going to be the plan forever because he wanted to play in some of these games.
It's the first major box checked. I think that the one that is checked for now that is going to have to stay checked over the whole season is avoiding injury, but specifically avoiding, like, major injury. Again, we weren't setting the goal super high game, but we were like, can you just play in 60 games? Can you just play in 60? Like, that would be major progress.
Yeah, I think that they were hoping for 60 to 65 games out of Mark Williams, because, again, keep him healthy, make sure you get through the season with him. Look, without him, they're still going to win some games, but with him, they become a team that is just a very dangerous basketball team. You can sit there, and they're not in the playoffs yet, so I don't want to count my chickens before the eggs hatch or whatever the phrase is.
You look at who they're moving up on in the standings.
Was that right?
Watch out now.
Yeah, Lauren says that's right. Yeah.
Don't want to count your chickens before they hatch.
Okay. I once said you've got to get all your eggs in the basket ironed out. You know what I mean? I really didn't know what I mean, but I said that. Something about leading a horse to water, too. I've had some... you don't kick the dog that feeds you was one of my famous ones from back in the day. You don't kick the dog that feeds you. That was just,
technically accurate. Like, it's not wrong.
Yeah, well, the dog doesn't feed you, but you wouldn't want to kick him if he did feed you, right? Two rights don't make a wrong. Right, that was one of my famous.
He's on fire right now.
Right,
snaps in the building for Gambo.
I remember some of the stupid things that I used to say, but I think for them to go where they want to go and to get out of the play-in and to be a top 6 seed, they need Mark Williams to play. Like, they need him to play. He gives them an advantage over other teams. Very active, can score, great hands, love the way he runs the floor. He just gives them something that they just really haven't had in a while. So I think keeping him healthy is one of the most important priorities for them this season.
Yeah, so staying healthy, for one, done. He's only missed games now because of back-to-backs or suspension. That's it, which is remarkable. And now we're at back-to-backs, which is big. They've got another one coming up here in a week, which is different. So they're going to play at home and then travel to Houston here next weekend. So, okay, can they do it again? How many back-to-backs can he play in? And then eventually what you would love to see, Gambo, is for him to consistently play north of 30 minutes, because right now he's staying around the mid to high 20s, which is okay. Like, it's fine right now, but in like the end goal of like what you want this team to be in 2 to 3 years, with Mark Williams being a serious part of it, is you don't want to have to like look at him starting to get rolling and be like, we got to pull him out right now and keep him.
But they trust they trust their bench. Like I my notes. One of the things I thought was important about that second game against New Orleans was you opened up the fourth quarter. Let me go to my notes here.
No Brooks, no Booker, no Williams. Yeah.
Right. So you open up that fourth quarter. You got Colin Gillespie, you got Bouye, you got Nick Richards, you got Rasheed Fleming, and you got Goodwin. Like Bouye wasn't here last year. Fleming wasn't here last year. Goodwin wasn't here last year. Nick was like a third-string center. He's your third-string center now. And Colin was a guy who Budenholzer just wouldn't play. That they started the fourth quarter was 93-85. By the time the starters came back, 8 minutes and 16 seconds, that's when, Brooks came back and Royce came back and Book came back. So that's 4 minutes of game time that they lost 1 point. Like, just one. Right? So to me, like, I think when I looked at the Laker game, that group played against LeBron to start the fourth. LeBron started the fourth. That group has done a really good job in not forcing you to have to bring your starters back at the 9:35 mark, which, again, I think is very important for their ability to win some of these games late.
And I think for Oso, it's going to be about consistency, because we've seen him play super well. Like, that whole crazy plus-minus game, his plus-minus was great. This weekend, I thought he played well. This weekend as well. It's about consistency for him, because it's been a lot of highs and lows for him over 31 games, and I assume we're going to see Nick Richards tonight. That has been mostly lows, because I think what they wanted this whole season was to run a 3-center rotation. I think that they wanted it to be Mark, Oso, Nick, and they wanted to roll through those guys in those little spurts, but Nick was so bad just like the whole year. Like, we saw it again as soon as he checked in, like a legal screen by him. Like, the offensive fouls, the turnovers, the mental mistakes that he makes on the floor have been an issue for the team all year. I assume we'll continue to see him tonight. I would love to see that spot become Malawatch at some point. We're going to continue to wait and see, but the on-off numbers with Mark have been were staggering at the start of the year. They've gotten better now lately, and they need to continue to stay better.
I wouldn't be surprised if they trade Richards just to get themselves under the penalties.
The tax, yeah.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if I see them. I also think you try to hold on to him as long as you can because he is an insurance policy. Because if Williams goes down, you're in a lot of trouble.
And
you're in a lot of trouble.
And we wouldn't be surprised either. We hate to say that. We want Mark to stay as healthy as possible, but like we're all just kind of waiting for that possibility.
Yeah, his history has not proven that he's been a healthy player. Hopefully that with the Suns training staff, they'll keep him healthy all year. Knock on wood, they'll be okay. But the thing with Richards is, like, I do think you want to take it right up to the trade deadline. And then if you're going to trade him then. But it is a big insurance policy for them. Because if Williams goes down, I don't think you want to go to battle with Oso and Malawach. If Williams is down and you've traded Richards, then you're in a lot of trouble. Oso's good in spurts. He's done a much better job lately. I think he's developing. But again, I wouldn't want to count on him as being your main guy. I think that's a recipe for disaster. So I think that's where Nick comes in, is just another big body. And I think you hold on to him right up until the trade deadline. If Williams is healthy and you want to make a trade, then you go ahead and you do it.
And the tantalizing thing is with how well Bouye and Goodwin and some of these guys near the end of the bench have played, like they're probably not going to be in the rotation once this team is fully healthy. Like we have yet to see this team as full powers. They're 18-13, Gambo. I can't believe it. I predicted them to win 30 games. They might have 30 by the trade deadline. Like they have been such a pleasant surprise over the course of this season, and they continue to tread in the right direction. They're only 2 games back of the Rockets. It's crazy. The Rockets are 19-10. They're 18-13. It's unbelievable.
I think it might be one of the best lunches I've ever had when I win this bet.
Oh, yeah, you're looking good.
I might win this bet going away.
But books are putting you at like minus 300. Like something would have to go pretty wrong for you at this point to not win it.
I have asked if they could fly in lobster from. I have. I'm not lying. That's not a joke. I have asked.
You sent me screenshots of those texts, so I know it's true.
Yeah, I did. I'm saying, listen, will you be able to order fresh Maine lobster for this lunch?
Now, is this between the two of you, or is it on the show? Like, does Lauren get to go to the rah-rah room too? Mitch? No.
Okay. No, Bernsy's going to pay for I'm going to have literally like a $200 to $300 lunch. That's what it's going to be. Like, which dessert would you want? Just bring them all out. I want to taste each one of them. It's not going to be like I'm not going like we said, like this is going to be the big one. This is the big one.
I will be there to shoot social content for it.
Oh, yeah. Shoot social content. As you've got the phone in one hand, a fork in the other. Just taking bites here and there.
No.
Listen, take bites here and there. It's okay.
Not my lunch. I didn't agree with Gambo. I didn't think they would win as many games.
He's ordering so much.
You might be able to get a couple leftovers there. Because
if you would have been like, they're going to win 39 games, then you could have taken some bites probably, but you were low, right?
But no,
what's the best steak you have? What's the best lobster you have? Oh, appetizers? Yeah. How many do you have? Bring them all. Let's taste them all. Desserts? What do you got? You got a little tiramisu? Sure. Oh, you got some chocolate cake? I'll try that too. You got Zeppelis? We'll get the Zeppelis. We're going to go all out.
A bottle of wine, maybe?
I deserve this. Ooh, will it be before a show? Because before a show, we can't do it. If it's before a show, we can't do it.
I think it'll be like a game night, I imagine, right? Like you guys will go to a game together, and then like before the game, you'll go. I don't know when the rah-rah room is open.
It is a lunch.
Okay. But can they open the rah-rah room just for you guys? Can we do the show live from the rah-rah room during this bet?
Oh, trust me, they will open it just for us.
Ooh.
They will open it just for us.
Yeah.
We'll close it. We'll just for us.
I might have to wear like
that chef is going to come in and have everything ready.
On my end, I might have to wear like a Michigan State polo to a game or something just to like show my love.
Oh, gotcha.
With how wrong I was.
All right, Trey McBride, in the midst of what has been an awful season, he has had a record-breaking campaign. As bad as the game was, as bad as the season was, we've got to give him his props. We'll talk about Trey McBride next, right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Win tickets to the Verbo Fiesta Bowl from Arizona Sports. This show's keyword is
sack. Sack.
Text the word sack to 620-620 right now.
Sack.
Text sack to 620-620 for your chance to win tickets to the Verbo Fiesta Bowl. Message and data rates may apply.
Is that me saying sack? That's me? Sack, sack, sack. Love telling you about Christian Brothers, AC Plumbing and Electric. They've got a great special going on right now. You know, Christian Brothers has been around for 50 years, and they're making $50 worth something again. And trust me, they're losing money every single day they do this. But that's their way of, showing you what a great company they are over 50 years right here in Arizona. How about an electrical inspection? You know Christian Brothers, AC Plumbing and Electric. They're offering a $50 electrical inspection. It includes a full panel and circuit safety check, a GFCI and outlet testing to prevent hazards, an inspection for outdated or overloaded wiring, and a detailed report with safety upgrades and energy-saving suggestions. You don't pay anything more than $50. Now, if you've got a house that's 20 years old or older, it's probably very important to get all the electrical tested, checked out, see if there's anything you need to do. You might be fine, but you might not be. But it's important to know. You don't want any hazards or fires in your house. You just want to get everything checked. And for $50, that's all you've got to pay. Christian Brothers will come out to you and do a $50 electrical inspection. They also do a $50 plumbing inspection and a $50 AC inspection. Call them at 602-222-3535. That's 602-222-3535.
Get ready for the most wonderful time of the year with exciting red tag savings. Available now on the 2026 Chevy Equinox. Or gear up for the holidays and conquer that to-do list in a new Chevy truck. Now is the time to get red tag savings on the 2026 Silverado or the big adventures in the Colorado. This holiday season, it all comes together in a Chevrolet. See your Valley Chevy dealers.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Charlie's battery is struggling to start. Not ideal before the tailgate, so he goes to AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone,
where a friendly AutoZoner tests his battery for free. Looks like he needs a new one, so he gets the Duralast battery.
have fun and stay warm.
And he makes it to the tailgate early enough to get his favorite spot. Free battery testing and charging. No hassles, just help.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Taxes was feeling so stuck. Sitting in traffic, squeezing into a parking spot. All to squeeze in getting tax help during your lunch break. Now Taxes is a TurboTax expert who does your taxes for you, while you go about your day getting real-time notifications about their progress and the most money back guaranteed. Now this is Taxes. Intuit TurboTax. See guarantee details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Only available with TurboTax experts. Real-time updates only in iOS mobile app.
For the team at Berg Simpson, it really is more than just a slogan. Good lawyers changing lives. That's what they're all about at Berg Simpson. Dave Burns here. So good lawyers changing lives. What does that mean? Well, it means they're nationally renowned and recognized trial lawyers looking to change lives for the better by preparing for trial, fighting in court, getting families compensation for their injuries. It means putting a high priority on giving back to their community, getting involved and making a difference. It's the heart of everything they do, here to help people who need it the most. Frankly, when we were involved in an accident years ago, we made a mistake by not calling them. So when you've been injured, Berg Simpson's team of experienced personal injury trial lawyers, they're going to fight for you and what you deserve. You'll get more money for your case when you hire a trial lawyer, and it doesn't cost you anymore to hire a trial lawyer. So call the trial lawyers of Berg Simpson at 602-777-7000 or visit bergsimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
Arizona sports fans, you're served this holiday season. Give the gift that keeps everyone playing. Right now, Just Pickle Courts is offering a free court planning consultation plus 2 free upgrades when you sign up before year end. From cozy backyard retreats to resort quality builds, they handle it all. Designed to being done. Make memories last a lifetime. JustPickleCourts.com/radio.
JustPickleCourts.com. Design, build, play, pop, pop, every day.
The Burns and Gambo Need to Know Social Poll.
Presented by Sanderson Ford.
All right, Sanderson Ford, 51st Avenue in Glendale. My buddy West from Morris Hall just went and got a Bronco over at Sanderson Ford this weekend. Went and got a Bronco. So happy to see him going over to Sanderson Ford and getting himself a Bronco. They have our poll question. I haven't seen it yet, but I'm sure it's a good one. Lauren, take it away.
All right, guys. Today, we're keeping it simple. The Arizona Cardinals right now have the 5th pick in the NFL draft. And we're asking, should the Arizona Cardinals prioritize offense or defense with their draft pick?
They went defense with every draft pick they had last year.
And we saw how that worked out.
No, they need a quarterback or an offensive lineman. And they need a running back.
I'll vote defense to spice it up, but you know my mentality on this game. But there's no game, but I just want an excellent football player. I don't care what position they play.
And I say this, take the best available player. Like if that linebacker from Ohio State is there, like you have to take him. You have to take him if he's there. If he drops to 5, you're like, I think he's the best player. Like, I know, but wait a second. What about Zaven Collins? And who was the other guy they drafted? The Clemson kid that didn't work out, the linebacker. Simmons, Isaiah Simmons.
Yep.
People lose their mind. The biggest mistakes in all sports are made when you don't take the best player and you take for need. Take the best player. But they need to go offense.
I've always thought that it was a mix of like fit and BPA, but I am so team BPA. I've gone as far as saying like just take Jeremiah Love if he's the best player. I don't care. Like it's just like I just want an excellent football player on my football team, please, because we don't have one. There's one. Just one. We're going to talk about it right now.
You said Jeremiah Love last week, too.
And
much to the chagrin of Bernsey and I.
Jeremiah was a bullfrog.
Specifically you.
He was a good friend of mine.
Visibly. Oh.
I like that you kept going with that. If I knew the next line, I'd go with it, but I don't.
And I helped him from drinking this wine, Joy. Jeremiah was a bullfrog, was a good friend of mine. I never heard a single word he said, but I never heard a single
Okay, I was trying to sway along to rhythm, but like you lost rhythm and the lyrics at the same time. So I was trying to be a good friend here and just sway to the beat, but there's no beat anymore. There's no tempo.
You can go with the results.
All right, now Gambo's over here Googling song lyrics, and while he does that, I will share that this is an incredibly lopsided poll question.
Yep. I never understood a single word he said, but I helped him drinking his wine. And he always had some mighty fine wine.
Yeah, I wasn't going to get that one.
Yeah.
That wasn't going to happen there. All right. Offense is leading the way with 90% in this one. 10% going with defense.
Got 3 bottles of wine from Italy for Christmas from my cousin.
You don't even drink.
I know. Well, I'll drink a little wine occasionally, but 3 bottles of wine from Italy from my cousin Francesco.
Lauren, you and Tyler Drake on Cardinals Corner will talk about it a lot in the next 4 months in terms of the draft. If they did go defense, what position do you think that they would draft?
I mean, honestly, lots of options. I'd like to see them go out there and get another edge rusher. I'd also like to see them think about the future in safety.
I think that's kind of the point that I'm trying to make.
Is Max Melton back or not?
His Twitter is a rabbit hole right now.
If he does leave, I want him to like tell a story in emoji form because just keep up the bit at this point. But yeah, like offense is such a clear thing, but at the same time, if you go on the defense, you're like, okay, well, could use an edge rusher, could probably use an inside linebacker, could probably use another corner. Like safety, maybe like.
Let's spend a couple of minutes here giving Trey McBride his flowers because we have Jonathan Gannon coming up next. But record-breaking campaign for him. Such a great guy. So happy for him. His success this year kind of reminds me of when Book was having success with those really bad Suns teams. And he wasn't making the All-Star team or anything. He wasn't getting any accolades. But McBride's a Pro Bowler. Another great game. 10 catches for 76 yards. He set multiple records. He's got 119 receptions this season, most by any player in franchise history and the most by a tight end in NFL history. The record was DeAndre Hopkins in 2020. Had the team record. Zach Ertz had the tight end record. Just went out there, had another touchdown. It's been great to see. I feel bad because in the midst of the best season he's had, it could be the worst season the Cardinals have ever had. But he's done nothing but just go out there and ball every single week. And it's been a pleasure to watch him play. And I'm always happy for him when he does well. He's had a great season.
And Trey has been the first guy to say, like, these records, like cool, I guess. Like, it's a great accomplishment, but, like, we're losing football games. That's all I care about. Here's what he had to say yesterday on that.
Yeah, maybe when I'm all said and done. But obviously it's really cool. Yeah, it's cool. Thankful for my teammates, my coaches, Jacoby, all those guys. It's cool to get it in 16 games too, you know. I didn't want anyone to give me a hard time about that, so glad we got that. But honestly, it doesn't really matter. Would love to have won the game, would love to have played better as an offense, but just wasn't there today.
Gambo, something
reminds me of when Maris broke Babe Ruth's record. It's like, nope, more games. Babe didn't play that many games. I think Ruth played like maybe 154 at that time.
Yeah, it's different
something like
numbers,
that.
yeah.
It's like, Maris didn't do it in the same amount of games as Ruth, so he brought that in there. Hey, I'm glad to get it done in 16 games, not 17.
Yeah, well, Chamberlain did all this against plumbers and lawyers and whatever, and didn't do it against like professional athletes or whatever. This has been something that your co-host has talked about a lot, which is he's worried about Trey McBride turning into the next Larry Fitzgerald. And the way that I think about it more specifically is, despite of all the lack of talent around him or just the lack of success, he's a lock to just perform at this level, no matter who is throwing him the ball, who's blocking the guy who's throwing the ball, who is catching the balls and creating more space for him if they can. He's just going to put up these numbers every year. He is to the point where he's separated himself in his position, to the point where I'd go as far as calling him one of the best players in football, period.
Yeah, at any position. I totally agree. All right, Jonathan Gannon, the head coach of the Arizona Cardinals. They've lost 8 straight, 13 out of 14. He will join us next right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
You know what the popular narrative was going into the season, and that was this is the year that Devin Booker has to reclaim his team. He has to reclaim his greatness. He has to reclaim his spot in the NBA hierarchy. I would say that pretty much hasn't happened. He's been pretty good, but not to the level we thought he would have to be if this team were going to be good, and yet this team has got something real.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Great pricing right now. Year-end sales event, Sanderson Ford. I just had a great friend of mine from Morris Hall go through and buy a Bronco over at Sanderson Ford. My buddy West just went there this weekend and got himself a brand new Bronco. Right now, exclusively at Sanderson Ford, invoice pricing on all the remaining 2025 models. Invoice pricing. Plus 0% financing for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days. That's right. The payments are available on select models, must be financed through Ford Motor Credit, and this offer expires on January 5th. So you've got a week left to get in and get invoice pricing on all the remaining 2025 models, plus you'll get 0% APR for 60 months and 0 payments for 90 days at Sanderson Ford. They've always got a great selection. They've got a great service department. They're on 51st Avenue in Glendale, or for more information, go online at sandersonford.com.
Hey, I'm Ron Wolfley, and I'm sitting here with JT Lee. That's right, all of the legendary JT. Moving Team 6. Moving Team 6 actually has a culture.
Amazing culture. What I look at is it's God, family, country.
Love it, man. It's how you do things that make you guys different.
We just want to go in, get the job done with perfection, and make sure the customer's happy. And that's what matters.
That's movingteam6.com. Go to movingteam6.com. Your move. It's their mission.
Between all the holiday parties,
weekend tailgates,
and family get-togethers,
we've been overindulging a little more than usual over the holidays. But now, we are starting the new year off on a healthier note by taking Active Liver supplements from New Nordic every day.
Active Liver contains a powerful blend of turmeric, milk thistle, and globe artichoke extract, all natural ingredients that help protect the liver so that it can protect you from toxins. It's like giving my body a daily detox. I've never felt better, and my energy is through the roof.
And my doctor is already impressed with how much better my numbers are looking. So if better health, more energy, and detoxing your body are some of your priorities this year, get Active Liver today and start the year off knowing you're giving your liver some well-deserved relief.
Active Liver is available online at Amazon or NewNordicUSA.com. Or pick some up today at your local CVS, ShopRite, Meijer Grocery. Are now available at Wegmans. New year, new you, new Nordic.
Every day, teachers in Arizona open their playbooks to help their students succeed and cross the goal line to their dreams. To show our support for their dedication, SRP will give 2 teachers $500 each for their classrooms every time the Cardinals get in the end zone. SRP Touchdowns for Teachers. When the Cardinals score, teachers win. Learn more at srp.net/teacher.
Think Verizon's best 5G network is expensive? Think again. This season, bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill to a Verizon store for a better deal. Then use those unwanted bills to wrap up goodbye gifts to AT&T. Or cut them into snowflakes to celebrate your switch from T-Mobile. 'Tis the season to save at Verizon. Just bring in your bill to your local Verizon store and we'll give you a better deal. Rankings based on Root Metrics Root Score report dated 1/2025. Your results may vary. Requires postpaid consumer mobile bill dated within the past 45 days and same name as person redeeming deal. Additional terms apply.
Cards fans, SeatGeek is the official primary ticketing partner of the Bird Gang and here to help you experience all the action this season. SeatGeek makes it easy to find the perfect seats to the perfect game, so you can be a part of all the touchdown celebrations and momentum-shifting takeaways this season. Whether you're getting tickets to Cardinals games or to any other live event in Phoenix, SeatGeek is the place to do it. SeatGeek is the official primary ticketing partner of the Arizona Cardinals. SeatGeek.
Hey, Bird Gang, some things aren't given, they're earned. Paul Calvise here, and Ford has earned its spot at the top as the #1 selling truck brand in Arizona. From the legendary F-150 to the larger-than-life Super Duty and the versatile Maverick, hurry and get behind the wheel of your Ford truck today. Only at your Arizona Ford dealers, proud partners of the Arizona Cardinals. Based on S&P Global Mobility Retail U.S. new vehicle registrations for the truck vehicle type CYTD October 2024.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Cardinals lost their 8th consecutive game yesterday, falling 37-14 to the Cincinnati Bengals. The Cardinals sit 3-13 heading into their final game of the season Sunday at the Los Angeles Rams. And the Phoenix Suns are in action tonight in our nation's capital against the Washington Wizards. Tip-off is at 5 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Grace Allen, Jalen Green, Ryan Dunn, and Mark Williams are out for the Suns. Allen, Green, and Dunn are dealing with injuries, while Williams has been suspended a game for his role in a scuffle in Saturday's win over the New Orleans Pelicans. This report is brought to you by Pro Smile Dental. Give the gift of a smile this holiday season. Get $1,000 off all On-X implants and veneers through December 31st. Text PRO to 620-620.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Can the Phoenix Suns stretch their winning streak to 4 games with a victory in the nation's capital? We'll talk about our surging NBA team. Fun begins at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
All right, waiting on Jonathan Gannon. He will join us for his weekly segment, Meeting with the Media Now. We expect that we will have him in just a minute or so, and we'll talk about it. We will have him one more time after this week, too. So we will do a season wrap-up with him next Monday. Sometimes that's a dark day in the NFL on Monday, right? We see what happens. There'll be coaches that are going to be fired. Is Jonathan Gannon going to be one of those guys? If he's not fired, we'll have him on the show. If he is fired, we won't have him on the show. So we don't know what's going to happen in the midst of this, what just has been just an awful season. I'm sure the players, the coaches, everybody just wants this season to be over with so they can move forward and start the process for next year and trying to get better. This team won 8 football games last year, and I think a lot of people thought that they would make that jump, get to 9 or 10 and compete for a playoff spot, and it just didn't happen. They went 2-0, and ever since then, it's been downhill ever since. Devastated by injuries, no question about it. 21 or 22 guys on injured reserve. A lot of man games lost because of injuries. But a lot of non-competitive football games we've watched. In this 8-game losing streak, they've had 5 of those games in which they just haven't been competitive. That's not a very good sign right there, Kellen.
Yeah, and even with all of the losses, I think that's what's been surprising within the last 4 to 6 weeks is that ineptitude, like lack of execution, whatever you want to call it, that was leading to these losses in close games. They were able to keep games close, and they were able to be competitive throughout games, and they have just lost that part of their game completely here over the last 6 weeks or so. They're just getting blown out routinely.
Yeah, and that's the tough part, too. I mean, you just, that offensively they've struggled. Defensively they've struggled to the point where people have asked, is Gannon going to take over the play calling on defense? If he comes back next year, would he do that? Is there going to be massive changes to the coaching staff if he comes back to try to get, more experienced guys in there? We'll see. We'll see. But there is one game left, and that's against the Rams. They'll have one more opportunity to, try and end this losing streak and end on a positive note, and that will be the final game of the season against the Rams, right? He's joining us right now, the head coach of your Arizona Cardinals, Jonathan Gannon. Burnsy's off this time. Kellen's filling in. How are you, Coach?
Excellent. How are you guys doing?
Good. I have not got a chance to talk to you the last couple of weeks. I had a little time off around the holiday, so I hope you had a good
little time. Little time.
Little bit of time. Yeah, little time. Yeah.
Little time is like 2 days.
Yeah, see what happens.
You were out like 2 weeks.
Yeah, so you don't have like a real job, so you don't get you don't get like vacation time and sick days and all of that stuff, right?
I'm still here, Coach.
How are the holidays? How are the holidays?
It was a very Merry Christmas. I was supposed to go to this little German Christmas town, but it got there was a torrential downpour, massive flooding in Leavenworth, Washington, so we had to cancel our trip. So I'm a little bummed about that. But
what about you, Kellen? How was the holiday?
Holiday was great. Still here talking to you, Coach. Burnsy will be back, and you'll get your regular rotation.
He'll be back next week.
Next
He'll be back
you'll
next
be good.
week.
But great holiday, Coach. Thank you for asking.
All right, good.
Let's start with this. I've heard you say week in and week out, we have to coach better, we have to play better. I don't want to say it sounds like a broken record, but it is something that you do say every week. I want to ask you, why is it the same message every week? Why is that message of having to play better and coach better not getting through and translating into these games on Sunday?
Yeah, the message is the same every week because it's the truth. Obviously, everybody in this building has all their energy and focused into that. We just haven't gotten the results we wanted, but we've tweaked our process a little bit, but we stick to our process, believe in it. We've had good weeks. We just got to play better on Sundays. That's what it comes down to. And, I told the media today, like every game kicks out a little bit differently. We knew third down was going to be a big component of the game, and we didn't do a good enough job, but I thought we had a good week of practice with it. And ultimately, they played a little bit better than we did.
Yeah, 10 of 15 on third downs. Those two long drives to open a game, you find yourself in a hole again. A couple of bad pre-snap penalties, which I know you've has haunted you at times with those. The tackling, a lot of missed tackles that led to a lot of extra yards. Just, when you look at the game film and you're watching that, what's going through your mind about just maybe a little bit of a lack of discipline?
I don't think it's a lack of discipline. I think it's a lack of execution. Because I look, like somebody asked me about the effort the other day. Like, effort's there. Like I see, we pointed it out today. Guys are playing extremely hard. Got to play better, and that's what I say. If we got to play better, we got to coach it better. But I think that we did not have our best day as far as our track and approach, tackling ball carriers. They had some space plays that they made us miss in space that went for extra yards. So we got to have a better cup on the ball, have better track, and get on hamstrings and tackle better.
Yeah. When you've lost 8 in a row and 13 out of 14, there's a lot of failure, right? I mean, ownership, front office, players, coaches, everybody's accountable for this season. What would you say the one thing you control the most is the coaching? What would you say has gone wrong on the coaching side? Because you continue to say we've got to coach better. What has gone wrong?
I think just as the year has progressed, I would say that we have to do a better job of setting up how we do everything to making sure that our players keep improving throughout the season. And because you're looking to try to make jumps with guys as the season progresses. You hear the old adage, you should be playing your best ball later in the year. I do believe that because you got time on task and you got game film and you got learning reps that you can get better from. And some of our guys have done that. I think collectively we haven't done a good enough job of that.
Coach, whether it was earlier today with the media or even a few weeks ago in talking to you, your belief in your process continues to be there. There might be fans that read that or hear that and roll their eyes, but we know you're genuine when you mean that in terms of your belief in your process. I was curious, despite the results not matching what you want to see, to say the least, where does that belief come from, and how do you maintain that if you are indeed back next year?
Yeah, I think, and I understand that, Kellen. You know what I mean? Like, oh, well, we're going to trust our process. Well, the process ain't getting you results, so what are you doing? You know what I mean? And I understand that, and I'll be the first to tell you through adversity, there is beauty from adversity. You got to do a deep dive and change, and that's the first thing I'm going to look at as we get into the off season. Is I take the arrow in the forehead first with no excuses. And there's a lot of layers to what goes on throughout a season, right? But that's not going to soften the blow. I'm going to have to change some things that we're doing. There's no doubt about it. And then you got to pick out the right things that make the most impact to translate to wins, So I have to change and we got to change. That's obvious through the last 3 years here, and specifically this season, we have not gotten the results we wanted, and we got to do a better job.
Have you been told anything about your future with the organization?
Yeah, I feel really good, Gambo.
But have you had those conversations? Like, I'll be back next year.
Yeah, I talk with Monty and Michael every week, man. So those conversations have been good.
Okay, so your expectation is you're back next year.
Absolutely.
Would you consider calling the defense yourself? Is there anything? Because the defense has really struggled lately. You've been blown out in 5 of these last 8 losses. You had a great track record in Philly of calling games. Is it something that you would think about?
Yeah, I mean, we're going to turn over every stone, you know what I mean? But I feel good with the people that we have in place that I hired to do a job. And we'll evaluate that in the offseason, what's best for us moving forward, you know what I mean? So, like I said, I got to change and we got to change. I'm going to look at all avenues to do that.
Okay. So will there be an end of season meeting with ownership and front office, or are you pretty much set that they told you you're coming back next year?
I mean, how we've done it the last 2 years is we kind of meet this week, talk about how do we move forward, and go from there. So I'm sure we'll have those conversations again this week.
Okay. And all indications are you feel good about coming back next season?
I do.
All right. Let me ask you about the positive. Trey McBride with another outstanding game, another outstanding season. He just continues to play at the highest level, maybe just as good as not just tight end, but any player in the league. You guys have done a great job of getting him involved in the offense, getting him the ball. What have you seen in his maturity from last year to this year?
Man, I feel like he's done everything better, honestly. Like he, obviously he was a great player. He was kind of on the cusp of kind of hitting his ceiling, I should say, when we got here, and then he kind of exploded through that. And I think it's just the details of playing football, like within how we use them and how we deploy them, what we ask of them, all those fine little details, they add up and they matter. And he comes to play every day, prepares with his craft, meets, loves the practice, competitive as all get out, goes out on Sunday and wins all his one-on-ones, wins a lot of one-on-ones. And, he'd tell you he wants some plays back this year just like everybody, but he makes a lot of them. I know his point of attack grade is really good, and I'm glad we have him.
Coach, with what you were saying earlier about your fellow coaches and evaluation coming in the offseason, I know it's difficult for you. Like you said, you're the arrow in the forehead guy first and foremost, but not so much assigning blame elsewhere, but evaluating your other coaches and their performance. How does that sort of process go down for you in a year like that, where you want to be the one to take all of the blame, but you know that there is blame widespread throughout the organization and the coaching staff too?
Well, we'll kind of go through our end of the year process and look from game to game to player, unpack some things, some layers throughout the year. And that's why I just told the media that, in my seat, I stay day to day, and because I feel like you can't mumble your brain up with too many things, and you got to focus on what the task is at hand, which for me right now is getting on to LA. But in my seat, you do have to have a little bit of forward thinking. So we got a process that we use as we go on, into the off season, that we'll look at everything and make decisions accordingly.
You have not used injuries as an excuse, and I respect that. I do. 284 games missed because of injury. I think 40 different players. 22 games on the injured reserve. You said you take the arrow in the forehead. There's a lot of question about the depth on this team not being able to step up at that time. But when you think about all of these games lost, how much? Obviously, this had a major impact on your ability to compete as a football team.
Yeah, we've had some key guys out, for multiple games, or certain guys out for the season, you know what I mean? And the reality of the NFL is that happens. And you got to be able to plug guys in and still put them in good positions and compete at a high level. I would say that, if you look at it, we haven't done a good enough job of that this year, and I'm not going to, how I roll, Gamble. I'm never going to use that as an excuse.
Nope.
Because it's reality of pro football, and you have to be able to withstand those. So, it is hard. I will say that it's hard, but you got to overcome them.
Give me an injury update for next week's game. You're going to lose anybody that played in this game? Is Marvin Harrison Jr. going to be able to play in that game?
I'm not sure. The two guys that came out of the game this last one were Keaton had an ankle, Marv had a foot. We'll see. I know they want to go if they can go. We'll do what's best for them and then what's best for us, but we'll evaluate it as the next couple of days go on here.
All right, JG, I appreciate the time. We'll speak with you next week.
All right, thank you, guys. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year. That's the head coach of your Arizona Cardinals, Jonathan Gannon. all indications from what he said is he's coming back next year.
Great job by you there, pushing and pushing. Just a little nudge every now and then. Our listeners in Carefree sure appreciate that. Shout out Carefree, what up?
Yes, we hope you appreciate that in Carefree. Yes, we do hope you appreciate that. All right, when we come back, we will talk a little bit. We are going to do a caller segment at 3:30. So we are going to do a caller segment. Get ready for that. We'll talk about what Jonathan Gannon just said in that caller segment. But when we come back, we'll talk about the Phoenix Suns. Their last 2 wins. What does it mean for them? We'll talk about that next right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You've been listening to In the Red Zone with Cardinals head coach Jonathan Gannon. Brought to you by Earnhardt Ford in Chandler, proud sponsor of the Arizona Cardinals. No Bull, your home for everything Cardinals. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Now Gillespie has Smart switched on him. Booker comes to get it with Reeves on him. 10 on the shot clock. Puts it on the deck with the left hand. Booker lobs to a cutting Brooks. Hangs in the air. Reverse layup goes for Dylan Brooks with a little dance on the baseline after that.
Suns in the nation's capital to face the Wizards. Pre-game at 4 this afternoon. 5 o'clock tip on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Listen to what folks are saying about NoBull.com.
NoBull.com. Search and even start buying your car online.
And every deal has a personal touch, like working with a friend or neighbor.
NoBull.com. With new and used vehicles for every budget.
Specials, low payments, and this is huge. Quick financing. Just go to NoBull.com.
Shop local. Shop Earnhardt. Shop NoBull.com. Simple as that.
Having insurance isn't the same as having State Farm. It's like needing a best man speech, but getting one from some random +1.
I am honored to be standing here today, also confused and a little hungry. Does anyone want to switch entrees? Pretty sure I checked beef.
You wouldn't settle for just any speech, so don't settle for just any insurance. Get the real deal with State Farm. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Hey, Bird Gang, it's go time. Paul Calvisi here for your Arizona Ford dealers. Whether you're headed to a game or an epic desert weekend, Ford has the power, capability, and style to get you there your way. From the league-leading F-150 and playmaking Bronco family to the do-it-all Explorer and Expedition, Ford gives us the options to win on every drive. The road is yours, Bird Gang. Go out and own it in a Ford. Only at your Arizona Ford dealers, proud partners of your Arizona Cardinals.
On February 21st, the Arizona Cardinals Foundation will host the first ever Cardinals Climb. State Farm Stadium will transform into a mountain-like experience with trail-inspired routes for all ages and abilities, raising funds for 4 organizations benefiting Arizona's special needs community: Barrow Neurological Foundation, SARC, Special Olympics Arizona, and Treasure House. Registration is open now at cardinalsclimb.com. Help us make a difference, because together we climb higher.
Hey guys, if you have low T, it's time to get your edge back. Start testosterone therapy at Red Mountain Weight Loss and get a month of GLP-1 weight loss medications absolutely free. That's a $299 value. Listen, just because you're getting older doesn't mean you have to feel older. Prescription testosterone restores your get up and go, so you'll feel like you're 20 again. Get more muscle with less effort in the gym. You'll also think better, sleep better, and your love life will be better. Look, don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. It's a game changer. And if you're looking to lose weight, there's nothing like the combo of testosterone and a GLP-1 medication. It'll burn that belly fat and get you ripped. This month, get free GLP-1 medication, a $299 value, when you start testosterone therapy only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Book your video appointment today. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone. Keyword Red Mountain. Time to get your edge back at Red Mountain Weight Loss.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-292-4541 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-292-4541. That's 800-292-4541. What do you have to lose? Call 800-292-4541. Again, 800-292-4541.
Suns in the nation's capital to face the Wizards. Pre-game at 4, 5 o'clock tip on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Burns, you on vacation all week. Kellen filling in today. Off a little bit early today. We've got the Suns taking on the Wizards. Jeff Ruland is not walking through that door for the Wizards. Neither is Michael Jordan.
No. Gilbert Arenas not shooting his way through that door. Neither is Javaris Crittenton.
Do you remember Jeff Ruland? No.
That name is not ringing a bell. Does the name
sound familiar?
That name's not ringing. So mine goes back to like Bullets days. So we're talking like Weber, Juwan Howard, Rod Strickland, those kinds of names. That's where my Rolodex goes at first.
Gotcha.
Maybe Jesse knows.
We are going to take calls in the next segment. So we'll do a couple minutes here on the Suns. Then I'm going to break. We'll get a lot of calls in. You heard Jonathan Gannon. What he said, all indications he believes is that he is coming back next year. We'll get your opinions on that with the caller segment in the next segment. But for now, those two wins against New Orleans, I do want to talk about it because, again, I look at last year's Portland games. I think that did them in. You had to win these games. You had to. Not for like, this like not a must win, but for them to be able to get to where they want to go, they've got to beat the teams they're supposed to beat. So far this year, they've done a pretty good job of that. Going on the road and winning 2 games in a row against a New Orleans team that had been winning at home lately, 5-1 in their last 6 at home before the Suns came in. Those are 2 very important wins. What did you take out of those 2 wins?
I took it that they're still able to win through some of the issues that have come up for them over the last month. And again, issues is like it can be such an aggressive word because this team is winning a lot of basketball games. They've been a lot of fun to watch. And it's not to harp on negatives, but we're just noticing trends with the team within the last month where some of the areas where they've been able to win the game or some of the areas they've been able to overcome and still win the game are getting more severe. Like the free throw discrepancy was egregious, and some of it was due to terrible officiating. I do understand that. Some of it is also due to the Suns being one of the worst teams on both ends of the spectrum, not only with the free throws they generate for themselves, but the free throws, the amount of free throws that they give up too, the rebounding numbers, the turnovers, and that stuff was here in this game. I thought that they were sloppy in both games, but ultimately this is a team that understands how to win. They know how to win, and they're going to continue to get contributions across the board. Like when we go through this season and you look at highs and lows for certain performances and how certain players are playing, you just know that someone else is going to step up their game. Like, gosh, we've only had maybe like 3 or 4 games all year where it feels like no one played well for them. Like they always have at least a few guys contributing in a major way, and that was the story of both of these games where I thought Brooks and Booker really weren't that good in either game. Even that first game for Book, I really didn't think he was that great, despite what the numbers said.
No, I like the way he finished at the end of the second game. Yeah. I think he played really well, made some really good plays, smart plays, good decisions. I've looked at that stretch coming up here, these 5 games, even though one of them's against a decent team in Cleveland, but the rest are all very winnable. And I said, this is where you get the separation from last year's team. Before the New Orleans game, the Suns were 16-13, and last year's team was 15-14. They were only 1 game better than last year, but that team then started to go on some epic losing streaks. And I think this is where you get the separation from. And not that you need it or anything. You're not competing against last year's team. You're competing against the Western Conference, and you're trying to get, into the playoffs and maybe into a top 6 seed. But I think we are always going to have those little comparisons to last year. And I think this is where this team starts to run away from last year with this schedule now, because at this, that team at this point started to lose a lot of basketball games, where I think this team is going to start to win a lot more games.
Yeah, you like looking at the 10-game blocks, and this is a really interesting 5-game, 10-game block. But if you separate it into 2 sections of 5. So you've got these 2 games against New Orleans. In New Orleans, you won both. Then you go to Washington today. Cleveland on Wednesday. That sounds very difficult, but Cleveland has not been that great this year. And then home against Sacramento. So that is a very easy and generous 5 games. Then the next
Sacramento's really bad.
Sacramento's
Clippers
awful.
are starting to play a little bit better.
Kawhi's starting to look like Kawhi a little bit. We'll see. We'll see how much that matters in terms of them moving up. But then in that next block of 5, the mini block of 5, if you want to call it that, Oklahoma City, Houston, Memphis, New York, and then Washington again. So I think 3 really tough games in the Thunder, Rockets, Knicks, and then Grizzlies, who have been playing okay. Wizards are terrible, but like those kinds of blocks that you like to look at.
I love
so
to look
much.
at the blocks, yeah.
This first split of 5 is important.
All right, let's get the phone lines up and going. You heard Jonathan Gannon on with us. He believes all indications are he's coming back next year. 602-277-6827. I think I got it right. Did I get it right? No, I didn't get it right. What's the number?
602-260-9870. Again, the number is 602-260-9870.
I gave somebody else's phone number out. 602-260-9870. 602-260-9870. You heard from Jonathan Gannon. All indications that he's gotten that he's coming back next year. Let's talk about what he said with you next, right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Suns have the ball in a 3-point lead with 50 seconds left. Brooks hits Booker, a lob down low. Williams will jam it home on the alley-oop. Devin Booker hits Mark Williams. That's the bookmark.
Suns in the nation's capital to face the Wizards. Pre-game at 4 this afternoon. 5 o'clock tip on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Taxes was feeling so stuck. Sitting in traffic, squeezing into a parking spot. All to squeeze in getting tax help during your lunch break. Now Taxes is a TurboTax expert who does your taxes for you, while you go about your day getting real-time notifications about their progress and the most money back guaranteed. Now this is Taxes. Intuit TurboTax. See guarantee details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Only available with TurboTax experts. Real-time updates only in iOS mobile app.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-897-4400. That's 800-897-4400.
Upgrading your windows and doors isn't just about comfort. It's about lowering energy costs all year long. That's why Valley homeowners trust the Window and Door Store and our exclusive Seal and Shield installation. We don't just replace windows. We seal, secure, and protect your home from heat, dust, and water leaks for life. Precision craftsmanship, a lifetime labor warranty, and over 1,200 5-star reviews say it all. Call 480-562-3902 now for your free in-home consultation or book anytime at thewindowdoorstore.com.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Febreze. It's a classic odor tale. You've had fish for dinner, cleaned up, but the smell is still in the house. And the neighbors are coming over for game night. They're on their way. And then you spray Febreze Air Mist. Febreze Air starts working instantly to fight even your toughest odors, so you go from fish to fresh like that. Now all you have to worry about is Pam cheating at charades.
Breathe happy, Febreze, la 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 la.
Get ready for the most wonderful time of the year with exciting red tag savings. Available now on the 2026 Chevy Equinox. Or gear up for the holidays and conquer that to-do list in a new Chevy truck. Now is the time to get red tag savings on the 2026 Silverado or the big adventures in the Colorado. This holiday season, it all comes together in a Chevrolet. See your Valley Chevy dealers.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-292-4541 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-292-4541. That's 800-292-4541. What do you have to lose? Call 800-292-4541. Again, 800-292-4541.
It's football season. While our teams battle on the field, America Roofing is battling leaky roofs across the state. Hey, that was us at Casa Galvisi. First a roof repair, then years later we bought a brand new roof from America Roofing. In Arizona, your roof better perform in the heat, wind, and rain. Trust my friends at America Roofing and their more than 25 years of experience, more than 400 employees, locally owned. Make sure, get a free inspection and save 12% at AmericaRoofingCo.com.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Cardinals lost their 8th consecutive game yesterday, falling 37-14 to the Cincinnati Bengals. The Cardinals sit 3-13 heading into their final game of the season Sunday at the Los Angeles Rams. And the Phoenix Suns are in action tonight in our nation's capital against the Washington Wizards. Tip-off is at 5 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Grayson Allen, Jalen Green, Ryan Dunn, and Mark Williams are out for the Suns. Allen, Green, and Dunn are dealing with injuries, while Williams has been suspended a game for his role in a scuffle in Saturday's win over the New Orleans Pelicans. This report is brought to you by Pro Smile Dental. Give the gift of a smile this holiday season. Get $1,000 off all On-X implants and veneers through December 31st. Text PRO to 620-620.
Arizona Sports. Monday Blitz. With Burns and Gambo. Brought to you by America Roofing. Save 12% on all repairs or replacements with Arizona's largest roofer. Online at AmericaRoofingCo.com.
We're going to get right to it. Your phone calls talking about the Arizona Cardinals, what you heard from Jonathan Gannon. We'll go out to Coolidge. We'll open up with Jerry. You're on the Burns and Gambo show. Hello, Jerry.
Hi, my name's Terry with the T, by the way.
Terry,
How y'all
okay.
doing today?
Hi, Terry.
Thank you, Gambo. Pleasure to talk to you, and a long-time listener. And appreciate everything y'all do.
Thank you so much.
Thank you guys for what you guys do. Give for us every day. Appreciate y'all. With listening to Jonathan Gannon, and I know our hopes, and I'm just going to say this, and I'll take your guys' comments off the air. He sounds very lackadaisical in his speech. There's never any, emphatic, connotation or anything. Not like I'm looking for a coach to flip out or anything like that after a loss or whatever, but it always seems kind of like, well, we're going to work on this. We're going to work on that. And I get it, the injuries and everything. But the one thing I noticed, the expectations for the Cardinals were very high. Not so much for the Suns, but the Suns have shown something Kyler Murray couldn't do. They showed grit. I'll take Dylan Brooks on the court. I'll take Dylan Brooks on any other field over Kyler Murray any day. Thank y'all. Be good to each other. Appreciate y'all.
Well, first, when I told him that he sounds like a broken record, I was worried that he might hang up on us and just be done with the conversation right there. When I told Gannon, I hear the same thing every week. It sounds like a broken record.
You might have asked the same question 6 times in a different way. It was very impressive and great work by you.
Thank you. Trying to get the answers for the people. When you get beat down the way they've been beaten down, it's just it's hard to be fiery and all of that stuff. You're just waiting for the season to end. But I understand you want him to show some life, and because obviously the team reflects its coach. Let's go out to Kelly in Surprise. You're up next on the Burns and Gambo show. Hello, Kelly.
Hey, what's up, guys? Hope you guys had a Merry Christmas.
Thank you. You too.
Yeah, no, Gannon, you did great, man. I appreciate you, Gannon. Great questions, man. I'm surprised he didn't lose it on you today. And I don't blame Gannon either, right? His job as a coach is to, support his team and give good answers. So I sum it up at the end of this year. I think, Gannon blew a lot of games. I don't think he deserves another year. I wouldn't be surprised if he gets one, though, with our ownership. And, I think we're still paying another coach. I do want to chalk it up, too, though. I think Kyler's been the biggest problem. maybe Cliff would have did better. Franchise quarterbacks matter, and I think until we find a good franchise quarterback, we're going to struggle.
Yeah.
But maybe we can get another coach too, like John Gruden. Thank you.
Thanks, Kelly. My concern would be, okay, if you decide to bring everybody back next year, and it's like, okay, you got to win next year or you guys are gone, who's your quarterback? You going to ride with Jacoby Brissett, or are you going to take a guy in the first round, and he's going to be your quarterback that you have to win with? Puts him in a really tough spot. Let's go out to Phoenix. Philip, you're up next on the Burns and Gambo Show. Hello, Philip.
Hello. I'm a long-time listener, first-time caller. Enjoy the show.
Thank you.
I'll listen to the comments after I'm done, but I'm probably in the minority, but I would say just blow everything up at this point.
I think you're in the majority.
Quarterback.
I think you're in the majority.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, just blow it up, bring in someone new with a new quarterback, and just kind of see how it goes from there. And thanks for taking my call.
You got it. 602-260-9870. We do have a line open. 602-260-9870. I've got plenty of time left. We'll get some more calls in. Your thoughts on what Jonathan Gannon said to us and his future with the organization. We will go out to Nick in Scottsdale. You're up next on the Burns and Gambo Show. Hello, Nick.
Good afternoon. Welcome back, Gambo.
Thank
Glad
you.
to have you back.
Good to be back.
I think he's coming back. He obviously knows something already, and I'm not sure why they would do that, but that kind of shows a lack of urgency that I see from the coach.
But it seemed like, it's a good point. I'm going to agree with you. It sounded like he knew something, didn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Did you get that feeling,
But
Kellen?
This is all tied to Kyler. So since he's going to be leaving, they're going to give him a fresh start, one more year to see what he can do with him off the team, unless they, maybe move him to wide receiver or something crazy like that. But, his issue was he could never find the open guy, or he would key on two people. And, he almost destroyed Michael Wilson's career. And remember the last year that Fitzgerald was here, he could never get him the ball either. So, it's time to move on from him.
They're 13-17 with Kyler. My good friend Howard Balzer put that out. They're 13-17 with Kyler. It's not good enough. They're much worse without him. They're 2-18 without him, but they're 13-17 with him. It doesn't work with him. It doesn't work without him. Thanks for the call, Nick. You get they need another quarterback. Jacoby's not the future. Kyler's not. They need somebody else that can win more football games. We'll go to Dewey, and Todd is waiting patiently on to come up on the Burns and Gambo Show. Hello, Todd.
Hey, guys. Great job as always, and Happy New Year.
Thank you. You too.
I just want to make one – hey, thanks. I just want to make one comment, and, I think it all hinges on the first word that Gannon said when you asked him how he's doing. Excellent. How can you say you're doing excellent? If anything, you should say I'm SH. It's
miserable. It's awful.
Horrible. Miserable, awful, exactly. That's all I had to say, guys. I think that sums up. I think he's toast. I think he's gone. I think he knows it.
Yeah, he didn't sound like that when he said, I talk to him every week and he expects to come back and all of that. We'll see. We'll see. Whatever the results are, next week's game shouldn't matter. You're Michael Bidwell. You need to make a determination on 3 years of Jonathan Gannon. If you believe in him, bring him back. And if you don't believe in him, you got to make a change. But Michael Bidwell should not make any decision based on how many coaches he's still paying. You got to do what's right for the organization. And if you feel like it's Gannon, then make that decision. If you feel like it's somebody else, then you've got to do that. But it can't be a decision based on, I don't want to pay too many coaches at the same point. Joe in Phoenix, you're up next on the Burns and Gambo Show. Hello, Joe.
Yeah, hey, how you doing? Long-time listener, first-time caller.
Thank
I would just say this. Look, let's take a look at the New England Patriots who lost Tom Brady and were terrible, and suddenly now they're in the front running. It all starts at the top of the food chain. It starts with the ownership.
Yep.
The owners have to really sit down and figure out where their investments, where they're going to spend the money, and how they're going to get the best bang for the buck. Yeah, I think the guy that said blow it all up, yeah, it needs to be blown up.
Right. The question really is Bidwell, and I think it's fair to ask how committed is he to winning. I think it's fair to ask that because this organization has suffered a lot of losing under the Bidwell name. So, you want to win, but there's a difference between wanting to win and then knowing how to win. Everybody wants to win, but you've got to go all in to win as an owner.
Exactly, and you're going to have to bring people in that know how to do that, and you're going to have to pay them. So
right. Right. And you go look at last year. Appreciate the call. Demeca Ryans, 3 years, same as Gannon, been to the playoffs all 3 years. You know, you go look at the hire in Denver, right? I mean, you could have went out and got him, but nope. And look at the success they're having. They just won their division. So it does. Ownership is the most important piece. Ownership is the most important piece. They got to be committed to winning, and if they're not, you have no chance. Danny in Scottsdale, you're up next on the Burns and Gambo Show. Hello, Danny.
Hey, how you guys doing?
Good.
I can't stand Gannon at his press conferences or like when he's on the radio with you guys. But my thought is not to fire him, only because I don't see what good that's going to do, especially with just the lack of talent that we have. You know, I was looking at the records. We were, 4-13 3 years ago when they first started. But I remember like Kyler Murray, and then you guys even saying, like, the Cardinals were a team that no other team wanted to play because they were violent. They were going out and smashing people. And then last year, it looked promising. So then, like, what happened this year? My only person that I feel like we should be blaming is Monty. Like, his draft picks have been terrible. I'm a broken record with this. I think I've called you guys 3 times and said the same thing. But if you look like Elijah Jones and Darnell Robinson, or, you know, even Marv, terrible. So
Marv hasn't been good. Darius hasn't been good. Yeah, a lot of those guys were injured. But, yeah, you have to put 3 good drafts together in order to have a good football team. And if you go look at the Cardinals team that went to the Super Bowl, go do yourself a favor. Go look at the previous 3 drafts before they went to the Super Bowl, where you'll see the guys like Antrell Roll and Darnell Dockett and Larry Fitzgerald and Carlos Dansby. And if you go look at it's not 1 draft, it's not 2, it's 3 good drafts, and you've got a team that can compete for a Super Bowl. You don't have to rely on free agency, but you got to put 3 good drafts together. And if you go look at the drafts the Cardinals had before the Super Bowl, you're going to see so many impact players that were drafted in those 3 years. One of the years wasn't as good as the other one. One year was phenomenal, but you still got impact players, which really, really matters. We'll get one more call in. But nope, we're going to break. I'm getting the message from Lauren that we are going to break. So when we come back, we will talk a little bit about what Jonathan Gannon did say. We'll play some of those cuts for you and we'll react. That's next on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Win tickets to the Verbo Fiesta Bowl from Arizona Sports. This show's keyword is
sack. Sack.
Text the word sack to 620-620 right now.
Sack.
Text sack to 620-620 for your chance to win tickets to the Verbo Fiesta Bowl. Message and data rates may apply.
Taxes was feeling so stuck. Sitting in traffic, squeezing into a parking spot, all to squeeze in getting tax help during your lunch break. Now Taxes is a TurboTax expert who does your taxes for you, while you go about your day getting real-time notifications about their progress and the most money back guaranteed. Now this is Taxes. Intuit TurboTax. See guarantee details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Only available with TurboTax experts. Real-time updates only in iOS mobile app.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-771-1300. That's 800-771-1300.
Whether picking up a prescription, getting help navigating the healthcare system, or checking in at home, CVS Health is there to make care easier and more connected. Our future is brighter together. Learn more at cvshealth.com/investor day.
Freeway Chevrolet. The year is almost over, but you can still unwrap huge savings at Freeway Chevrolet. Right now, get up to $11,000 off new 2025 Silverado 1500 Crew Cabs. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Up to $11,000 off select new 2025 Silverado 1500 Crew Cab models from dealer inventory. Excludes trail box. Not available with special financing, lease, and some other offers. Restrictions apply. Take new retail delivery by January 2nd, 2026.
Hi, I'm Dallas, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. You know she loves her Shane Company engagement ring, but you also want to surprise her for her birthday, anniversary, or just because she deserves it. Why not get her a bigger diamond with our easy trade-up program? We'll give you the full credit of your original natural diamond purchase toward a new one. Her new diamond only has to be $1 more. You only pay the difference. How's that for an easy trade-up? Visit us in-store or at shaneco.com. Because a friend wants you to win the gifting game. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877 for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877 for Kids.
1-877 for Kids. Donate your car today.
Hurry! It's our last chance to donate for 2025.
Hey guys, if you have low T, it's time to get your edge back. Start testosterone therapy at Red Mountain Weight Loss and get a month of GLP-1 weight loss medications absolutely free. That's a $299 value. Listen, just because you're getting older doesn't mean you have to feel older. Prescription testosterone restores your get up and go, so you'll feel like you're 20 again. Get more muscle with less effort in the gym. You'll also think better, sleep better, and your love life will be better. Look, don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. It's a game changer. And if you're looking to lose weight, there's nothing like the combo of testosterone and a GLP-1 medication. It'll burn that belly fat and get you ripped. This month, get free GLP-1 medication, a $299 value, when you start testosterone therapy only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Book your video appointment today. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone. Keyword Red Mountain. Time to get your edge back at Red Mountain Weight Loss.
Nothing makes a gathering great like Eggland's best eggs. They're just so delicious, with better nutrition, too. For us, it's eggs any style, as long as they're the best. Eggland's best. Better taste, better nutrition, better eggs.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, what's on tonight?
Welcome back to the Burns and Gambo Show. Kellen Olson filling in for Dave Burns. Gambo's here with me. Don't worry. We'll tell you what's on tonight. It's brought to you by Global Credit Union. Explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org, your world of financial possibilities. 2 local games. We've, of course, got the Suns in D.C. taking on the Wizards. Pre-game coverage for that starting in our next segment, 4 o'clock here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Mitch Feraldis will hop in here, and we'll get you ready for some Suns basketball. And then, of course, Gambo, the number 1 team in the country, the Arizona Wildcats.
That's
How
right.
about 'em?
Still number 1, baby. Haven't lost yet. Love watching that.
Hosting South Dakota State, on ESPN Plus at 7 o'clock. This is the last non-conference beat up a team by 50 game that they have for the rest of the year. And then we're into Big 12 play this weekend. Can't wait for that as well.
I'll give you a recommendation for a TV show that I absolutely loved that I binge watched with my wife, and we loved it. It was called The Last Frontier on Apple TV. It was such a great show. We got done with it. We said, when's season 2 starting? Like, they canceled it. They're not going to have a season 2. Like, how? How could you not have a season 2? That show was so great. It was such a great show. The Last Frontier on Apple TV. Absolutely tremendous show.
We've got Monday Night Football as well. Rams, Falcons, the implications there for the postseason. The Rams can either be the 5 or the 6 seed. Now, that kind of doesn't seem that important, Gambo, but then you realize the 5 seed will play the winner of the NFC South, which seems like a pretty
easy game.
So the Rams have a couple of situations. The easiest one they can win out to get that 5 seed as well. That is what's on tonight.
All right, we will have our 2-minute warning in a second, but let's go over some of the cuts. You've got them in front of you, and I'll let you play them as you wish. From Jonathan Gannon on his possible return to the Cardinals next season.
All right, we'll start out with one here on if he would take over calling the defense in this last game of the year.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to turn over every stone, you know what I mean? But I feel good with the people that we have in place that I hired to do a job. And we'll evaluate that in the offseason, what's best for us moving forward, you know what I mean? So, like I said, I got to change and we got to change. I'm going to look at all avenues to do that.
And then Gambo brought out the big guns. He asked about meetings in the future about his future with Bidwell, with Austin Ford. Here is what Gannon had to say about those potential meetings.
Yeah, I talk with Monty and Michael every week, man. You know, so those conversations have been good.
And one more.
So your expectation is you're back next year?
Absolutely.
Gambo, you thought he was answering that kind of like a guy who knew he was going to be back. You were trying to read between the lines a little bit.
Any indication?
Like
we pushed, and everything that he told us was I talk with those guys every week. Every indication he's coming back. He expects to be back. Now, you never know. Nobody has made an announcement yet, but I think he would be shocked if he wasn't brought back. He didn't say, look, I don't know, guys. I'm only worried about the Rams game. I can only control what I can control. We got to get ready for a football game. And then it's, if they decide that, he didn't say any of that. He's like, I talk to them every week. I talk to Monty every week. I talk to Bidwell every week. He gave us every indication that he was coming back next year because of the conversations that he's had with the owner and the general manager.
I'm very interested to see what is it Sunday night or Monday morning it usually happens? It's Monday morning, right, when the wave of news
Sometimes
comes in?
you hear about it Sunday night.
Okay.
But Monday morning is when the wave usually comes.
That's going to be like the turn on your Gambo notifications, turn on the notifications of the other newsbreakers, and kind of see the wave of firings that come in, and, of course, see if Gannon comes in. It's going to be... Man, if you guys have him on, and he's still the coach, and you guys have him on, that conversation is going to be very interesting because, of course, like him saying he expects to be back and him feeling that way is one thing, but then to actually be back and have that conversation with you guys.
But I think everything we pushed on that interview was, worse than just, do you think you'll be back? It was more of were you told that you're going to be back? You have these conversations. What were you told? Did you have it when you was going to meet with them? And he went through the whole process on how it works and when they usually meet and what happens. So, based on that conversation with him, I'm being given every indication from him that he's had these conversations with them and that he's going to come back next year. But when he wouldn't answer the play calling question, it made me believe, this is just my belief now, I don't know anything yet because they're not saying anything, is that you're going to come back, but there's going to be changes. I know there's going to be changes.
Both coordinators?
I would think so. And with him calling the defense, because the defense hasn't been good enough. I mean, the defense is
terrible.
You could look at the numbers on the defense. I mean, they've allowed 40 points four more times. I think 4 times they've allowed 40. They've been blown out in 5 of their last 8 games. Blown out. Their defense, they've lost by 22, 19, 28, 20, and 23. 5 of their last 8 losses have been blowouts. They've given up 40 points or more 4 times. Their offense doesn't score enough points. Their defense gives up too many points. I would think, okay, if he comes back, it's going to have to be with some new coaches.
I think it's a situation where, look, I love Rawls as a head coach, or not as a head coach, as a coordinator. I think that he's done a terrific job for the most part. You look back at last year, you look back at 2 years ago when we were talking about injuries yet again and how well-functioned this defense was inside of that ecosystem with all the injuries, and I thought they overperformed extremely, but for whatever reason with him, with Gannon, this defense, he's a more interesting name to watch for me. I think Petzing's done. I think that's been on the wall now for 3 months, and the offense hasn't really done much to support that. Otherwise, I know Brissett has had some more productive games, but either way you want to slice it, I think that he's done. Gamble, let's get to the 2-minute warning.
All right, let's do it.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
It's the Burns and Gambo 2-minute warning. Final thoughts on yesterday's Cardinals game. Brought to you by Arrowhead Honda. Looking for a rugged SUV or a sleek sedan? Head down to Arrowhead Honda and score big. Tell them Michael Wilson sent you.
All right, Gambo, I'll go first. I am going to go with the play that I mentioned earlier in our show, the 21-yard reception by Cincinnati Bengals offensive lineman Cody Ford. Now, if you were not watching the game, which props to you if you were not watching Gambo, and I'm having to watch the game a little bit, honestly, to keep you guys informed and entertained on this show, on this game. Ford's lined up super far out wide. It's not one of those trick play situations where he's splitting out and no one's really
lined up as a wide receiver.
And it was later revealed earlier today, NFL Films posted the mic'd up stuff. Burrow was not supposed to throw the ball to Cody Ford initially. He was just kind of out there as a distraction. He was going to throw the ball to Jamar Chase. Then he saw the coverage that was in place and was like, the read is the offensive lineman. I'm just going to throw it to him. So you throw it to him with how far back the defensive back was on him. It was a situation where okay, let's throw it to him, get 4 yards. He rumbles for 21. And what Ford said is it's something they ran throughout the week. He said, Joe kept telling me to get wider and wider in the formation. And he thought he meant get the hell out of the way. We're trying to run a play. What he meant was space it out in case the room's there. The room was there. He rumbles. It was a humiliating day for the Cardinals. It was a humiliating play.
Ran over a couple guys as well on that. I'm going to start with something the Cincinnati Bengals had not done since 2015. And that is have consecutive scoring drives to open the game of 10 plays or more. Touchdown drives, not just scoring drives, but touchdowns. Since he took the opening kickoff, they went 12 plays, 72 yards for a touchdown. Then they got this ball again. They went 12 plays for 79 yards and a touchdown. That is the first time they have started the game with consecutive 10-plus play touchdown drives since December 28th, 2015. Cardinals got to get off the better starts. It's killed them all year long. All right, that's going to do it for our portion of the program. Mitch is going to join us next. We'll get you ready for Suns Wizards. That'll be next right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Now Gillespie has Smart switched on him. Booker comes to get it with Reeves on him. 10 on the shot clock. Puts it on the deck with the left hand. Booker lobs to a cutting Brooks. Hangs in the air. Reverse layup goes for Dylan Brooks with a little dance on the baseline after that.
Suns in the nation's capital to face the Wizards. Pre-game at 4 this afternoon. 5 o'clock tip on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Love telling you about asset preservation, wealth, and tax. Let's make this new year the year that you finally make that call to Stuart Willis from Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax. You finally get that free portfolio review, and then you get your plan started, your financial plan, your retirement plan, all there, put together in front for you to follow. So that way, when that time comes and you're ready to retire, you're going to live your best life. Yeah, you want to live your best life then in retirement, doing the things that you've never been able to do because you're going to have time on your side because you'll have all the time in the world, right, when you're retired. The best thing you can do is call Asset Preservation at 602-877-PLAN. There's 5 locations in the Valley. Stuart Willis is a fiduciary. He's the guy that I've used for my financial plan, and he's done a great job for me for many years. I highly recommend him, and I highly recommend you get on board and get yourself a plan. The sooner, the better. Call him at 602-877-PLAN. Set up that free review. That's 602-877-PLAN.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
This holiday season, AutoNation is unwrapping the biggest gift of all. The car you actually want with 0 down and no payments for 90 days. With our coast-to-coast inventory of nearly 100,000 new and used cars, trucks, and crossovers, you'll find exactly what you're looking for. 0 down, no payments until April. That's the deal you deserve on the car you love. Hurry to your nearest AutoNation store or AutoNation.com. Limited term financing on approved credit. Interest accrues from date of purchase on deferred payments. See store for details.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-771-1300. That's 800-771-1300.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Charlie's battery is struggling to start. Not ideal before the tailgate, so he goes to AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone,
where a friendly AutoZoner tests his battery for free. Looks like he needs a new one, so he gets the Duralast battery.
have fun and stay warm.
And he makes it to the tailgate early enough to get his favorite spot. Free battery testing and charging. No hassles, just help.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-897-4400. That's 800-897-4400.
In today's fast-moving job market,